in the show today. Tom Tolbert is, we throw the legend word around, and I think we say it kind of flippantly, but he's one of one to have played for the Golden State Warriors, to play for Nelly, to be on television for as long as he was, calling games, and then to have the afternoon slot for 30 years.
Yeah, well said there. Well said there as we start the show. And good morning to everybody out there. A little bit of a rocky start here at the station. Hopefully we get the YouTube audio up. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. No, I got to work over there for a long time and worked with Tolbert a lot and his crew. And Tolbert, when you talk about guys who have no egos, and what I'm learning is those early 90s, late 80s Warriors teams, those players were just fun. And I see why they resonate with this region. But Tolbert shifting from basketball player to at times sports talk radio caller on the Jim Rome show, being in the smack off, to having a legendary show in a 28-year run in that slot. He worked with a bunch of people after Ralph Barbieri, and he messed with everybody, whether it was Ludd, Ratto, Brooks, Kruger, and of course Adam Copeland. And so when you talk about guys who are just genuine, who just want to do his job and have fun and be lighthearted, that, that's what it is with Tom Tolbert. That's who he was. He was a guy who wanted to drink his beer, have some fun, laugh a little bit, and do his thing. And for having a job for 28 years while also being a broadcaster in the NBA, whether it's a color analyst right here on 95.7 The Game, whether it's on the NBA on NBC for a number of years, Tom Tolbert was that dude. And he was the guy who kept things afloat over at that station for many, many years, whether it was solo or with the co-host, whether it was at the public house or in the studio, whether it was on the road, whatever. You knew what you were getting from Tom Tolbert. You're getting everything you got. And then you think about the relationships he cultivated with legends like Steve Young, legends like Brent Jones. Where it is he's pretty damn cool with Kyle Shanahan, and nobody would know that. But that's who Tolbert is. People like Tolbert. They open up to him. And so when you see the news like that, and I woke up from a nap and you're getting all these texts about what's going on, and it's not a good day for the industry. It's not a good day for this region. It's not a good day for this market. And you think about where this industry is going and what's happening to it, it's worrisome. It's definitely worrisome when a guy like that can get axed before the holiday season, who has a family, who's had some health issues in the past, and he's been able to rectify that to be on a microphone or whatnot. But to get laid off, and it wasn't just him. It was Creative Tony Ryan, who I've gotten to know, who was the first guy in that building who said, "Hey, Bonte, I like your voice. I want you to come spot some commercials for me." And I spent a lot of time in his office, a lot of time in Tony Ryan's office, by just getting, if I was a little arrogant or a little cocky, he would humble me all the time. So I look at Tony Ryan as a big bro who we know a lot of mutual people, but Tony Ryan gets laid off as a creative director there, and one of the guys who helped as well behind the scenes keep that station afloat by his creativity with the commercials and the promotions and the respect he had in that building. So it's not just him, Tolbert, who just got laid off, but Creative Tony is maybe is equally as important behind the scenes at that station. So I want to give some love to Creative Tony Ryan. I love that guy. Love him and his two kids and his lovely wife. And then, not to mention John Ludd, who, look, I had some big shoes to fill when I came to the station because John Ludd and Papa made sweet music together. They were the show here at 95.7 The Game, and he moved on. And he paired up with Tolbert, and I got to know Ludd a little bit, and he helped me transition to being a board op and behind the scenes to working with Greg Papa. Ludd had a lot to do with that and helping me transition and knowing how he flowed and knowing what he wanted on the show. And those are no easy shoes to fill. No. And so Ludd was able to go over there and make his mark in KBR, becoming the 49er pre- and post-game show host and working with Papa again. And they were doing their thing in the midday. So he got laid off as well. So I want to give some love to him because it's never easy and never funny to see peers. Because, yeah, we're competitors, but we're competitors. I saw Murph the other day at Chase Center for Klay Day. And Murph and I talked for 15 minutes, man. He was just hugging me, saying, "I'm so damn proud of you, kid. I'm so damn proud of you." And he had lunch with Mully, and the one thing Mully said was like, he doesn't look at you as an Emmy. He looks at you as a little brother. like he's happy for his little brother getting his shine on. So it's just a tough day because everybody's going to ask questions. Everybody's going to say things about the station and the legacy station or whatnot, but just never like to see it because competition brings out the best in everybody, Shasky. It really does. Knowing that Tolbert's in the afternoons, knowing that Murph's in the morning, knowing that Papa and London are in the afternoons, you better bring your A game.
Absolutely.
Or you're going to get smoked in this game.
How many different versions of shows at this station try to go up against their best shows? How many different variations? Many different variations
and failed.
Yeah.
And failed.
And we failed, not that we're successful. We failed at times for a long time. And so this thing's hard. The grind is hard. You brought up Tony Ryan. I just saw him the night before at the golf thing, and he don't know me. I never worked with him. I didn't have the opportunity like you at KNBR to work over there. I've just worked over here at 95.7 The Game. And I'm very proud of that, and I'm very grateful every single day. But he always made it a point to seek me out and say hi, and was just salt of the earth and just a great person and super nice to me. We would trade baseball coaching stories. I heard he was a great ball player back in the day.
Great player.
Cousins with one of my buddies, and the city and the community is a small place, and people like him are salt of the earth, and you run into them and. Like your point about, your competition, it's not Bloods and Crips and, Hatfields and McCoys. Like there's a competitive healthiness to it, but at the same time, there's also a respect factor, and nobody wants to see anyone lose their jobs like that. And then John Lund, look, I'll say this. I never worked with John, ever. I came here, he was over there, but I'm a connoisseur of sports talk radio. I listen to everything out there, podcasts, YouTube shows. Clearly, I came up listening to that station. I still listen at times to that station. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to lie about that. And so I'm a connoisseur. And, John is a guy who I learned a lot from, like just by listening in the art of teasing and setting things up and being a great co-host. And obviously, he has great opinions and whatnot. And so as a connoisseur of just the medium of sports talk radio, this is a crappy day for all of us, and my heart goes out to everyone over there. And it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know where to go. Like I walk in every single day past Union Square B, and we all have got stuff going on in our lives and this, that, and the other, but it's not lost on me as I see them put up all the Christmas stuff. It's like, we're two guys that come in, born and raised here, that I don't think either of us really thought we would ever be in the spot that we're at now. Not that we've hit the pinnacle or anything like that, but it's not lost on me that we're very lucky and that these jobs are only here for a very small amount of time. And we're going to try to do the best we can to be the best people we can and put out the best product that we possibly can until the day our plug gets pulled. And it just sucks that you're not in full control because a lot of decisions are made at high corporate levels that are outside of the region.
Tolbert, watching him do his thing from a player perspective, who became a real good people person. At times when you listen to Tom Tolbert, you forget that he was a player because he was so down to earth. And, as I am a lightweight degenerate, he was a big time degenerate. So he'd be talking about bets and we'd be talking about bets, and he's telling stories about the old days of playing with Don Nelson and being a small ball five with Don Nelson or whatnot. And then you think about Tony Ryan and Murph. Those guys helped shape me. I learned so much by just watching them, by just watching and listening, and how they went about their day and how they prepped their shows and how they read every single thing to make sure that they knew every single nugget that was going on in this market. And then you think about Tony Ryan, who was very punctual and help me with my cadence. Hey, dude, you're talking too fast. Slow down. Hey, dude, do it like this. Hey, take a breath.
You need that.
And then, but he was instrumental in that. Yeah, he was instrumental when I was doing spots for him. And I would just, when I would have a bad day, I would just go to his office, and it'd be him and Shannon. Who's now in the band, Stone Foxes. Oh, okay. Stone Foxes. Him and Shannon were making, those are my guys. And I spent a lot of time, I would do my podcast in his office. I would mess around with him. We beat in fantasy football together. We had an iconic semifinal game which he beat me, and he talked trash. He's one of the best trash talkers, Tony Ryan. So, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the end of what's happening over there in that building. Unfortunately, I think there's more blood in the water for Cumulus, unfortunately. And that's unfortunate for people who put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that building. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears in making that the legacy station here. So, Tom Tolbert, he's going to continue to do Warrior games. I know he is. Whether he does radio or not, I have no idea. I haven't reached out to him. I haven't reached out to Creative Tony. I haven't reached out to John Lett. I haven't reached out to a guy, I think his name is Danny Dunn, who's a producer, who I don't want to leave him out the equation here because he got let go as well. 925 has some tact. He said, hey, man, guy lost his job. It happens. Well, in this industry where jobs are far few between, it's not like you can just put in that job application, hey, I want to be a Sports Talk radio host. The grind to get to the spot. The grind. Now, some people are lucky. Some people can get in through the back door. It happens. And I commend that because hustle, however you get in, you get in. Can you stay in?
You don't fake a 28-year career.
But to just say that, hey, it happens, you lose a job. Nah, this guy was everybody's after me commute for a long, long time.
Absolutely.
The 30-minute conversations with Steve Young, the 30-minute conversations with Britt Jones, the laughs. Him and Razor T, there would not be anything like that ever again in this market.
The Goodfellas intro, where they start off with the good, and now the Razor and Mr. T, and then it goes right into one of my dad's favorite bands of all time, the Allman Brothers, with Jessica. I mean, I think about that constantly. I think it was one of the greatest intros in this market. I know you and I love Mike and the Mad Dog. Like, there was a point in time where I would wait till 3 o'clock for that thing to come on so I could hear that Goodfellas intro with him and the Razor. And, I used to call all the time. Like, Tom is a forefather. If there were, I'm not going to do the Mount Rushmore, but if there are forefathers, pillars of sports talk radio in this market, he is absolutely one of them.
Oh, it's Tolbert.
Radnich.
Barbieri. It's Razor, and probably Pete Franklin. You could put Murph up there.
I would put Murph and Mac. I would put Murph and Mac in there as well. I would put
Murph is close. He's closing in on 20 years. Closing in on 20 years. So
staples.
It's staples. So it's a tough day. It's a tough day. There's no doubt about that. And I feel for them. I'm sure all of them are going to bounce back on their feet. They're good people, and usually good people bounce back in a major, major way. But it's the sign of the times in this business. You never know when your day could come, so that's why if you're in a position of power, if you have some leverage, keep that leverage. Because you don't usually get leverage in this business. And corporate, they're looking to say, hey, we need to slash payroll. Well, they're going to look at the big money players. They're going to say, well, we could survive. Well, we'll see about that. Because in the last 5 years, you lost Radnich, you lost Fitz, lost Tolbert, lost Paulie back. You lost Tony Ryan, Creative Tony. Those are big pillars over there. So I wish for nothing but the best at the station because I still have a lot of friends over there. That I still talk to daily. But I know they're all shook right now. I know how that building is right now. They're all shaking up thinking, what's next?
I've never worked over there, and I'm shook, And, like, I've worked for a lot of corporations, not just the one I'm currently working with here, but a lot of corporations. And there's always these days where they do these reorganizations. And very much like Tony Soprano and whatever Uncle Junior's buddy was, Bobby, they were talking about in the boat. The corporations are like the mafia. You don't hear it when it happens. It just goes to black. Yep. And they just come out and they just fire away, and you're just a name on a spreadsheet, and it doesn't matter what your accolades are, your resume, the equity that you've built up, the legendary status, the countless things that you've done to put a station at the forefront of the industry. I truly believe, and I mean this with all my heart, this station doesn't exist without shows like The Razor and Mr. T, without Tom Tolbert, without people like that, without a Creative Tony, like the imaging of all of those shows and setting things up and stuff like that. Like, that's the art of audio. I still hold audio in a very dear spot to my soul. And I know podcasting, I get it. There's nothing like live radio. There's just nothing like it. And maybe I sound like I'm the dodo bird and the newspaper industry. And like, I hear you. Believe me, I hear you. But there's nothing like the tightrope of being in your car and you don't know what's going to happen next. You can't just pause it. breaking news happens, you got to flip it on right away. Like, I still believe in those things. And yeah, my viewing habits have changed. I watch on YouTube and download different apps and consume it that way as well. And we're just late to the party, our industry. We can't evolve with the times.
Well, not to mention Damon Bruce, want to shout him out because he hasn't been able to get a job after he got let go here at 95.7 The Game.
I just went on his show Sunday.
So that's unfortunate. So the game is changing. The game is changing. There's no doubt about it. You got to change with the game, and podcasts have come in, and they've made their way because of things that radio ignored.
Yeah,
radio ignored a lot of things that and I was at the other station when the evolution was coming. And they relate to the party on things like Twitter and Instagram and all this stuff. And, they lost the Warriors. And I was in that building the day they lost the Warriors. And some people thought, oh, well, it's the Warriors. They're just going to win all the time. That's not fun. It's like, do you see what's going on here? Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant just signed. Draymond Green's barking back and forth with the DPOIs. The game's changing. Baseball is changing. People love basketball and football. You look at all these national shows, they rarely talk baseball. And so that station, basically being in bed with the Giants, is not helped. They've probably lost a lot of money dealing with the Giants right now with the way they've, been terrible the last basically 6 years. And for this station, having the Warriors, let's not front. Having the Warriors save this station. We can do all the great shows we want to.
No doubt.
But having that NBA franchise team, having that team on your station, having the Warriors on our station when they're winning championships, it saved this station and, at the same time, kind of destroyed the other station.
Look, I know we're going to get into sports, but I think from the bottom of my heart and everybody in the Bay Area, I mean this with all my soul. Thank you, to Tom Tolbert. Thank you for everything that you've done for all of us in the Bay Area for all those many years. Thank you as you called us peers. And thank you as a peer, even though I feel like I'm so lower than the status that he had set up because he was so good at it. And just, I'm really sorry that this is happening, but thank you for all the great laughs and the memories and everything and getting us to where we are. Because I don't think I'd be on the air today if it weren't for him and all of the things that he paved the way for us to drive through.
Tom Tolbert, Tony Ryan.
John Lund.
John Lund.
Absolutely.
And I think his name is Danny Dunn.
Yeah.
Producer. All those guys. And I hear it might even get worse, but Tom Tolbert, Tony Ryan, Danny Dunn, John Lund. You guys would be fine. I know it. But right now, I know it's tough dealing with it. I can't imagine what they're going through right now. As we get into sports here, the next segment, we'll get into Diamondo Lenoir and his contract extension, where the Warriors are at, Draymond Green. They're 9-2 right now. They're rolling as we decompress from Klay Day. What a night that was. I'm still kind of buzzing. I watched the game over, and I just cannot believe the way Steph Curry is moving right now. Oh, my gosh. If you watch it back, this guy is in total control. It's like he's mastered the game of basketball. He really has. So we'll talk. We got a fun guest list to our reveal on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
This is your man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
I think I'm going to follow back this account on Twitter.
What account is that?
Bonte Hill's burner account.
Okay, I'm going to look it up.
It's a photo of me in Hawaii at this coffee spot. The nice mimosa, some coffee, taco meat showing.
Oh, I have it.
And it's a tweet at Draymond Green.
And he follows me.
This is how I'm going to pull up on Money Green if he talked to me like that again on TV.
Bro, this picture.
Come on, man.
This picture of you in the Niner hat was.
Shocked you talking to me.
This is incredible. You're right. You'll never catch me. 3/7/2024.
Absolutely incredible.
That's a tweet, though. Only 2 tweets. So
I can respect it.
You know, maybe they don't have much material. All right. Fun guest list. Mayor-elect Daniel Laurie is going to join us at 8:30. Daniel Laurie, 8:30. Mayor-elect. He's a man of his word. Said he will come on once he won the mayor's race, and he will come on today at 8:30. We'll have some fun with him. Plus Jake Hutchinson at 9:20. Jake, our 95.7 The Game insider, of course, he's been all over the Niners beat. He'll let us know about the lay of the land down there in Santa Clara as Diameter Lenoir signed a 5-year, $92 million deal. We don't know the particulars of the deal. We just don't. We don't know how much is guaranteed. What is he getting at signing? But the Niners lock up one of their best young players. And Michael Silver had an article. He had an article in the Chronicle during the training camp. Like, you know, is Diameter Lenoir the next superstar for the San Francisco 49ers? Well, he's certainly playing like it. He's talking like it. He looks like it in that number 2. He's making plays, whether it's Sunday night football, Thursday night football, Sunday afternoon. Diameter Lenoir is that guy. And I can't think of the last time the Niners paid a homegrown cornerback.
Oh, wow.
To an extension. A homegrown cornerback to an extension like this.
Well, not this big. But like Tremaine Brock got extended, but it was he was like a practice squad guy that kind of got like a year start, and they extended him for a couple years. It was nothing like this. I mean, look.
Did Ahmed Plummer get extended after his rookie deal?
He was so hurt. I don't remember the neck.
He was a first-round pick.
Yeah, Jason Webster and him.
Yeah.
That's 20 years ago.
Terrell Brown.
25 years ago.
Terrell Brown, maybe, but not this big, right?
Didn't Terrell Brown sign with the Raiders?
He signed with the Raiders. He moved on.
Look, he's again, $92 million. We don't know the guarantees, but based off like the reported number, that's the 6th highest paid cornerback in the NFL.
I was hearing 12 on a per year.
So
basis.
AAV is 12.
Yeah,
and it's 7% of the cap. I was thinking about it. Like all of the top 12 guys make somewhere between $30 and $45 million guaranteed.
Tremaine Brock, 4-year, $16 million extension.
Think of how the money has exploded. 4 years, $16 million. No, he was not as good as Diameter Lenoir. When they took Lenoir, it was also the same draft they took Ambry Thomas, correct?
Yes.
And it felt like they were taking flyers, whatever, like on these late round secondary players. And, they really hit on this guy. He can play inside. He can play outside. He can stuff the run. Kavon Williams was quietly a very important player.
Slot corner
for the Niners for a long time. Diameter is obviously more dynamic, especially downfield as a guy that can defend the pass, but he rarely gets PIs. He is constantly in a guy's back hip. He makes plays on the ball as a high pointer. I mean, he doesn't really have a hole. And he's just week in, week out, a guy that I always ask Baldy about because he's constantly making plays when I rewatch the game.
Well, you got to remember when he first burst onto the scene out of Oregon. And he's in the class with Ambry Thomas and Hufanga and Trey Lance, Elijah Mitchell, 7th round pick in that draft. Diameter Lenoir made waves when he posted a video of himself jamming up wide receivers at rookie camp. Remember, he drew the attention of the NFL and the NFL Players Association, and the Niners were fined $100,000. And Coach Shanahan was docked $50,000 because Lenoir was like, you know what? I'm going to put the video up, and this is who I am. And he cost the team with his physicality at rookie camp. because he was just punking wide receivers. So Shanahan spoke about that. I remember this. He goes, he stuck out our first day at rookie camps when he got me fined a lot because you jammed people too hard and didn't put it on the internet. That was the first time I ever got mad at him. But I was really excited about it despite what it took away from my kids' college tuition. But it showed we had the right type of dude. Now, remember, he was in a doghouse. And Lenoir brought up the scrimmages with Minnesota. When they went up to Minnesota with Trey Lance as a starting quarterback and are doing one-on-ones with Justin Jefferson. And Ambry Thomas, you never give up a rep. That's you don't do that. But he did because Lenoir is like, I need these reps against Justin Jefferson. I need these reps. I'm in the doghouse. Shanahan's watching. So he's going through these reps with Justin Jefferson. And Lenoir breaks it down. He's like, Shanahan's right behind me. And he's watching closely. I'm in the doghouse already. I need the ball out. He said he made a couple plays on Justin Jefferson, looked back at Shanahan, and Shanahan had that little smirk on his face, that little arrogant smirk like, yeah, okay, I got something here. This guy's balling. He's going to play. And so he worked himself. He's another guy who worked himself out of Shanahan's doghouse and got himself a nice deal.
We should start calling Shanahan Snoopy.
Shanahan Snoopy.
I mean, like this doghouse thing is just so funny.
Or Scooby.
What is it? Don Nelson had a doghouse. Obviously, Kyle has one.
Possibly.
I mean, it's just, it's kind of funny. No, credit to Diamond Lenoir. When I look at the great cornerbacks, their ability to be able to flip the hips, as I call it, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're backpedaling and then on a dime, you can flip your hips and be able to change directions and not lose top end speed and not lose, and not get a lot of separation between you and the wide receiver. Mm-hmm. Like his ability to do that is elite. He's an excellent player. And then his
plays
ability
inside,
to also
outside.
What?
Inside, outside too, man.
Yeah.
He's playing inside, outside, doesn't matter.
And his ability to locate the ball in the air and he does this thing where he puts like his left hand on the back shoulder and then bats it down with the right or vice versa without drawing a penalty. There's an art to it. There's an entire art form to it. I mean, he's an excellent player. And there's a reason that they kept him. And this is a lot about Diamond Lenoir, so I don't want to make this about other things. But when I saw them sign this deal, and for him to sign this deal right now, obviously it makes a ton of sense for him. You don't want to get hurt. The money could not be there, could dry up. You just never know what's going to happen down the line. I was like, one of two things. First, good. I'm glad that the Niners didn't wait until the offseason to allow this to kind of drag through. This is a player that I have to prioritize and I have to keep. Number two, boy, I feel like you don't give a deal like this out knowing their precarious cap situation for next year if you don't have a good feel for what you think Brock Purdy is going to sign with you for. I'm not saying he's taking a discount. I'm just saying I think the Niners have a good feel on how much they're going to shell out for the quarterback. And you don't make that kind of an investment in the secondary without having a good, clear understanding of what the guarantees about, approximately are going to be for your quarterback. So I feel really confident that a Purdy deal is also going to happen. That's just my gut feeling.
Well, I think a Purdy deal is going to happen no matter what. But in terms of what they're going to shell out to Purdy can change over the next 9 weeks. It could change. He could either play poorly, very poorly, and then money decreases. Or he could play at the all-NFL level that he did a season ago, and I think he's playing well. He may just ball out over the next 2 months, and that price tag changes. So I do think they have an allotment of cash waiting for Brock Purdy. I think there's no secret about that. But how much he gets, I think it's a little premature to determine what he's going to get. And we don't know what the roster will shake out to be. You may be making moves with Debo. You may be making moves with Kittle. Who the hell knows what's going to happen this offseason? Because, again, the NFL league is a year-to-year league, and you have to be able to manage this cap. And a lot of teams, they're looking at the cap 3 years from now, 4 years from now, what their budget is going to be, who's getting what, where restructures could possibly happen at. So, look, your point is well taken. Lenoir got his money, and they prioritize him knowing that Tarvarius Ward is a free agent. He's probably going to walk, and we all knew that coming into the season. It kind of sucks now because he just lost his daughter, and it sucks for him. But with Renardo Green showing flashes in their ability to draft corners late in the draft. They've done a great job drafting some good corners here in San Francisco. Purdy's money's going to fluctuate, and who knows what he may go on a run here. Brock Purdy throw for another 4,000 yards and throw for another 25 to 30 touchdowns and want all the money in the world. So I don't know what's going to happen with Brock Purdy.
Well, to your point about budgeting, I just think that when I look at this, it's entirely plausible that money goes up and down by, a fraction. I don't know what that fraction is, right? I don't know if we're talking a lot or a little. I personally don't believe Brock Purdy playing great for 4 or 5 weeks instantly elevates him to $80 million a year guaranteed.
Right.
Like I think the number is pretty close. I think they kind of
top money's what, 60?
55 to 60,
55 to
depending
60.
on who it is.
That's top money.
Yeah.
He can reset that money, right?
Plausibly.
Yeah.
Plausibly, but also remember that he's not a quote-unquote free agent, right? So it doesn't behoove the 49ers to reset the market. Like the Dak situation, he was set to be a free agent, and if you franchise him, then you have to have all that cash guaranteed up front, and it hits your books immediately. So there's some reasoning why Dallas did what they did. I'm looking at it from the Niner perspective. You don't necessarily, again, they could, but you don't necessarily have to give him top of the market, because you could play hardball. But if I'm in Purdy's camp, I'm like, well, there's no way I'm showing up to training camp. And I just don't think that both parties, after everything we went through with Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa, to me, it behooves all people to just get a deal done at the beginning of the new, I think the calendar year starts March 1. It just behooves them to get it done right away. And I think they're going to.
And they probably will. They probably will. I think with the Ayuk situation, I think there was, if I'm reading through the lines, reading between the lines here, and I know, Bloodman, we're going to break. I know. I think the Niners were unsure what to do with Brandon Ayuk around the NFL draft.
Interesting.
I think there was some confliction there within that building. Do we trade him? Do we pay him? Do we trade him? Do we pay him? And then obviously Debo Samuel was part of those talks as well. We can't slip on that. That around the NFL draft, Lynch is taking calls on both these guys. So I think there was some confliction there on what to do with Ayuk, and to a lesser degree, what to do with Debo Samuel. And they ended up drafting Ricky Pearsall, who looks like he could be a player here. That catch and roll was very impressive. This guy could be a player. 2 big catches on the final drive. But I think they have to eliminate that indecision early when it comes to Brock Purdy. You know he's your guy. The owners already came out and said, you're going to reset the market with him. So, yeah, deal's going to get done. Honestly, I'm not losing sleep over whether or not they're going to pay Purdy on time. He's going to get his money. And he was going to get it no matter what, whether Lenoir signed an extension or not. Purdy's in line to get a contract extension. I think we can all agree there on that one here. So let's break. 6:42. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddies and Renzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habba's Law. You've been wrong. Habba's Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habbaslaw.com. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Is there anybody out there who think the Niners acted prematurely and giving to Almador Lenoir a contract extension? 5 years, $92 million. I haven't seen one complaint about it. I'm not complaining about it. I think it's a very good deal. Now, what's the guarantees? We've yet to see that. But more on Almador Lenoir and the 49ers getting ready for the Seahawks. 888-957-9570 is the number. Would love to hear from you here on The Roast.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yee!
Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Lenoir signs a 5-year, $92 million deal. I can't think of the last cornerback who was homegrown who got this type of money from the 49ers. Since Ronnie and, I mean, the Hollins. Eric Wright. I mean, good Lord, this is big time. They didn't even sign Lenoir. They gave Lenoir a nice little extension when he was here with the 49ers as a slot corner, and he was really good, but he didn't get this type of money. I mean, this is superstar money for Diamond Lenoir, and is he worth the cash? I think he's played like it. He plays inside. He plays outside. He has great feet. He tackles well. He knows how to blitz. He has good hands. And he has a swagger that you need to be a top corner in this league. And this came on. This guy was a 5th-round pick. Another feather in the hat for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. A 5th-round pick coming up with a 5-year, $92 million deal. Diamond Lenoir.
And you referenced earlier Renardo Green. Renardo Green, again, take it with a grain of salt. Because there are times where I don't think the PFF grades, are really, truly reflective of how great or how bad someone is. But Renardo Green is ranked individually as the 3rd best cornerback in football this year in terms of the ratings. Now, he hasn't played the amount of snaps that some of the other great players are playing. He's not playing against the best players at all the time. Like they're giving him favorable matchups. That being said, he is ranked in terms of rating the 3rd best. So now you have Renardo Green and you have Diamond Lenoir to be able to build that secondary with. It feels like you got Jair Brown for, for a while. And we'll see what Malik Mustafa can bring to the table. I've been very, very impressed with him. I feel like he's gotten a little better every week. So you're looking at the secondary and you're saying, like, could this be the no-fly zone?
It might be. I mean, they're in a good spot here. You got the pillar and Nick Bosa down on the defensive line. You have Fred Warner in the middle. Now you get Lenoir, you get Tig Brown, who's playing better, and Malik Mustafa. Malik Mustafa last week was just making so many hits. I mean, when he comes in and tackles, it's like, wow, who's this guy? Number 6. This is coming in like a missile. Malik Mustafa's playing well. Now, I know everybody has concerns about his body holding up, but you know what? Until that happens, let's just pray for good health, and he'll play well. And so he's playing well. He's learning on the fly here. Renardo Green out of Florida State, to drop in the draft the way he did. And that Florida State team, it kind of ticks me off when I look at Florida State this season.
Why does it tick you off?
Because Jordan Travis got hurt in a random Jacksonville. Who were they playing? Jacksonville State when his leg basically broke and it ruined the season. I really thought they had a chance to win the national championship with that defense.
I mean, look at you talk about Green. The kid Verse for the Rams has been spectacular.
What about Fisk, his teammate, who's on the same defensive line with Florida State? We haven't even looked at Tatum Bethune yet. He's going to get a crack at it.
I like him.
Keon Coleman's playing well in Buffalo. I know he's hurt right now, but he was starting to come on with Josh Allen. So it's a lot there was a lot to like on that Florida State team. But Renardo Green and Diamond Lenoir, and you've been able to kind of move on from Avery Thomas. That width has not bothered you. It has not impacted the team whatsoever. So Isaac Yadam, like you said, and then Charvarius Ward. This is why I'm glad they didn't trade Charvarius Ward. They're going to need Ward this season. They're going to need him once he gets back and he gets his mentals okay and he gets his mentals right. They're going to need Ward at corner.
It sounds like for this weekend, DK Metcalf is going to play. They're also getting their right tackle back, Abe Lucas, who was a rookie last year, who was very good, and they've missed him for a long time, the Seahawks. And so this is a big one for the Niners. I know this is like, we're sleepwalking. It's Seahawks. It doesn't mean what it used to. Niners have won 6 in a row against them. You can end their season.
Yes, this is a huge game. It's a divisional game. You want to continue. You want to get this momentum rolling. You want to win 3 in a row. And this is where the Niners have kind of put their foot on the gas pedal over the last few years under Kyle Shanahan. Now, they've got to clean a lot of things up from last week. You have to finish drives. You're 18-38 in the red zone. You need to get in the end zone and score touchdowns instead of settling for 3. There's no doubt. Where's McCaffrey going to be this week after having a week of playing all those snaps and then coming back where Shanahan said, I don't care. He's on the field. I'm going to play him. Where's Jordan Mason at? Where's Isaac Orindo at? Will they be able to tote the rock and spell Christian McCaffrey at times here? But there's no doubt it's a huge game. You could end Seattle season. You're right. You could eliminate them from the race and make them fight with the Rams from the basement and just focus in on Arizona here. So there's no doubt you can't have a letdown. You have to protect your home turf. You're losing too many home games this year. I'm sorry. Losing to Arizona at home, that's not good.
This is a big weekend. Noreen's going to the game.
Wow, you're taking Noreen?
Well, my mom hits me up about 2 months ago and goes, me and my friend Connie want to go to the game. And I'm like, okay, well, can I get some tickets from you? Of course you can have some tickets. I'll get you some tickets. So I gave her my tickets. I'm driving my mom on down to the game, going to pick up Connie, and I'm their driver. I'm their designated driver, and I'm going to use the media credential, and I'm going to be, bouncing around.
Not going to sit with mom the entire game?
I figure I'll hang out for a little while, but I don't want to lord over her and her friend. I want them to have a good time, So Noreen's going. She loves going to the Niner games.
I'm happy Noreen's going.
Yeah.
So they got to win for Noreen.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have to win for Noreen.
I'm contemplating bringing LJ and just walking around with him, but I don't think Michelle's going to allow me to do that without her.
Why?
I don't know, because it's just...
And it's like, yo, get Chaz out of here. I want a break.
Well, we're going to take LJ to get his first haircut today.
Oh.
Besides, he's got either we just let it go wild and we don't worry, which I know a lot of people do, but his has grown so thick on the bottom. He's got the Homer Simpson.
How old is he?
What?
He's not even 1 year old.
Yeah, but he's got long hair. Like my brother's kid has no hair.
Let it go.
Just a little trim.
No.
Just a little trim. He's got his birthday coming up.
This is the beautiful thing about it being a kid. Let the hair just flow. Yeah. Let the hair just flow for the first couple years. I love when guys had their sons and
it's a rite of passage.
Kids. No, there's
Daddy and his son gonna go get a little cut.
Well, I feel like the first haircut's a big deal. You know, that's an emotional step for a parent, and then get the cut and then let it flow.
It's not that it's not a big deal. The first haircut. It's just that the first haircut's coming before he's 1 year old.
He's got a lot of hair.
Let it go like 3 years.
Look, my brother's kid is 16 or 17 months, Andrew, the youngest one. And he's got no hair. I mean, he is bald except for like one little strip at the top, right? So, poor Bud, his kid doesn't have a lot of hair up there. My little guy's got a full head of hair. I mean, it is so thick at the bottom.
I have a question.
It's a mullet.
Gotta let it get to my length.
I have a question.
What's that?
When is it appropriate to take your son for his first haircut? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4?
Great question.
Is it 1?
I don't know.
So I know a lot of dudes who wait until they're 3, let the hair just bang. Let it bang. That's the beauty of the baby hair. Like when I was a baby, my mom was like, oh, you had the Krusty the Clown look. My hair was growing on the sides, wasn't really growing on the top, but she just let it go.
Well, just a couple trims. It's just a little over the ear, on the back. Like it's mullety. I'm talking like thick,
you
like
gotta
a
let
bush.
It go. That's the beauty of it.
Well,
let it grow.
Look,
you get the baby pictures like, look at your hair.
Cleaning
you
it
don't need
up.
to be a clean-cut kid before 1.
Well,
925. We waited until our son was 2.5 years old to get his first cut.
Wow.
He rocked a mullet until then, would do the same again. That's from the franchise on the Comcast Business text line.
Okay.
I love this on a poll. Well, too bad we don't have chat because we can't put the poll on the YouTube.
Do a Twitter poll.
Yeah, sure. We'll do
just put the chat back up. What are we doing? I mean, Jesus. Come on, dude. Everything going on. We're worried about the chat. Keep going.
Yeah, so I want to know. Like, if I had a son, I'd wait till he's at least 3.
Yeah, but you've got good curly hair. We've got the mullety straight hair, and then it's thick. I mean, I'm telling you, it is like. I mean, he looks like an old man.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't look like an old man. He looks like he's a baby.
Just a couple little snips. He'll be fine.
Baby. Age appropriate. First haircut. I would love to hear that. 888-957-9570. I guess it does depend. But good for LJ, man, getting a cut. He's going to probably see my boy Cash is texting. What up, Cash?
What is he saying?
Both my sons got their first cut at 2 years old. 2 years old. They waited until they were 2.
Okay.
Missy, I think you're jumping the gun. I'm telling Michelle, man. Hey, Michelle, we could let this rock for a little bit. I mean, just comb it back a little bit.
Over the ear.
That's the beauty of it. Like when Baby Chaz's hair finally started growing over the ear, we're like, look how cool this is.
She's also a girl.
Yeah, but it still was cool. So 415, we took my son when he was 4 years old.
4.
His hair was down to, where's his son? He's taking his son, taking his son to mid back. Would have let it grow longer, but he wouldn't let us watch it.
That's a lot of combing every day. I mean,
I had 3 boys, and they all waited until they were 1.5 and 2.
Yeah.
The baby bullet flowing out of a Tyler baseball cap is a great look, Shasky. It is a great look.
It is, but he sweats like crazy at night.
Oh, my
We
God.
just put in a fan in his room.
Oh, my
Rocco
God.
came over and installed it.
Let me see. You're taking the kid to a job interview, Shasky?
Oh, we're just cleaning it, just a couple of little snips. It's not that big of a deal. We'll have Miss Rachel on the phone. He'll sit down, Daddy and him. We're just going to have a good time. Go see my boy Cream.
See, even Rocco's hit me up. Rocco's hit me. He's like, let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow.
Let it flow.
Let it flow.
Let it flow.
Let it flow.
Hair
man.
never bothered me anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let LJ hair flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Cancel the haircut and let it flow. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Does anybody hate the Seahawks anymore? Is this not the rivalry that it was? Like, they beat them up on Thursday Night Football, and it felt good to shut up the 12s. But there were so many Niner fans up there. So many Niner fans.
I watched a video maybe 3 weeks ago that I sent to the group chat. You know those TikTok videos? It was like interviewing a bunch of Seattle fans, and it was at a Seattle game. This is the Seahawks fans. I want to make sure I'm clear here. And the guy, who's the biggest rival? And every one of them, the Niners, the Niners, the Niners. We hate the Niners. And I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, this kind of reminds me of the Niners with the Chiefs, where the Niners think that the Chiefs are their rival, yet the Chiefs do not view the Niners as their rival. And at one point in time, if you would have asked a ton of Niner fans, they would have said, oh, yeah, I hate the Seahawks the most. And it's a moving target. It's always going to change.
Yeah.
I just don't feel the hatred. And I think it's baked into the fact, not only have they won 6 in a row, I think it's the Geno factor.
Geno is, he's not their long.
Russ.
He's not Russ. They don't have that villain anymore.
No,
No, they used to have Michael Bennett, Pete Carroll, of course, and Russell Wilson and Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor, Earl, what's my guy's name? Earl Thomas. Who's their villain? Is DK a villain, or do you like DK?
I like DK.
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, like DK, you don't hate him?
Well, you're also forgetting the guy that just haunted Niner fans, Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner is an all-time player.
They don't have anybody like that.
No. He's actually playing good for Washington.
Who do they, like they don't have a villain.
It just doesn't hit. And I don't even know, like, if you were to ask me, hey, Shasky, if you were to ask the fan base, what's the number one rival currently to the Niners? I don't even know if most people would say the Cowboys. I don't even think the Chiefs.
Think they say Philly?
I feel like that's dissipated a little.
Yeah, and they're not going to play in the regular season.
You know, like at one point we would all say the New York Giants, right? Like in the 80s. Maybe even at the beginning of the Harbaugh era. The Saints were a big rival for a long time. I just, right now, I feel like our biggest rival, and this is going to sound controversial, other Niner fans. What? We love to just argue, like, are you in on Shanahan or out? Are you in on Purdy or are you out? Do you like Debo or are you out? Do you like Bosa or are you out? Like, we just want to fight amongst each other. Our biggest rival is, whoever you don't like on the team, you going at that fan base, that group of fans that like that guy. It's like we're like a team divided.
Is that where we're at in sports?
Yeah, well, our number one enemy is the Civil War.
Fans still? Because it feels like there's content creators, there's beat writers, there's bloggers, there's analysts, there's guys funking left and right. Niners Twitter's a disaster. It looks like it's just everybody's going at each other. So you might be right that the biggest rivalry might be within the old damn fan base. And at times, I'm not going to lie, it's not all Niner fans, because when I go to the Niner games, Niner games are fun, and everybody's united. Everybody's rooting for the same thing. But when I get on this station and I look online, it's a different ball game. So I don't think that's real life. I think what's happening on X and what's happening on Facebook and what's happening on Sports Talk Radio and YouTube and people fighting with each other and bitching and moaning about God knows what. I've been really disappointed with that segment of the fans.
Well, a part
thinking like how spoiled you are. Go ahead.
A part of me wishes, and this is, listen to what I'm saying. A part of me wishes we can go back to a simpler time. And what I mean by that is when teams start losing, we separate the real from the fake.
Yep.
And like, look, I'd never want to lose. That's not what I'm saying. But in terms of the simplicity of, are you a Niner fan? Yes or no? I miss that. And now it's, do you like Shanahan? Should Shanahan go? Do you like Purdy? No, Purdy's weak. He shouldn't get paid. Like, we're arguing about the dumbest of dumb. I liked it when we were just like, can we just be relevant? I want to go back to the playoffs. Like, right now we're about to play Seattle. You know what people are going to do if we beat Seattle? We're going to grade it on a curve. We're going to come in the next day, and people are like, yeah, but...
It's like college football.
Brock Purdy did throw a couple interceptable passes. Yeah, but Kyle and the clock management. Yeah, but you know what? The special teams... And look, don't get me wrong. All these things bother me too. But like... It's so over the top. I can't even. It used to be the Niners win. I was thrilled all week. Now it's like the Niners didn't win the way I wanted them to. I'm angry. It's like, really?
That's
what we become?
No, well,
spoiled?
Well, no. When you think about the Warriors, and you were saying, I want to see them in a close game. I want to see them in a close game. Deal with adversity. Deal with resiliency. And we've seen them in a couple close games now, and they've won them. And a lot of people are happy as hell about the Warriors. And, man, where could this thing go? Well, it's early, and they've caught some breaks here against opposing teams, not being at full strength. But, hey, you got to do what you got to do, and you got to stack wins, and that's what the Warriors are doing. So I'm not going to complain about that. But what I'm saying here is that we want to see them go through tough games. Well, same thing with the 49ers. They just went through a tough game in Tampa Bay. You have to deal with adversity. Your kicker's not making kicks. You're down in the fourth quarter. It's 90 degrees. Tampa Bay has you wearing red jerseys. It's hot. People are cramping. Pulse is hurt. Guys are limping all over the place. And they dealt with adversity. They dealt with the resiliency. They went out there and got a win with Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall leading the way on the final drive alongside Brock Purdy, and they got the win. And yet people are bitching about it about how it looked. Even though Tampa Bay's beaten up on Philadelphia, they beat the Lions in Detroit. They beat the Lions in Detroit, folks. All right, in case you're wondering, Tampa Bay beat the Lions in Detroit. All right? They've lost a heartbreaker to Atlanta twice. Twice, heartbreakers. So that's not a bad football team, but they were shorthanded. They're a well-coached team, even though Bowles makes some decisions that makes me scratch my head. But people are bitching up, moaning about the way the Niners are winning, and I don't get it. Don't we like turbulence? Don't we like the ups and downs of a game, of a journey or whatnot? The Niners are 5-4. They control their destiny once again in the NFC West. All they have to do is handle their business and just win football games.
You were talking about like...
We're spoiled as
No,
fan base,
I don't even think... You know what
really,
I think it is?
I've been really disappointed with the fan base.
You know what it
season.
is? I've diagnosed it. I'm telling you, the YouTube and sports talk radio and internet fans, okay, and I'm blanketing them, and I know there are a lot of good ones. All right, they're spoiled, and they're looking for things to nitpick and get angry about. All right. At the end of the day, when the team wins and you go to the game and you're bouncing coming out of the stadium, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that authenticity, all right? And I do believe that when the team started winning, a lot of people started cutting out angles of how they could be the biggest hater, and it's been, wildly successful for a lot of people. And my thing is like, hey, yo, when I'm spending top dollar to go to these games, and I'm taking my mom on Sunday, for example, you know what I want to see? A freaking win. And yeah, if the kicker misses 3 kicks, it's going to tick me off. But if he makes the last one and we win, and we walk out of there with a W, and we beat the Seahawks for the 7th straight time, and we go on a 3-game winning streak, and we essentially put the nail in the coffin on the Seahawks, you know what I'm going to be doing? Strutting back to my car as I caravan home a couple of drunk ladies. Like that, and I'm going to be happy, and my week is going to be made. I feel like, and again, I'm guilty of this at times, because trust me, I did it with Jimmy G, but my goodness, this team brings me a lot of joy, and I want to see them get back into the playoffs, win the division, and it starts by winning on Sunday.
You bring up Jimmy G, I think that's maybe where it started. You bring up Jimmy Garoppolo. That's maybe where it started on Sunday Night Football, when we took a call on the post-game show overtime after the Niners beat Green Bay. I think it was like 37-8. They beat the hell out of Green Bay.
They did. They destroyed them.
And a caller came in complaining about the ball placement of Jimmy Garoppolo and this and that and how this and I'm like, dude, they're 8-1. They're rolling. They're rolling right now. And in the Minnesota game, we know the infamous Minnesota game. I'm like, dude, I'm not complaining over how a playoff win looks. Playoffs are going to be ugly. Brock Purdy just had an ugly playoff win against Green Bay, but you know what? It's a win. It was an ugly win against Detroit, but it's a damn win. So I personally don't get it. I don't get what's happening with the sports fan. It's the new age sports fan where we start nitpicking ways like it's the BCS. Like you don't need to blow teams out like Ohio State back in the day needing to blow out Youngstown State 62-7 to make sure it looks good. Or Nebraska running up to score the old Big 8 against teams like Iowa State or Kansas to stay at number one and say, hey, look at us. We're the highest ever scored team. No, you don't need to do that in the NFL. You watch these games. The Rams just lost on Monday night. I came in Monday saying last weekend was nasty for a lot of teams.
A lot of teams.
Minnesota won 12-7. All right? Detroit threw 5 picks and had to some way, somehow won a football game. Who else lost?
10 days prior, it was Baltimore-Cleveland.
Baltimore-Cleveland.
Remember, Cleveland beat Baltimore.
Cleveland beat Baltimore.
Which is insane.
Cleveland beat Baltimore.
With Jameis.
You know, so last week it was an ugly week. And it was one of those weeks where it's like, if you don't win, you're going to separate yourself from the pack in the wrong direction. And so you get Kansas City surviving against Denver. You get New Orleans. Who had New Orleans beating Atlanta?
Not me.
You know, I certainly did.
I thought their season was over.
I didn't have Chicago losing to New England at home 19-3.
No, and then blowing out their staff.
Right. So Arizona blowing out the Jets, and the Rams losing on Monday night to the Miami Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa. I'm not nitpicking on wins anymore. Just win and survive and stay in the race. So but I don't know why it had to be about style points with this Shedhead crew.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Bonte, Bay Area, the audience. What did you learn? Now that we've had some days, and I know we've been talking a lot of Warriors and Klay and everything, we've now had a moment to digest the win, okay? The Niners versus Tampa Bay. What did we learn? What have we learned about this year's team?
I learned that they have resiliency. That's what I keep learning about this team. That they can fight through adversity. That's what Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, and you get De'Armond Lenoir now, and you got Brock Purdy, and you got George Kittle, and Debo Samuel, and Ricky Pierce. I learned that this group, just like last year's group, and the group before, and the group before the last 5 years under Kyle Shanahan, they can deal with adversity. That was an adverse situation in the regular season this team has faced in many years. Having your kicker miss 3 kicks.
And
Shanahan going crazy in the fourth quarter, about to break the tablet. It's hot. You need a defense to stop. Hell, Tampa Bay could have won the game. Brady said, now you're inside this area. Now you're thinking win the game. And you're able to hold them to a field goal. What I learned is that this team is tough as nails. They're resilient. With everything they've gone through this season, Shasky, with the Ayuk situation, with the Trent situation, with the Ricky Pearsall situation, with the McCaffrey situation, with the Javon Hargrave situation, with the Talanoa Hufanga situation, with the Drake Greenlaw situation, with the Nick Sorensen situation, with the special teams situation. I could go on and on and on. This team is as adverse as the team was a season ago, and it looks a little different. But they're tough as nails, man. That was a tough win on Sunday.
I have different observations. I would like to get into them. And I want to hear from the Niner fans out there. Like, this is the time. Like, we're playing the Seahawks. It's November. It's the middle. You could feel the cold. This is a moment to get a win against an NFC and NFC West opponent, end their season. Like, you are ending their season. It's over for them if you win on Sunday.
888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California. for everything. That's why I'm the king.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts.
Yay!
Yay! Follow your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors, stations and radio shows like Stardy and Goo. Catch amazing interviews you missed. Like when Tim Roy joined Willard and Gibbs yesterday for a fun conversation about what happened at Klay Day. Boy, that was a lot of fun, man. That was a lot of fun, and the ratings were through the roof for Klay Day as the Warriors beat the Mavericks, and it was the best-case scenario for everybody. Klay played great. Steph played better. Somebody say, or Klay played good. Steph played great. Warriors win. They're 9-2. Dallas 5-6. A win-win for everybody there as everybody received captain hats. And Shasky, I don't know if you saw this.
Lucky us.
As we get back in the Niners in just a second, but the Captain Klay hats were going on sale on eBay.
I know. I brought that up, and people were selling them literally as the game was going on.
Oh, it was as the game was going on?
I saw multiple people post it on X while the game was going on. Hey, $180, captain hat already on sale. And I'm thinking to myself, did you go to the game and then immediately put it on eBay? Or did you go to the game, grab the hat, or somehow get the hat and go home and put it on eBay?
I got to look this up now. Captain Klay.
I think they were going for about $180.
Oh, see, Captain Klay.
It just boggles my mind that someone would actually pay $180 for a hat in general, but let alone that hat. Like, I mean, they're cool hats, but $180? Like, come on.
Bobblehead stuff goes for a lot.
162, 150, 180, 100.
See, I'll have the bobbleheads too. I don't even know if I'd do that.
100, 103, 122, 151. I see one 237.
I mean, what are we doing? Was that touched by Klay?
140, 209, 250, 285.
If you spent $285, but then you see that $100 one, you're gonna feel very silly.
You should have just went to the game.
No doubt.
All right? You should have just spent the $100.
Well, I guess if you sell the hat, you can make the money back from the ticket, I guess.
Yeah. How much would you pay for it, Lovin?
Probably 5 cents, maybe. I'm not buying a hat that was a free giveaway. That's just me, though.
49ers. What do you think about the Seahawks, folks? 888-957-9570. Niners were, last time I checked, was 7-point favorites. 7-point favorites in the game. Right now, let me go NFL, because we have a good one tonight. Wow, why is that popping up here? NFL, upcoming. Oh, Niners, 6.5-point favorites against Seattle. The Seattle was 4-5 after losing a devastating game to the Rams at home in overtime. They've had a bye week, however. They've had a bye week, and DK will be back. Jackson Smith and Jigba is starting to make his imprint felt on this offense. Kenneth Walker III, I'm beginning to think is going to play here, and he's a problem too.
Their right tackle's back.
Right tackle's back. So Abe Lucas and the Niners had trouble slowing down the Tampa Bay run game. So I think this, you can't get too comfortable after that win last week.
So the question is very simple. Did you learn anything from the Tampa Bay game? And I asked you, and I think the point about adversity is well taken. They are definitely a team that can fight and fight through things. The competitive level of this team is through the roof. And everybody saw the Debo thing as a bad thing. I took the silver lining out of it. Debo really cares about winning. And yeah, would I rather him not do that as a teammate? Probably. But there is a time and a place for an explosion. I'm a big believer in that.
Not mad at that.
Yeah, if you've been married a long time, you know that every now and then one of you has to explode a little. It's just good to let some of that steam off. It's, I believe, healthy. I learned about the 49ers that they really need Christian McCaffrey in the worst way to find a way to continue to just be out there week after week after week. And simultaneously, I learned again and was reminded again that this team needs to be offensive driven. Brock Purdy is going to have to carry this team with the offense, and Kyle Shanahan with the offense. They are moving the ball left and right this year. They're out gaining opponents every single week. Where they're coming up short is in the red zone. They have a lot of red zone trips. They're just, we're talking about one extra touchdown a game. That's really all it comes down to. And that's why I go back to CMC. I do think having CMC out there healthy the rest of the way will make them that one touchdown better every single game. If I just gave them 4 extra points in every game, how does each game play out? better.
No doubt. You get a couple blowouts here, get the rest of your guys maybe a little bit, just have some easy games. But look, when you're the 49ers, you've been dominating the NFC for the last 5 years, you're going to get everybody's best shot. This is the NFL. It's not a league of weak men. These teams are good. There's a lot of parity. But it also is up for grabs this season. And the Niners know that, and the league knows it. And so with McCaffrey being back, and look, they weren't able to rectify their red zone woes last week against Tampa Bay. That's something that's going to be an ongoing issue, to your point. 18 of 38 in the red zone. You're a bottom 5 team when it comes to red zone efficiency. Well, last year, by far and away, you're one of the best teams in the league when it came to red zone efficiency. It was Baltimore, San Francisco, and everybody else. This year, you struggled in that department, so there's no doubt they got to get more touchdowns. And I think maybe with Juwan Jennings and the way he's playing, and the way Ricky Pearsall can run routes, because I saw the route running last week, and I said, wow, this is – Greg Cosell was on it. Because the first game I saw Pearsall against Kansas City, I didn't see it. I really didn't from the press. I was like, wow, he's getting rerouted. I don't know.
I thought maybe it was underwhelming.
Maybe I was too hard on him.
No, I thought it was
Greg
underwhelming.
Cosell came back and was like, I actually like what I saw. And then we get to Tampa Bay, and I'm saying to myself, oh, yeah, I like what I saw in that game. And so moving forward in the red zone, you've been talking about this, pick plays, maybe more rub routes or whatnot. Getting Kittle or Juwan Jennings isolated in one-on-one situations with their big bodies, or if you get Ricky Pearsall, who has great short area quickness and can get off a bump at the line of scrimmage, you have to utilize these guys in the red zone and make them touchdown makers. Make them touchdown makers. And they can do it. Or you could also use Purdy's legs. If we need to do some quarterback draws, we want to get him out there on the perimeter and he can run. And I know, hey, man, we don't want the quarterback hurt. Purdy's been moving his legs and he's been moving around very well. Maybe you got to use his legs a little more in the red area because he does have that quickness to get out there to the end zone to put that ball out there in front like Mahomes does. So you got to do something philosophically a little different here in the red zone this year because they're all over Christian McCaffrey too. You saw that last week in the Tampa Bay. They're all over Christian McCaffrey. So you got to be, you know what it is? It's quite simple. When we look at the Warriors' offense, it's unpredictable because if it's not Steph, you see Buddy, you see Wiggins, or you see JK, you see Draymond. It's become unpredictable offensively to go to say Warriors.
Balanced.
The Niners have become too predictable inside the red area.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. And Ricky Pearsall, he was awesome on Sunday. It's just awesome. They're going to point to the touchdown, but I thought he made a lot of really nice plays. 2 on the final drive in particular.
That was a huge catch on the final drive.
And the one where he was breaking and Purdy's already throwing it before he even breaks. I mean, to have that level of trust.
Well, I was just going to say that. He's already trusted Pearsall.
But this is why Purdy is a stud, you know? And look, I know every loss and every interception is an indictment on if Purdy's good or not. The guy's good. If you don't think he's good, no one is saying he's the greatest player to ever play the position. He's freaking good. Yep. If you can't see that he's freaking good, well, then I apologize for you. You clearly aren't, well-versed in football, and you're entitled to having an opinion, but the guy's put up a body of work that's pretty comprehensive at this point. And when he's got guys around that can make some plays, yeah, you're going to win a lot of games. You're going to win a lot of games. Can he win the ultimate one? I don't know. There's a lot of guys that would love to be in Brock Purdy's shoes, winning a lot of games. And the question is, can you win the big one? Yep. We're asking this morning about Caleb Williams, for example. Is he even good? Let alone, can he win a big one? And he's a rookie, right? I mean, come on. He's 10 weeks in with Eberflus. So we'll see.
This is why, though, I was skeptical. Remember, I went crazy because I was like, why are we bringing up Mahomes in the same sentence as Caleb Williams? Just let Caleb be Caleb. There's going to be some growing pains. And you play him right away in that city under Shane Waldron. Now, there's also Bear players who were saying maybe we should play the backup. Maybe it's coming straight from DJ Moore. I don't know. But we got to let Caleb be Caleb, to my point. This is why I get really weird about this these days. It's like, man, Mahomes is great. Remember that? Caleb was getting compared to Patrick Mahomes out of nowhere. And I get it. It looks the same, but they were doing it to Dominic Raiola in Nebraska. He's a true freshman.
Well, that was completely different. And Caleb was the clear-cut best player in the country for 2 straight years. He's the best player,
but you're comparing him to the best player in the NFL.
No, I know, but that's what we do. Right?
And not only the best player in the NFL, people already think he's the greatest quarterback in NFL history.
Well, Mahomes is.
Then we're comparing Caleb to the greatest quarterback in history.
He throws his mannerisms in terms of how he tries to play the game. You could see shades of it. I mean, it's like when people get compared to Steph Curry. It's a fool's errand, right?
Yeah,
or LeBron James or Michael Jordan. Those are fool's errands. But mannerisms are different than like that guy is going to be that guy. I separate the two. Like, right, you saw Mike Tomlin got interviewed this week. I don't know if you were watching it, but they were like, wow, Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson.
Oh,
He's
no,
like,
he goes, wait a minute. Mr. Jackson's in a whole different conversation.
Exactly.
MVPs.
You could
Mr.
be
Jackson's
optimistic
different.
about Daniels and not call him Lamar Jackson. But at the same time, I see what people are trying to go for in terms of the resemblance. I just think it's an unfair comp.
I thought it was unfair in the real time at USC. It was like, wait a minute. Mahomes is one of one. Yeah, he's got some mannerisms. Sure, why not? But Caleb needs to start learning how to take his checkdowns, dude. You can't hold on to the ball and try to hit a home run every single play. That's what I'm seeing on film from him. He's holding on to the ball, and now he's looking at the rush. The rush is, I think he got sacked. How many times last week? 9?
Well, I just said that.
6, 7, 9 times? He was getting hit left and right. He had no time to throw, and all of a sudden you're focusing on the rush instead of where you should be throwing the football at. So Keenan Allen says something there. And that give Shanahan credit. One thing we know about Kyle Shanahan is he's not soft on his team. He will berate you if you don't do if you're not doing the right assignments, if you're kind of off schedule here with this and that, and he will get into you. And he will let you know about it if you're not playing up to his standard. The big takeaway with Shea Waldron getting fired in Chicago is Keenan Allen came out and said yesterday, yeah, he was just a little too soft on us. You got to hold people accountable when it's time to hold people accountable. That's what the Shanahan does. And he's held his team accountable, and they're back on board here. This is a big game on Sunday against Seattle. There's no doubt. Huge game Sunday in Seattle because you want to keep rolling before you go on this 2-game road trip to Green Bay and Buffalo. It's going to be dandies. But Shanahan is hard on these guys. And they're Ricky Pearsall and Debo and all these guys, they play hard for Shetty. That's one thing. It's one thing. We keep saying this. I keep saying this. As much as people want Shanahan out of here and say he's a high-level loser and he's not a head coach, you saw the video on Twitter where somebody's filming him on the sideline to himself and saying he's not it was like, he's not a head coach. Look at him. He's just in the tablet. Look at him.
Okay. No, I didn't. So explain this to me.
You didn't see the video?
No.
Oh, I know you saw this video.
No, I've been kind of off Twitter.
Somebody posted this on. They were at the game in Tampa Bay,
or
just
X
filming Shanahan on the sideline.
So they were in the stands.
In the stands, filming Shanahan on his tablet.
As a fan.
For about 90 seconds saying, look at him. He's not a coach. He's not talking to anybody. He's not talking to players. He's in his iPad, blah, 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 blah. But that's not even the point. I don't even give a damn about that.
We isolated Shanahan from a video.
This is what they do.
And let me guess, the responses were that he's not a rah-rah guy?
I saw some beat writers, that's not even the point. I don't even care. I don't even want to go down that road. My point is this.
I kind of want to see it.
No, my point is this locker room, as much as we get on Shanahan and as much as people want to say he's not the guy, and he should be on the hot seat and maybe he should be fired, which is just totally ridiculous. I may add, it's ridiculous to even suggest that. He's yet to lose this locker room. In the face of adversity, again, I just highlighted all these things that's happened in the last segment here. He's yet to lose this locker room. They still play their asses off for this guy. So we're going to get maximum effort for this team from going all the way through here. Guys are playing hurt. Guys are playing beat up. Guys want to win. One thing you got to give Shanahan credit for after that Tampa Bay game, it's another thing I learned. He's yet to lose that locker room. He's got those guys.
That's a good point.
Those guys play hard for him, man.
It's a really good point, actually. I just think we underrate that. And
we do.
Especially when you've had heartbreak the way that they've had. I could see where guys see like, this is kind of the end of the road here, and not that they give up. Nobody's giving up, but, you have your own side mission. And the side mission is I need to get one more contract elsewhere, and that is a reality for a lot of teams in a lot of different sports. It doesn't seem to be the case here. And that's why like the Debo kind of losing his mind, I think lost in the sauce. Like Debo still really cares about winning. Dog, make a kick. Like it was just pretty straightforward to me. Like
just don't put your hands on him.
No,
you didn't
I
have
agree.
To do all that,
I'm not even condoning it.
And give Debo credit. Look, I don't like the fact he put his hands on Tabor Pepper.
I'm not condoning it.
But he put his hands on Tabor Pepper and just walked away. He walked away. It was like, you know what? I'm not going to. Tabor's going to pop off. I'm walking away.
In the heat of battle, sometimes teammates, you black out. You do things. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying like literally, in the words of Brady, the whole entire franchise rests in every throw, every handoff, every punt, every kick. And people's lives are literally changing with a missed field goal, with a botched snap. Literally. And so, no, I do understand the tensions being at an all-time high. I'm not saying it was right, but, like, my God, like, at least somebody cares.
Here's shit ahead. Did Debo overreact to Tabor Pepper?
Yeah, you can't throw whatever type of punch that was. You can't do that. I mean, you know, Debo, where Tabor overreacted is what I was saying is Debo wasn't saying anything bad to the kicker. And Tabor was overprotective of the kicker, which I like his intentions, but, you know, he misinterpreted it, and he got too close to Debo, which was irritating to Debo. And there was other ways he could have got him out of his face instead of the way he did. But there was nothing between Debo and Jake, and to watch him kind of graze Pepper and fall into Jake, and it just looked like that he's punching Jake because he missed a field goal, you know, that could have been avoided. I didn't mind at all what Debo said to Jake, and Jake didn't mind it either. But regardless of what happens, you don't throw a punch, and you see what happens when that happens.
So Shanahan basically said the same thing we just said. Don't throw a punch. When we get the fire, you don't want to get in people's faces. The heat of battle. It's 90 degrees out there. It's hot as hell. We're off a bye week. We're trying to get a win to turn this damn season around. I need you to make a kick, dog. I need you to lock in and make a kick. And you know what? I love Shanahan's post-game speech. He shouted out Jake Moody. If we could pull it, I'll send it to the thread.
Yeah.
But isolating Jake Moody in the post-game speech in the locker room.
Smart.
Hey, Jake, that was a testament to mental strength. You dealt with her on the fly. You made the damn kick. Nah, it didn't go down the middle, but you made the damn kick.
He said right down the middle, and I was going, I didn't think that was down the middle at all, but that's what you have to say as a coach. Bonte, again, it wasn't like he missed one kick and Debo lost his mind. They muffed a punt, okay? They've had 7 of the 9 games that they've played was horrific special teams issues, okay, as a whole, and he missed not 1, not 2, 3 field goals. This was after the 3rd one. So, like, I'm not saying that what he did was right. I'm saying, like, come on, guys. Like, that, all of that context does matter. Not just like, oh, my God, Debo's just losing his mind. Like, no, it's deeper than that. And I get the frustration. Hey, we're stalling out. We for whatever reason, we can't seem to get the ball in the end zone. Mm-hmm. And then we get an opportunity to put 3 up on the board. We can't even do that. Like, yeah, tensions are at an all-time high.
Yeah, there are. And they're going to be high this Sunday because Seattle's coming in desperate. And the Niners have beat them 6 straight times. They've owned the Seattle Seahawks over the last 3 to 4 years. Owned them under Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy's yet to lose to Seattle. Don't you think they're tired of hearing about that up there in the Pacific Northwest?
I just can't think about how one-sided this rivalry's been.
It's flipped. It's completely flipped.
Since they joined the NFC West, I mean, early on it was Seahawks and the Niners, but like they went 17 and 3 after Russell Wilson was drafted. And it feels like the Niners have dominated them now for what, 4 straight years?
6 straight times, plus a playoff win. Let's go to Joe in Sacramento. Joe.
So one-sided.
Joe in
What's up,
Sacramento. Joe? Hold on, let me pull him up here. Let me pull him up on my mouse. Can I pull it? Oh, no. Love it. Get Joe in Sac on here. There we go.
Hello.
What's up, Joe?
Hello. I'm calling to talk about the unsung hero for this team, 3rd and Juwan. If he didn't fight for those 5 extra yards at the end of that game, if he didn't jump on that fumble that Purdy threw it down on the floor that game, I mean, the guy is just balling on a minimal contract extension that we just got him on. I mean, special teams, what can we say? We've been talking about it all week,
Hey, real quick on the contract. Yes, compared to the other 2 wide receivers, it's minimal. He's actually the highest 3rd wide receiver salary in the league currently. Just to be accurate. But here's what I would say to you. He's giving you the production of, like, this is going to be his best season by far. His career total, most ever in a season catches, 56 in 2022. He's already at, the 56 targets, 35 catches. He's already at 32 catches, almost 500 yards. I mean, he's having a monster year this year, Juwan Jennings. Monster year.
Yeah, he's balling. He's going to play the X. And, I did think about Brandon Ayuk, and you hope Brandon Ayuk gets right.
What did you think?
I've just, the way they botched that situation and never got right with them, because I was excited about seeing Ayuk and Pearsall and Debo in 3 wide sets, but now I'm equally as excited to see Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and Debo Samuel 3. And the way they used the passing game last week, Purdy throws for 353. Brady called it the sneakiest 353 or the quietest 353. They used Debo as the underneath wide receiver last week. Hey, get 5 yards, get 6 yards, get 5 yards, get 6 yards. Tough to tackle. I like the way they used Debo in the pass game last week. Didn't ask him to run many routes down the football field, but try to get him just in little windows underneath within the 5 to 10 yard range and just let him make some plays.
Can I examine something though? You're alluding to Ayuk. What? Why the pivot? And I'm not saying that you've pivoted off him. I'm saying like, do you think now with a little bit of retrospect that they wanted to trade him, that they should have traded him?
Well, they botched the situation. I'll be consistent with what I said all offseason, was you made a poor decision by letting the leaguer in the trading camp.
Yeah.
Because you affected the football team, you affected Brock Purdy, you affected Brandon Ayuk. Who knows? Maybe that injury is preventable if he does go to training camp. But then again, he got hit so bad that it's probably not preventable. And football's football. You can get hurt on every single. It's very unfortunate.
I just think it's unfortunate.
But they botched the situation and how they navigated. Like, if you're going to make a decision on him, just move on. Just move on. And it lingered so damn long. And I get it. You want to keep premier players. Now, I didn't bite him in the ass. They did the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I wasn't a fan with the way they handled the Jimmy Garoppolo situation. Now it worked out because Trey Lance got hurt in week 2 and you had Jimmy right then and there. But man, it just didn't sit well with me.
Yeah.
Didn't sit with it. Maybe it's not knowing your own talent.
Well, knowing what we know now, like Juwan could take on bigger load. I don't know if they thought that he could at the time. I don't know. I mean, I know they gave him, a decent extension.
Right.
Maybe they were gonna like slow play, Pearsall.
Maybe.
Now he's forced into action. And I'm looking at him like, God, he looks really good.
Or if Pearsall was available for training camp, maybe Brandon Ayuk would have been in Pittsburgh.
Oh, see, okay. Huh.
Because Pearsall looks like a player. But you can't bet on a rookie wide receiver when he's not on the field at training camp.
Yeah,
you can't go into week 1 without Brandon Ayuk. So I'm not saying I regret the deal because I hope Brandon Ayuk gets back. And now if he gets back and he's able to go, now you got Ayuk and Pearsall. These are 2 damn good route runners here. Wow.
Well, they're going to have to overcome not only, his loss on the field, the contract. Next year it's going to be probably a chunk of whatever training camp, and who knows how long it bleeds into the season. He's got a really bad knee injury.
Bad.
And I feel horrible for him. And they've sunk a lot of money into him, and so they need him to come back and be 100%. They cannot mess this up where they rush him back and then he re-injures that leg. I mean, as of last week, he had said that he still hadn't gotten the surgery, right? The swelling
swelling's still up, so he'll get it done. He'll get it done at some point. He'll get
just
right.
Horrible.
But moving forward here with this wide receiver core, Pearsall making those big plays on the final drive is a massive development. I think we've underrated how big those catches were on the final drive. The route running to get open, to have the wherewithal to make a play on the final drive when you got to win. You're not trying to go to overtime down there in Tampa Bay. You want to get the win right before regulation and get out of there with the win. And the fact that he made 2 massive catches on that final drive.
And the big touchdown play earlier.
And then you get the big play from Juwan Jennings on the final drive where he has the wherewithal to not go out of bounds, to pick up 5 to 10 extra yards, knowing that his field goal kicker is struggling. So let's make this field goal as easy as possible for Jake Moody. And you have George Kittle and you have Debo underneath with Christian McCaffrey. Now I think you can start to get back to the offense you had a season ago. I think this is a massive development with Ricky Pearsall. You got something here. You got something with this guy. And then, not to mention, sprinkle in some Jacob Cowing here and there. And now you got a dynamic offense that looks a little quicker than last year. You're athletic, and there's not much of a drop-off. You got to score touchdowns. But what I'm seeing here moving forward, and that development last week of Pearsall balling in Tampa Bay, I think is a great, great, great development for the 49ers.
I didn't think he would contribute much at all this year. He's already, in the one game, he's already done more than, in terms of impacting winning, than what I thought. I'm talking about after getting shot. When you get shot and it goes right through you, you're inches away from dying. Yeah, I didn't think he would be a factor this year at all. And I think that was just a basic point of view. I don't think that that's some hot take. I think most people were like, damn, dude, if he's even healthy enough to come back and play. The fact that he's making a winning plays on the game-winning drive and the biggest touchdown at the time of the game. Like, yeah, like this is a shocking thing. And I thought it was really cool that the kid who went to Florida for college scored his first touchdown in Florida. I thought there was a lot of cool stuff that was happening in that game. I know we kind of got lost with all of the drama, but Pearsall is a huge development. The fact that Purdy trusts him, that's why I love Purdy. If you're open and you're going to make plays, I'm throwing to you, dude.
It was a great development for Ricky Pearsall. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy Free Friday. But I just wanted to jump on because you got to look for the positive in every day, man. I was just trying to jump on because I don't know if you all heard me mention it sometime back when I coached special teams. And, I take umbrance to what I saw on Sunday. Only because there were times on the sidelines where my coaches, I got an earful from, what kind of formation are you running? Why are your players doing this and that? And you just take all the blame when things are going bad. And you don't get too much credit when things go good. I mean, I gloated one day, man. There was one time my kick return took it back to the house, and I just was floating on air. Like I actually designed that play. Here's what I want to say, guys. With Jake Moody, Debo getting on him, saying, hey, lock it in and do this and that and do your job. Even the fans were saying, you have one job to do. Go ahead and do it. And I get that. I respect that. But here's the thing, and Chasky, you touched on it. If Debo, you did your job, guess what? He's not coming out there making field goal after field goal or field goal after field goal after field goal attempt. You'll be settling for that easy 1-point conversion, right? So what the Niners need to do is not settle for field goals. That has always plagued the Niners since the days of Alex, man, and we just gotta right that ship. I'm getting tired of seeing our kickers go out there. Guess what? Mike Kofor was a journeyman kicker until he got to the Niners. Why did he last 5 years with the Niners and nowhere else? It's because, hey, Mike, it's nice to have you on the team, but we'll call you when we need you, okay? Now let's go score touchdowns. And that's what the Niners need to start doing. I know it's easier said than done, but in all fairness, don't be too hard on Moody. Yes, he has that job to do. But you know what? Only when he absolutely has to should he be counted on. Everybody else, get in the damn red zone or end zone. That's all.
You just cut him off? What happened? I'm with you, Manny, on the Dumbarton Bridge. Score some damn touchdowns. The red zone rating, it's not pretty. It's at 47% red zone efficiency. 47%. They're not scoring touchdowns. He's right. Get in the damn end zone.
But it's crazy.
It's also on Shanahan, too, to be a little more creative in the red zone.
I agree. They are moving the ball, though.
They're second in total yards behind Baltimore.
So, like, it's just,
So, knowing that's left on the table, if they could start getting into the end zone. They're 28th right now in red zone efficiency. The only teams worse, Green Bay, the Rams, Dallas Cowboys, and the New York Giants.
Wow.
And they're behind New England. They're behind Tennessee. So they need to figure this out in a heartbeat. They need to figure this out in a hurry. Getting into that end zone here because they got teams like Buffalo coming up. You know, you got to figure this thing out. Arizona scored touchdowns in the red zone with Kyler and James Conner and Trey McBride at tight end. You got to do that. That's what's left for the offense here. Just scoring more touchdowns.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And then, I know George Kittle has got an injury, and they're kind of going day to day with him. God, they need him bad. Like
hamstring irritation.
They need him in the worst way. What exactly does that mean?
I don't know. Hamstring irritation. His hamstring is irritated.
So we have bilateral Achilles tendonitis and hamstring irritation. Wow.
Well, we also need to talk about special teams because I want to hear this from Shanahan on how hard it is to improve special teams. I want to hear this answer from Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, it's, we devote a lot of meeting time and a lot of practice time. So we don't double down on that, the time spent on it, because I feel like we do as much as we can. We have mixed a lot of guys in there. We do feel like guys have gotten better, but it only takes one mistake to cost somebody, and it only takes one person. You look at the Seattle game that we had last time, if you go back and you watch all the film, I thought that was one of our chances to have our best special teams game of the year. We caused 2 turnovers, got both of them. Only one counted, with the replay stuff. But we had 1 missed tackle on a big kick return, and then they had that second one, and you just have those 2 plays, and it can cost you a game. So I do think guys are getting better and stuff, but we got to make sure that we don't make those dumb plays where we can cause a penalty, or we can cause a turnover, and those are the things that we really got to clean up.
I was Shanahan on if they are practicing more on special teams. So they practice special teams for 3 hours or just 2 hours? Or just 30 minutes or one period.
It's like, hey, your CYO team, we're going to stay back after and we're going to run Vegas's.
No.
It's like, what are we doing? The questions, poor Shanahan. Well, you got to think like he's thinking to himself, I got all the way here. I have been studying football since I was knee-high to a grasshopper on my daddy's lap. And I'm taking questions about, are you practicing more or harder on special teams? And I'm not mad at the question. God, he's got to be thinking to himself, I got to give a stupid answer to this.
Well, how hard is it to improve special teams, Kyle Shanahan?
It's real difficult. I mean, you got the choices you got, and as guys get in right when you get comfortable with somebody, and you start out the year playing a lot of young guys, and you think they'll get better as the year goes, and then some of your vets get hurt, and now those young guys are, starters, and so that bumps other guys up, and it hurts their development when they try to do both because they needed a lot more reps, but as they get more pressure on them for offense and defense, it's tough. You got guys like, even like Jordan Mason. He was one of our best special teams players last year, and he's been our starting running back for 8 of the games until last week. So all that stuff is a trickle-down effect. You try to get practice squad guys up who you think can help, but they better, one guy gets hurt and they don't know a position, that can cost you a game too. So all that's the challenges everyone has with special teams. You also aren't going to do a bunch of live stuff and full field stuff because you might get a little bit better, but you'll hurt your team before you even started. So it's stuff you just constantly harp on, constantly talk about. We get some of the mistakes we made earlier in the year, which puts all eyes on it. And that's why each little one we do now, it only builds the pressure on those guys. But I do like how they're kind of all committed to fix it. They're all working real hard, but we got to do better.
He caught himself. He was about to say, but you got to make plays. You can't mess up. And he's like, and he stopped. Look, they haven't, this misnomer that they haven't invested in special teams. They paid George Odom to just play special teams. I know. Right? Like they drafted a punter in the 4th round. They drafted a kicker in the 3rd round. They have invested in special teams. They just haven't been buttoned up. And, here's what I would say. Because I can see, you got to fire the special teams coordinator. I mean, at what point do we blame the players?
I've been saying that all season. We don't hold players accountable enough.
Okay, early in the game.
Coaching. I was arguing about this the first month of the season. Everybody's losing their mind. I'm saying, what about the players dropping passes and missing tackles and fumbling footballs and not containing? At some point, players got to be held accountable by the fan base. I
don't love Ronnie Bell as a player, but he made a nice play to down a punt early in the game after the first drive. And I was like, great punt, Mitch. Great play by Ronnie. Okay? Now, if Ronnie lets that ball go through his hands and it goes into the end zone, what are we all saying? Both him and Wisnowski stink.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Special teams coordinator sucks.
Get him out of here. So what's going to be next? We're not talking offensive line these days. That's one thing that's happened with the 49ers.
Well, Dominic Pooney better go to the Pro Bowl.
We're not talking offensive line these days because the offensive line is actually playing well. So that's how you know they're playing well, because we don't get calls on the offensive line no more.
Well, now
we don't get credit, though. But to your point, and we're going to talk about Draymond Green a little bit later, when guys are doing well and they're playing well, we don't give them credit on this show. Like when the 49ers won at Seattle on a Friday, nobody wanted to call it. It's like, wait, we're not going to give them credit now? We just want to come in and rip these guys left and right? It's not cool. It's not cool anymore to give people credit. It's not cool anymore to say, you know what, you played well. It's not cool anymore to just appreciate some of the things that they've done on the football field. So, what's up?
You're not hearing that noise in your headphones? I guess it's my headphones. They might be going out.
Oh yeah,
yeah, my bad.
Oh, no, I didn't hear nothing.
No, I thought I kept elbowing the mic. Apologies.
Oh, maybe that was me.
No, it's a crackling sound. I thought that the microphone was messed up. Only I can hear, so it's probably just my headphones.
Oh, Ali and San Ramon. Ali, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Not bad. Not too bad.
Hey, I wanted to say one thing about, you guys were talking earlier in the show about true Niner fans, and I mean, I remember the days when we had Tim Rattay as quarterback, so we should be thankful we have a great team. I did want to shout out, like, the signing of Demo this week. I think it's huge. We've waited so long, couple off seasons, waiting to the last week before week 1 to sign some of our true players, our dogs. And Demo is just a player. I mean, did you see last week against Tampa Bay when he just blocks his defender into the running back and blew up the play? I remember a couple of years when we had a cornerback situation when every time they threw deep, we're like, oh, God, this is going to be PI. That's all I wanted to say. Love the show. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Demo, 5 years, $92 million. Anybody want to call? 888-957-9570 and share your thoughts on this contract extension. Diamador Lenoir, 5 years, $92 million. Now, we don't know about the guarantees. We don't know about the per-year salary or whatnot. What is this? How you feeling about it? They lock up a corner, folks. 5 years, $92 million. A lot of money.
One thing we'll never say, which we say about the Cincinnati Bengals all the time, oh, the Bengals are cheap. I don't ever want to hear that the Niners are cheap ever again.
People still say that?
Oh, well, people are just idiots. But yes.
Did they not see Nick Bosa get a contract extension?
Yeah, but it dragged out.
They didn't see Fred Warner get an extension?
Yes, they did.
Did they see George Kittle?
Yes.
And Debo?
Uh-huh.
And IU?
Trent twice.
Twice. George Kittle.
McCaffrey.
Kyle Juszczyk, McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Who else? Who else? Jimmy Ward at one point.
Greenlaw got extended.
Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Javon Hargrave got paid.
Uh-huh.
Torrey's Ward got paid.
Uh-huh.
I mean, who hasn't gotten paid that needed to get paid?
TJ Jones.
There you go.
I'm totally teasing. Please don't take that serious.
To your point, like you're saying these guys aren't cheap. Like everybody who Niner fans like, you got to give that guy the bag. Niners have found a way to get that guy the bag.
They've gotten big time money. Big time money. Jed York is shut out. Big time money. Straight to the bank account.
I mean, at one point, I know they have a cheap quarterback now. At one point, they had the most expensive quarterback room in the NFL.
Exactly.
I believe it was back-to-back seasons.
Yeah. So I don't know who's saying they're cheap. Maybe they're just it's a lazy narrative, but that's not the case. Anyway, Niners playing Seattle. We got Mayor-elect Daniel Lurie joining us at 8:30. Talk about the city of Sarah. Well, we'll have some fun with Daniel Lurie. We're going to have some fun.
So the new about-to-be mayor was at the Warrior game.
Yeah, he was at the Warrior game
at Chase
last
Center.
night. Yeah, he was at the Warrior game last night.
Huge sports fan.
He was at the Bruce Mahoney game.
Yeah.
I ran into him before the game with his son. I've seen him at Bay FC games.
Oh,
Daniel
nice.
Lurie he's a native. He's one of us. So we'll talk to him and have some fun with him.
I've got some great questions for him.
We'll determine if they're great or not.
Well, jeez.
You can't say they're
that was
great.
a tease.
You can't say they're great questions. And what if they flop? You got to set the bar low.
As the man who gets the most, wow, that's a great question from guests.
No,
you know,
dude,
I mean,
oh my
like,
gosh.
I think I know what a good question is.
Oh my gosh. You want to check my resume? When it comes to that?
You may be the king on this show, but most people think I'm closer to Larry King in terms of interviews.
Charles Barkley once said, I asked him the greatest question he's ever been asked before. And Charles Barkley's
And Barkley always tells the truth.
No. Well, he never gives that compliment to people. You know, I'm just well-rounded. Okay, that compliment to me. Anyway. Yeah, you know what? Dwayne Dims was right. I remember everything. They're a fan's king.
Give me that one more time, please.
I remember everything. That's why I'm the king.
That's why I'm the king?
No, I'm just not the king. See, there's people out there who get really mad about this nickname. I don't know. This so-called guy gave himself a nickname, you little punk.
Wait, a guy on the internet got mad about something?
I was just gonna
That's
say
very
that.
unlike people on the internet.
No way.
Hope they don't get injured about it.
Ow!
Mitch Wishnowski, who a lot of people think was overdrafted, is dealing with some back issues this week and was held out of practice yesterday. Head coach Kyle Shanahan did express some concern for Wishnowski's back, stating that the issue has been bothering him for most of the season. The concern was great enough that the 49ers brought in Pat O'Donnell to potentially handle punting duties this Sunday against the Seahawks. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Just when we're talking about special teams, Wishnowski now dealing with the back injury, and now you got a kicky situation. Where's Percy Harvin at? Where's that guy at? No?
I'm sure he's suffering from migraines like I've been.
Not Percy. What's the kicker's name? What was the kicker's name in the preseason?
Presley Harvin Jr.
Presley Harvin Jr.
Completely different from Percy Harvin.
Yeah, not Percy Harvin, but the punter. You know what I was talking about.
Well, those names are pretty close, Presley and Percy.
Where's he at?
I mean, I would have signed him. I told you I would have probably got rid of Mitch, and I would have kept Presley Harvin III.
I wouldn't got
second
rid of Mitch.
or whatever he is.
I wouldn't got rid of him. But he was so good, he hasn't gotten a job yet.
Well, these jobs are hard. There's only one of them.
Well, the Niners could have gone back to him. They got Pat O'Donnell. Just asked him, where's Presley?
Pat O'Donnell looks like the Jimmy Garoppolo of punters.
Where's Presley?
Canes legend, Pat O'Donnell.
Is he a Miami Hurricane?
Yeah. He was there, towards the end of my time there. Great punter when he was in college.
Wow, he was there when you were there? He must be old.
I don't know where the he's too old drop is.
Presley Harvin right now.
Old.
He's not on any roster right now. No roster. He was released by the Pittsburgh Steelers, released by the Niners. He's nowhere to be found. They went to Pat O'Donnell. Sounds like a backup quarterback.
He's the brother of Neil O'Donnell.
Mayor-elect Daniel Lurie, 8:30. Jake Hutchison, 9:20. That's all coming up in the roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Hi, how are you?
Why does he get to start the 8 o'clock hour?
I have a big mouth sometimes.
Oh, Brian.
The obsession with that guy is unbelievable.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Good morning to everybody out there. You know who you are. Everybody in the world. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Steven Risotto, I didn't even know he was here, man. What's he been doing? Stealing money? Steven Risotto. Sounds like a Reader guy. Stealing money.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
That. Shout out to Reardon. Hey, they're going to be a problem in the Open Division playoffs down in the CCS. SI got the number 1 seed. St. Francis, number 2 seed. Reardon there at the 3 seed. Woo-wee.
WCAL, man, it's so difficult. Shout out to SI Women's Field Hockey. Megan and her team advanced to the finals of CCS yesterday with a huge win, and four different ladies scored a goal. And Saturday they play in San Jose for the CCS championship.
There you go.
Very cool.
That is very, very
cool. There's a big, tight-knit team. It was really cool. We went out there for senior day at Fairmont earlier, and so they went on a little run right now, so I'm really proud of my niece.
There you go. And shout out to everybody out there having fun on Thursday. You know, I'm not going to lie to you. Daylight savings times in the fall, I hate it.
What do you hate?
The fact that the sun goes down around 5 o'clock.
It's the worst.
It depresses me a little.
Why do we do daylight savings? I know it was for farmers, correct?
Yes, it was originally farmers to give them an extra hour of daylight, I believe in the morning, so they can get their harvests in. But what's weird about it is I'm pretty sure a couple of years ago, at least in California, we passed a ballot measure getting rid of daylight savings time. And, well, here we are, not getting rid of it.
There's a Gavin joke in there somewhere.
Why is there a Gavin joke?
Well, because I'm sure that he had something to do with either nixing the bill or not enacting it.
Yeah, Gavin's big on daylight savings
You're down
time.
on Gavin Newsom, huh?
Lost the Niners, dude.
It's Daniel Lurie in on daylight savings time. Tune in at 8:30 to find out.
Yeah. It depresses me, though. It really does when it gets dark early and you get everybody in a fake holiday spirit. Not everybody.
What about seeing the Christmas trees this morning? I saw all the Christmas stuff up this morning when I was walking by Union Square, and I got a little cheery. I'm not going to lie. I had a little bounce in my step.
Fall is near and it's coming hard.
No, man. I was like, holiday season's here. Let's go. It's pumpkin spice season.
The fake jolliness from a lot of people. I don't need that in my life.
I'm not a big fan of Christmas stuff before Thanksgiving. Well, like for me, Christmas starts once your plate is clean at Thanksgiving.
No, I agree with us. I'm saying for Union Square, though, it's okay to have the Christmas stuff up now. Why wouldn't it be?
Well,
it's not Thanksgiving yet.
Yeah, you got to wait for. I think you got to wait for Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving does not get its proper due. It always gets encroached by Christmas.
But if you were running a retail outfit, wouldn't you want to lean into the holidays, considering that's usually when people spend the most amount of money?
Well, yeah, I just think that we as a society should wait till Thanksgiving's over. Christmas ain't going anywhere. We got time.
So you hate daylight savings?
I hate it. Hey, man, Coach Younger, down there at Foothill. We missed him at City College of San Francisco. Foothill beat City last week. City having a rough go of it this season. Mattel beat the brakes off from 51-7. Coach Younger, you're doing a great job down there at Foothill. That's all I got for you. That's all I got. We actually passed a bill that would enable the legislature to get rid of it. It was not to get rid of it. U.S. Congress has to vote on daylight savings. So there's some information there.
Oh, sure. There's always someone who has more.
Shout out Congress.
Yeah.
Why would you shout out Congress?
I don't know. Someone has to.
No, nobody has to at all. You don't have to shout out Congress.
Shout out the Warriors, huh?
Yeah, why would you shout out
9-2 start.
What is Congress doing for us right now?
I don't know. They might be able to get rid of daylight savings time.
I'm out on politics. That's why we're having the mayor on 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're having the mayor on because we're out on politics. We're going to get into politics with Daniel Lurie.
Is this the first time this station has had the mayor on?
Of San Francisco or just a mayor?
No, of San Francisco.
I, as far as I know, yeah.
I know we've had the Oakland mayor on a few times.
Sheng Tao?
Yeah.
Did Ed Yee ever come on here?
No, I don't know if Ed ever came on.
I know he came on.
He's
went
too
on the
busy
other
giving
station.
all the Twitter tax cuts.
He was on the other station.
Was he?
We were going to get London Breed on a couple times here. The schedules got mixed up, but I guess that ship has sailed. So we move on to the next. We get Daniel Lurie on.
We pivoted. We didn't panic.
Bruce Mahoney said, Bonte, you told me that he was coming to studio.
Oh, well, we could make that happen.
Well, I know we could, but he's a busy guy. He
exactly.
He doesn't have to come here with the Secret Service and then and all that stuff. He can chill at home. He's got a lot on his plate.
Hey, man, he's a busy man. Busy man, I'm excited for it.
Did you know the Philippines start Christmas season September 1st?
I don't know.
I keep seeing this.
Like as in the country or as in people that are Filipino Americans?
The Philippines start Christmas season. That's all I mean. 510.
Call Michelle.
Yeah,
Call my wife.
When Christmas
She's
starts.
Filipino. Call Michelle.
Yeah,
we got to figure this out. Book Michelle.
Arizona doesn't do daylight savings. I think California could pull that off too.
Yeah, they opted out. I believe they're Mountain Time for half the year, and then Pacific for the other half, or something like that.
I believe Hawaii also does not participate, which is understandable, being that they're out in the middle of the ocean.
Having a kid this year, 262, Comcast Business Text Line, makes me way more into the holiday season.
Oh, I get that. You want to experience, like this is like the haircut thing we were talking about earlier this morning. Like having a kid, you kind of like, hey, we did the pumpkin patch, and now we're going to go pick out a tree, and then we're going to go down to Union Square and enjoy all that and go see Santa. And yeah, that's like part of the rite of passage. You got to do that stuff. And once you've had multiple children, I'm sure it gets completely boring or whatever, but come on, you got to have a soul.
The fact that, Baby Chaz it feels like every toy in the world from everybody from previous birthdays and donations and all that stuff. Feels like there's Christmas every week for her. It's not going to change.
Well, when you're the king's daughter and you're a princess, you got to get.
Well, I am the king of the household. The king of the household, not the king of broadcasting. Not even close.
So you rewatched that Warrior game.
Not even close.
How does it settle a day later?
Oh, it settles great. Steph's movement. My big takeaway is Steph and Dre. Steph is moving so good without the basketball. With the basketball, he's in total control. The work Brandon Payne puts in with Steph and Curry every offseason, just remarkable. But he's at the top of his game. Is there any guard playing better than him right now in the league? True guard? Kyrie's had a solid start, but a little up and down. Steph is just moving so damn well. The dexterity, the cutting, the backdoor cuts, seeing it, playing pure point guard, dropping dimes. And then you get Day-Day, Draymond Green. Those two guys just popped off the screen. You watch it back, you're like, there's 23, there's 30, there's 30, there's 23. And then you get D'Anthony Melton, of course, doing this thing. But the lead up to that D'Anthony Melton 3 when they were down 7, and he makes a 3 to go down 4. Was it 112 to 105? He makes a 3. It's 112, 108. Steph started that one again. Just like the run in Boston when they were down 95 to 88 in the fourth quarter. Derek White's driving on to Steph Curry, gets a key steal, they get a bucket on the other end. Well, before D'Anthony Melton hit that 3 at the top of the key, Steph Curry got the steal. Got a steal. Starts a fast break. They get up and down running. Kuminga finds the Anthony Melton. Boom, 3. You're down 4. Steph defensive plays. He has some very timely defensive steals like Andre Iguodala way back when. But those two guys, oh my gosh, they're playing at such an elite level right now. Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. I was in awe. That was like some throwback stuff the other night from Draymond Green to Stephen Curry. And they're still playing at a high level.
Okay, so 2 questions. Is it sustainable? Which I think is, time will tell. But the bigger one is all of the rhetoric regarding the USA, the Olympics, and all that stuff for Steph. I did hear from a lot of fans like, hey, for Steph, it's great. But for the Warriors, there might be a detrimental effect. I feel like he's taken the Olympic stuff and flown right into the season. Like he's drafted everything that he did during the offseason and all that work. It's kind of like spurn their hot run. And then simultaneously, I think Draymond playing the way he is early on in the year, as opposed to coming in, working himself into shape and all that. Clearly their offseason work has carried into the year.
No doubt. Draymond took his offseason very seriously. played. Remember, was it last year, training camp, where he had the ankle injury and he missed the first couple games?
That's right.
So he wasn't able to partake in training camp. Well, he was in training camp this season, the Hawaii deal. Dude, this defense, like, and 415's talking about it. It starts with Draymond Green. He was, not having a turnover, but the block shot at the end on Gafford, the 3-point shots he's making, switching, defending, barking, communicating, talking to JK, talking to everybody on the bench. Draymond Green and Steph Curry is so damn locked in. And I think this win, see, part of me yesterday when I was watching it back, and the defense swarming, and there was a couple doubles on Luka and Kyrie, and I'm like, wow, look at them on the double teams here on Kyrie and Luka. They're swarming all around like little bees, right? Zzz, being pests. They want to sting everybody out there on the court. But I was a little worried as I was watching the games, like, boy, they may have an emotional letdown against Memphis Friday night. But now that I'm thinking about it, they know what's at stake here. They got to just stack wins. So I could see a blowout coming Friday night.
Whoa.
I could see a blowout coming.
I'm not ready to say that.
I'm not ready to say that, and it probably won't be. But they're so locked in, and they know what's at stake here. Let's stack wins, because right now Dallas is not. They're not humming on all cylinders, and at some point they will. Phoenix, they don't have Kevin Durant. They got blown out in Sacramento last night. The Lakers are up and down. The Grizzlies don't have Ja. Denver doesn't have a bench. They're without Aaron Gordon. They're struggling. Jamal Murray is lacking an explosion. Minnesota, for whatever reason, something's up with Minnesota. This Randall trade is not, and I was skeptical of the Randall trade. They lost to Portland in back-to-back nights, dog.
I told you I didn't like that trade for them at all.
And they lost to Portland in back-to-back nights. So if you're the Warriors and you're sitting at the top of the West right now, you know OKC doesn't have Chet. We don't know how long he's going to be out. There's going to be no emotional letdown. So I think Memphis is in trouble Friday night. For a second, I thought, boy, after everything they went through with the Klay day, you know what? They're going to be straight. If Memphis may come in here and just get their ass kicked, it may get ugly for them. So that's how I'm feeling about the Warriors on the watch back. It's like, Dre and Steph, and this defense is so damn locked in. There's not going to be any drop-off. There's not going to be emotional letdown. I see them rolling Friday night, Shasky. I really do.
I'm just counting 7. It looks like we got Memphis, Clippers, Hawks, Pels, Spurs, Nets, back to OKC. That'll get us to Thanksgiving. What do you think their record is when we get there? Again, I'll go again slowly. Memphis, Clippers, Hawks, New Orleans, Spurs, Brooklyn, OKC.
7
games.
You go 5-2, you're 14-4.
Wow. If we're sitting here with a team that's 14-4 at Thanksgiving, you got to believe at that point, right?
Believe in what?
That team could go on a deep run. Like that they need to be taken serious as a legitimate NBA Finals
it's early.
Contender.
It's early.
Of course it's early. But
because, and I'll say this, and Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Well,
I'm dead serious.
Well, I know you're dead serious. That doesn't surprise me. But when you play Phoenix November 30th, will they have Kevin Durant back?
I am more skeptical on I think the injury is going to linger longer than the 2 weeks that they said.
We'll see. December 3rd, Denver. Will they have Gordon back? You play Minnesota December 6th and 8th here at Chase Center, a back-to-back with a day off in between. Where will they be at that point?
I don't know.
Because they are big, and they get problems with, Jaden McDaniels on the perimeter, and obviously Naz Reid has been a Warriors killer. Memphis, the next time you go to Memphis, December 19th, will Ja be back? So I want to see them over the next month and a half before I go on deep run tangents or whatnot, because there will be a trade in the NBA this year. Somebody's going to shake something up. And who knows if it's Giannis or anybody else, but something's going to shake in the NBA.
Giannis went for, what, 50?
59. 59 points against Detroit.
Come on, man.
So,
and there's people out here that didn't want him.
No, they didn't want to break up the chemistry.
Well, that's a different question.
Yeah, that's what it is. Well, people, if Giannis got traded here, everybody have Giannis jersey the next day. You kidding me? But there's going to be a mover and shaker in the Western Conference. But let me see them beat some teams at full strength. Like Cleveland's coming in December 30th. Where are they going to be at that point? So that's where I'm at, Shasky.
All right.
Before I get to deep playoff runs.
Bonte, here we go. Wow. My boy Jay Boo, Justin Boo. This is old school Reardon cat. Yep. The Filipino tradition. It starts the Christmas celebration on the BER months for Christmas. Not Filipino Americans, but over there. So September is when it starts. Much love to you and the fam, Jay Boo. He is telling me back over there in the Philippines, to your point, it starts in September.
That's ridiculous. I mean, that's just kind of ridiculous.
What?
I love the Philippines, and I want to go one day.
My boy Tim got married there.
Yeah, have you ever been to the Philippines?
No.
Does she have family out there?
There's a big family trip that's going to be planned.
You're going to go out to the Philippines?
Well, I would love to. Why not?
Yeah,
I would love to experience
I know you don't like to leave California, but going to the Philippines.
I could get you all kinds of knockoff Gucci stuff.
They got real deal up
Yeah,
there.
they do.
And I don't need knockoff, trust me. We go authentic over here.
We go authentic over here.
If it's fake, it ain't me, baby. If it ain't authentic, it ain't me. The Philippines are nice, I heard. Uncle June, I think he got married twice out there.
Your Uncle June got married twice in the Philippines?
I don't know.
Does he have two wives simultaneously, or are these different marriages?
Who knows? We don't know what happened, but I know at one point in his life we had to rescue him from the Philippines. We're not going to get into that, but we had to bring him back to America somehow, some way, and he's got a Filipino son, Ethan. Excuse me. He's out there in Sacramento. Big boy. So we got Filipinos in the family, too.
Oh, nice. I was just at a funeral for someone on Michelle's side of the family, and I'm reminded every time I go, I'm like, gosh, I love her side of the family because I'm the tallest guy in the room. And then I come to work, and I get into the room with Bonte and Mully and Festus, and I look like the shortest person who's ever walked the face of the earth.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
No, her side of the family is very short. There are other taller members, but her side of the family.
So
is
they
very
must
short.
be really, really short.
Yeah, they're tiny. Michelle's like 5 feet.
So they're like her height?
Well, yeah, all the aunties and everybody, yeah.
But what about the guys?
The guys aren't very big.
Are they 5'1", 5'2"?
No, they're bigger than that. I'm not that short, dog.
You know, the Filipinos and even the Chinese at one point, when they were playing, like, they would play pickup games. I would see them early in the morning playing pickup games. I guess maybe that's why they play 6-on-6. Because there was more space on the floor because they were so short. They were moving. Swear to God, the guy at my liquor store, he sold it on Tip to Clement. He goes, yeah, we play 6-on-6. And he was like 4'11". It's like, we play 6-on-6. I'm like, what?
I got to get in that league.
No.
I'll be like the Wemby of that league. I'd love that.
I would love that too.
But you're already tall.
Yeah, but
everybody always says, how short is Shasky? It's like, no, Bonte's so tall, it makes me look shorter, even though I am short.
No, a lot of people say, we're taller than you thought. Klay Thompson, when he first came to the gay house a few years ago, was like, damn, Ponce, you taller than I thought. I get that all the time.
Yeah, well, you are.
I don't get why. What do you think? I'm short? You guys see me on YouTube and you see me on television.
6'4.5" is not short.
6'3.5".
I disagree. You're
six. I'm a quarter inch away from being 6'4". But when I was playing high school football, Coach Keeve, Hill, size and weight. I'd be like 6'2", 180. He'd go 6'3", 205.
That's the Coach P.
Yeah.
Seamus, how big are you? I'm 270, 320.
Yeah. Just adding 40 pounds on the roster. Scare these other teams.
That is OG high school stuff. Way before Max Preps.
Yes, way before
Coach
Max
P
Preps.
was creating his own roster.
Coach Keeve, Johan Thomas. How tall are you, Johan? I'm 5'9", 160. 5'11", 190, D1 corner, D1 corner. Great size for a man in slot corner. Daniel Lurie, Mary like Daniel Lurie is going to join us in moments here. 8:30 is going to join us as we talk a little Warriors here. But no, the big takeaway, Shasky, is Draymond and Steph are playing at a high level, and this defense is flying around. Don't you think? Isn't that the big takeaway?
Yeah, the Warriors look incredible. Like, my big takeaway is honest to gosh, look like such a united squad. And I think that in the modern pro sports games and stuff like it's just so few and far between. There's so many mercenaries. And I get it. Like, it's the nature of all these sports. Specifically in football, it always feels like, anyone can get cut at any moment and whatnot. But part of like what made the Houston Astros, I know I hate them and a lot of people hate them. But when I look into their dugout the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years, they felt like a united team. When I look into the Phillies dugout, I was like, wow, those guys all really like playing with each other. The Dodgers this year, it's like, man, those guys really like playing with each other. When I'm watching the Warriors right now, I'm like, oh, they all love playing with each other. And they really are enjoying each other, and they're enjoying the moment. And I feel like we're so worried about, the big picture and can they win in June and can they win in July? Buddy Hield and Steph, when they're celebrating, look like they are just living in the moment. And there's something pure and fun and, I don't know, simplistic about that I think it really resonates with the common sports fan in this day and age.
Did you hear Draymond about Klay goes to Steph and Steph was motivated? You hear that story?
Whatever it looked like Jordan making up a story about the guy dogging him.
Oh, LeBron
Nothing
Smith
surprises me with these guys.
What did he say? LeBron Smith had 37, and David All just narrated that one perfectly in The Last Dance. He goes, sometimes it's just your night in the NBA. It's just your night. You have those nights, right? And LeBron Smith is cooking at the Chicago Stadium, and Mike makes up the story. LeBron walks by him at the end of the game. Good game, Mike. Like, what? That's to motivate him.
I mean,
and they fly back there on the back-to-back, and Jordan scores like 40 and a half on him. Ruined a young man's life.
Of course.
Just made up something.
It does feel, again,
so great.
Even if it's just an eye drop worth,
right?
There is a little drop of bad blood between everyone involved. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I actually think it's great for the game.
It's great. It's great moving on. It's the race to 5 rings. The Warriors know. The Warriors know that Dallas.
Race to 5
rings.
The
Warriors know that Klay Thompson and the Mavericks won the West last year. Well, Klay Thompson wasn't there, but they won the West last year. So now they know that Dallas is going to be a problem in the playoffs, and Klay Thompson's over there trying to get a ring, basically saying, "Yeah, I just want a chance to win," which is kind of a slight at the Warriors saying they don't have a chance to win anymore. Well, Steph and Dre are leading the way, and they're proving right now that you got to bring your A game when you play the Golden State Warriors this season. They might not have the most talent, but they're deep. They're playing well. They're defending at a high level. You don't see too many blow-bys. Cleveland game was ugly. We'll give it a anomaly for that. That's the one-off.
Garland was so good.
He was so good. Mitchell, 2 feet in the paint.
The best I've ever seen Garland look.
I mean, they look great right now. But the Warriors will see them again December 30th at Chase Center.
They're 13-0 right now, Cleveland.
Oh, I know. I understand.
They are, like, every night I'm looking at the box scores and I'm like, God, they're great. They're not good. They're great. They look like they're on a mission.
No, they are. They are on a mission.
And I'm thinking, like, what happened in that Celtics series last year?
They got rid of the coach, J.B. Bickerstaff. They got rid of him. He's in Detroit now.
Well,
it looks like a great move.
Who in the West are you scared of?
I don't think I'm scared of anybody, but let's see him healthy.
OKC. If Chet comes back, but I love that they play small. So I think we can play with them.
I don't think they'll play small once they get Hartenstein back. I just think they have no choice right now.
You're right.
They have no choice right now.
You're right. That's a good point.
Phoenix is going to be interesting.
See, I don't know what to make of them.
I don't either. That's why I want to see them at full strength. Yeah. They got blown out in Sacramento. Blown out by 20.
Can they stay healthy?
Blown out. Bradley Beal he didn't play yesterday. Why the hell did Bradley Beal not play? Do you fear Sacramento?
Sac?
Yeah.
No.
You don't fear Sac?
No. What? I don't fear Sac. You can save that drop.
Drapes. Shout out Drapes. When did the Warriors play? Hold on real quick before we go to break. What the hell do the Warriors play Sacramento, man? When did they play Sac? Where's that game? We will break because I don't want you to miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Geddes and Lorenzo Neal. 2 hours before the start of the game, join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Habba's Law. You've been wronged. Habba's Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit Habba's Law. The Warriors do not play Sacramento until January 5th.
I thought you were still looking for it. I was going to save you there.
There you go.
Not save 5th. You, help you.
There you go. Help me by breaking here. We're going to get Daniel Lurie, mayor-elect, Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California.
Listening to the Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
Well, Steve, you just keep helping the team win games. Let me worry about the breaks that I never hit on time. Even on television, I don't think we hit breaks. Still get good ratings. We're all right. We're all right, Steve. Good win for the Warriors the other night. Klay Day, 120-117. And there was a litany of stars in the building.
A who's who?
A who's who. Debo Samuel. Ricky Pearsall. Pilo. E40.
You tell Pilo I said what up?
I did not, but we do have some things in the works where we're going to do some things with him on this show soon.
Nice.
Ryan Coogler was in the building.
Black Panther.
Creed. He watches the pre and post every I don't know if he wakes up to listen to the Morning Roast, but he watches this on TV. Nice. Stars, all type of stars. Joe Lacob, of course. Klay Thompson's mother.
Yes.
Julie, she was in the building. And the mayor was in the building as well. Mayor-elect Daniel Lurie was at Chase Center. Now, I didn't see him, but this guy's everywhere. And I respect that, a man of the people. He's at Bay SC games.
Oh.
He's at the Bruce Mahoney game, SISH at Kezar Stadium. And he's not on the sideline. He doesn't have the sideline pass like Bougie Bonte. He's in the stands, top of the row with his kid and everybody else. I couldn't believe it. I said, Mayor, where's the security? He was chilling with a button-up shirt on with no jacket, 5:30 at night. What is going on with the mayor? I kind of like this guy. Daniel Lurie, welcome to the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. You're a man of your word, Mayor. You're a man of your word. I give you props for that. Good morning to you.
Good morning, you too. It's an honor to be on with you. My kids and I listen to you all the time. So, I love seeing you at all these sporting events. I'm a sports nut. My son is a nut. But my daughter wanted you to know that, Brock is her favorite Niner. So just throwing that out there.
Is he a Swiftie too?
We have to listen to Swiftie more than we listen to you all is the only problem with our drive to school each day. It's either 95.7 The Game or Taylor Swift.
Well, you tell her. I love Taylor Swift because my daughter loves Taylor Swift. I'm all in on the Swiftie movement, Mayor.
You can't. First off, you all call me Daniel.
Yes, I can't do that. Daniel, I love you.
Great.
But it's better. It just sounds cool to call you Mayor, man. That's all.
Then to be respectful, we do have a mayor. I'm the mayor-elect. We get inaugurated on January.
Mayor-elect.
We get inaugurated on January 8th. But can we talk about how crazy Chase was on Tuesday night? I mean, that scene, I heard Draymond talking about it feeling like a playoff atmosphere. That building was alive that night. And I was, what a night to be there.
Yeah, Daniel, as we're both natives, and it's like, we love this city so much. And I remember what that area was. We were in high school before the Giants moved down there. And it was like, it was just the Caltrain tunnels and, taggers and we would drink 40s down there and stuff. Not to be, this is what we did like back in high school and stuff. And to see what it's become and Thrive City in particular, the building that they've built and how you can take an Uber to go down there and how safe it is and how clean everything looks. And then the vibe and the aura. I was worried, like you're going from Oakland and they had a vibe at Oakland, like there was a soul there as a team. And I was just like skeptical. And I know I'm biased. I'm a city boy. I'm like, I really want Chase to be a thing. And B's there every night. I'm like, dude, it's growing into a soul. I thought the atmosphere through the television, because I wasn't there, was as good of an atmosphere as I've ever seen at Chase Center. What was it like being there?
It was alive, as someone was saying. It was packed before. Obviously, that was because of Klay. I thought the Warriors organization. I saw Brandon Schneider before, who is a good friend who sits on the Bay Area host committee with me. All the employees lining up to welcome Klay back, but all the fans were there in their seats early, like it was a playoff game or an NBA Finals game. So much love and respect to Klay and all that he did for our region, for our team. And so, the atmosphere was great. What they've built at Chase is great. What the Giants have built, it just goes to show you all that this city, when we put our mind to something, we build great things. And this city has a lot of work ahead. But
absolutely.
everything is in front of us. Anything is possible in this great city. And it also helps when our sports teams are doing well. How about our Niners pulling through on Sunday? I mean, my son was playing Bonte. My son's on a Little League team, and so he didn't have the pain. He had a doubleheader on Sunday morning, so he couldn't watch that. I was watching on my phone. He plays on the Pirates.
Oh, yeah, City Pirates. Oh, yeah. I know all those guys. They're great guys. Great family.
Great family, great coaches, tough. They don't mess around. And my son is getting his swing in. My older brother, Ari, is a great hitter. And so he's taken up the mantle of teaching my son Sawyer how to hit. And he had a good swing on Sunday, but he didn't watch those field goals. I was in pain, but he got the last one. He got the one that counted, so that was good. But, man, the Niners are looking strong. Warriors, come on.
Let me ask you this one.
We need those good vibes.
We need those good vibes. 9-2 right now. Go ahead, Shasta.
Yeah, let me ask this one, Daniel. So, like last night, for example, right? I'm playing for OC, and we play in the championship Masters, and we ended up having co-champions. We won it all, and we're at Langfield. It was beautiful, beautiful turf field, and we're overlooking. If you go from home plate looking back towards City Hall, you could see City Hall super lit up. It was awesome. I'm thinking, parade route. Where should we have this over 40 softball parade route? Now I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who's winning a championship first? Giants, Niners, or Warriors, if you had to guess?
From here on out?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That is a good question. I'm going, oh, man. You're putting me against all of my friends. I'm going Niners. Niners.
See, that was a mistake, Mayor-elect Daniel Murray. The answer, and I'm going to get on your PR director for this one, the answer would have been, we're going to win them all in the same calendar year.
Oh, my God. Give me a break.
Bonte, this is where I'm there's a learning curve.
I love it.
I appreciate that.
Oh, I want to go to your background a little bit, discuss your background a little bit. I know you. I got a lot of buddies who went to university, high school. You got to be a smart customer and got to be able to work hard. Obviously, you've worked hard. You're a university Red Devil, and they've had a great basketball program. But
unreal.
you move on from university, and you become a Duke Blue Devil. Now, I've began to meet a lot of Dukies over the last few years here. I know you're a big-time sports fan. The only reason why you went to Duke was because of Coach K and that basketball program, right, Coach? Right, Mayor-elect?
I went because I got in. That's the only reason.
Well, you went to university. They're going to let you in anywhere. You could have gone anywhere in the country. We'll leave it at high school, for crying out loud.
I mean, I can't believe I grew up a Cal Bear fan, and which is not always the easiest sports teams to follow. But the idea that Cal has one of its final games at Duke this year at Duke. Cal goes to Carolina and to Duke.
Yep.
Nice.
These travel schedules for these college teams now is out of control, but very exciting. And yes, I went to university, and Coach Randy, that guy can coach basketball.
Randy Basello,
and he can talk.
He can talk too.
Oh,
he
man.
can talk, but he
wouldn't let me come up for oxygen last time I
his style of play, when I was covering high school sports, Mayor-elect, he ran a system similar to Duke's where they were getting up and down, getting a lot of threes up and pressing, and it reminded me of a way a Duke team would play under Coach K.
Well, I went and watched my friend Alec Perkins. His son Will played for Randy last year. He's off in college now, but I mean they move the ball, they press. It's fun basketball to watch. And by the way, can I go back to the Warriors for a second? Because I hadn't been able to pay attention too much until this week. They move the ball so quickly. Yeah. It's like 4 or 5 years ago, and you guys were talking about Draymond and Steph, looking fresh. That team moves the ball so well. It was so fun to watch the other night.
Mayor-elect Daniel Lurie here on the River Islands guest line on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game, as he's going to take office in early January. And what I want to know is, because I worked on school newspapers, and I always wonder, why do you people want to cover news, or why do you want to cover politics? And I'm a sports geek, obviously, and you're a big sports fan, but you're obviously into politics. When you grew up, what got you into politics, Daniel?
Bonte, I've never been in politics. This is This is new for me. What's not new is my love of the city. As Shasky has talked about, born and raised here. My two kids, 13-year-old daughter, 10-year-old son, born on the same floor at the same hospital that I was born at. And Bonte, you know about Tipping Point, Ronnie Lott, and a couple of other close friends. We started this in 2005, focused on serving our community, making sure that everybody has an opportunity, no matter the zip code that they were born into. And all I have done for the last 20 years is serve. And I just saw, our city, in my opinion, heading in the wrong direction. And I wanted to step up, and I didn't want to just sit on the sidelines. And so I threw my hat in the ring 13 months ago, and it was the honor of a lifetime to run and get to know this city, Shasky, in a way that you can't get to know even growing up here. Like, I just found little nooks and crannies and people that just love this city. And what I'm going to tell you all, this city, there's nothing that we can't do. And when we are at our best, this is the greatest city in the world, and we need to go reclaim that mantle.
You bring up Tipping Point real quick, Sass. I wanted to bring this up because Tipping Point and what you've done with Tipping Point, and obviously founded it, and you raised over $500 million for people like me, like underprivileged kids and people in the community. I think that's people, when they get to know you, Daniel, they need to know about Tipping Point, because I think it was a key organization, nonprofit here in the city, that you really stepped up to the plate. We didn't have to with Tipping Point. I know a lot about it. You've done really well with that, and I think we need to shed more light on Tipping Point and what you did with that organization.
Well, the person that succeeded me, and one of the things that, to be honest, one of the things I'm most proud of Tipping Point is that we built something, and I never wanted it to be about me. Our succession plan included bringing on this world-class leader in Sam Cobbs, who you should talk to, who is a crazy sports fan, by the way. The only problem with him is that he's a Raiders fan. So Sam continues the incredible work at Tipping Point, and it's better than it's ever been. And yes, I hope everybody gets to know it better, because it does great work around the Bay Area.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And you were talking about like building San Francisco back, and look, we know it's got imperfections. I'm not naive enough to think that it's not, far from what it could be, right? But there is still some magic, right? And I think people like you and people like me and B, and we want to believe in that magic. And I try to do the best I can to amplify the good, right? And so a couple weeks back, and this just goes to show you how small the city is. A couple weeks back, I'm doing the emceeing at the Irish Center, and it's cops versus firefighters. What an incredible event. There were like 1,300 people there. You come walking up, you start introducing yourself to me, which was awesome. Come to find out, Annie, who I've known forever since high school, is working on your team. And, it was really cool. But to see the old school feel of everyone getting together, it was safe. We were having a great time. It was cops versus firefighters. Boxing, it was great for charity. We were raising money for various events and stuff. And for you to show out there, I just thought it was a great touch. I know there were other people that showed up as well. And there's still a little magic left in this city. And I appreciate you trying to, will it out of us, because I still think, I know there's never going to be perfect, but we got to amplify the good. So, Doc, I get to my question.
Absolutely.
That wasn't a question?
No, that was just me showcasing that. Me and the mayor, Matt.
You know what I deal with.
You have to deal with all day long.
The flexing.
Can I just say one thing?
The flexing.
Yeah, that boxing match
was incredible.
That was electric. And we need to realize that, we all need to back our SFPD and our fire. And that was a magical moment. You had politicos there, but you had just people that take care of our city, and we have that magic in the city. We just need to unleash it, and we will.
Yeah, and my uncle Danny Manning wants you to recommend him for police chief, but that's a different conversation.
I did not. We're flexing. Daniel, this is not me. I'm watching my hands for this.
Wow.
This is unbelievable.
No, but honestly, Mayor-elect, you were a part of the Super Bowl 50 bid, right?
I was the chair of it. Yes, Mayor Ed Lee and Jed York asked me to do that. Yes.
Yeah, it was an incredible event. And I was proud of the city, just the way it showed. I know, traffic or whatever, but like those are byproducts of bringing a huge event by. Now we're gonna have the All-Star game here in the city, which is freaking awesome. Did you learn anything about like bringing major sporting events like that to the city that we could use? Because we're trying to get the Super Bowl back here, and I don't know. Those kind of events are just such feather in the cap moments for our community.
What I learned from past mayors is you need to invest in your lead. And so when we brought that here, there was people elected that did not necessarily want that game here, which was shocking to me. Now we need those games here, right? So we have the NBA All-Star game coming. And by the way, we have this organization called the Bay Area Host Committee. It's made up of a lot of the team presidents, amazing organization led by an incredible leader in Zaylene
Jan Mohammed. Yeah, that's my girl.
There you go, Bonte. She's amazing. And so we got NBA All-Star game, which is going to be incredible. We do have Super Bowl 60 coming back to Levi's in 2026. And in 2026, we also have 6 World Cup matches. We have to go after these events, just like we have to go after bringing conventions back and tourism back and bringing business back. But we get to highlight the best of our city, the best of our region through those events. I mean, so we need to go get them. And what I learned is that the small businesses downtown benefited, the small businesses in our neighborhoods benefited, and these 3 events will do that once again. We're expecting, Zaylene briefed the whole board, $1.4 billion of economic revenue to our city and to our region with those 3 matches, those 3 events.
I love that, Daniel. Listen, it sounded like we missed the boat on not having you part of the recruiting pitch for Aaron Judge.
Oh, my God.
What would your pitch have been to Aaron Judge to bring him back to San Francisco? Because everybody says, they're scared of the city, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the Niners haven't had problems signing free agents. And I know they're in Santa Clara, but they come up here all the time. The Warriors haven't had those issues. What would your pitch have been to Aaron Judge? Or what would your pitch be to Juan Soto to try to bring him to the Bay?
There's no better city in the world. We have work to do, as Shasky was just saying. We have to make sure people feel safe downtown. I'm sitting here right now on Market Street. I just dropped the kids off at school, and we're, Market, Mission, Soma. We have work to do down here. We need to get people off the street, and we need to get them the help that they need. We need more mental health and drug treatment beds. We need to fully staff our police and sheriff's departments. But you get people feeling safe. You get people into the help that they need. You start recruiting small business and big business back. There's nothing that can stop us. It's going to take some time. We have a lot of work to do. So I just want to set expectations that people have to understand that we have our issues, but there's nothing that we can't overcome. We have to work together. And I'm planning to lead. We have a mandate, and we have a mandate to turn this city around. And I think we're going to have a lot of people pulling in the same direction for the first time in a while.
All right, now let's do some rapid fire, Mayor, so people can get to know you.
Oh, boy.
Favorite burrito spot in San Francisco?
La Taqueria.
Let's go! Let's go!
You just did that to make Shasky happy.
La Taqueria. He said it without hesitation.
You just said that to make Shasky happy.
Let's go. All right, House of Prime Rib or Original Joe's? I hate doing this.
There's
to the
no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer.
No wrong answer.
Bonte, the learning curve is going both.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
By the way,
both.
Joe Dugan. I mean, no better person in our city.
Totally.
That guy is amazing. And House of Prime Rib, you can't go. The Niners all used to go there can't go wrong. Can't go wrong.
Favorite bus line in San Francisco growing up?
The 24.
Oh, you caught the 24 division.
But I to be honest, I walked to school. So the 24, 49 now.
Oh yeah.
Dan Judah, pretty nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong on the Njuda right now.
We have the curse of the 29, where I would wait for the 29 to come, and 7 would go in the other direction. The 14, same problem.
No, the Njuda, real quick. I lived on Judah and 32nd for a while, and it wasn't fun living on Judah Street because the Njuda ran every 4 minutes. Trains were coming by left and right. So wasn't my favorite line to 24 Divisadero. Not my favorite line either because it would stop at every block, Daniel. Every block, you're like, man, we need to get some momentum here. Let's go.
I know. I miss the old brown uniforms. All right, Jordans or Chuck Taylors?
I never wore Jordans. I wore Chuck Taylor. I think I grew up more with Adidas. I played a lot of soccer, so I had those Sambas.
Your son, what does he want? Jordans or Chuck Taylors, or is he rocking Dunks?
What's he rocking?
He does those Air. I think they're Air Force Ones, just the white.
Oh yeah,
Air
not
Force
all black,
ones.
right?
No, all white.
Favorite all-time Duke player?
Ooh.
Oh. I mean, I'm really glad I didn't come on during election season. Good God. I mean, you can't go wrong with Grant Hill. Pretty epic.
You were there what years? You were there tail end of Grant Hill?
So I was the only 4-year class that in the 90s that did not see a championship. I was watching in Cameron the championship game against UConn, on the TV, and I think Trajan something happened where he lost.
Yeah.
He took a 3 or missed a 3 or something against UConn, and God, what was that point guard's name?
Richard Hamilton, Khalid El-Amin, and
Khalid El-Amin.
Khalid El-Amin, number 42 for UConn.
Yes,
Jim Calhoun.
they beat us.
Yep.
All right.
That place, I'd never seen a place go so quiet. Wait, can I rapid fire one other thing?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Best Warriors moment where I was live, at least as a number of years ago at Oracle. Baron Davis's dunk over Karolinko. I don't think I've ever been in a stadium that went crazier. And I went back into the city, went to a bar, and we were watching Sports Center, and they they did the top 10 plays. And number 10 was Baron Davis dunking over Karolinko, and I was like screaming at the TV, how can you put that number 10? And maybe I have some false memory. Maybe it was, I was at a bar, a few drinks in, but they did number 9, the dunk, number 8. They did all 10 were the Baron Davis dunk over Karolinko where he lifted up his shirt. That place, that was insane.
All right.
I remember that.
Hardest one you're going to have all day. The best San Francisco-based movie of all time. Okay, a San Francisco. I'll give you a couple examples while you think about it, Mrs. Doubtfire.
No, I have.
Go.
I mean, I go right. I mean, this shows that I do not have good taste in movies, but The Rock is pretty good.
It's a classic. They fly over Candlestick.
They do fly over Candlestick.
Get off my rock.
Alcatraz.
What were your examples going to be?
Well, Bullet, I think, is the greatest, the original, where the guy's in the Potrero, the next thing you know, he's in North Beach. Like, it's edited horribly, but I love it. Dirty Harry. I mean, there's so many good ones, right? I mean, even the Venom one. I watched the new Venom movie, and the guy's on a motorcycle. At 1 second, he's on Embarcadero, and then the very next second, he's in the Mission. I'm like, he didn't take a right turn and just end up on 24th.
Surprised you to say The Fan.
That's Robert De Niro. Well, that's based on me.
Oh, is that based on you? Well, that's not a good thing.
It's a joke. Hey, thanks for coming on, man. We know we can talk to you all the time. We want to do this more often, though, and just get your sports takes.
And by the way, Bonte, I'll come into the studio. I'll come in. I'll be there. And by the way, daylight savings. Oh, it is so brutal at 5 p.m. I'm with you.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm with you.
Daniel, seriously, ever since I met you at the All-Star Game announcement, you kind of knew who I was, and I found out a lot about you and what you've done in the community. You're a really good dude, man, and it's been great to know you over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
See you at a high school football game on a Friday night. I'm like, wait, Daniel, what the hell are you doing here at the Bruce Mahoney game? So that was pretty cool to see you out there with the people.
Well, listen, I'll be on often, and I look forward to working for you. I look forward to working for the people of San Francisco and getting our city on track.
Best of luck.
Best of luck to you, Mayor.
Seriously, thank you.
Bye.
I love it.
All right, Mayor-elect Daniel Lurie joining us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. I know, it's just crazy, man. Like,
that was fun.
He really wanted to be the mayor of San Francisco. He made it happen. And I think about Obama when he became president. And by the time he was done being president, he had nothing but gray hairs. The waves are gone and everything. And I'm just like, boy, that is a tough gig. Got to answer to a lot of people. You have to do a lot of things. And so Pursuit of Happiness is real good.
No, there was plenty. There's tons of
a lot of movies.
But, tons of movies.
He's dedicated to the city, though. There's no doubt.
You're talking about like 8 years of Obama's administration and how it aged him. I mean, Shanahan looks completely different. He does. 8 years after running the night, like completely different.
Bags under the eyes.
Oh, he's got salt and pepper in the beard. But you know what? I bet if you looked at me 8 years ago and now, I'd look pretty weathered as well. One child, a year old, will do that to you.
This guy's not even in it.
I have no idea what I'm in for.
He has no clue.
I know.
I mean, I got baby Chaz at 3 a.m. I just hit her door slam. It's her hopping into bed with her pillow. Well, her pillow's already in the bed because we know she's coming into bed in the middle of the night with her Minnie Mouse doll. And she's jumping in and waking up everybody. So,
one thing that I do want to make a point of is we just had the mayor-elect on, and I think that, look, we're a week removed from the election, and everyone's got their feelings, and I understand that, but at least for our community, and I want to just speak for our small little community here in the Bay Area, all right, and specifically in San Francisco, we have no other choice but to unite and try to make this place good and better and safer and the future for your children that you want. And so whether you voted for somebody or whether you didn't vote for somebody or whatever, can't we all, at least at the bare minimum, be aligned with we all want to see a safer, better community, a better opportunity for our kids, and we want to leave this city, when we're all said and done, better than when it was before. Like, that's at the core of everything. And just listening to Danny, I'm giving him an opportunity. I think a lot of people should have, and I hope that they understand that, like, nobody's perfect as a politician. Let's give them an opportunity to try to change things. I'm excited. I'm optimistic about the future of the city.
And it's hard. It's not an easy job. I don't think,
totally.
When we look at past mayors in London Breed, who still got some time, I don't think it was for a lack of trying. It's a tough deal to try to make everybody happy and clean up everything in the city. So we do have a homeless issue, but I was just in New York City in the summertime. Nobody complains about their homeless issue, and I saw plenty of homeless people in Soho, which is in Manhattan. So, I mean...
It's deep.
It's deep.
It's a very deep, intricate problem.
Cost of living has never been higher in some of these states.
No
it's
doubt.
Tough.
Education has been all over the map, and we know what's going on. Like, there's so many plates that are being juggled all at once. So, I'm giving them an opportunity, and we'll just see where it goes, And I'm excited. I'm very excited about where the future of the city.
Moran Phil here. I love the interview with Mayor Lurie, but in listing the national sporting events coming to SF, you missed the U.S. Amateur, PGA, and Ryder Cup.
Yeah, at Olympic.
At Bonte's own Olympic Club.
Yeah,
not Shasky's own Olympic Club. See, they play Bonte for everything. Even though Shasky goes to the old club every single day, and I go once every blue moon, it's my old club.
I was there today. I was hitting them 45-pound dumbbells when I was doing incline presses.
Blame Shasky, Moran Phil, not me. Why you got to throw my name under the bus?
Like Jerry Rice, I won the softball championship last night. Where do you think I was this morning? In the gym.
Wow.
4 o'clock, just me.
Congratulations,
Let's go. Let's go.
Hang the banner.
Good for you.
Did you like
the banner?
Did you like how I threw in? Maybe we nominate Police Chief Danny Manning in there.
Doesn't surprise me.
You gotta have fun.
I'm wondering, like, are we getting to know the new mayor here, or are you just trying to get your buddies hooked up with big jobs in the city? I don't know here.
Well, the truth. She'll set everybody free. And we know the truth when it comes to Joe Shasky.
I felt like the Penguin, in season 8. I just stormed right into the mayor's, like, what do they call that room?
The boardroom?
Whatever it was. Like in the
city council chambers?
The city council chambers. There you go.
I don't know if that's a guy you want to exactly be like, but...
No, I'm more Robin Hood, right? See, I consider myself the Robin Hood of San Francisco.
Somebody said... You're not the Robin Hood.
Sherwood Forest is not the Excelsior.
Do we contact you by dialing 311?
Somebody told me a long time ago, Shasky must have had multiple hand surgeries, multiple hand operations, because nobody pats himself on the back like a Joe Shasky.
Somebody's got to do it. Hand cramp.
Jeez. Hand cramp. Knuckles.
Time for the legal.
Thank you. Why doesn't Spinoni do that? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free hot
Can we marvel? Sam got into that executive producer board op chair and has cracked the mic more in a minute per second ratio than anyone in the history of that chair.
Well, yeah, it's a lot easier to do it over here because when I'm sitting in the producer chair, I have to do producer stuff, which, often keeps me from cracking the mic. So
I
actually
thought you were going to ask the mayor a question.
No, it's you guys. That's your guys' job. I'm not going to encroach on your guys' job. I got my own job to encroach on.
Encroachment, 5 yards, Sam Lubman.
Repeat second down.
Super Bowl 60 is going to be fun. Can the Niners get into it?
By the
Home
way,
field advantage.
happy birthday to my niece, Peanut. Peanut turns 15 today.
Oh,
Shout
happy
out to Peanut.
birthday.
Love you, Peanut.
Happy birthday.
Send
It's a
some money
big
your
birthday
way.
time.
Yeah, 15 years old, Peanut.
15's a great age.
Send you some money in a second.
Start getting some freedom.
That's all I got. Sending money left and right. Going broke here. Hey, no basketball checks.
How much you giving 15-year-olds these days? Or I guess that's an indelicate question.
Well, Auntie Charlene is asking. She said, "Hey, wish Peanut a happy birthday. I'm glad she reminded me."
Here's his Venmo.
No, she, Peanut, Mania. Cash App, $15. $15 Cash App. So I'll probably go over and beyond the $15.
That's not, yeah. I like that.
Look, 415. Hearing that from Bonte about patting himself on the back. Oh my gosh, if that's not the pot and the kettle black.
Seriously, my guy's got Mickey Mouse gloves. You know what I mean? Jeez Louise, dude.
What I find funny is some of these texts, and it doesn't derail the show, but how serious certain things.
Sometimes it does.
How serious certain things I say, people take. Oh my God, Bonte, are you serious? Like
Come on.
I brought up the 605. I wanted to read this. This is so funny. Where is it at? It's the 606 basketball. Maybe they just wanted more guys to play, Bonte. Geez, don't be so hard on them. It's like, dude, calm down. Calm down, okay? It's a joke. We can't joke anymore. Like, Richard Pryor would never last in this era.
We live in a post-joke society now.
Yeah, we Richard Pryor, young Eddie Murphy, young Bernie Mac. I mean, what's my guy who had the show, Foxworth? What's his name?
Jeff Foxworthy?
Jeff Foxworthy.
He might be a redneck.
Oh, dude, it was pretty funny.
Pretty funny.
I feel like those jokes could still hold. His redneck jokes could still hold up.
They're pretty. Everybody's offended by everything now. I'm with B on this.
Yeah,
one.
no, everybody's
George
offended
Carlin's
by everything.
the original. You didn't bring him up.
Yeah, George Carlin. I mean, good Lord. We can't joke about anything. Damn. Gotta just be serious. You see us joke on the pre and post game show all the time. We're cracking jokes left and right.
Your dance moves, bro.
Oh, the dance moves.
Oh, bro.
The Cameroonians.
Yeah.
They were good, dude. That girl says she's the best in the country. Best dancer in the country.
I got to take her word for that.
Yeah, you see, Daniel, they were moving.
And you were too. I thought you were going to split your pants.
Yeah, I thought I was too.
I was about to call our guy Sandy at Men's Warehouse. Get the stitches ready.
I was worried about Mully's Achilles.
I didn't even think of that.
I mean, he was feeling so good about the Warriors when he started dancing. And then Chloe's a choreographer. She's the other girl. So I see her on Instagram, and I'm like, whoa. She goes back from L.A. to New York, L.A. to New York, and she's a choreographer. Emmy-nominated choreographer and tap dancer. She's got over 240,000 followers. And you look at her videos, I'm like, damn, they be moving. I can't dance, man. I cannot dance.
Well, now I want to ask you and Sam, just because I have to have an answer for this one. I'm making you pick the best San Francisco-based movie for you. Your favorite is... Because, I think I can make an argument. Mrs. Doubtfire, to me, sentimentally, means a lot. Just because of when it came out, the age. My dad had worked on that house. Now I think about my dad. Dirty Harry, Bullet. There's been some great ones. Maltese Falcon, Basic Instinct. I'm just giving you some random.
Basic Instinct was
It's a classic.
It is a classic.
It's a classic.
Basic Instinct was good.
Dirty Harry's awesome. We were asking yourself, did I shoot off 3 or did I shoot off 4?
You feel lucky, punk.
Dude, it's all time.
I'll give Bonte a minute to think here.
No.
You
I
want to go first? Okay, you go first.
I was waiting for Shasky to stop talking.
I know what that's like.
Because here's the Shasky special. He likes to ask the question. Then he goes on, why you think?
I want to give you time to think about it.
I already got the answer.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm a sucker for originals. And the first movie I ever saw that was based in San Francisco, the first one I watched was Dirty Harry because I knew it was based in San Francisco. As a kid, you watch Dirty Harry, you're like, you know what? Yes, that's it. That's it. Dirty Harry it is.
It's a classic.
It's a classic. But I'm a sucker for the fan. I'm a sucker for The Rock. There's another movie with The Rock in it. The Rock, not The Rock, with Sean Penn and who else was in that one?
Well, Sean Penn's been in a million things.
Yeah, but The Rock, the
That's
actual
Sean
Rock.
Connery.
Sean Connery, excuse me.
Yeah,
not
the original
Sean Penn.
James Bond.
Sean Connery, the original James Bond. My mistake.
Yeah. Get off my rock.
The Rock played the movie.
Welcome to The Rock.
The Rock, yeah. The Rock played the movie. that was based off earthquakes. Remember?
San Andreas.
San Andreas.
Oh.
Yeah, he parachutes into AT&T Park.
No way.
Yes.
How did I not see that movie?
Came out in 2015.
Yeah, nobody really brags about that movie, but
It wasn't very scientifically accurate.
Yeah, it wasn't
How
at
about
all.
48 Hours when they steal the bus? You guys don't remember that?
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
That's
48
classic.
Hours
Nick
is great.
Nolte? Yeah.
Nick Nolte, Eddie Murphy, right?
Yeah.
No doubt.
No, for me, my favorite movie was based in San Francisco. So as a kid, I got into James Bond as a young kid.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, I still like James Bond a lot. But I always liked A View to a Kill, which took place in San Francisco. They had the big climactic fight on top of the Golden Gate Bridge. They had the car chase scene that ended right at the Left Yield Dual Bridge, right where Oracle Park is now. I just remember the first time I saw this back in the Blockbuster era. I'm looking for a James Bond movie, and I see Roger Moore with the Golden Gate Bridge behind him. Like, oh, James Bond in San Francisco? Yeah, sign me up for that. So that always, I'm not gonna say it's the best movie that took place in San Francisco, but me personally, yeah, that's probably my top of the list of movies that took place in the city.
Oh, you know another one we haven't even named it, and I'm looking at it. And there's a lot of
There's a lot of them, I bet.
Sister Act.
Oh, Sister Act is amazing. St. Paul's.
It's a classic.
Yeah, the church. It's
Whoopi Goldberg.
It's an old time.
Lauryn Hill. Like, come on.
All time.
That's a great one.
That's an all-time movie. Great call.
Planet of the Apes.
Planet of the Apes is a great one.
That's actually a great call, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then also, one that's a little under the radar. It's more niche, but I loved it. It, like, as growing up here in the city, like, Last Black Man in San Francisco was a phenomenal movie. I really enjoyed that movie.
I did.
Surprised no one's brought up Ant-Man yet.
Was that in San Francisco?
It was, yeah. And to a lesser extent, so is Shang-Chi. Started off in San Francisco.
Didn't know
Yeah,
that.
no one saw Shang-Chi, so Legend of the Ten Rings.
Sucker Free, the movie that Spike Lee did.
Yeah, that was good.
You know, it was
That was
supposed to be
good.
a pilot for a show.
Yeah, no, that was good. That was good. That was good. Sister Act, man. That's
Sister Act is a classic.
Yeah, that was the one. That's
When they're
cool.
all singing, you got to pull up a
Yeah.
Sister Act scene. There's some
look,
good ones.
Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. Try to
What's
get
up,
back
Big
to sports
Smooth?
real quick before the break. Big Smooth, what's happening?
Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Hey, The Game with Sean Penn and Michael Douglas.
Great call.
There is
Yeah,
no
great
more
call.
San Francisco movie. There is a alley that go down there. I used to work in the city and park over there on 4th and Market. Dude, they got the alley in the movie with the neon sign. It is very San Francisco. They're all up in Chinatown.
Good call.
If you haven't watched that movie, The Game, great San Francisco movie. And then what about The Fan with De Niro?
Yeah,
and,
of course.
and,
Wesley Snipes.
my guy who
Wesley
was
Snipes.
playing a Bonds type of character.
Yeah.
Great movie, by the way.
Yeah,
It was
Wesley
a great movie.
Snipes.
And when he uses the payphone at Candlestick to call into Sports Talk Radio,
that was
it's one
great.
of the all-time moments.
Sounds like something you would do.
Well, you can't find a payphone anywhere
Well,
nowadays.
if the situation presented itself, you can't find Candlestick anymore either, but...
Just Samson. It's just the gay Michael Douglas. You guys,
you
the
know what?
older generation
Hey.
knows Michael Douglas was
OGs.
Sam Lubman's on his Klay Thompson. I ain't sacrificing bleep
Dude,
today. I ain't
100%.
getting my touches. I'll go talk into the microphone
Sacrifice.
today. I will cut you guys off to get my touches.
Cut you guys off to get to this break, maybe?
Oh,
sure.
man.
Take it away. Brought to you by
Take it
Safeway.
away.
Mo Money, Moses Moody. What up, baby? Warriors are 9-2. We'll talk a little football here with Jake Hutchinson in a second. He's been down at practice. We'll talk about 40 movies based in San Francisco. There's a lot of movies, man. It's funny what makes the text line light up. How could you forget Big Trouble in Little China?
Princess Diaries. So I Married an Axe Murderer. All these random movies.
Even Alona Novikov, my mother-in-law, who never doesn't know a damn thing about sports.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Wedding Planner with Jennifer Lopez was made in San Francisco. Even the movie talk got her ears perked up. It's unbelievable.
That's why I'm as good as I'm.
Sports. You don't talk sports on. Wait, what?
Well, I mean, like, this is what I bring to the table. You might be the king of sports, but I'm the king of random. Rapid fire, man. It always creates a lot of talking points.
Maybe
Sorry, I just hurt my wrist patting myself on the back.
It just happens all the time. It's what we do in sports.
I have bilateral wrist injuries.
But it's just amazing. It's just amazing that non-sports topics always get people going. Say, Steph Curry's great. Dropped 37 the other night, 9 assists.
True.
You make it a text. Yeah, Steph's great. We know that. Thanks, Captain Obvious. And then you say, hey, best movies in San Francisco. Best movies in Oakland. Best burritos in San Francisco. Best ramen spot in the Bay Area. Slot machines all over the place. You can't keep up. It's unbelievable. The way the world works, man. The way this works. So I always told us our digital strategy when it comes to producing content on the show, forget the this is why Brock Purdy's great content. It's this content. Best movie in San Francisco and why? Best ramen. What do you want in your ramen? Do you want eggs? Do you want shrimp? What do you want? All right, we got Hutch. Just insane what happens, man. What a Thursday. What a Thursday. More ways than one, man. This day's not even over because Baby Chaz just asked me to take her to the small supermarket in the mall for the 15th time. Like,
wait, where?
There's a small supermarket for kids, and just look it up.
The small supermarket for kids. Where is it?
Small supermarket. They got 1 in 7. They got them all over the place. These people are geniuses. Because they know kids, and they set a price, and you can't do anything about it. It's non-negotiable.
Oh, boy.
You're spending money. They got the little kitchen and a little grocery store and a little restaurant and a little firehouse.
Sounds like a live working vignettes.
I mean, it is unbelievable. I mean, gosh. You got everything for kids, and you can't do anything about it. Memberships for the Academy of Science. I've had a membership to the Academy of Science for 3 years. I called yesterday to make sure my babysitter could, Chesna's babysitter could take her into the Academy of Science or whatnot. I had no idea. I've having this membership for 3 years. I'm like, oh yeah, your membership is good for 2 or 4 adults and for 10 kids. You get up to 10 kids in there on my membership. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait. I had to stop for a second and say, wait a minute. You mean I could take 9 more kids along with my kid, and they're free with this membership? Yeah, you got the executive membership. It's like, what? I had no idea.
Oh, the executive.
They don't explain these things.
I love how they have an executive membership.
They got an executive membership. Because, you pay $300 for the membership, but if you go one time, it's like $50 a pop.
It's worth it to get
It's worth it to get the membership.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, I had no idea that the membership could get up to 10 kids. But you didn't even know.
Yeah, but are you taking on 9 others?
I mean, I get some parenting there. It's called Imagination Playhouse. Imagination Playhouse. Chester just says a small supermarket. Yeah, Imagination Playhouse.
Oh, I'm looking at it.
You looking at it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one on Geary.
Yeah, they're everywhere. These people are, dude, you want to know who's ruthless? These folks who come up with these Imagination Playhouse and jumpy houses and everything, they are ruthless. Slime houses, everything.
Forget the fentanyl dealers.
They are money suckers. All right? They're sucking money out of it. That's why we're broke. That's probably contributing to the homeless problem. These things for kids should be free. Instead, it's like, it's $50 for the kid, and it's another $70 for the adult. Then you got to pay for food. Then you go buy the we got pretzels. You want salt or cheese? Oh, that's $12. And then you get pizza. Kids love pizza. Well, a slice is going to be $7. You get the whole. It's unbelievable.
Do kids love pizza or fries more?
Both. They'll eat fries with the pizza.
Yeah, they will.
And then you know what? French fries are $7 a pop. So I was like, I'm not trying to save money here. We're going broke. Broke. Because all these damn things for kids, jumpy houses. Oh, yeah, you want to throw a birthday party here? Money time! Deposit starts at $800.
Wait, what?
No, I'm just making up numbers here.
Okay,
but,
I was going to say.
Like the zoo party. It was great. Hey, we're going to let's throw Baby Chaz a party at the zoo. Oh, that's awesome. That's great.
I feel like you're a therapist right now.
Yeah, you are my therapist. I need therapy because of these prices that they charge us for all these events. And kids, Academy of Science, the zoo, oh my Lord.
So I'm your Dr. Melfi, huh?
I feel like every time we go to the damn zoo, I'm out of $300.
Oh.
Popcorn costs $12. This guy, oh my gosh. Anyway, let's get to Jake Hutchinson on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? It's just unbelievable, Jake. Jake, you know what? You probably want kids one day, but just wait as long as you can, okay?
Listen, I hear you on that. All I hear, it's like, you know how parents have kids and then all of a sudden all they're talking about is basically what you're talking about. I'll wait a little bit.
And you're a beat writer too, so I know the business isn't as lucrative as it once was. Trust me, I know. You want to wait on that one. The diapers cost, Jake.
Yeah, I'm good for a minute. I got a dog. I'll wait it out.
They go through milk like it's no tomorrow. You'll be buying milk 5 gallons a day, damn near. All right, let's get to the Niners. Debo Lenoir, 5 years, $92 million. Do we know any details about the deal yet? Have any details come out in terms of guarantees, signing bonuses? What's going on with this contract here, Jake?
No, I don't think they've released much of that stuff yet. I would expect it. Basically, you know, at the top of the cornerback market, there's guys that are making like 19 and above, and then there was like a $5 million gap to sort of like where Charvarius Ward is, and Lenoir comes in right before that top tier, which I think makes sense because, you know, he plays nickel, but he also plays outside corner, and normally in negotiations they're going to try and, you know, get less from him because he plays nickel, even though he probably deserves more for playing both positions. So I think that's probably why it comes in just like slightly below that top tier, but $18 million a year, I'd bet it's somewhere where it's about 3 years, and then, you know, the fourth and fifth are some funny money, and you know, depending on how he plays, it continues. But I'd expect the first 3 years on that thing to be pretty solid.
It's one deal, right? So I don't want to make it like the Niners are changing their business model and how they approach extensions, contracts, etc. But did you infer anything from the timing of this deal? Like not just about Debo Lenoir, but maybe about other players? Because I'm just going for myself. I'm thinking about how does this affect Purdy? Do they have a feeling on how much Purdy's going to make? You know, why did they not let this get to the end of the year? I'm happy they did it. I find it interesting, the timing.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think there are a lot of things in play. One, the way the offseason went, they wanted to get a deal done with Lenoir, and, you know, they made him sort of a low ball offer, and he said, no, I'm not going to take that. I'm going to, you know, play my tail off, and I'm going to go get paid, and that's what he did. And two, I think they knew they wanted to get a deal done with him, but because of those contract negotiations with Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk, all that stuff, I think their attention went there. And because they weren't that serious, you know, about paying Lenoir what he wanted, they waited. I also think what they've realized with Lenoir is he is clearly the third most important player on this defense. And if he goes down, you know, who's going to play nickel for you? I guess you could put Renardo Green in. I think he's a stud, but he's not well-versed at nickel. They really don't have a backup option, and that's become so fundamental to them, especially with terrible linebackers next to Fred Warner. I think they realize this is sort of a linchpin, and for the first time, really, I feel like they're building from the back with their corners. You know, with Green and Lenoir and Mustafa and Jair Brown, they've got a really good young core, and they wanted to make sure they could keep that intact.
That's a well said point there, Jay. It's well said there about the secondary and what they're doing here. You're right. Without Debo or Lenoir, the secondary isn't as close as good to what they are right now. He's playing at a high level. What's going on with Drake Greenlaw? Where you brought up the linebackers there, and outside of Fred Warner, we know Devondre Campbell's been picked on left and right. What is going on with Drake Greenlaw? Any update on him?
Yeah, there's nothing concrete yet. I think that's still going to be a few weeks out, and they get into some, you know, tricky spots where, you know, they could try and bring him back around like the Rams game or something, but that I think is the Thursday night one. So it's something where, you know, even if he's ready, I could see it taking something like, you know, another 4 or 5 weeks. but they haven't provided a concrete update on him. It's tough because, he's going to need time to really ramp up. But I think the last month of the season is kind of when I'm expecting him to be back. If it's earlier by a week or two, I wouldn't be shocked. But again, it's an Achilles, so I think they're taking that thing as carefully as they can.
What's the latest on CMC? I mean, he played on Sunday. I thought he had decent bursts. He looked a slight rusty, How's he feeling after playing in that game? Because that's kind of the big test, 3, 4, 5 days later. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's he was limited, but that's part of the plan. Shanahan said that's just part of it. I think he's probably feeling pretty decent. What's funny though is at the start of this year, Kyle was like, "Yeah, we have to sort of limit the load for McCaffrey. We have to make sure we don't get him a ton of touches like we did last year. He led the league in touches. We need to sort of protect him from himself." And so I asked him about that, and he gave a classically sort of sassy answer on Monday about it, even though he was out for 4 snaps and Shanahan was annoyed about it. So I think they're just going to keep riding him, and until the wheels fall off, I don't know if they're going to change much. I personally think you should mix in a little bit more Isaac Guerrero because he's just got speed to test the edge in a way that no one else does. But, it's McCaffrey and he's their bell cow, and they're just going to keep using him as much as they can, as far as I can tell.
Jake, when it comes to Purdy and the offense, we'll get to them in a second, but they've got to score touchdowns because obviously 18 to 38 in the red zone, one of the worst teams when it comes to red zone efficiency, and you have to lean on Jake Moody. And leaning on Jake Moody last week almost cost you a win. It would have been a devastating loss in more ways than one. What is going on with Jake Moody? How's his ankle? Is he 100%? Is he close to 100%? What's the word about Jake Moody here?
Yeah, I mean, based on how he looked, it's hard to say he was at 100%. That was a high ankle sprain that, it seemed like it was going to take longer to heal, and then he came back a little quicker than expected. They released Anders Carlson early in the week, so that was a pretty early decision they made. But I think a lot of the stuff in terms of just the timing and how he's feeling, like kicking is such a mental thing, and if you don't feel quite like balanced, I could see that being a real tough thing for him. And even last year, when he was nailing almost everything for the most part, except for a couple key games, it would tail off. It would look dicey. It wasn't just straight down the stripe, right down the middle. So yeah, I don't think he's 100% of where he's supposed to be. Maybe physically he's okay, but I doubt his body feels like it did before the injury. Which is why I'm continually confounded at, Kyle Shanahan just always defaulting to field goals, even when he could trust his offense to, maybe go for it on a 4th and short. It's always like, all right, let's take this 50-yard field goal, regardless of what we have.
Now that you've had a couple days to digest it, did you learn anything about the 49ers playing against the Bucs on Sunday?
Not too much. It's tough because the Bucs have sort of fallen apart. If they had Mike Evans and Godwin and the wheels hadn't really fallen off for them, it would have been a more interesting game. I learned that they didn't fix everything over the bye week. I was sort of hoping that they would be able to execute better in the red zone, that they wouldn't, shoot themselves in the foot and do a lot of the stupid things that they do where, they gain a ton of yards between the 20s and then they'll shut down with stupid plays. And they're still doing some of that stuff. The defense, I like what they're doing on the back end. I still don't trust their linebackers. I still don't trust their defensive tackles. So I don't know if I learned all that much other than that, this thing isn't fixed, but, maybe theoretically, possibly it could get there.
Jake Hutchinson here on the River Islands guest line here on 95.7 The Game. Tabor Pepper, Debo Samuel, sideline shenanigans, special teams. What do you want to see this week against Seattle? Does it matter to you? Because we were discussing earlier, does style points matter at this point with the 49ers, or does just winning matter? It's like, I look at last week in the NFL, Jake, it was an ugly week for a lot of teams. Just win games in November. What are you looking forward to against Seattle? Do they need to win a certain way for you to say, okay, this team is back to being a contender in the NFC?
I mean, yes and no. They're about to go to Green Bay and Buffalo on the road. And if they look, if they do some of the stuff they did last week, and granted those Moody field goals, they would have been up. But, I do think Shanahan needs to be a little bit more aggressive when he has opportunities, say on 4th and shorts or in the red zone, just to push the needle and actually try and force a touchdown in, as opposed to just defaulting to field goals. But, if they win against Seattle, that's like a massive way for them to keep improving their chances to win this division. And then the 2 games that they really need to split right after that, Green Bay and Buffalo. Style points would help in this game. I just think it needs to look cleaner. I think they really, as an offense, they struggle with protections. And this is a defense with Mike McDonald that hasn't quite clicked yet, but they're going to keep throwing the same pressures that a lot of these teams have thrown at them. The 49ers have had pretty bad answers for them. They force Brock Purdy to throw hot and leave guys unblocked so consistently. I think the number one thing I want to see from this offense is a better answer when there's a clear blitz coming, and not have Brock Purdy having to take a shot, 3 or 4 times a game from somebody who's not picked up, or there's numbers disadvantage, or just the design of the play forces him to throw it immediately.
Real quick, before we let you go, Jake, we appreciate the time. George Kittle, Nick Bosa, hamstring irritation for George Kittle. I haven't heard that one before. Hamstring irritation. And then Nick Bosa obviously was laboring last week. What's the deal with those 2 guys?
Yeah, I had some hamstring irritation last week. I did a yoga class with my girlfriend. I was hurt. So I know what that's like. Wait. First of all, what kind of yoga? And what do you mean you got hamstring irritation? What does it feel like? It was just sore. It's like when you overstretch it.
Yeah.
And then you start walking the next day and you start making some old man noises when you're walking around the house. That's the hamstring irritation I was feeling.
So you're into yoga, huh? What kind of yoga?
Yeah.
Hot yoga, Bikram yoga?
It was like a flow class, but it was at like a climbing gym, so the vibes were kind of weird.
Yeah.
And you could just hear people like weightlifting above you and people like going up and down.
Yeah, you can't yoga like that. You gotta be able to go into a dark room with candles. Like hot yoga, you do it. You go downstairs in the hot room, and the lights are very dim, and it's almost like a meditation. It's freaking great. Or you just do regular yoga, but you can't have all the weightlifting and the rock climbing going on. That's not real yoga.
Yeah, and then there's people who are trying to get in a pose that no one can physically do, trying to put like a leg behind your head, and I'm like, I can't. That's never going to happen. So anyway, George Kittle, hamstring irritation. I think Kittle is, he's a warrior. He's going to be fine. Bosa was a little not optimistic about his thing. He was talking about how proud he was that he played through his hip pointer. So that was, Shanahan said he wasn't that worried about Bosa, and Bosa's like, yeah, I'm kind of hurting. So, I don't know what to make of that, but it wasn't like the most. I don't know. I think you're a star player.
It sounds like Bosa's really hurting. Is there a risk that he could miss a game or 2?
I mean, he must be hurting. I don't know what he's feeling.
But
he's not practicing very much.
I'll say it right now. Look, Josh Allen and the Bills look like a tall task a few weeks from now. Plus, you could just sit that one out in New York City, Buffalo, New York. You don't have to chase around Josh Allen.
That Bills game looks pretty rough for this team. It could go a lot of different ways. So I think they need to win this one to give themselves a chance to just split one of the next 2.
Win the next 2 games. Take the Buffalo game off. But he's really hurting, Jask. Are you worried about that?
Of course I'm worried. Of course I'm worried. I mean, how can you not be worried? He's the best player on the team, making the most amount of money.
Well, Fred Warner's the best player on the team.
Well, you know what I mean. They're very similar.
I hear you. No, Jake, hamstring irritation, man. Maybe we should yoga together. I would love to go to a yoga class. I'm into yoga.
Yeah, no direct eye contact in the middle, but sure.
Yeah, you don't do the eye contact.
Are you uncomfortable?
Just to be in the same room. Just to say I know somebody in the yoga class. You're making sure I'm not slacking. I'm making sure you're not slacking. Your girlfriend's there. My fiance is there.
An accountability buddy?
Yeah, I like that.
You never watched South Park?
No, I mean, I fell off of South Park, but South Park's not great. South Park is good, but
Well, they had an accountability buddy episode, and it was hilarious. And now I'm going to give you both my best Kenny powers. Actually, I don't do hot yoga or any yoga. I play real sports. I'm not trying to be the best at exercising. That's Kenny Powers circa 10 years ago. It's one of the best
Well, it
lines.
sounds like you need to exercise with all the injuries you
Bro,
come up
I'm
with
hitting
on
the
a
weights,
day-to-day.
dog.
Yeah, well, it's because you're injured.
You know?
All right, Jake, get out of here.
See you, buddy.
Go have fun.
Can't pull fat.
Appreciate you, folks. Appreciate you guys.
All right, later. Jake Hutchinson.
Yoga looks really hard. That's why I'm out on it.
Come on, you challenge yourself. Don't take the easy route.
Can't be great at everything.
Don't take the easy route. Don't take the easy route. Wow. The Rays will play 2025 home games at the New York Yankees nearby spring training ballpark amid uncertainty about the future of hurricane-damaged Tropicana Field.
What ended up happening was the roof blew off, and the city that owns it, they're building a new ballpark.
Yep.
So in this situation, it would be like I'm selling my house, okay, hypothetically. I'm getting rid of my house, and I need a completely new roof, and they're actually gonna demolish this house anyway when we're all said and done, and it costs me whatever, more to demolish and put up a new roof than it does to actually just tear the house down. So they're like, yeah, we're just gonna not rebuild Tropicana.
Smart. It's a dump.
$58 million was the original estimate, and I believe that doesn't include all of the other extra infrastructure costs and the overruns and all that.
Oh, look, there's Nick from KCBS in the building. Hi, Nick. How you doing? What are you doing in here? You get lost, buddy? Well, what's up, Nick? All right, well, you get lost, man. You never show up over here.
I think he's probably like, hey, you guys got the mayor?
Probably, but... I mean, he had Willie Brown in the building last week.
Yeah, Willie
Brown was just on his phone. I was trying to get eye contact to say what's up, and he was just staying on the phone, just chopping it up.
That's the real king.
That is the real king. That's why you got to stop calling me that, man. You got people really get mad at me for that nickname. It's like, I didn't give myself that nickname. I don't walk around town saying, hey, I'm the king. How you doing? Hey, Morning Rose King. Hey, how you doing? People get really upset about that stuff. You guys, I mean, you should see some of the stuff I see on the timeline. It's not good for my mental health. What did Nick want? I wouldn't know what Nick wanted.
Oh, he was curious about what we talked about with Daniel Lurie.
Tell him we talked about the Dodgers. How to kick the Giants' ass last year.
I did not tell him that's what we talked about.
Nick's he's a diehard Dodger fan.
We all have character flaws.
Dude, Lubman's in his bag today.
Well, I don't know if he's in his bag. The Russell Westbrook bag? The James Harden bag? Or the Steph Curry bag?
I'd take any of those bags.
Shooting us out of games like Dylan Brooks. He hit early and you're like, yes. Dude, he's going to keep shooting.
I'm going to break the code.
Look at that Game 6 Klay. Kevin Durant went 10 for 31. I think Westbrook was 10 for 27. That's what we're working out here. Steve Risotto had to set a peep. What the hell? What is going on around here, man? What a day. Oh, he's cracking the mic. He's potted down because it's like, no, I'm the only one talking back here. No, Spadoni, I'm getting all the touches.
It's chaos today. That's what I've learned.
He's learned a lot back here. I'm training him too.
Chaos just sounds like another day at Reader High School, Steven Risotto.
Hey, I'm almost 5 years out, guys.
You still act like you could go there, man.
That's very true.
Guys, Fonte, you see us make CCS. You guys are rolling right now. Rolling on the football field. Rolling.
Who are you looking at for this weekend that has to put up a big game? Niners.
Oh, Niners. I thought you were talking Grizzlies or okay.
We'll
Niners.
get to that.
You know, we always do this. Who needs to have a big game? Well, I don't know who the game plan is catered to.
Brock
has to play well. I think that's obvious, right? Brock doesn't play well, they lose.
Brock was pretty special in the fourth quarter last week.
Brock doesn't play well on any given Sunday or Thursday or Monday or Saturday.
Yeah, you're probably
They're not playing well. They're not winning the game.
Sad about a lot of teams, but you're right. No, you're right.
That's the stuff. You know, just continue. Just fix the red zone issues. All right. When you get in the red area and you get there 2 to 3, 4 times a game, score touchdowns. Score touchdowns. That's what I need. I need touchdowns, not Jake Moody field goals. And I don't know what the weather's going to look like on Sunday at Levi Stadium. Just score touchdowns.
Originally, it was a little bit of rain, then it was not rain, and I don't know where it's at currently. But I've been kind of monitoring it. It's off and on.
Oh, a little rain game?
Well, it was, and then it evaporated. Like yesterday, it was supposed to rain more, and it didn't rain at all.
Let me see. I got Santa
Clara. Pick up Santa Clara for me.
I got still Levi Stadium. Oh, Sunday says 35% chance of rain. Now, when will the rain hit? The rain will start at nighttime. During the day, we get to 1 o'clock. Oh, it's going to be 62, 61. Little cloudy, but not a chance of rain during the time frame of the game. So that's good.
How about a big game from George Kittle? It seems like whenever they start to get him in the offense starts to look like a lot better. And then they go away from Kittle, and then the offense doesn't look better. And I'm wondering when they're going to go back to Kittle. I don't know. If we're saying big games, I want to see more George Kittle.
I could argue that every play George Kittle has made this year, like the big play, it flipped momentum for that game. He has been unbelievable, and I feel like they still don't use him enough. But I could say that about every week, like, because you could throw to him 20 times a game.
As we talk fentanyl and cocaine and all that stuff, got a text from Buddy. Somebody drug test Lubman.
Why?
I don't know why.
He's on performance enhancer?
Don't talk about that. Well, it looks like he's all performance enhancers. You see the guy's jacked,
Yeah,
dude.
he is.
Out of his
It's all
mind.
natural.
I could see Lubman taking steroids just to take steroids. I'm just going to take steroids because I want to be buff.
Just bored.
Just take roids just for the hell of it, right?
Were you an offensive lineman in football?
Defensive.
Oh boy. Lattimore?
Defensive end, yeah.
Do they run your way all the time?
Not all the time.
They run your way all the time. Bonte played tight end. Do you think that you could hold him up?
Oh, I could blow by Bonte.
Please.
He's got no speed.
I was good.
I was a speed rusher. I'd blow right by him.
Bonte's pretty big. He's got the reach.
Well, yeah, but he's slow.
I wasn't
I
slow
don't
back
know
then.
about that. I think you underrate his athleticism.
Well, let's get some pads on.
I mean, we don't want to do that.
I seen his hands in basketball. I think you're
I
underrated.
see his hands.
You like the 3-for-3? You like the little 3-on-3? Little.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, I could just tell by how a guy moves, like, if they were a player or not.
When I
seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
I was all right. I'm not one to brag about myself, though. I don't like bragging about myself. That feels a little weird. I remember everything. That's why I'm a king. I do remember a lot. The pettiness, the trash talking. I remember a lot. Probably too much. It's part of my problem. Who needs a big game on Sunday? I don't know, man. How about this? You know who needs a big game? Special teams unit needs a big game. There you go. Special teams. Can we make it a week without talking about the special teams? We talk so much about special teams and losing containment and punt blocks and punt fakes and lack of containment, missed field goals, Tabor Peppers getting judo chopped by Debo Samuel, just straight karate chop to the neck. Listen, can we just go a week without talking special teams?
I'm with you on that. Could someone explain to me, because I know we haven't had a chance to talk about the San Francisco Giants as of late. Could anyone explain to me, are they meeting with Juan Soto or are they not? Not that I expect them to sign him.
They're not meeting with Juan Soto, right? Yeah. Stop. Can we, for the love of God, Giants fans, stop. Oh, my God, we're meeting with Juan Soto. Look at Juan Soto.
I think it was Heyman said they aren't, and then Jason Stark, I think, tweeted out that they are. I think the most recent reporting, though, is that they aren't.
And that was from Baggerly?
Let me double check that.
And you know what? Since we're talking about the Giants, and I've thought long and hard about this, it would be a mistake to go get Mike Trout right now.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there. I reversed that. Heyman said they did. Stark says they don't, and I would go off what Stark said because it's not happening.
So you don't want to go off with John Heyman or Odyssey MLB Insider?
The guy who broke the arson judge news?
Why don't you want to trade it for Mike Trout? I know it's a huge risk.
Yeah, that's just you taking on that money. They did it with Evan Longoria. It didn't really work out. I would.
They didn't have the DH at the time.
They didn't have the DH, no doubt. But this guy just hasn't been healthy. He just had
played 40% of the game since 2021.
Yeah, I can't do that. And he's got over $200 million left, $208 million left on the contract.
Mm-hmm. And the performance is starting to drop a little bit, too, because those injuries are going to start to catch up with him.
But I think in this situation, the way I would view it is like, would you take 4 or 5 years that you think are going to be decent years for Mike Trout to be your 4, 5, 6 hitter with a Chapman, with a Ramos? No one's saying he's Mike Trout of the old.
I mean, are we even sure he's going to be like that decent, though?
Is that, wow, we really think he's going to fall off that hard?
I just don't think you take that risk for that player.
I think it's worth
that payroll. You could use that $200 million elsewhere. And isn't there a report that the Giants front office wants to slash payroll?
Well, you got a lot of guys coming off the books, too.
So I don't know what that report was all about. And look, I haven't fully, I'm waiting for things to shake. But the more I think about the Mike Trout situation, it sounds good. It'll get people fired up.
Oh, it's risky.
But I would rather use these assets, if we're going to move them for players who can actually help on a day-to-day basis. And Mike Trout, I just can't trust him right now. I can't trust him to stay healthy, dog. They make the trade for Mike Trout, and they bring him in. I'm all for it because I know what type of player he is. The fact is that things just pop up on him left and right. Like, let me look at his baseball card.
He just had his meniscus torn last year, and so he's been out for quite some time. But I believe last year
he played 29 games.
Yeah, it was the lowest of his career.
Year before that, he played 82. Year before that, he played 119.
Yeah, that was a good year.
Before that, he played 36. Year before that, he played 53.
Well, the COVID year.
COVID year, but still, 134, 140, 114.
There's a clear trend in his performance right now.
Oh, no one's denying that you're not getting the best of him. I'm saying, like, if it's 200 with 8 years left, that's like $26 million a year. Look at where they've spent $26 million a year the last couple of years. That's DeSclafani and Alex Wood. I mean, you tell me what you'd rather see. Trout every day, well, hopefully, every day in the lineup as your DH and your left fielder, or Alex Wood and DeSclafani?
Yeah, I don't know. 40 home runs, 80 RBIs. He played 119 in 2022.
With no help.
No help. I get it.
Shohei.
40 for 80, and those are good numbers, but he's striking out a lot more these days. Struck out 139 times that year. But he's still got power. He's going to hit for average.
It's the speed that's gone.
It's risky as hell, man. It's risky as hell. And do you want to start off the Buster Posey era by doing a bold move like that? Or do you want to go elsewhere? He's going to be, he's 33 years old now. Wow. He's gotten.
I know how these things work. He's going to end up in Philadelphia or somewhere like that, and he's going to have one just banner season.
No doubt. But they're in a different place in the Giants right now.
I know. You're right. That I don't argue.
Place. So I say no to Trout. And trust me, I want to wheel and deal, but I'm kind of off that Trout movement.
All right, fast five.
Do you believe?
My final thought is tonight we got Eagles and Commanders.
Oh, my.
This is a game I'm going to be watching very closely. The Commanders have 4 offensive turnovers all year. One this last weekend against Pittsburgh. They have had ball security like crazy. Philadelphia, hot and cold. They've been all over the place. This is a huge one. They played each other twice in a short period of time. I feel like the Niners, if they get into the playoffs, are facing either one of these teams in round 1 or one of these teams in round 2. That's what it feels like to me. So I've got my eyeballs on this game tonight.
My final thought is shout out to the mayor-elect, Daniel Lurie. Congratulations for winning. Really what he's done for foster youth, for underprivileged youth in this city. I think he's going to be a damn good mayor. Look, it's tough. London Breed did her thing. She tried her best, and I don't want to dismiss London Breed because she was a hell of a mayor as well. It's not an easy job to be in that position. I get, especially being a black woman. It's not easy. Trust me. Daniel Lurie, I think, is going to do a hell of a job, man. He's out and about. He's with the people. And look, maybe it's a good thing that he doesn't have a big-time political background. Maybe that's going to help him flourish as mayor of San Francisco. But it was good to have him on the show. He's a good friend of the program, man. Shout out to Daniel Lurie, man. Hope you do a hell of a job as a mayor of San Francisco.
My final thought is, as we see this Warriors season get off to this incredible start, I find myself not just starting to believe in this Warriors team, I'm starting to believe more and more in Draymond Green. Like, he is a big X factor, obviously, for this team. We all know that throughout his history. But last year, you could say a big part of why last year went wrong is because he was not on the court. And he said it was the most important season of his career, and he whiffed on that one. This year, though, so far, it seems crazy to say this, but this seems like the Draymond Green that we've kind of been banging our hands on the table saying this is who we want you to be over the last couple of years. And this year, we're starting to see it from him. I'm starting to, if we were doing a walk it back Wednesday, I would walk back some of the angry things I've said about Draymond over the last couple of years. Because I think we're starting to see the Draymond that we want to see.
Champion of change.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see. So very happy that we're seeing that from Draymond.
We're 11 games in, so I need him to play 54 more games to get the House of Prime Room dinner.
Well,
he's healthy.
If he does that, if you're saying 50 wins, maybe he was that unnamed player.
I doubt that. He would not be telling that to Monte. I'm going to say to my wife one day.
What do you would not be saying? What?
Fun game.
Yeah, I just don't think that he's the unnamed player.
Who, Draymond Green?
Yeah, because he would have said we're going to win 60.
No. Well,
he put a bet on that?
He did tell me the ring. You don't know who's going to. Could be Steph. Could be Draymond.
Maybe it is.
Could be Joe Lacob.
What if I tell my wife, like, hun, I'm telling you, what was it? Something of change? Would you say it?
Champion of change.
I'm a champion of change. She's like, yeah, go change the baby's diaper.
Champion of changing diapers. There
Exactly.
you go. Always a fun diaper.
Risotto, what do you got?
Yeah, so
I forgot he was here. Talk about him.
I've been screening some calls about the conversation about movies based in San Francisco, and there's been a few callers that want me to kind of give you guys a message about 48 Hours.
Oh, yeah.
There's been The Rock.
Referenced it.
There's been Dirty Harry suggested. But one that's kind of underrated, and I didn't even know this was based in San Francisco, but Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith and the
Have
kid.
you been listening at all today?
I told you, I didn't even know the guy was here today. I swear to God, there's something about that chair where guys feel like they don't even have to work. They hear a scholarship,
It's the fact
man.
you can't see him.
It is just...
It is a nice little hiding spot back there.
This is just, that's what I'm saying, man. This is unbelievable.
Hey, and this is the majors.
They say Sports Talk Radio Morning Drive is the major leagues.
I didn't know it was based in San Francisco.
Oh, the person...
At first, that movie came out like 10 years before he was born.
That's very true.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
20, what year did Pursuit of Happiness come out?
It came out actually like in 06.
But you know what Mrs. Doubtfire is, right?
Yeah, of course. Robin Williams, that's a classic.
No love for Will Smith. Come on, Risotto.
Dude, Miss Doubtfire is a classic.
Wow,
it still hits.
Look, I love
He was hella funny in that.
I love Archbishop Ritter. I
miss
love
Robin
SI.
Williams.
I love Galilei. I love all my schools here in San Francisco. But what the hell is going on at Riordan, man?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're doing great.
Risotto.
Baseball program's on the up and up.
Oh, I'm ready to correct Sergeant. He's politicking, man.
Yeah,
No-
he's
no
doing
doubt.
great. They just honored the 75 class and the 72
doubt.
class of winning WCL championships. And so Reardon's on the up and up. Basketball program starts soon. I just saw Joey Curtin the other day. I'm fired up. Let's go.
There's a joke in there, but I won't do it today. Risotto, a scholarship up in this back. We just throwing money. We're throwing money at anybody, man. It's just Lumby got his touches. Risotto's in the building. What a show. Shout out to Mayor-elect Daniel Lurie. And, of course, Jake Hutchins for dealing with this and found out that Jake loves yoga. I love yoga, too. House Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet. Hold on, Steiny. We're not done yet. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
I'm out.
I'm thinking
Carter and I got a special relationship, Stoney.
I'm thinking, what a great way to start the show. Guru loves me.
Yeah.
He's talking about Carter.
I put up with you every day. What's up, Thirsty Thursdays?
Man. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm hanging in.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, look. Go ahead.
You good?
Yeah, it's like Top Gun. Have my back. You don't got to tell the people. Yeah.
Absolutely. Today's going to be, we're going to, you know what I remember? I remember back in the mid-'80s, Larry Bird, they were in a series against the Hawks.
Okay.
They were up 3-2, and the Hawks won to send it to a seventh game, and Larry Bird said, boy, they missed a big opportunity last night, the Hawks did, and what I see on Sunday is a big win for the Boston Celtics. So what I see today, I see a big win for Guru and Steiny.
Let's go, baby.
A big win.
I like it.
All right, listen, we've been into the Klay stuff, and rightfully so. Klay comes back with Dallas on Tuesday. What a night. We talk about it Wednesday, and you realize, hey, the 49ers are in the middle of their week playing a team that was once maybe their biggest rival, and we're halfway through the season, Goo, and I was thinking about, boy, what did we talk about for so much of the offseason? Brock Purdy.
Yeah, look at you.
Well, let's talk about Brock Purdy today. Halfway through this season, we all know it's a big season for him. And I'm not interested in so much, well, what are they going to pay him?
Right.
I'm more interested in, how do you assess his year so far? Just this year. They're 5-4. He's played all 9 games, and we've got enough sample size this season to make a judgment and an assessment. So if I'm asking 49er fans, how you feeling about Brock Purdy this year? What kind of years Brock Purdy had? What would you say?
I'm going to shout out Miss Gilbert, Cabello Elementary, Stoney. My 4th grade teacher, you met her. She came out of Oracle a couple years ago.
That's right.
Still doing well. I'm going to give a letter grade.
No, you know what? Let's give a number grade. From 1 to 10.
Okay, all right. Before we do it, I got a surprise for you. Okay, I got a surprise. Carter, play it.
Oh, no.
Sets his feet, rolling end zone for Kittle. Oh, he come down! He did! Touchdown!
That was the touchdown in the 4th quarter to, I think I disappointed you. You probably thought it was a gift. But it was the touchdown pass where Purdy played with the defensive line, went up, went back, and then dropped that Mahomes type of ball like pigeon boo-boo right in the lap of George Kittle. Stoney, I'm a type of guy that I don't forget those plays. There's good, the bad, the ugly, but you want a number this season? Brock Purdy's been at 8.5. I want to say 9. I'm going to say 8.5. I have no qualms about whatever the dollar figure is going to be. My biggest takeaway is this man has added to his repertoire his leg game, his escapability, his mobility, and his ability to throw the ball on the run. Now, I will say this. When he does miss, there's not pretty miss, right? But I do see some, Brock, that was like the Arizona game, the first throw to Debo, out route, it was off. Some throws last week against Tampa, high. But that happens, and if it's an incompletion, it's an incompletion. So I think I'm doing too much in my assessment. But the bottom line is, this man played 8 games. Brock Purdy quarterbacked 8 games. I feel like I'm going long, Stoney. 8 games with no Christian McCaffrey.
Yes, you're right.
And still was Brock Purdy. So I'm giving him an 8.5. And I think this is his team for the next 5 to 7 years. This is the guy they're going to battle with.
Yeah.
You got a problem with anything I said?
I don't actually, because I'm in there talking to Nahegan before the show, and I'm like, we got to talk about Purdy because we're halfway through this season, and it's a significant season for Brock Purdy. And I think, we talked about him so much before the season. Let's revisit it at the halfway point.
I love it.
And he said to me, what do you think? And I'm like, well, I mean, he's going to be their quarterback. Like, he's their quarterback. And I don't know what they're going to pay him, but he's the guy, right? I mean, he's going to be the quarterback.
Why wouldn't he be?
And Nahegan goes, well, yeah. And he starts looking at his numbers and saying, yeah, probably right now. And I'm like, what do you mean probably? And he said, well, anyway, he was not quite as rock solid about, he is the guy. I'm just looking at last year, Purdy, 69% completion percentage. This year, 65.
Okay.
So he's down 4 points. Touchdowns last year, 31-11. 31 touchdowns, 11 picks, and this year it's 12 touchdowns, 7 picks.
Now keep in mind,
which is
8
way
games.
different.
Yeah, 8 games without McCaffrey.
I get that. I get that. I don't know if I'd go an 8. I think I
went 8.5.
I think I'll go a 7.
Okay,
I think I'll go a 7 for Purdy. I think he's been really good. But their record is 5-4.
But I feel like go ahead.
I just feel like they let 2 games get away. If they were 7-2, I'd probably give them a 9. If they were 6-3, I'd give them an 8. But they're 5-4, so I'm giving him a 7.
Well,
by and large, he's been very good, but
it doesn't
I'm giving
sound
him a 7. I'm giving him a 7.
Steiny, hey, is your grade? Yeah. I got to be honest. I'm shocked because I feel like it's low. Because forget the record, I can make an argument, or one could. How great was he in the 4 wins? So with that, what about, I feel like you're not giving any credence to the fact that McCaffrey has not played the first 8 games.
Maybe.
And I know you're fixated, and rightfully so, on the win-loss record, but imagine he had that tool to work with. That's how I'm grading him.
But I can't do that. I can't grade him on believing they'd be 7-2 with McCaffrey.
Even if you've seen it already in the past, like last year.
Well, that's what I'm really focused on is just this year. Right. So when we take into account Brock Purdy's play, yes, you have to take into account the injuries, and I do. I just feel like whether we like it or not, he didn't let 2 games slip away, but they did, and he's the quarterback. I still think 7's a pretty good number, and I think that he's set up to finish the season at an 8 or 9 if he's at a 7 now. But, I mean, he's the guy, right? I mean,
there's no doubt.
Are we done with any kind of doubt about whether Brock Purdy is going to be this team's quarterback for the foreseeable future?
I am, and we got our guy Carter Chickering in for Evan. Carter, I'm going to just throw it to what number would you give him, 1 through 10, Purdy? 8.5, and I feel bad it's not a 9.
I'm at about an 8.5 too, and I was going to point out that last year everything went right for the offense as far as injuries and all that. They didn't have to deal with any of this. This year he's had so much thrown at him as far as Debo's out these games, McCaffrey's out these games, Ayuk's out for the year. What you can do with the sets that they do and just the offense in general, the plays they call, completely changes then game to game. And because of that, I think it's a lot of different stuff this year.
You didn't even mention that great stuff. You didn't even mention, and I'm not mad at you, football mad at you, but there are some people that got to put some respect on Ayuk's name. It's Ayuk's fault. He chose to held out. He got paid. But we never once say, has Purdy's job become, a little more difficult without Ayuk at his best?
Probably. I'm weighing it all. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy and the Niners are halfway through the year. They play Seattle on Sunday at 1:05 at Levi Stadium to go to 6-4 with a win. Brock Purdy was the talk of the offseason. How much is he going to make? We can get into that if you want, but I'm more
this year.
I'm more interested in how has Brock Purdy played this year in your mind? Is he better than last year? Is he worse? Is he about the same? Where are you with Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570. And I'll just throw this one out there right away. And this is kind of what I'm talking about from the 650 on the Comcast Business text line. McCaffrey or not, he's been worse than last year. That's the bottom line.
And that was, and I know we're up against it.
Yeah.
Do you think opposing defenses and the coordinators have caught up or bridged the gap with one Brock Purdy? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know their offense isn't humming like it was last year, so how much is that Purdy?
Well,
how
it
much
is up
that
into the red zone, Stoney.
How much is that the the injuries. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's time to talk about Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers and what kind of year our young quarterback has had. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. against the Seattle Seahawks on Sunday, 105 Levi Stadium. And it is time to talk about Brock Purdy. The Niners have been off the radar for a couple days because of Klay Thompson. And they obviously took care of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last Sunday. Wasn't the most impressive win they've had in the recent past, but it's a win they needed. And now they're 5-4, and here come the Seattle Seahawks. They can pretty much end their season by beating the Seahawks, or at least put them in a big, big hole.
What does Bonte say, Stoney? It's a division game.
Division game.
Yep.
They're always different, he says. And that is one thing where he tends to be right on that a lot.
No doubt.
But 888-957-9570. And we're giving Purdy a grade on a scale from 0 to 10. Guru's giving him an 8.5. I'm giving him a 7.
Wow.
And is there anybody out there that isn't a true believer? I shouldn't say a true believer, but is there anybody out there that thinks Brock Purdy still hasn't proven that he's going to be the long-term, or at least for the foreseeable future, the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers? How would you assess his season this year? Because this was such a big year for him. Here's a couple ones real quick, just to get us rolling.
Yep.
And these are all from the Comcast Business text line, and we'll jump into some calls. 262, 4 or 5 more red zone touchdowns, and it would be an 8.5. He's got to tighten the screws on that part of his game. That's from the 262 goo. 925. I would rather try to bring Sam Darnold back and pay him $20 to $30 million than paying Purdy $50 to $60. All right. And this is from our good friend Lori Matthews in Phoenix.
Talked to her
She's
last
always
night. Yeah, we did a Spaces, the boss and I, about the state of radio. A shout out to Tolbert and John Lund. And she joined in, talked. Yeah, we were waiting on you, but
I wasn't invited.
Well, we thought you knew, and you were texting the boss, and he was airing you out on the Spaces about. I'm like, but now I don't think you were trolling, knowing we were doing it.
I wasn't trolling. I didn't know you guys were on Spaces.
Yeah,
and now I know that you were on Spaces, and I wasn't invited.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Carter.
You know what? You guys want to do that kind of thing? After I told you Lori Matthews, 480. Brock is at least an 8.
Yes.
He went into the offseason thinking he'd have Christian McCaffrey and had to adjust to having Jordan Mason. Other guys in and out of the lineup. He's still playing at a high level. Just the injury factor impacts the chemistry component. So she's got him at an 8 at least. And, not a huge difference between a 7 and an 8.
I do believe an 8 is a B. A 7 is a C. Norm didn't play C's,
not my grading curve. 7's like an A- for me.
Like, I'm still over here shocked and shook a little bit that you give him a 7 because he was without arguably his best offensive player. And on top of that, while you stepped out during the break, Carter and I were talking. Carter asked me, hey, Goo, remember Kaepernick was on top of the world? And I do. I was all bought in. Now, I got to part ways with Carter on this. The league did to a degree figure Kaepernick out, I believe, but there also was the political stuff why he vanished. Are you giving Brock a 7 because you still think there's a domino out there to where he's still got to show me more?
No, I think he's just got to play a little better. I think he's been good. I think Brock Purdy's been good. I just don't think he's been great.
And I don't either. That's why I said an 8.5. But again, they're 5-4. He held it down without McCaffrey, and it's more than just stats with me. Stoney, now there is a number I don't like, the John Elway in the interception column. 7 through 9 games, and you got 8 left. So that if I had to bet, I'm like, hopefully you don't throw another one. But you would bet I'd feel comfortable saying he'll throw more than he did last year. But my biggest takeaway is, how many times have we come in here and talked about his athleticism? And then I know this is not part of the exercise, but if Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback and Trevor Lawrence is tied for the second highest, Jordan Love right behind him, Tua, again, worry about what's going on in your home, right, Stoney? But, this dude, this is his home. This is his team. What else do you have?
Well, you don't have anything and behind him. But the question is has he, is he?
Yeah, this year that's the case. He said this year.
If you're going to pay a franchise quarterback money, then Purdy has to go and win some games that they need him to take on.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Just a couple here. 213's got him at a 7.5. 650's got him at a 7.95.
Which is better than the 7. And the 7.5 I'll take.
And I have a 7.5 from the 408. I give Purdy. He's been slightly inconsistent within each game, but he finds a way to turn it around. Injuries have hit hard before and during the season. Other teams won't feel bad. There you go.
But again, I double back to this. I feel like I'm double talking, Stan. It wouldn't be the first time, but I'm one of those dudes. Warren Moon, my favorite quarterback, man. He could spin that ball, and there's sometimes the Arizona game comes to mind. And tell me if I'm doing too much of nitpicking, Stoney, but I see some passes that are errant. I'm like, Brock, it's early. You hadn't got hit. So then there's some throws where they're high, and I'm like, man, that reminded me of Jimmy. And just when I think, you know what, I'm about to write this down, I'm concerned to play the Kittle in the back with a beautiful ball. So he always answers the call when I'm doubting him the most. So, again, I won't give him, I'm not going to say he's an A, but if, who was the texter you just read said, the red zone problems? I think that's a Kyle issue more than any player.
Yeah,
that's just me.
I just give them all the blame for that. And part of it's got to go, on Brock Purdy. I mean, again, I think he's been really solid, but his completion percentage and his touchdown interception ratio has gotten a little worse since last year. And I understand that there's circumstances, but you know what? Too bad. You got to quarterback the team you got.
Steiny, what would you give him as a grade for last year then?
An A. Oh, you didn't ask me.
Probably 8.5, 9.
For last year?
Dude, he was great last year.
But why not an A? Or 9? A 9.
He was maybe the best quarterback in 49ers franchise history, according to the stats. According to the statistics.
Oh, stop.
I'm not a Purdy lover, Steiny. He was an MVP candidate going into that Christmas game with Lamar.
I'm giving the guy an 8.5, and that's not good enough for him?
No, it just gives us perspective of why you're giving him a 7 when he was fantastic last year. That was almost a perfect game, regular season.
Please.
Steiny, up until the Baltimore game.
What about the 3 straight losses?
He overcame like Martin Luther.
He didn't have his left tackle.
Or Debo.
He hasn't had a left tackle this year either.
Dude, I'm worried about his streak of all-pro 71. It might come to a halt, Snotty.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You put a number on it then. I said what I said. I said what I said. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm giving Purdy a 7 this year. Last year, I would have given him 8.5.
That's incredible.
Well, it's fair.
I don't know which one bothers me. Yeah, it's the last year that bothers me most. He was an MVP candidate with about 3 weeks left. He fell off.
All right, now that you guys are putting me in a position to have to do. He wasn't even a team MVP last year, let alone the league MVP. Take your 7 and get better. That's what I would say. All right, 888-957-9570. Keep in mind, I'm also saying he hasn't shown me anything to lead me to believe he's not the quarterback of the future.
Well, I'm there already.
Sparky in Alameda. What's going on, Spark? How you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Good morning to you guys. And you know what, Stanley? I agree with you. 7 is more than fair enough.
Wow, Sparky. Wow.
Thank you very much.
He chokes.
He
chokes in the most important time.
Oh boy!
He choked in the Super Bowl, there you go. When you're swimming on a swamp, you can swim like a goldfish, but then you go to a gator. Are you a gator or you're a goldfish? You don't choke. Don't choke. And gentlemen, I'm not going to talk about the words, although it was a great game. But you know what? We did like the challenge.
Are you a gator or a goldfish?
Sparky, call me crazy, but don't be a stranger.
He did.
He's been a goldfish this year. He hasn't been an alligator.
He just drove him down the yard to get a field goal against Tampa, kept the play alive against...
Almost fumbled.
The fourth quarter.
Like, you know what's funny, though?
I almost got in a car accident. Steiny, it don't count. My premium doesn't go up.
Can you name a time where he's failed a game-winning drive? Dude. I can't.
Yes. Yeah, we can't. Oh, Carter, we can't.
Off the top of my head.
How about the Rams?
The Ram game when they got the
name
ball.
another one.
3 turnovers in the second half.
Yeah, but my point is,
Minnesota, they were down 6, had the ball. It was to go take the lead, and they
were losing that game.
5-0. Steiny's grading I thought he said it's good. Steiny's grading system is not good.
Yeah, I
switch classes if he were my professor.
You're going to have to call the parent to go.
What the hell is going on?
Because the last year 8.5 explains this year 7. That's all. He was phenomenal last year, man.
All right.
I thought he was going to fall off. He has not.
Yes, he has.
Well, no.
It's not the numbers.
Task is because
the numbers show
so
he's
you
falling
lose your
off a
number
little bit.
one and the number one running back. I'm grading
what
with a
have you
curve.
done for me lately, league?
And he's 5 up, 4 down.
Yeah, that's disappointing. He's the head of the snake.
But team-wide, he don't play defense. We're not even.
I didn't give him a 4. I gave him a 7.
Well, then we're having fun. What more do you want to see? Because he has command. When he's on, escapability checks all the boxes.
I want to see him get his numbers
get
up.
away from him, though.
Exactly.
I'm seeing some Cheech
More
and Chong throws.
How about that? More throws have gotten away
but
from him this year.
But an incompletion's just an incompletion. He had 11 last week. So it don't matter how ugly the incompletion is. I'm checking my own self. I'm like, that was. But I'm like, okay, he only missed 11 on the day, and drove him down to get the field goal.
The problem I have with Sparky is, you started out great. He agreed with me. But then he was so preposterous about the choking, then he loses his credibility. But let me be clear, I don't lose mine.
No. And the Super Bowl wasn't on Brock. That was the offensive line.
All right, let's do it this way. What would a 7 be equivalent to in a grade? To me, it would be like a B.
A C minus, D plus comes to mind, right?
A 5 is a C.
7.5 is a C plus. A 7 was like, dude, you're almost Dr. J.
Why did we do the number system if I didn't even understand? My thing would be 9 or 10 is an A, 7 or 8's a B in the B range.
Right, 80%.
5 and 6 is a C, and if he was terrible, I'd give him a 3.
Right, and he's not been that.
A 5 would be a 50, which is
That's an F. Dude, you bring an F home to
we are doing it. We are
Turn
doing
around.
it. I don't consider a 5 an F. I consider it a C because it's average out of 10. That's just me, though.
I wish we could erase what you just said.
What?
The 5's really the 5 is half. It's an F. It's not like a 7. It's 50%.
Okay.
But you just said my
hold
5
on.
is like a 7.
Okay, in your grading system, there's no scenario which he could get less than a 5.
Oh, no, not at all.
See?
They would have to be 2 and 5.
They almost were.
No, Steiny.
Come on.
You want to redo this. We'll let you fix your scoring system.
This is where my compatriots come to support me. There aren't a lot of them out there, but when they hear me getting accused like this, they come to my rescue. 888-957-9570. It's a 7.
Wow.
I'm giving Purdy a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10.
I can't wait for Willard and Dibbs already.
Oh, God.
But no, seriously, Snotty, I'm not. It's your grade. It's your grade. I just think you're being hard. That's all. And Carter, too. Like, we're not ganging up on you. It's just like,
you know what it's telling me? You guys are terrible students. That's what it's telling me.
Someone said a 3.5 is a C in Steiny's grading system.
Oh, man. Dude, that is Steiny.
Okay. 7 of 10 is 70%. That's literally a C. I shouldn't have asked what the grading equivalent is, because the grading equivalent, there is none. We're doing the numbers. We're doing on a scale of
numbers
1 to 10.
Numbers, yeah.
That we're using numbers, not letters. There is no correlation.
Steiny, 2,400 yards, 12 up, 7 down. He's got 2,454 yards on the season.
All down from a year ago.
But I'm just told me to forget a year. You said and it was hard for me.
That's true.
You said forget last year. It's just this year.
Right. But you still have to use what he's been. And if he were having the same kind of, like, if I gave him an 8.5 last year, I can't give him an 8.5 this year.
Yeah. And I can't read your, boy, it'd be hard. I can't read your mind, but to me it feels like you're holding Brock Purdy accountable for the team. Like, the team gets a C, and I feel like you're coming at him with the ailments on the defensive side of the ball and the special teams. Sonny,
I'm surprised.
You know I'm real. I'll hand out a D as fast as 12 up, 7 down. I didn't have my number one wideout or the best player on the team, and I kept it alive. I kept us afloat.
So how are you docking him any points for blowing 2 10-point leads as the quarterback of our team?
Yeah.
Like what, 0.1?
About 0.4. But no, I take that into account. But why did they blow those leads? Did he get lost on the 2-2 Atwell bomb? Did he allow the punt return from the Rams?
Who's the most important player on the team?
Wow. You're hard, man.
415, and this guy coming to my rescue. This is Phil Mike. I agree with Steiny. And 7 is perfect, and the grading scale is also correct. Phil
Yeah, he's just helping you out.
A 7,
he didn't call. He wrote that.
No, there's a lot of 7.5 is fair for Purdy. All right, there we go. Right. There we go. God, you know what's funny? I come in today. This is good. This is a lot of fun with this. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give him a 7. That'll keep people off me.
Dude, wow, man.
All right, Doug's in Berkeley. Get us going, Doug. How right is Matt Steinmetz this morning? Boy.
Whoa. Matt, in terms of the number, I think you're very close. I'd say 7.5.
All right.
But I have another issue, and it's more of a chronic issue. McCaffrey's great. I wish he'd been playing all season. I knew he wasn't going to because how much he's being used last year. But I did watch the NFC Championship game 2 years ago.
Okay.
And I did see Brock Purdy get hurt. And I did see us be able to do nothing. And so I know what I'm going to say is controversial.
Uh-oh.
But Brock Purdy is the most valuable player on this team. We had everybody else in that game, and we couldn't do anything. As far as today's comments go, again, I like your grading, but the particular comments and the rationale, Goose got you today.
Oh,
Goose, my man.
Get him off! I'm kidding.
Goose got you today. I think there's a discrepancy between the discussion and the grading system. But really, let's give Brock Purdy a little bit more credit.
No doubt. I am.
I'll give him an 8 for this.
I'm with you.
Okay. It's just 7 and 8. It's 1 point difference.
No.
Here's the other thing. I said, let me make this clear. Brock Purdy was not the MVP of the team last year.
Okay.
He is this year.
Right.
He's had to be.
And to the
so I'm not saying
point,
he's not the team MVP this year.
He's made some great points, but I will say what he cited about the NFC Championship game, I don't fault anybody because the Niners were blindsided, right? You go into that game, you didn't prepare to have the offense run without Brock Purdy, and you just had to deal with that on the fly. So I don't know how you were going to come out of that, but at the end of the day, I mean, that's a heavy compliment for Brock when you say, Scotty, he's the MVP.
Yeah. Well, everybody's been hurt. So he's been the MVP.
You guys are going to laugh. If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, whatever he's doing, chilling with Mia, I just wonder what he would have looked like when it was all said and done had he been able to quarterback multiple games.
I would have probably given him a 4.
With McCaffrey. Like, would they have gotten to the same plateau? Because we can laugh and squawk. No. I don't. Jimmy, he's done everything Brock's done. Lost the NFC Championship game and lost to a Super Bowl. Lost in the Super Bowl. Just think about that.
All right, listen.
Without McCaffrey.
We're having fun today.
Yeah.
We're halfway through the season, and the Niners are – don't forget, the Niners are 5-4.
1-0 in the second half.
5-4.
Yeah.
And so we've got ourselves a quarterback in Brock Purdy that we've got to make a decision on. Now, I want to be clear as day. From everything I've seen from Brock Purdy over the course of his career, he's going to be the quarterback for the foreseeable future. They're going to find a number. I don't really care what the number is. Find a number, and boom, we're ready to go with Brock Purdy for the next 3 to 5 years.
Bang.
But I think he could be better this year. I think he's been.
Well, I'm not saying
I think
that.
He's been good. I don't think he's been great.
What if I tell you I am so Ja Rule's old rapper from New York, Stoney?
Yeah.
He had a great song, Mesmerized. What if I'm mesmerized by his escapability? Brock Purdy. He's not Michael Vick, but I'm wild, Stoney. Are you watching quarterback play around the league? Like, that's a lot of why I gave him the 8.5. There is a lot of crap out there.
Same.
You agree, Carter? There is a
100%.
lot of crap.
Settle down, Carter.
Yeah, my
Settle
man.
down.
Yeah, E-Dog.
Let's go to Mike in San Lorenzo. Hey, Mike, what's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
What's good? What's good, Steiny Goo? I'm doing well, especially after that win from Steph over the Mavs. Man, that was a good one. That was crazy. Anyways, off topic. Guru, this ain't grade school. We got a point system. Steiny is in the correct on this one.
A 7?
You got a 2-point grade. Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and say last year, me this year, I want to say Purdy is a 6.5 currently. Last year, he was in that 8.5 range. You got to account for constant picks. He had multiple picks last year. He had, 1 or 2 in the first 6 games? He ended up having like 8 or 9 picks throughout the end of the season. This year, how many picks does he have currently? 5 or 6?
7.
Game-wise, 7. My fault. Statistically, he is currently a 7.
Wow,
in the
man.
point scale range, Steiny is, in fact, solid on this one, man. I'll go ahead and leave it at that.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. I'll tell you what, San Lorenzo in the house.
I mean, if we want to really break it, you already know people like you already. Some like me more than you and vice versa.
I think most people
So they're going to agree
like
with
you
whatever you say. You know what I mean? Hey, hamburgers aren't good. They'll call in and say Steiny's right.
No. That's not our audience.
It's a cult type of thing. Yes, Steiny, come on, man. They just defend you when they know you're drowning. Mike just did
You're not talking about our audience like that because that makes our audience seem like sheep, and they are not sheep.
No, it's just like you can do no wrong. That's all.
You can count on one finger probably the people in the Bay Area that say, well, what did Steinmetz say about it? Because that's the right way.
Give me 3 quarterbacks in the NFC playing better than Brock. I got him.
Goff.
To me. Okay, I'll give you that. I want to say Stafford. I can't. I can't.
Sam Darnold.
Lately?
Jordan Love.
Oh, he's missed some games.
Yeah. Oh my gosh!
But my point is, it's not a slam dunk. Like he's not as bad. He's not a 7.
I'm not saying he's bad. A 7's good.
That's pretty good. I don't like you.
You know
when
what?
you deserve better,
keep it
I don't
up.
like it.
And it's going down to a 6.5. Keep it up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's have some fun with this today. By the way, 888-957-9570. What on a scale of 1 to 10? What are you giving Brock Purdy this year? This year. What are you giving Brock Purdy
I can't
on a scale
wait.
of 1 to 10? By the way, Goo, I'm going to show you something. You're not going to be able to read it, but it is unbelievable. I did a research project last night.
Look,
you see that?
That's incredible.
Okay. I'll hold it up to the...
Great TV show in the past, too.
There you go.
Channel 7.
I have detailed the NBA's big problem.
Because they got a major one.
The NBA stinks. And I'm going to tell you why it stinks. And I'm going to tell you why
You're
this
not by
league
yourself.
is in
The
a lot
streets
of
are talking.
trouble.
They're mad.
And I've got research to back it up.
You got to fix this. We got to have a show. Today's Thursday. How do you not turn it off?
Because I can't. It's not my computer. It like comes... I'm sorry, boss.
We are the oldest show in the country, man.
I can't fix
What do you mean
this?
you can't turn? You can't silence it?
Because it rings over my computer. Even when it's off. I don't... I'm sorry.
Who was it?
It was my daughter.
You should have answered. I answered Geek Squad. You should have answered for you. I can do solo, Steiny. Backyard Boogie for 2 years.
Oh, I wouldn't. All right. 888-957-9570. We're going to have fun today, and I'm going to get you. Your boy Steiny did a great research project. Trust me on that one. This segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Color me shocked. Talking about Brock Purdy, he's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. They're 5-4. Had kind of a disappointing season. His numbers are down. I think he's still doing a nice job.
Please.
Repeat, I still think he's doing a nice job. And on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm giving him a 7 this year.
Then you don't think he's doing a nice job.
That's a nice job, 7.
7.5 at minimum.
Not now.
Can you help me?
And you know what? And now there's been too much bickering. May go down to 6.5.
No, you're not confident in your 7.
I am very confident in the 7.
Can I read something?
It's okay.
Guru, can you not be Al Bundy today? What's that mean? Al was a working man.
I think that's the Married with Children show.
Yeah, no doubt. Peg Bundy's husband.
I don't know what it means.
Well, tell him to write back.
I kind of liked her, though, Peg.
Dude, she was hot.
Well, I didn't say. I liked
she was
her as
Jenna
an actress.
on Sons of Anarchy, too.
Oh. Okay.
Clay's wife, Jenna.
Klay Thompson?
No, Klay.
Who's Klay?
Oh, he was ruthless. Her husband in the bicycle gang. You've never seen Sons of Anarchy?
No.
On FX? Steiny, my gosh.
Wow, dude. Yeah. All right, let's give the show to the people. Who's been waiting the longest? West Oakland Holloway.
Our man.
What's up, West Oakland? How you doing, my man?
Man, I'm doing good, man. What's up with my dudes, man? Y'all good today?
Oh,
we need your grade. We need your number.
Mood.
We need your number, Holloway.
Oh, okay, look. Let me say this about Sons of Anarchy real quick. Steiny, you might like it, but the last 2 seasons was trash, so don't even waste your time.
All right.
So yeah, you right. I'm agreeing with you. I'm gonna roll with you on this one, Steiny. I think he was a little bit nice with I don't know if you gave him a 7 or a 7.5. I think he was a little bit nice. Now, Guru, what you gave him an 8.5?
8.5.
I know you didn't give him an 8.
I mean, come on, West Oakland, Holloway.
Wait.
Okay, go ahead. It's your call.
Wait, if you gave him an 8.5, what you get Kyler Murray?
I would give him a 9. I'd give him a 9.5. I might even give Kyler a 10. I'm being real. I'm keeping it real, West Oakland, Holloway. He's without McCaffrey. And he didn't, they didn't go undefeated, but he didn't let the ship sink. And real quick, what about his leg game? Purdy's leg game is up there, man.
You know why? His leg game is like that?
Yeah.
Because he ain't reading the field. So he got to get up out of there. Now, let me ask you this.
Wow.
Because you gave him an 8.5, right?
Yeah.
Is he allowed, when he comes to the line of scrimmage, is he even allowed yet to check out a coverage yet?
I'm going to say no. He can't do that. He's not allowed.
Now, that cost him a point in my book, too.
I wonder why.
Well,
because everybody else allowed to come to the line of scrimmage. If they don't see what they like, they checking out that coverage.
But not under Kyle. It's the Janet Jackson thing, control. Jimmy had to go through it, and so does Brock Purdy. I'm with you, man.
Okay, so wait. So you telling me Matt Ryan couldn't check out the line of scrimmage?
That's different.
When he won MVP that year?
That's different. I believe he was allowed to change.
Get him, West Oak.
Okay, but why though? Why, Goo?
I don't know.
I do. He's not ready to. He's not ready.
All right, I'm gonna tell you this.
Exactly.
All right, real quick.
Hey, stop.
West Oakland, let me give you this, and I'll throw it back to you. I believe Kyle was not the head coach. He was the offensive coordinator, and if he wanted to strip Matt of doing that, he couldn't because he had to answer to somebody. Now that he's the head coach, you do it my way or hit the highway. Frank Sinatra, Steiny.
All right,
do it my way, West Oakland. That's an answer.
Appreciate it, West Oakland. I appreciate the support.
Oh my God!
I'll tell you what. I'll switch him up here. What? There's Steiny. Purdy getting an ace on it. Lori, let's go to Lori in Phoenix.
She's so reserved. She'll be fair.
We're talking about 1 digit.
No, 7 is go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hey, Lori.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
So I'm going to agree with Goo because, Steiny, first of all, you're putting in factors that aren't fair to Brock. First of all, Brock doesn't play special teams.
Wow.
Okay. Secondly, it was pure chaos in the offseason. So all I've heard from people who are Brock doubters all along is, let's see how he can do without his Avengers. He's only good because of the Avengers. First of all, you had a kid that walked in off the street, third string, no reps, comes in and takes over the team seamlessly. But that's just a miracle because he has receivers. Okay?
Not part of the equation.
But now let me speak. He now, no CMC, thinking he's going to have CMC the whole offseason. There was no prep. They did not know he wasn't going to play week 1. Now you throw in Mason. Okay, Mason, another young player who has zero experience. They really didn't miss a beat as far as the run game went. You know, they were able to. But then you've got, you know, Juwan. First you got only Juwan Jennings and Mason. Then you got everybody but that. Then you lose Ayuk. The chemistry with the offense has not been able to be established. Yet, Brock Purdy is still playing at a high level. Is it perfect? No. But what we wanted to see was what it would look like without the Avengers. So far, Brock is passing that test with flying colors. You couldn't say that about Jimmy G. How many calls did you guys take before Brock Purdy was quarterback, just specifically on the quarterback? You're not getting those calls every day now. Why?
Wow.
Because Brock is so far down on the list of issues with this team that he's not even getting calls unless you ask. You got to bring it up. But every other day it was Jimmy G sucks. Jimmy G's terrible. Oh my gosh, we need a new quarterback. You have stability at that position. That's where you need. That's the first position you start with, and then everything else has got to get it together. But that's not fair to give Brock a lower number because the rest of the team is not functioning at the level they should.
Lori, there's a saying in the business. There's a saying in the business, drop the mic. But since you're on the phone and you killed it, drop your phone, Lori. She killed it and knocked it out the park.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Round of applause.
She made great points. Thank you, Lori. And
you give me a 7.5.
Adds up to a 7.
Man, 12-7, huh?
888-957-9570. And you know what? You wonder why I didn't take the photo wearing an Eagles jersey.
Oh, well, that's
Steiny's an Eagles fan. Of course he's a Purdy hater. What's wrong?
That's our guy in Sac, right?
Let's go to Bud.
Great.
Bud's in Oakland.
Bud Rock.
Bud gonna bail me out or Bud gonna pile on? What's up, Bud?
Well, Steiny, if I'm not mistaken, you're a Virgo, right?
Oh. I'm a what?
Virgo.
Libra.
Yeah,
Libra.
Oh, he's late September, so I still got love for him anyway because I'm a September baby myself.
Nice.
But listen, you were kind of right on point there, Steiny, with the 7. I'm kind of right there with you, but then after you giving out his stats, I'm going to have to go 6.5 because you said 12 touchdowns, 7 picks, and I know it's only 8 games, but that is a lot. And yeah, you guys can say he didn't have this, he didn't have that, but isn't that what we kind of judge quarterbacks on in this league and in the past? Can you elevate guys around you? You know, how can you elevate the level of play of other guys around you when you don't have your superstars? Can you make do with what you have? I mean, we've seen it from Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, at times when Andrew Luck was his self. You know what I mean? We've seen it from guys who's been able to get it done. And, with those stats, I have to give him a 6.5.
Let me just ask you. No, hold on, Bud.
Win.
I love it, the explanation. I just got to double back. What more can he do to you? Like, what's he not doing for you to give him the 6.5 if we can't even bring in stats?
This is the thing. He hasn't won for me. And right now, the league is paying guys for what they're doing now. I want the league to pay guys for what they've done. He hasn't done anything. Yeah, he's gotten to the mountaintop, but he hasn't won it. Granted, he's gotten to the mountaintop with Shanahan. Shanahan looks like he can take anybody to the mountaintop, but they're not winning when they get there. So pay the guy when he wins. Don't pay the guy just because he looks good. Who was that? Chris Broussard, one of them was calling Steph Curry the greatest mirage of all time. I bet you he'll eat those words forever.
Yeah.
He'll eat those words forever. So thanks for taking the call, fellas.
Thanks, Bud. You said he's the gummo.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Rob, but he's got a new partner. Broussard.
What happened?
Broussard's doing TV now. He's not doing a radio show with them. It's been about 3 months.
Oh.
Not the gummo. We love Rob. The gummo. That was great.
He's the gummo.
I just said it.
I know. It's fun to say.
It's right.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Who'd you just wave to, by the way?
Our new VJ right here in the new building, young lady.
Nice.
Awesome. Love her glasses.
Live 105.
Yeah.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. And show's off to a fun start today. We're talking about Brock Purdy. He's quarterback 9 games this year. They're 5-4. We talked about him all off season. What are you going to pay him? How much are you going to pay him? I'm not very interested in how much you're going to pay him. And I'm willing to say he's the quarterback. They're like, let me revisit the conversation with Nahegan before the day. And I said, hey, he said, how do you think Purdy's played? I'm like, he's going to be the guy. He's going to be the quarterback the next 3 to 5 years. He hasn't done anything to show me that he's not going to be the quarterback. What would you give him? 7.
I would give the team a 7.
Nah.
Not him on an individual basis.
The leader of the team.
He doesn't. Okay, what's that mean?
That means he's not
the defensive coordinator or the special teams coach.
Accountability weighs heavier on him.
Okay, this is where you can really tell on yourself here. What would you give Fred Warner?
I'll give him an 8.5.
All right. I'd give him a 9, 9.5.
You know what, though?
He's been on one wheel for a while.
First of all, he missed a game. Is that correct? Or has he played all 9? And but you're going to give him 9.5.
Well,
even
I didn't go 9.5. I don't care. Go ahead. What qualms do you have with that grade for him?
Honestly?
Yes.
He had a great start to the season.
Okay.
And you know what? He's been okay the last few games. 8.5.
So the Chief game when he got juked when
oh yeah, that's a whole number.
No, it's not I know you're not trolling, but like
he also did he miss a game?
Okay, let's just
no. Well, listen, if that's part of it,
but you get more credit for not missing the game, playing on one wheel.
See, you get less credit if your performance is wanting.
I don't know what.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Richie. Richie Rich.
Not
in
the
Livermore.
Oh, okay. No.
One of the 3 of the Tri-Counties.
Yeah. Tri-City is Newark, Union City, and Fremont.
You probably got that wrong yesterday.
Yes, Tri-City.
I'll try to figure that one out. What's up, Richie Rich?
What's up, fellas? What's up, Guru Steiny? Hey, this I'm rocking with you, Guru.
I love
you know what? Hey, don't take offense, Steiny, but you sounding like the new age Ray Rattle in there today, man.
Ray double.
Hey.
He is. Ray is our
He's the new Ray Rattle.
This is unbelievable.
That is incredible.
Hey, I had to call in. And I normally am on the road, but I had to call in on this from Guru.
Wow.
Hey, this is why I'm going with my guy Guru, okay, Steiny? First of all, let's be real. He has not had his weapons, right? And every week it's a different game plan. Why? Because Kyle got to overthink about it. So you got Ayuk one week, you got Debo one week, you don't have this guy, that guy. He has been immaculate, if you ask me, under those circumstances with all the stuff going on for the Niners. Hey, he's definitely an 8.5 this year because here's the other reason why. I don't think he's calling the play calls in the red zone, right? That's Mr. quote-unquote offensive guru Kyle. Yeah. And let me tell you, if I could tell you from behind the TV what's going to go down on 2nd and 3rd down lately, you're damn right the defense is too, right?
Wow. So I think it's an execution issue.
That is not his fault. And last year, I'm giving him a 9.5. Let's be real. He wins that Super Bowl, everyone's having a whole other
great nugget.
Thanks,
that
Richie
is a
Rich.
great nugget.
They didn't.
I don't, because who said it? Oh, West Oakland
Got to do the legal.
Oh,
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
That was a nugget. West Oakland Holloway used it as a demerit.
What?
Purdy couldn't change the plays at the line.
Yeah.
But now the element of the team in the red zone, Purdy's not calling anything. That's on the coach.
No. Yeah, but it's an execution. It's an execution.
You remember the meme where the guy's tapping his head?
Execution issue with Brock down there.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
Part of it.
No.
I deducted 1 for the red zone issues.
Stop.
I deducted 1 for the
Ray
5
Rattle, our guy.
I did. You know what? There it is. I deducted on a scale of 1 to 10. I gave Purdy a 7. I deducted 1 point for the red zone issues.
That's too many.
I've deducted 1 point for the record. And I've deducted 1 point because the stats are down from the previous year.
But you hate stats.
Not all of them. when they make my point, I love them.
Dude, you are, man. You're being vicious this morning. You're going to lose your grading license.
By the way.
By the time we get out of here, man.
I've just always, give me a 7 for anything and I'll take it. I didn't realize I was going to insult anybody. Let's go to Math Mike. Math Mike's in Pleasanton.
Oh, he's got a
What's
problem.
up, Math Mike? How you doing?
No, dude, it's math teacher Mike.
Okay.
I've taught for over 25 years.
Nice.
And bro, a 7? A 7?
Right.
You know, a 7 is like, that's an insult. In fact, a 7 is what you give to that kid who does all his homework. He's really nice and fast. And you bring you an apple or something and then flunks all his tests. And you go, I better give him a 7 or his parents are going to be breathing down my neck. That's ridiculous.
Wow, man. Call it like you
What are
see
you giving him, math teacher Mike?
Yeah, that is. And first of all, Goo, God bless you, man. How do you put up with this guy?
Dude, it's 6 years.
Now
ain't
you
it?
gotta- Now you got to be a little careful. Mike, now you got to be a little careful.
Goo, you probably go home and just like pound a couple back real quick. Oh, man, glad that shit's over. Oops, sorry.
Yeah. Dump that.
I have
God, man.
wrote a couple emails about how hazard pay working with you. Dibs, Shasky, Bonte, they don't know what it's like. Spadoni.
No, they'll never have
There's
the
nobody
pleasure.
like you.
That's right. That's right.
And then when I want to
You're
be a jerk
working
to my
with
kids,
one of the greats.
I just go to your manual. It's like, who is he? Lex Luthor. Dude, a 7 that's offensive. Because you're great. You're putting everything that's wrong with the team.
I'm not.
Or yes,
no, I'm not.
I'm looking at your eyes. You are, Steiny, because there's no way you give him a 7.
I just did, and we do have people who are giving him 7s and below.
But they're Steiny fans.
No, they're not.
Yes.
They're objective. Mr. Objectivity. Remember, your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. You love me for my objectivity.
Oh, man.
You hate me for it, too. I get it. Mm-hmm. Let's go to lucky number 7, Scotty and Marin. What's up, Scott? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Doing well.
Hey, no, Steiny, I got to say, generally when you say a 7, it's actually not that bad when you think
That's
about
what I
it.
feel like.
But when you actually, but hold on.
Okay.
When you look at it in the context of where Brock, if you go by the numbers, you say the numbers are on your side on this. You're wrong. Purdy is ranked 7th in the league, 2nd in the NFC QBR rating. He's just below Mahomes, and Hurt is just behind him. So what would you rank Mahomes since he's literally within a few points on QBR of Brock Purdy? What do you rank him?
I mean, they're 9-0.
I know. I'm saying you go by the math.
That's a 9.
Wow, man.
But you got to. Can you name better quarterback than Purdy in the NFC right now? Look at you should see the numbers for Darnold. He's down at 18 now. Love is at 17.
There's only
now
one, Jared Goff. That's what I come up with, and maybe Baker Mayfield.
Goff is down. No, Goff went down because he threw 5 picks in the last.
Well, you know what? Wow. Reactive new information. That was a 5-pick game, but still, Jared Goff
still probably is less than Brock.
He's been in control.
He probably doesn't.
Yeah, dude, he's hot. And you know what I don't like about
this? Was such a stupid idea.
No, you know what I don't like? What you just did when we had thought Warner had missed a game. You were ready to just whack him at the knees for missing the game.
Warner,
he plays hurt. And then you don't adjust. See, then
every football player plays hurt.
See what I'm saying?
Every single player plays hurt.
You are picking and choosing.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you know what? Okay, Mr. 49er Chickering. Has Fred Warner been as good the last 4 games as he was the previous 4?
No.
Thank you.
It's a total different question.
Darylin Cupertino.
Oh,
that's why I don't give Warner a 10. Hurt. Get off the field.
No. He was amazing the first games before that, though.
But I can only give him a 10. I can only give him a 10. If I could give him an 11, I would have. He was that good. Hey, I got to.
Yeah.
What's up, Dale? Dale's in
don't forget your assignment you did last night.
Yeah, we got plenty of time for that. Hey, Dale, what's going on, man?
First, I love you guys, and I haven't called much. I did call yesterday, but I hadn't called in like 6 months before. I love your guys' show.
Thank you.
Hey. And it's such a joy. So if you look at it at a 0, 90% on it is an A, 80% on it is a B. If you're below a 6, you shouldn't be starting, much less even be on the field. So if you're calling him a 7, no way. He's at least an 8.5. Yes. If you look at it from a real grading score. No quarterback starting should even be below 7.
Well, that's phenomenal.
Let's go, Stoney. Let him finish.
I'm on your side this time.
Yeah, no doubt.
I didn't want to let him finish if that's what he's going to say.
That's a walk-off.
That's not a walk-off.
You shouldn't even be on the field at a 6, and you're going to say he's one level above the.
That wasn't even a top 3 call today.
No doubt, man. People, you're on an island.
Yeah, this is.
And the boss didn't give you the grade.
Just give it up, Steiny. Purdy can do no wrong in 49er fans' eyes.
No,
you know what? And you're right, 925, and I should know better.
Now the gloves are coming off.
I should know better.
That's not what this is about.
Stop throwing picks.
Steiny, stop. Jared Goff just threw 5, but won the game.
Yeah, and you know what? Whatever you do, don't hold him accountable for anything to do with a 5-4 record. Whatever you do.
No, he has a hand in it.
Yeah.
But I think you're putting the special teams,
I'm not.
Defense.
No. I explained my.
You're giving a team grade to Brock, and that's what I think I find offensive. You're giving the team grade to Brock.
No, I'm not.
Because they have been a 7.
No.
In totality, they have been a 7. That is perfect. But you're giving
Purdy.
Wow, Steiny. So, did you watch the game you did against Tampa Bay? He drove them down, passed for almost 400 yards, had 11 completions.
He passed for 350.
No picks. What do you want?
I want better numbers. I want a better record.
Okay.
I want more.
Now you address the team.
The
special teams.
So let me get this straight.
Right.
If the 49ers are having red zone issues, you don't deduct anything from Purdy. Okay. Well, they're the worst team in the league in the red zone.
But it stops at that. What else could the fluttering or the ducks that are random? And I see them. I'm like, damn, that didn't come out his hand. But it's the incompletion. I'm looking at I'm looking at the whole spectrum of the game. And the record is the worst thing. You're right. It's not last year's record, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about him. You haven't mentioned his legs. We've talked about this whole season.
What about West Oakland Holloway? He's using his leg game because he's not finding open receivers.
You don't believe that though, and I don't think West Oakland Holloway believes that.
I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe they're not blocking.
Hey,
and he's got to abort mission and get out of there. That's how I'm seeing it. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying Brock is perfect, Carter.
Yeah, kind of are.
You gave a higher grade to Mahomes for their record, you said earlier, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, but their defense has completely outplayed the 49ers defense this year. Not close.
Hey, Carter, we're talking about the quarterbacks. I don't care about defense.
You do because that's why Brock's score is low, is you're holding him accountable for what the Niners are not doing defensively. I feel.
Please. This offense through 6 games last year, whatever it was dynamic.
Hello.
They're not quite as dynamic. Okay, but listen, if you want to give out A's to every quarterback in the league.
I didn't give out an A.
And that's the other thing. That's the other thing we're talking about here, and that's a big problem from math teacher Mike. It's like he said no starting quarterback should get less than a 7. Well, that's not the way I'm using the scale. Who's the worst quarterback in the Will Levis? He stinks.
Well, Dak until he got hurt. Yeah.
In my book. Anyway.
Well, he's a 1.
It's 11-10, and I'm still sticking with a 7.
You'll change when Willard and Diz roll in here.
No.
Dude, that is low, man. Nah, this is what we do. We chop it up.
888-957-9570. I mean, without Kittle, he's probably a 5.
But that's
no. Good communication, great connection with Kittle. That bumped him back up to a 7.
But that's like saying if Michael Jackson wasn't part of the Jackson 5, they wouldn't have hit.
I don't understand that.
Captain and Tennille. What if it was Captain and Renille?
I'm sticking to football.
My point is, it is what it is. You can't say, what if he didn't have Kittle? He has him.
Right.
The biggest component that people find offensive, and I'm leading it, is he hasn't had the luxury of McCaffrey, and I don't feel that's changed your grading system at all. It's almost like he's getting more demerits.
No, I'm judging him as a quarterback with Jordan Mason running for 9 games. Yeah. I tell you what's going to happen here today.
About another hour,
more people got to be coming to my side than going to yours.
Well, there'll be Steiny stands.
888-95. See, and that's an insult. See, that's a put down.
Boy,
that's a put down.
Your point down.
So you're basically saying,
why does that offend
even your dumb take, Steiny, people will just say they like him.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I know.
Are you acting like that's not
offensive.
Part of what we do?
That's offensive. Yeah, we'll talk about it during the break.
Have you been on Twitter? That was right. That was right. People give you love just because they like you and know you're wrong.
Thank you.
That exists.
925, why is 7 disrespectful?
Because it's almost a D.
Oh, please, not in my grading
6.5 is a D+.
Okay. Hey, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of a game. It's going to be a game where I got to believe Brock Purdy will rate a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That segment also brought to you by Robert Half.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What kind of years Brock Purdy having? On a scale of 1 to 10, what kind of years Brock Purdy having? I got him at a 7. Let me read a couple of these to you. Steiny's
Boy, you got to go a long way to get somebody to agree with you.
I'm going to read them all. Steiny's parents were English teachers, not math teachers. And it shows.
4.
That's Mikey Dubs. That's a good one. Yeah. That's good. This from the 307, Guru. A grade of 7 is warranted. From the first couple years to his performance now, there's no doubt there's been a slippage when comparing Purdy last year to Purdy this year.
But that wasn't part of the assignment.
You're right.
You told me leave.
So he's having a worse year than last year. So he can't be a 9 or 10.
Well, I didn't give him a 9 or 10. It's my grade, and I'm sticking with it.
I'll get you off that number.
Please. No, yours is going up, especially by 2 o'clock.
It may come down.
Dude, Steiny, stop. Receivers aren't. What about the receiver thing where they're not getting separation?
I don't believe that.
You're the author of it, I thought.
When I'm on that side of an argument.
See, that's why the stands come out for you. Hey, real quick, Jim Molay, Steiny, I said Captain and Tennille. Carter's too young to know who they are. Yeah. Old group, man and woman.
Sure.
So I was playing off of that, and I said Captain and Roneal. That's the actual group in Detroit. Who knew?
Who is?
Captain and Roneal out of Detroit. Jim Molay.
I don't believe it.
He's Google.
I'd more believe Captain and Loneal.
Now, that's actually a 2.
You're telling me, we all know who the Captain and Tennille are.
Dude, famous.
You're telling me there's somebody.
A band, Captain and Roneal. Out of Detroit.
I'm gonna need proof of that.
All right.
I'm not saying you're wrong, or I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just going to need to get some info on that. Let's go to Phil in Palo Alto. Hey, Phil, what's going on, man?
All right, love will keep us together. That's right.
Nice.
Hey,
that's a 5. Yeah. And you don't even know why.
It's one of their hits.
The problem with your team
He's talking to Carter.
is this. You need to grade on a curve. Because in your grading system, no one's a 10. You put Mahomes at a 9. If he's the best quarterback in the league, how can he not be a 10?
I got Lamar Jackson as a 10.
And I do too. Okay? Go ahead. Sorry.
Is Purdy the top 10% of all quarterbacks in the league? If so, he's got to be a 9. That's top 10%.
I don't do it like that.
He does, though. I like that. Steiny, he's a top 10 quarterback. He's playing like a top 10 quarterback.
Shocked.
Come on, man.
I'm shocked. 707, that's up in the Redwood Empire, Santa Rosa. 707, red zone issues. That's 1.
What if that's on the coach?
Not taking the checkdowns. 1. The lame excuse of not having McCaffrey, that costs you 2. And the 707's got him at a 6.
Please. Now, that's not even being fair, man.
I don't know. Let's see what Debo Samuel has to say.
We was just on the way back from Tampa.
Yeah.
And I walked past him, and he looked kind of a little frustrated a little bit. And I'm like, bro, what's going on? Like, you almost just threw for 400 yards. We won the game. He's like, bro, I just got to be better. Like,
yeah,
that's always his mentality of like, I just got to be better. And he was just sitting there kind of like beating himself up. I was like, bro, we just won the game. You know, this, that, and the third. He was like, bro, I can't, like, I just got to make this throw, got to make this throw, got to make, you know, it's just the little things about Brock. Yeah. And that's what you guys get to see for sure.
So that was Debo Samuel. And of course, the part of the cut that we didn't play was Debo Samuel saying that Brock Purdy gave himself a 7.
No,
on a scale of 1 to 10.
There were some bad throws.
Yeah.
There were some high throws. Kittle bailed him out, one across the middle.
Brock knows.
No, Brock
knows he's got to be better.
You're making me feel like I'm wearing Brock Purdy underwear.
He knows he's a 7.
That's what I don't like about this.
Debo Samuel
like
just acknowledged
like that. Now, Debo, you almost lost the game, and you get a new stylist. Did you see the outfit?
I didn't.
Dude, it's still bothering me. I don't know what look.
Is it like a Russell Westbrook?
No, he had shorts, but it looked like a skirt with leather. He looked like a Wesley Snipes and Blade.
I never saw that.
Steiny, I'm going to show you during the break.
Okay.
When men used to dress like Clark Gable and Dark Gable. I don't know what this mess is, Steiny.
92 years ago.
When I show you what he's wearing it, just strutting like he's got a 3-piece suit on. What happened to some Stacey Adams in a blazer? Anyway, Steiny.
Apparently it's the captain and Romeal. like Ramil Robinson, the former Michigan player.
Now, how do you know that without hearing anybody pronounce it?
925, because he spelled it in all capital letters.
I'm going with Jim Olay.
650, 650. I'm changing mine from a 7.95 to a 6.95. Come to think of it, he has missed quite a few open receivers this year.
Oh, you guys. Again, I was just, not AFC. Give me 5 NFC quarterbacks playing better than Brock Purdy.
I don't.
Jaden Daniels, I'll let you have
They're
him.
not in this one.
If you want to throw Baker in there, I'll let you have him. But outside of that, Steiny, guy in Detroit.
This is not a quarterback ranking system we're doing.
It's an individual ranking.
A grade to, we're giving assigning a number to Brock Purdy on this year.
But you're giving the team grade
1
to
through
him.
10.
Yeah, you are.
Scale of 1 to 10. What are you giving Brock Purdy for his performance this year?
What was the boss's number?
He doesn't give a number. He just likes to stir it up and then leave the room.
But you got to have some mix to stir it up.
I don't know what his number is.
He's not bad. He's damn sure not bad.
7 is not bad.
Is he at his best? What we've seen the last 2 years? No, but take everything into account.
That's what I have. I told you my scoring system.
I hate it.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm giving him a 7, which I think is good. I think it's good. It's good, solid quarterback play. 8, to me, it's a touch too high for him because we're only 5-4. We have red zone issues, and the numbers aren't great.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take the people behind the curtain, Carter included. You know how many times we get on the elevator after a show? 4 hours, 240 minutes. I'm like, Steiny, that was a great show, man. No, it wasn't. So you're that guy. Like, there's a mechanism in you to where you just, like, I am blown away right now at the 7. Seriously. I think you're giving a team grade
away at
to
an
an individual. Wow.
Yeah.
So Tampa Bay game, he gets no credit for driving them down, getting them into field goal position.
I mean, let's put the route on the table. Jennings.
How did Jennings get the ball?
He's wide open.
I was supposed to see that. Now, Carter, he's telling on himself right now. Somebody had to get him the ball. That's all.
925 Steiny. Brock gave himself a 7 for one game, not the season.
Thank you.
I made that up.
So did Jim Olay. There is no captain in Rodney. He says, my bad.
Wait a minute. I totally made it up. Brock Purdy, as far as I know, never put a number on what his performance was.
I'm sure he didn't.
But if he would, what do you think Purdy would give himself?
No, athletes are harder on themselves than anybody.
They're not harder than me.
Steiny, he may give himself a 7.5 or 8.
I think he'd give himself a 7.
Well, we know Lamar Jackson wouldn't give himself a 10.
That's right. But I do. And I'm the one with the radio sports talk show.
Because now you got me thinking, okay, we could just blow this and switch up now.
415.
Because if we get to the real number, it's going to be what's on that check when he gets that contract cut.
I don't
see. He hasn't heard that at all. Those zeros and the commas in that.
Hold on.
They have nowhere else to go, Steiny.
I'm just telling you.
To me, he's got that solidified.
Okay, I don't know if I necessarily want to get into the numbers.
And I know it's,
but what does he have solidified? A number you have, because I'm sticking by my number that he's not getting 60. I'm sticking with that.
Well, I'll say this, because some things could pop off other places in other cities. I would not be surprised, and I won't be mad, football mad, if he resets the market. That's how I think he's playing, to where that's still on the table. And I think, again, I could be wrong.
Like, I don't mean, like, if he gets 40 or 65, like, to me, in a way, like, I don't really care about that, because he's the franchise quarterback either way.
Right. And
they're
will
just
have
trying
earned
to
that,
negotiate.
though. That's what Dak didn't earn it. They gave it to him.
And, I mean,
Trevor Lawrence didn't earn it. They gave it to him. We see it all the time. That's what this is really about. Like, Steiny, he's really, okay, forget our numbers for a second, the 8.5 and the 7. He's not playing bad to where it's like, oh, man, they might go, what did the caller say, Sam Darnold, come in for two. No, that's gone. I think they've identified their guy.
I said that right off the top.
But it's about how he's doing this season.
I said, I mean, Purdy's the guy. He's the quarterback. I'll give him a 7 this year.
So if I said, give me the top 3 problems for the Niners this season, would Purdy be in? Because he
Purdy? Probably not.
Oh, well, that's a win in itself then.
Purdy. How'd you answer the question?
Would he be in your top 3 things that ail the Niners this year?
Wouldn't.
For me, either.
No, he wouldn't.
And if we went to 5, I would. I don't think he would show up.
But I'm looking at what is clicking on all cylinders look like. That looks like 7-2 and 8-1.
Well, we haven't seen that yet.
That's correct. And he's running this offense.
But not by himself.
No. But
and if the coach is on the sideline being obvious in the red zone,
please,
maybe we figure it out.
Then he's an idiot, not a genius.
Well, last year, let's be honest, 65, 68% in the red zone.
Let's be honest. Let's not talk about Kyle Shanahan as one of the greatest coaches of all time, a great play caller, and then be like, but he does stink in the red zone. I mean, unless
he stinks at drafting quarterbacks. Well, no, I can't say that. The blunder that was Trey Lance, the blessing that was Brock Purdy.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy and the Niners halfway through the season. They're 5-4, and we're kind of taking stock of what's going on with Brock Purdy this year. We all knew coming in that Brock Purdy is playing for a contract. Not only that, but that's a big part of it. And again, I don't necessarily want to get into the numbers. We can if you want, but it's more about me thinking, yeah, this guy's the quarterback. He's the quarterback. And I don't care if he gets 40 or 60, he's the quarterback. So then I thought, to me, he's not done anything this year that makes you even think of moving on without him.
See, that's already a 7.5 then.
Well, it's a 7 for me.
Okay.
That's all.
For the sanity of all of us, I got to do this, Donnie. This is when I love myself. What would you give the Niners through the first 9 games?
See, I'd give them a 5.
Well, now you're consistent with your BS scoring, but okay.
It's called MS.
It's got to be lower than his grade.
Of course.
And it was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stop.
You want to start putting numbers on everybody on this team? You don't want to do that. What would you give the left tackle?
No, seriously, I'd give him a 7. I've really, this has not been his best year, man.
See,
Carter, what would you give?
I'd give him a 6.
I'm with you, a 7, I think.
Yeah.
But here's the reason I'd give him a 6.
The holdout?
No.
Oh. Well,
but he's just not playing great.
Yeah.
Because if I'm giving Purdy a 7, I think Purdy's having a better year than Trent Williams by about a point.
Now, what if Trent was on his A game?
Well, he's not.
Would they be better in the red zone, and would Purdy's grade be higher?
Maybe, yeah, probably. I'd bump them up to a 7 and an 8, respectively.
He said 5.
But they stink in the red zone. Yeah. And they're 5-4. And we were going to the Super Bowl at the beginning of the year.
Well, that's still there. No, yeah. Even if you were 8-1, Donnie, it's still
if the 49ers were 8-1, he'd be at least an 8-5 for me. But as Stephen A. Smith told me, but he's not.
And he's not right now. You tell me if I'm being too unfair. He's not an MVP candidate like he was last year up until this juncture.
No, but that to me is more a function of the team not being successful or as successful. Like, I think an MVP's always got to come off a top 5 team, as far as I'm concerned. That's just me. Anthony in Brentwood. What's going on, Anthony? How you doing, man?
All right. Good morning, fellas. So,
hey, long time no hear.
How you doing?
All right.
Yeah. Working the schedule and stuff. So, but I'm a grade Brock Purdy like I grade women. A 7 is a cutie pie. A 8 is oh man, and then a 9 and 10 is she fine. So I'm giving Brock
say he fine too.
A 6.5. I'm giving Brock a 6.5 because. And the reason I said it is because I don't want to go there, but at the end of a night at a club, you can probably still get away with taking a 6 home. They'll get the job done, but you really wouldn't want them for your long-term decision. And I also would like to say that you said that there aren't 5 quarterbacks in the NFC playing better than Brock, and that's just not true. You got Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
You got the boy, you got Jaden Daniels. You have the homie with the Lions. You got Kyler Murray. You got Jalen Hurts. And that's 4.
I'm not
And then
going
you also
Hurts. Anthony, I love you, baby. And your system
Anthony.
was so 2000. I don't know if he could use that system nowadays. The great system.
Yeah,
but, I'm not giving you Hurts. Miss me with that, man. I can't let Hurts in.
He can't hear you. He dropped the mic.
Oh, okay.
I forgot about Jalen Hurts.
Steiny, stop.
What's their record?
It's about he, not they. That's the assignment.
He drives the bus.
Oh, you are so bad.
He's had Saquon Barkley the whole year.
Thank you.
What's your point?
Brock hasn't had his Christian McCaffrey the whole year.
And that's just a factor that isn't factored in. We're just talking about Hurts.
Yes.
And Purdy.
He's hurt the eyes early. Now they've got their groove, but don't tell me he's playing.
Yeah. But there you go again. See, there we go again. I may as well address that now, too. You guys, you got to be first all the time. I got to be first.
See, this is
You're
what you like to do.
I got to be first.
Nobody cares.
You wrote Sirianni and the Eagles off. You laughed at him. And I said, guys, he's not the greatest coach in the world. But we're 3 games into the season, and you wrote him off.
No, they're done.
And that's the kind of
their
radio I don't like to do.
Rear its head
You don't know
when it's
that.
go time.
You don't know that.
He will cost them. Sirianni, listen, I never said they couldn't win the division or be. They were 10-1 in collapse. So wake me up in December, January when it's off time about Philly.
Yeah, so
they got one of the best rosters in the game.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I thought the 49ers had the best roster in the game.
Well, it's taking a hit, injuries.
Guru, only in the Bay Area can we give the 49ers a 9.
Oh, no.
5-4. And the Eagles are 7-2 and they get a 6.
Oh, dude.
Come on, people.
I see what you're doing. But you can't, that scoring system's out. It's got to be updated.
Yeah, Anthony, I love your No, actually, I love your number. We can't do that concept.
Unlimited. That was Andrew Dice Klay scoring system, man. Oh, man. What you got?
From the 415, did you guys think that you guys would be talking about this for over an hour? Get off Steiny and his fair rating. Actually, we thought we could go a little longer than an hour, and you might be right.
You really didn't know we were doing Spaces last night?
No.
He invited you.
What? He didn't do it via telephone call, via text, or via email. So how did he get the word to me? With a string and a plastic cup
on it before we got started. We had like a city council.
So now
meeting.
you're telling on yourself. He said, "Hey, Gook, should we get Steiny in here?" Now we don't need him, boss.
No, he was joking with you, thinking you were texting him at that time because we were doing something, and he said Steiny's more than welcome, and we were thinking you were listening, and then you kept texting him because every time you did, he read it.
Well, that's because I got to run my show ideas by somebody.
That's a 9.
No, I would.
Oh man! No, excuse me for being a father.
I had a couple things on my plate today. One is something's going on with Bay Area fans right now. By the way,
I heard that in the morning.
What do you mean? They take did Nahigian forward my text to the morning show?
It's not. Your stuff is not profound as you think. But why would you say? I think the Warriors got a lot to do with if I'm on the right street. And the Niner bye hurt him.
Here's the bottom line.
I believe the Niner bye week hurt him.
Here's the bottom line. We don't like teams that are average out here. We just don't.
No,
the Giants owned the town 10 years ago. Owned it.
Rightfully so.
Owned it.
Rightfully so.
They're now not even in the game.
But
you had the Warriors. Okay. Oh, everybody was into the Warriors. 4 titles. I'm sorry. I noticed a dip the last 2 years. But now they're 9-2. And the dreams are alive. So now the Warriors are back in business. But here's the thing. The Niners have gone to the NFC Championship 4 times in the last 5 years.
And it could be 5.
That's not for here. My point is that I feel like there's just a little downtick in 49er interest. And why would that be? Maybe because they're 5-4.
Nah.
And they're not 7-2, rolling toward another Super Bowl appearance.
We gravitate
to use your phrase. We can leave that there.
Fan is short for fanatic. So I believe 5-4 constitutes more buzz and noise and anger and passion from fans. I think you're wrong. Yeah. And I think you sold the Giant fans up the river too.
There are none. There are no Giants fans
anymore. And did you hear they're not even getting a meeting with Soto?
Why would
I would have lied.
He's not Posey's kind of guy.
I would have lied, Buster, and just said, we tried to call him.
By the way, put this in the cap right now. Buster Posey's offseason is going to look exactly like Mike Dunleavy's offseason, and it's going to be underwhelming, and everybody's going to be chirping about it. And you know what? They're going to be good.
Wow. Well,
they're going to be good.
They should have been good last year. They should have been good last year, so I'm not throwing confetti for that. That was disappointing. They had the horses.
They had no horse.
Not to win it, but
name me one horse.
Oh, my God, the guy that made the All-Star team that roams left field, Ramos?
What's his first name?
Come on, Steiny, starts with H.
See, he is not a horse.
To me,
he's a player.
They don't have horse. If Carter thought I didn't know his name, that
did he whisper?
Yes,
Elliot?
That Carter, you didn't do it on purpose. You're going for what you.
Way to go, Carter.
I'm done.
That's how you bail out a host,
dude. That hurt.
That's good producing.
I gave you the H. I know his name. That Carter thought I didn't know it.
Yeah. I bet a lot of listeners thought you didn't know it either.
Dude, I need a minute. Wow.
Carter's on top of it.
Nah, he said a lot without saying a lot.
Oh, gosh.
Elliot. That hurt me.
Well, what hurts me is you actually think he's a horse. You know what? I don't call you a horse unless you hit 28 homers. I mean, come on. He didn't have 28, right? No, that's
Matt
right.
Williams got a gold glove.
No Giants ever.
What about Bailey? Bailey.
Why would we talk about Matt Williams?
He got a gold glove.
So what is that? How's that relevant? It was 23 years ago.
Hit over 20 homers. I like what he did last year.
No, but where's this coming from?
You said they have no horses.
Who's Matt? Matt Williams played 30 years ago.
Oh, good.
What are you talking?
I'm stunned. Yeah. Time out.
Who's he thinking of?
Review it.
He's thinking of Matt Chapman.
Yeah, come on. Carter, that hurt me, man. You sent me in a tailspin. Matt Williams. Third base, damn it.
What the hell does Matt Williams have to do with anything?
I need a TO.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, see, I'm enjoying this.
But yeah, today. The Giants season was disappointing. Is bottom line.
That's true. That we can agree on.
And your guy's gone now, Snell.
Who?
Snell.
Good riddance.
Man.
Well, actually, he's not officially gone, is he? But he's more than likely gone.
He quit Saturday, the pitch he was supposed to. That's when you knew he was out. Right?
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Ty, Telmo, I see Miles and Hayward. We'll get to your calls absolutely, positively on the other side. And we're talking San Francisco 49ers. They play the Seahawks on Sunday, 105 Levi Stadium, and they can really put a hurting on the Seahawks in the standings with a win on Sunday. And we're talking about Brock Purdy because he's a big topic of conversation. What kind of year do you think he's having? We're grading him. No, we're not grading him. We're rating him. Right. We're rating him on a scale of 1 to 10. I had him at a 7. Goose got him at an 8.5. And quite frankly, all hell's broken loose. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also sponsored by Lucky California. see if Carter can find the button. There's a button guru that's like 95.7 the game. Steiny and Guru. Look at him. He's
now
there.
Back
He goes.
To Steiny and Guru on
Baby
95.7 the game.
Out of baby Carter.
Sorry if I couldn't help you, Carter. I was looking at film on Mike texting me. It's Matt Chapman, not Williams. It's what happens when you have 3 kids and problems, man. Dude, you didn't know who the hell I was talking about. The third baseman, buddy.
I did not.
It was Matt and Matt. That was Help me out now.
I didn't make the connection. In fact, my first thought was, why would he possibly be bringing up Matt Williams? I'm thinking, like, what does he have to do with anything? All right. Let's. I'm just going to take a call and we'll get into it. And then I'll reset. And who's been waiting the longest?
So you haven't changed from your 7.
Hell
By the
no.
time Willard and Dibbs get in here, put it in the cap, you'll be up to a 7-5. I believe.
No.
Yeah. Lock it up, baby.
By the way, thank you, 707. He agrees with my Buster Posey take. You can take that one to the bank. Yes, sir. Let's go to Miles. Miles is in Hayward. The Stack.
Yeah.
What's up, Miles? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. I got to say something about the Brock Purdy salary. I would say this. If he was with a better coach, offensive coordinator, instead of saying that he would be getting paid more money like that guy in Detroit, Purdy got more swag than the coach. Kerry Shanahan's called all the plays, and I just never liked that. He's the reason why they're not winning anything. The quarterback's not allowed to develop and make decisions.
Wow.
So how is he going to develop quick enough to do anything? So Shanahan don't have enough swag to be the 49er coach, and he definitely don't have enough swag to be coaching Purdy. That's what I think.
Appreciate the call, Miles.
I do wonder. Oh, go ahead.
Sounds like Miles hasn't met a 7.
Well, no, Miles is mad at Kyle's for the growth or, keeping them stagnant. Like, at some point, I wonder if Brock, like Debo said, he was down, he didn't like his performance or whatnot. Sure. But let's just keep it real. Like the Elways, the Mannings, guys like that go to the boss like, dude, let me run this thing. But I don't know if Kyle has that trait to not be handsy.
Did he let Matt Ryan?
Well, see, I'm assuming Matt was doing what. But he was the offensive coordinator, Steiny. He wasn't the emperor. He wasn't Darth Vader there. He's Darth Vader here.
Listen.
This is his show.
Listen.
Think about it.
Listen. I'll admit, what I'm about to say,
oh boy,
some people may feel as a troll, but I don't mean it as a troll. But if it's true that Kyle doesn't let Purdy do some stuff, well, there can't be a mystery as to why. The mystery is Kyle doesn't think he's ready to do that. If that's the case at all.
So Jimmy never got out of that umbrella. But Jimmy was older, more mature.
But he never trusted Jimmy. I think he's on his way to trusting Brock.
All right, okay.
I mean, like,
I'm not saying he's not.
I don't know how long and you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little uncomfortable talking about check downs and audibles because I don't really do think we know. But who's to say, if you guys are all right on that he doesn't let Brock Purdy do that he's still a good quarterback. They're going to pay him in the offseason. He'll become their franchise quarterback. And then over the next 3 to 4 years, he's probably going to get more responsibility.
Okay, right. But Steiny, listen, this is not talking about taking out the trash. And you don't have to be Greg Cosell to put yourself at the line of scrimmage and you see stunts and everything that the defense is trying to do and all the ploys that they're trying to trick you into. And you don't have that mechanism of being able to not worry about everything's got to come from the sideline. Like, just imagine you could do it yourself, and there's a trust involved. But, man, I'm sure Brock Purdy would pull up on us right now and be like, Steiny, I can't wait for that day to come. And some have that authority instinct. Quarterbacks have that luxury instinct. Derek Carr comes to mind. But I'm just saying, it's a power play, I think, Steiny, by Kyle. And maybe he hasn't had that quarterback yet to make him want to relinquish, that.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's still giving him a 7. That's the title of the show, 2 hours in, is the 7.
Yeah. Touchdown pass, and Moody kicks the extra point. We're not going for 2. Let's go to Ty in Concord. Hey, Ty, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, fellas. How are you today?
We're doing well, thank you.
Hey, glad to be on. Thanks for letting me call in. I was just wanting to weigh in on the Brock Purdy thing. Well, I just wanted to say one thing in particular, but it seems a little unfair to me to put the team record on Brock when special teams has been costing us 7 to 10 points a game in those losses, and so you figure if special teams just executes, we're not even looking for something special from them. But if they just hit their field goals, don't muff punts, don't allow kick returns for touchdowns, don't punt the ball out of bounds at 35 yards or something like that. There have been just a litany of these plays, and if they make those plays, Brock Purdy is sitting 6-3, 7-2 instead of where we are today, and he's made enough plays to win some of these games. And yeah, I agree he's not as good as last year. Last year was exceptional. But to give him a 7, I think is just a little bit off the board. I think you're looking at something like an 8 personally. He definitely can be better. But truly, every game he's impressed me more than he ever had an opportunity to do last year. Not through the efficiency, but some of these plays he's making.
Yeah.
There aren't 5 other guys in the league can do it.
That's great stuff there.
So, Ty, I got to tell you, I appreciate the tone.
Ty for the win.
Because it said Ty in Concord, and it said he thinks Steiny's on one, and he wants to set him straight. But you've been very professional and courteous while you've done that.
And correct.
I didn't say that.
The team is not as good as they were last year, and obviously.
And he's not as good.
I won't fight you on that.
You know why?
But I'm giving
because you can't. You can't fight me on that.
Here we go, because he brought it up. Well, I'll bring it up. He alluded to it. That play to Kittle. Let's just focus and hone in on that. Greg Cosell.
Great catch.
See we can see that.
Look, what do you want me to say? It was a great play.
And it was a great, the uncanny ability for him to stay aligned and play elevator doors with the defensive line, slide up, slide back, and then roll out and then throw that ball as pretty as he did.
That was nice. You know what I think's more important? Carter, can you find out? Because now I can't remember. I know the Rams game, Purdy had a shot to take the team down the field to win the game.
Twice, Minnesota and the Rams.
What about the Cardinals? Were they ever up in that game?
They were up 2 scores. They were about to go up 2 scores, and JP fumbled.
But
and he wasn't his best then either.
Didn't he throw a pick against the Rams that ended the game?
No.
Tipped at the line of scrimmage, and then it turned into a dying quail.
Oh, yeah, but they had to go. They drove down and threw a bomb, and then gave up a special teams gaff on the punt return.
And then the offense had a chance to win the game.
But they went down, Steiny. They punted. They went 3 and out.
Who?
The Niners.
Well,
no, I get. I count that
He's had a couple chances to come back and perform game-winning drives.
What about they?
Yeah, they failed, and he's the quarterback.
I know what you're talking about, but
good.
You're putting it all.
I'm not putting it all.
When it fits.
I am not putting it all at Brock's doorstep. Give me other guys.
Well, what
Kittle?
about
Kittle's a 9.5.
I don't want to do this, but we have to. Ronnie Bell catches that ball against the Rams. It's a great throw. Purdy's a hero.
Ronnie Bell catches that. Was that against the Rams?
Yes.
Ronnie Bell catches that pass, and maybe
the grade's higher.
Maybe. Actually, no, it's not.
Oh boy, Carter.
Unfortunately for a quarterback, because they have to rely on other people.
It's incredible.
You got it. It's part of the equation. Could have put that ball a little bit better on the numbers to Ronnie.
It hit him in the face, man.
He had to go jump high for that one. Listen, Brock Purdy, he's having a good year.
Our guy, the last caller was spot on.
I don't think he's having a great year. I think he's having a good year.
Well,
and
great
I think
great
would be a 9.
Yeah. And I didn't give him that.
And I think he's closer to a good year than a great year.
And I told you, I think I'm Jaworski because I had an arm and I love quarterbacking. But Steiny, there are some baby red flags when I see him miss throws to where I'm like, man, what was that about? But it wasn't anything the defense did. It's more just like, okay, he's not ready or he's not locked in yet. But he hadn't got that lather. But there are days and plays, guys, where I'm just like, oh, Brock, come on. That's Jimmy S-like. But then he bounces right back and does everything under the sun to almost throw for 400 yards.
350.
I think it was 353.
Big difference there.
Well, not on your metric. You didn't give him any credit.
You know what? He throws for 400 against the Bucs. Maybe I bump it up to a 7-4. I can't quite put this together, but I'm going to try. This is from the 415 on the Comcast business text line. It's a long one, but their offense is set up for Brock Purdy to be able to change the plays without an audible. Right. I don't know why people cannot understand this. Shanahan's playbook is complex, and there are variations built into the play already based on coverage. Once again, well, we don't need the derogatory comments about people whining from their couch. But if that's the case,
I would love for somebody to break that down for me because we've heard that. So everybody's running a hot route, Carter. How does that work? Like, how do you know what you're up against until you come to the line and you see the defense try to trick it up or do something different and give you a different look? How does it's almost like, what's the word I'm looking for? The audacity to think your normal play call is ready for everything is that's a lot. That's like my stuff don't stink.
I kind of understand it.
Yeah, but you get the definition of an audible, right? Quarterback comes to line, changes play, predicated on what he sees. But to say, and I love Kyle, my natural play call takes care of all that. Well, does it?
Well, clearly.
In the Super Bowl, it didn't because you would have saw my man coming unblocked and the ball wouldn't have got tipped.
I'm just telling you, why would it all of a sudden be a problem that Kyle Shanahan's doing it this way, and he's done it this way for 7 years? And Purdy addressed this the other day.
Yeah, he did.
Is when he comes to the line, they have a play call. And within that play, there are, let's say, 4 options.
Okay.
And when he comes up to the line of scrimmage, this is my understanding. If I'm wrong, feel free. He comes up to the line of scrimmage, takes a look, and says, you know what, the third option might be there first. Or, you know what, we're going to go with that fourth option. Now, the thing I don't know is, how do all his teammates know what he's going to do? But clearly there's an answer for that because they're like really good offensively.
Right. But again, guys, you have no problem with the traditional definition of an audible when you do it the old school way at the line.
Like
which Brady and Brett Favre and Troy Aikman and Steve Young and Montana.
How long did it take them to be given that responsibility?
That I don't know. But when you say, hey, you don't need to say anything, young man. My play call is speaking for all of us. Carter, and I believe it could be, I would love for somebody to go. Dibs tried to do it, and I just couldn't grasp it because I'm still holding on to the
Why did you say that was a great point, Dibs?
But now you're playing. I told Dibs in real time. I don't get, I want somebody to break that down. And Greg Cosell could do it. Somebody like that.
I think we have our answers.
Yeah.
I think they have options built into. What about this? 510. You understand that Purdy is one of the most. Here's. Oh, gosh.
Because he has been under pressure.
Do you watch the linemen talking to each other and pointing at players? They're changing the protections. That's different than changing from a place.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because there's two things: the protection and hot route and all that stuff. But again. Do you think he has full reign over the offense? That's the bottom line. I don't. And I wonder how much of that is hampering him. And Jimmy kind of alluded to it.
Jimmy stinks.
See, that you're what's wrong with sports.
Please explain.
When Jimmy was in his heyday, and he was Pretty Boy Floyd, taking the team to division titles, doing everything that the new quarterback has done and took him to the Super Bowl, you wouldn't say Jimmy stinks like that.
That's right, because stinks is in the present tense, and he stinks. Now, if you would have said, Steiny, how was he back in the day?
Well, that's what I thought we were talking. Put some respect on his name.
He stunk less.
Not Steinmetz, but stunk less.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Real quick, #random. I'm the inventor of that. I came at Wemby yesterday. He went for 50.
You are so...
and then Giannis goes for 59.
Get this.
Oh, my. Dude, I'm being real.
Here it is. I have it written down. Victor Wembanyama had 50 last night.
Carter,
he was 8 for
was
16 from three-point range. But yeah, no, you're right, Goo. Get his ass on the block.
Oh, I'm looking at the whole season. He's had some clunkers, man.
This guy gets checked in real time by the actual athletes.
I sat there and watched that like my boy said, F you, Goo. Oh, man.
I'm actually with Goo on that one, too. He needs to be on the block more.
Yeah, no, that's all. What a great game. He's got all the
Do you guys
talent.
understand the game? He's a toothpick. He can't hold his position on the block right now. Let's get in the game.
A toothpick.
Keep firing, Vic. Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Man, Goo, I'm sure happy that Posey ended up getting Matt Williams paid this offseason.
There you go, baby.
I can't let that one go. I can't let that one go, man. I can understand the age of Ramos, but Matt Williams, bro, come on. No, regarding the Brock Purdy thing, he's been playing this whole season without his entire core up there. Obviously with CMC being out, he also had Ayuk he had Ayuk out there, but Ayuk just wasn't coming out the way that we thought he was going to be playing with the hold in, if you want to say, and everything. But in regards to a grade, I would have to give him a 7.5 because he has been resilient and still making the plays. And I would say 7.5, especially after what I saw from this past game against the Buccaneers. Especially when he threw that under pressure lob pass to who made a great catch.
That one.
Yeah, and as well as the Kittle fourth quarter touchdown. Plays like that, it still shows me that he can still make the plays. So yes, Steiny, I believe he's having a good season, not a great season, but I think there's still room to move up on that.
Yeah.
Just depending how that now with CMC underplay, now playing and everything, there's room to grow on that ranking as well.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys.
you're right. And Mike, we had a texter in here. I don't know who it was, but I want to give credit to it. He said, "Hey, it's like a midterm grade."
Yeah.
My midterm, I'm giving him a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm giving him a 7. We're halfway through the year. He can bump that up to an 8 by the end of the year.
And the half that's why
he can also go down.
I'm not letting you just raise my blood pressure because the half, when he said it, the caller, I'm like, you know what? I looked at Carter like, okay, I can buy that.
Well, that's closer to me than you.
But the 7, and the way my brain works is like it's closer to 6.5.
Well, 6. 7 is closer to 6 than 7.5.
And they were 500 without McCaffrey. If we're keeping it a buck, nothing to write home about, but they were 500.
Yeah. Let's go to Mark in Berkeley. Hey, Mark, what's going on, man?
I want to tell you guys have a great show.
Thank you.
Thanks.
But 2 ways to solve this. Get an offensive coordinator, please. And from now, can you put Dobbs in the red zone and just try it?
Hey.
Because this red zone
interesting.
It's got to stop. We can't just keep going downfield and not getting a touchdown.
Wow.
And that's all I had.
Thanks, Mark.
I don't think
now
Kyle. What's the word you use real quick for Kyle when you say he's being
it's too rigid?
No, the arrogant.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants a court like
he used Trey Lance like that.
That would simply.
I hated.
I hated every bit of it. But anyway, and they're doing that with Trey and Cooper Rush. No, Steiny, they're not. He's too much of a made man. I believe the Kyle I know to admit I need somebody else to come in and take over the play. That will never happen.
Why would the 49ers ever allow that? What do you mean? You're taking away Kyle's best ability, which is his play calling.
But why he did it with Trey Lance as a rookie when Trey Lance he scored the first touchdown that year.
But that didn't last long.
No, it didn't because he got hurt.
Look at the offense then compared to what it was last year.
That's what we're saying.
I'm just saying we have to acknowledge that.
So you got to trick it up now to score?
I'm not saying
I'm
that.
asking the Niner fans.
I'm just saying when he said Josh Dobbs, you're like, oh my God, that's crazy. But
you got McCaffrey. You got Kittle. You don't need to trick it up.
Well,
I need to know, and we need to know what's going on.
Maybe you do
and
have
it's a
to
short
trick
nugget or sample size.
You're scared.
I didn't know. I'm not scared.
You guys are scared.
I didn't like 1 for 3 in the red zone on McCaffrey's first game back.
Yeah, I know.
That should have been 3 of 3. Give me 2 or 3. Yeah. But to find out, boy,
rushed for 39 yards. That's how many yards he had on the ground. 39. He's not ready yet.
But the way you
Why
said
would you say he's going to go 3 for 3?
Mason, you alluded
he stinks
to this.
in the red zone.
But he
does.
But we know McCaffrey doesn't, but yet he did. This is a Kyle issue. I really believe. It's O-line second and Kyle first. They're too predictable. Throw it up to 85. I can help you. 3 times.
Yeah. How'd that work in the Super Bowl?
Which one?
The one where Harbaugh called the same 4 plays.
That was Roman, so that was somebody else.
Okay. I got to tell you.
Your smile.
You put 2 and 2 together, I'll just ask it again. And we're almost at the end of this break, so it's not like we're going to go. But the idea, at first, I was like, that's dumb. But whether you like it or not, Kyle's done it before.
Oh, no doubt.
He's tried to do it before. He tried to use a mobile quarterback in the red zone with Trey Lance. He liked the idea. And I like the idea of Mark suggesting it.
Do the Chiefs do that with Mahomes?
He ain't Mahomes. Packers he ain't Mahomes.
Do it with Jordan Love? That's a 2.
That's because he can run.
And
he's been there all year.
No, he's been there all year, Steiny.
Who?
Dobbs. It ain't popping off.
Well, maybe the red zone issues.
Dude, if we ever see him, watch this Sunday. There's a package. Miss me. I don't know. It's just got to be predictability, or the O-line is just, they are getting their ass kicked at the point of attack inside the red zone, man. There's nowhere to run.
Dobbsy in the red.
Oh God. 2 more hours of this.
Fascinating, actually.
Oh, stop. You shouldn't need it. You got too much at your disposal. You shouldn't need to trick it up.
Why not?
Because you're the Niners.
But he's a guru.
You were at 68% in the red zone last year. What's changed?
They're older. They didn't have McCaffrey. Purdy's a 7 this year, not an 8.
Oh, my God.
This is not hard, people.
What's Kyle? What grade would you give him? What number?
That's a good one.
I'd give him a 7.
I'd give him a 6.
I ain't mad, but
I'd give him a 6. I didn't like his demeanor against the Buccaneers. I'll tell you what. I just didn't.
What if I told you I didn't like how he handled the whole Pepper Debo thing?
What?
He said Pepper
I didn't mind that.
Overreacted.
Hold on.
Yeah, I didn't. I was shocked. I was like, man, I know.
Okay,
you go
lay
with
out.
All right.
Yeah, you can't throw whatever type of punch that was. You can't do that. I mean, Debo, where Tabor overreacted was what I was saying is because Debo wasn't saying anything bad to the kicker. And Tabor was overprotective of the kicker, which I like his intentions, but, he misinterpreted it, and he got too close to Debo, which was irritating to Debo. Wow. And there was other ways he could have got him out of his face instead of the way he did. But there was nothing between Debo and Jake, and to watch him kind of graze Pepper and fall into Jake, and it just looked like that he's punching Jake because he missed a field goal, that could have been avoided. I didn't mind at all what Debo said to Jake, and Jake didn't mind it either. But regardless of what happens, you don't throw a punch, and you see what happens when that happens.
All right.
That hurts my spirit. Wow.
I think it was you know what?
Wow.
Now having a week to digest it, I think it was a misunderstanding. I think Debo went over there animated and was like, keep your head in the game. Well, we'll get him next time.
But who are you when you dropping?
Well, he's encouraging. I think
he wasn't encouraging him.
Well, I think
because Pepper came in.
You don't know that. You do not know that.
What I don't, real quick. I don't. Just if I were a coach, Pepper, you are the star of this. You tried to stick up for your teammate. Who the hell is Debo to sit up here and chastise anybody on their worst day?
You don't know he was chastising him. You don't.
He wasn't patting him on the back.
Debo said he went up to him and was saying, stay locked in or lock in.
But the coach siding that the player sticking up for his teammate, he was in the wrong.
I think all that happened was Debo was animated and was trying to encourage in his own way, whether that was, don't worry about or forget about it. I mean, I can't imagine he's like, you stink.
Why do you think Pepper reacted the way he did?
Because
he was
Pepper,
like, get out of here with that negative energy.
Because Pepper misunderstood that Debo was actually trying to encourage him.
Never.
Well,
that's what he got in his ass.
What did he say?
Dude, you need to get your stuff in order. I can't say what I want to say. And then Pepper was like, man, you can't do that to him, and came to his defense.
No, he came to his defense because he misread Debo's intentions.
No, or he heard what Debo was saying to Jake, and Jake was so shocked.
888-957-9570 is the number. I after hearing everything, I think it was a misunderstanding. What do you guys think? 888-957-9570. By the way, I got to get to this list soon. It's 12:12. That means what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Also, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. 2 hours before the start of the game, join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Does he sing at all in it?
Yeah.
It sounds like an instrumental to me.
And I wonder.
All right, here's what we're getting into this segment. So during the Tampa Bay game, Jake Moody missed a kick down the stretch, and Debo Samuel went over, said something to him, got into it with Pepper and with Moody, took a little swipe at him, etc. And this is the way Kyle Shanahan explained what he thought happened.
Yeah, you can't throw whatever type of punch that was. You can't do that. I mean, Debo, where Tabor overreacted was what I was saying is Debo wasn't saying anything bad to the kicker. And Tabor was overprotective of the kicker, which I like his intentions, but, he misinterpreted it, and he got too close to Debo, which was irritating to Debo. And there was other ways he could have got him out of his face instead of the way he did. But there was nothing between Debo and Jake, and to watch him kind of graze Pepper and fall into Jake, and it just looked like that he's punching Jake because he missed a field goal, that could have been avoided. I didn't mind at all what Debo said to Jake, and Jake didn't mind it either. But regardless to what happens, you don't throw a punch, and you see what happens when that happens.
Yeah, Steiny, where I'm from, Union City, California, man, I would say this to Kyle. You don't know what Debo said. He could have told you what he said. And
what if he and Moody agree
all day long for getting his guys back? So it wasn't how rah-rah, you'll get him next time, slugger. It was something where Pepper had to intervene because the bully in this instance is Debo, and he was saying and getting at his kicker, and Pepper tried to jump in, and he did. So Norm always told me, my father, follow the money. Who are you going to – what I don't like about that soundbite is, Kyle, you could have just said it was a misunderstanding without calling out your long snapper. So who are you going to agree with, the long snapper or your stud, high-paid receiver?
He said you can't do what Debo did.
Only one person threw a punch, or allegedly.
And he said you can't do that.
And I love that.
Okay.
But that was the obvious. But to call out and say it basically started only Debo, keep your mouth shut. Nobody's in your face when you mess up. That's all, Steiny.
Well, what if he went over and he said, keep your head up?
I got some land for you in the Union.
See, and I think he did say something to that effect because I think they know what he said. And I think what happened is, and I'll just tell you, this is what I think. Well, I think Debo Samuel was wound up. He said he was frustrated. So the guy misses, and maybe he sees Moody put his head down, and he yells at him to keep his head up, but Pepper's not, Pepper doesn't think that's what he's saying, and Pepper's like, get out of here. I'm protecting my kicker. And Debo was probably like, you get out. I'm just trying to tell him to keep his head up, something like that. That's what I believe happened.
Right. Or he could have got at him using some profanity, and Pepper heard the profanity because he's right there and intervened, and that's when it popped off.
All right, real quick, let's take a listen to what Debo said after the incident, and then we'll take some calls. Got it?
I am ready to go.
Frustrated in the heat of battle, really close game, and I kind of got out of character a little bit, but I'll talk to Moody and we'll get past it.
Oh, that shirt. And then was it that he had a final chance to make a game-winning field goal afterwards?
What about it?
How nice was it that he had that chance to?
I think he had a little dog in him, a little motivation to go out there and make the field goal. When I was talking to him at first, I wasn't saying nothing crazy to him. I was just kind of frustrated in the time, but he went out there and won the game, of course, and he wasn't bothered by it, so we moved past it. No, my.
All right, so here I go real quick, Zach. I don't care about you and Jake. I want to hear what you and Pepper talked about. Just me.
Well, Pepper probably told him to get out of here, and Debo said, "Don't tell me to get out of here." You got more here, Carter?
Yeah, I've got what Tabor Pepper said actually to the media after the game.
Let's take a listen.
Jake was having a little rough patch there. Standing up for Jake because there was still time on the clock, so the game wasn't over. And everybody knows what happened at the end. It's not over until the clock says 0. They outcount 3 when it's a field goal, and I always got forced back.
Did you talk to Debo after the game to straighten things out?
Too many people in here. You know what I mean? Hard to get over there. So I'm sure we'll talk sometime.
Yeah. I actually don't think it's a huge deal. Yeah. But let's hear what the people say. Let's go to Devin in an Uber. What's up, Devin? How you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are you?
Talk to us.
I'm good. I'm so former ball player, man, at a decent level, and this isn't anything for me personally, right? This isn't anything that's like crazy. I think I lean more towards Stein and like I think it was a A and B conversation, and C joined heated with a different kind of heat, a different kind of passion.
Yeah, Devin, you got your point out, but your connection was kicking in. Let's go to Angel in San Francisco. What's up, Angel? What did you think? How did you interpret everything that happened?
Well, first of all, I appreciate your guys' show, man. I listen to you guys all the time, so awesome. You guys have a good show. My opinion on it is, man, that's Debo. He's one of our stars. He's the reason why the offense moves. He's the reason why the chains move. And if he felt like he needed to say something to the kicker because he's been sucking, then I'm okay with that. And they'll figure it out. But, I mean, you know, Moody made the kick, the game-winning field goal, which he barely made. We'd probably have a different conversation if he would have missed it.
Yeah, good
Obviously,
point.
He made it. But I'm okay with what Debo said. Debo is one of the stars. And, you know, if he felt like maybe he needed to say something in maybe not a nice way, then I'm fine with that. Because he missed like 3 field goals. You know, like we needed you for that. And you're not performing. So I'm okay with Debo.
Appreciate the call, Angel.
And I guess, Donnie, Pops was in the Navy, and he always talked to me about rank, but I guess I'm just being real with you all. It don't matter
Debo
who's the
Samuel
star
and Pepper. You're right.
Yeah.
There may be something to that, but I'm not disagreeing with that.
But I guess I gravitate to Pepper because what he was trying to do in the moment, and then for him to give that chilling audio of, it's a lot of people in here, we hadn't talked. Whoa. So there's something, I don't care about Jake and Debo. Moody was so stunned, he couldn't stand up to Debo or meet that energy in that time, and that's okay. So that's why Pepper was seeing everything, jumped in. So I want to hear Debo and Pepper say, we squashed it. It's not a big deal. But Kyle chose out loud publicly that Carter, you tell me what you think. I think he chose and rolled with Debo. I get it. I wouldn't have did it. I treat the one man, the most important man, just like the bottom man, and I don't think Kyle did that in that soundbite.
But would you acknowledge that Kyle probably knows a lot more about what actually happened than we do?
I'll give you that.
Carter?
I mean, I just think it's wrong to ever talk to a kicker like that. It's such a mental position, and getting in someone's head like when they're already struggling just doesn't seem positive to me.
And then there's some that are, again, I love you, Debo, calling Debo heroic because the next kick, the kick that won the game, it's because of that happened. And I think that's robbing Jake of his glory.
Yeah.
Just me, man.
Listen, I'm pretty sure that on Monday, when I saw it, I said something like, get out of there, Debo.
Yeah.
But if Kyle Shanahan is telling me that he went over there and there was a misunderstanding about what direction he was coming from in terms of positive or negative.
So Pepper was wrong for overreacting.
I don't want to say anybody's right or wrong because it happened so fast, and it was probably, to me, when there's a misunderstanding, everybody takes their accountability.
But I was just so, good Lord, I was at the vending machine, and if it's break time and you're coming over to me and you're talking, Stoney, you can say some choice words to where I'm like, oh, this dude's angry. And maybe that's what Pepper heard. Now, in real time, Kyle, but for Kyle to double back, Stoney just kind of say he overreacted. I'm like, but he's a coach.
Mike's in Fremont. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. This whole thing with Debo, I think first of all, if Debo's going to be a leader, then he's got to look at his offense about not getting into the end zone and he's got to look at it and go, well, now we got to rely on the kicker. So, and they've been relying on him, and he just came back from injury as well. He's not 100%. So for him to get into his face, and Also, these kinds of conversations, forgive me if I'm wrong, probably happen all the time on the sideline when the offense doesn't work well, then the offensive line and the QB are talking, or a defense doesn't do well or something. Just wait till you get to the sideline. You're not going to have cameras on you, and this doesn't become a thing. So I think it's time. I think it's place. I think it's scenario. And I think if we're going to be a leader, Debo, then be a leader and get into the end zone. We don't have to worry about this.
Good stuff, Mike. Appreciate it. 925. So Debo's a misunderstanding, but Draymond Green should have been kicked off the team, et cetera, et cetera. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites. Yeah, Debo's got a track record, Chief. Yeah, Debo's got a track record for doing this, doesn't he? He doesn't. That's the difference. This is such a nothing burger from the 415. These guys get testy and aggravated with each other all the time. And then a couple others making the point that the issue wasn't what he said, it's that he took a swipe at him.
Yeah, and that's my issue too, Stoney. And it's more than a little nothing burger.
But I got to believe
because the coach had to address it to the media, and you can be like, "That's nothing." But yeah.
that was, if that's not caught on tape,
in real time, you came in. I don't want to speak for you, Stoney. It was an awful look before we knew. It looked like, now what if the Niners had lost that game, and then you think, oh, they're infighting. It wasn't a good look at all. That's
I don't think it's a better look because they won the game. I really don't. I mean, it's. And
See,
I don't know what it means.
I don't know why I feel like that helped the situation.
I don't know what it means or it doesn't mean. I don't think it was a good look, but I mean, it's not a better look. Like, I don't put any stock in, well, because, and you said that because Debo did that, he made the next kick. And
yeah, right. Oh, man,
I've been pike with that. But I do think that, like, and listen, I'm not saying Debo's right, but I think Pepper probably started to push Debo off, and then Debo was like, what do you do? You know.
Get your hands off me.
But
I would never do. I'm being real, not being around some of the baddest. I just, like, Jake couldn't stand up for himself, Stoney, and he had just missed a kick. So I get where Pepper was coming from. Like, he's watching it unfold and he's hearing it. Come on, Stoney, lay off, man. Lay off Evan or Carter.
Yeah.
But the boss says, Guru, you overreact.
Keep your head up.
Dude, right.
Keep your head up.
I can't believe Kyle brought that one out. Don't hang your head. I know
Don't you dare hang your head. We got 2 minutes left.
Do you think Pepper's having dinner with his wife? Like, I can't believe my boss did me like that. I'm the one. I'm why it happened. Okay. All right.
Larry's in San Francisco. What's going on, Larry? How you doing?
I'm all right, fellas. I've been listening to this conversation, and I think it's multifaceted. But first and foremost, I'm from the Mo. And in the Mo, when ain't nobody talking to you, you mind your business. That's the first and foremost thing. Or you get what you get. If you bringing that smoke, you got to be ready for that smoke. That being said, he wears a C on his chest. We talk about players having accountability and making sure other players are accountable to each other. I hear you talk about the mental. Everybody got the mental, whether they playing good or bad. Everybody has that. Sometimes you need something to snap you out of it. I don't need nobody coming to my defense. I'm a grown man in the NFL, whether I'm having a bad day or a good day. If you jump in, that heightens it. Say if Pepper never jumped in. Now all we know is Debo said something to Moody, and they went to the sideline. We wonder what Debo said. And that's it, which happens all the time. But when you insert yourself, you bring negative energy, and you get that. But the other thing is, I think Pepper and Debo had something prior to this.
Oh, wow.
That this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Because I don't get why a long snapper jumping in the captain's face, who's a superstar on the team. Hey, I don't get that.
Hey, Mo.
That's like, and it's none of your business.
It's Larry.
I thought he said Mo. Oh, he's from the Mo.
What is the Mo?
Phil Mo.
I'm from the Mo.
Hey,
okay.
I got to share this with you and Stoney and everybody listening, man, because, again, just because what my outview was not yours, you just got me thinking, and I got to share this. I had two good friends. They were brothers. They were about to fight. Listen to me. I intervened and tried to break up the fight, and they both jumped on me for jumping in. So when you say now Pepper should have just minded his own, he wouldn't have got that smoke. I'm thinking now, like, you might be onto something.
Exactly. Like that's all it is. Now, do I think this happens more often than not? I do, fellas. I just think that the camera called it. He got a neck shiver, and he didn't like it. He wasn't trying to get around Moody's arm too fast, though. He was just jumping up in the air and yelling. So he knew where the line was drawn, and he knew he had crossed it. So smart guy. And you're never going to take the long snapper over your superstar receiver.
No doubt about it.
That's not going to happen.
Although Pepper's having a 9 type of year.
Oh, stop.
Pepper's having a great year.
Yeah, Snotty, I never shared that story.
Not one bit. And you shouldn't have.
I tried to break up my...
Stay in your lane.
Hey, guys, stop. And they both... Oh, okay, you in? Dude, I'll never forget that lesson. So when he said that, I'm like, maybe Pepper shouldn't have been a good teammate to try to break it up.
Can I present a question to you both?
Of course. Come on now.
So Debo got on Moody about his play for the year. Here's Debo's numbers for the year. He has 1 touchdown for the year.
That's Shanahan, according to Goo.
He has 468 yards.
Dude.
On 29 of 45 targets.
But here I go. I'm not trying to say something's going on over there in Santa Clara, but where the street I think you're driving on, Carter, is who's the Draymond Green to check Debo on that in regard to you need to be worried about what you're doing.
The question, I guess, is kind of what you're saying is he's a captain. You're right. But to get on someone else about their play during the season.
Wait, wow. When
does
you're
Debo
not
need to look in the mirror?
No, that's Steiny.
I think we all do.
Oh, God. What would you give Debo? What number?
The year he's having?
Yeah. I'm about
6.
to give. I'm 6.5. And why do you think that is? That him running
he doesn't run
is just
great routes.
Well, it's not
He's
the
not
routes.
a great route runner.
It's what he used to do with the ball in his hand, even the jet screens, the bubble, all that's like, it's like yesterday's news. And I know he hit Dallas with one of them, but Steiny, I don't know.
But
I'm not blaming him. I'm just like, it ain't working.
But that's the thing. I mean, if we're like going to have fun and give out numbers on a scale of 1 to 10 on a guy like Debo Samuel, like, I don't give him, like, let's say he's a 6. Yeah, and he hasn't gotten more than 3 yards on those end runs. Well, that might be Shanahan. It doesn't matter. Like, to me, for the purposes of this fun game, it's like maybe they're not surprising teams with that as much.
Well, man.
And, but we can only go on the
1.3 yards Sunday when they try to
that
get
many.
Yeah, wow. I'm like, man, they just not fooling anybody.
Well, I think he ran over more people in years past.
But Sunday, there was like 4 or 5 guys in his way. He was taking some pounding.
Let's go to Word.
Our man.
Word is in Oakland. What's up, Word?
What's going on, fellas? A couple of things. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm waiting. I'm like, which way you going?
Well, so first, the whole grading of Purdy thing, I didn't expect it to turn into like a debate. I just thought everybody had an assessment. You give him an 8 because you give him an 8. Steiny gave him a 7.5 or maybe an 8. And Goo was like, stop the show.
But Word, that was a little low, man. That 7 was a little low,
it's
man.
A half a point lower than yours. A half a point lower than yours.
What would you give him, Word, real quick?
I was 8.5, Word, so it was a little higher than that. But yeah.
I was like, dang, Steiny getting beat on his back for a half a point. I would give him, I'd probably give him a 7.5 or an 8. Like, that's about right. It's accurate. He's not a 9. He's had obviously, you got to factor in, he's had some injuries. He hasn't had his weapons, but his performance alone, he's had some couple of bad throws here. Oh, you know what I don't like, Goo, that you do?
Tell me.
So a stat line, 17 for 22, right? 17 for 25.
Okay.
That means the quarterback misfired. Every misfire is a miss. It might have been low, might have been high. But so when you're like, oh, and he threw that one ball, I was like, ugh. And he threw that one wide. I'm like, ugh. And that one almost got, that's every quarterback when they throw an incompletion.
That's amazing you brought that up, but I corrected myself like in the first hour when I said, you know what? I'm doing too much. It's a miss. They all miss. So I corrected that. You just missed that, but I feel you.
All right.
Yeah.
And finally, you know what, Goo, you should appreciate this. All Debo did was flip over a spread on Moody on the sideline.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this: the spreads are in the locker room where it's like the Jordan Poole thing. It wouldn't have been a big deal had it not got out or seen, right? So I know Debo's heart was in the right place, but like Steiny and Carter just said, you worry about what you got going on. You didn't have to put your hand all up in dude's throat, and it just was a bad look for the team. And especially, Word, I think we would be talking about this all week had they lost that game. Steiny begs to differ, but I really believe that was a bad. Like, are they cracking?
Yeah,
what's Debo? So they feeling the pressure, Word, but they won, and I hear you.
I'm glad you hear me because you certainly weren't listening to me right now when I was trying to finish my point. But
now that hurt. Go ahead.
No,
Word.
I'm serious. But no, all I'm saying is, all he did was flip over a spread, and your boy Pepper came and tried to throw food back in Debo's face. And it's like, oh, dude, come on, man. I'm trying to motivate my troops like Guru always tells the coach to do.
Wow. So you're okay with it?
Yes, man, it's football.
Yeah.
Dudes get in each other's face all the time.
Right.
I don't even understand why your boy Pepper, the long snapper, acted like that was new. He was just protecting his kicker because he didn't want to see the kicker getting bullied on the sideline. I get it.
Yeah.
But Moody was even like, chill, I can handle it, man. Relax.
Good stuff, Word. Thanks for the call.
And maybe that's why Kyle, am I wrong, guys, to say he cited Peppers was doing too much? Because that's what he said.
I think he made a point.
Like he overreacted, Pepper. That's what Kyle was saying.
I think he made a point to say that neither of them really chose the right path.
Well, the punch is so obvious, he didn't need to tell us that. But for him to double back and say Pepper overreacted.
Well, he did, according to Shanahan.
And it sounded the Word, and
now,
that's what Word saying.
Now, you said something to Word that I taken aback.
What word was it?
You said, I don't think it would have been a big deal had the Jordan Poole punch not gotten out.
Oh, yeah. No,
I firmly disagree.
I didn't do the Bob Myers.
It was going to ruin. It would have ruined the year regardless.
You think so, guys?
Absolutely.
Wow. And
that's just me.
Yeah. But can you meet me halfway that the Warrior
I'll say it didn't
culture?
Help.
Okay, there we go.
Didn't help.
Times a million. But that video, the season was done.
The season was done without the video ever getting out.
But once the public saw it that Friday morning, TMZ released that, that's when it takes on. You're right, Stanley.
Then we feel a certain way about it, but they were already there, and that locker room was going to take the brunt of it.
But I guess
the only thing that happened is we found out.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that happened.
But it
was going to sabotage their season anyway.
Okay.
That's what I think.
You know what? I agree with you, but give me this. The dirty little secret would have been, they just got in a scuffle. Jordan Poole. But when you saw the punch, Steiny, it was like, whoa.
But that's right. We said, whoa. But what I'm telling you is I guarantee you the players, coaches, and staff said, whoa, even when it happened. And they knew damn well that what happened inside that gym that day
was no coming back from.
Yes, I believe that.
And they made the second round. Lost to the Lakers. 4-2.
Yeah, wasn't that close, I remember.
This is some fun show.
Sorry. See, but Goo,
why did Word say I cut him off?
See, this
because
you
talking to him.
I've never talked a word.
So how did he? Hey, Carter,
because you cut him off, just like I just did to you.
Right.
What was I going to say? I was so poignant.
It's a fun show.
Yeah, see, and now it's all coming to fruition. He just said we're on a good show, and he's the same guy that goes, boy, I thought the Niners were going to win. They were up 10-7 in the second quarter. It's like the show's not over.
Right.
Like we could be having an A show now and still finish with a C-.
But I can still tingle. I'm saying thus far it's been great. Next hour could be hell.
Exactly. So let's not go Harvey Keitel just yet.
Hey,
all right.
He's great.
I'll tell you what. Maybe I'll get to this on the other side.
The Ramos thing, I'm still scuffling. The fact that you guys thought I didn't know his name.
Well, there were two things that.
The Matt Williams.
You didn't know his. I mean, there were three things. You didn't know his name. He's not a horse, and then you got Matt Williams confused with Matt Chapman.
Now that hurts.
All in about 19 seconds. All right. Hey, download the free Odyssey app. Check us out on YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Hey, I love Debo more than anybody.
No. What did you say about? You saw something on the screen?
Now, see, I'm doing you. I don't want to talk about that. I showed you Debo's outfit. Your thoughts? Dude, it's all the guys. I don't know who's dressing them.
Hey.
And it bothers me as an OG.
Why does it bother you? Everybody's got their own style. See, now this is one where I think the conventional wisdom out in, Radio Land would be, Steiny probably thinks that Debo Samuel's outfit was awful. But I'm like, hey,
it don't even qualify. Debo, I love you, but call me. It don't even qualify as outfit.
I'm going to tell you something, Goo.
It was out.
And you best believe I'm coming from the heart. This world is about the young. This life is about young people. We're done.
And young people make mistakes.
Our time is over.
No, see,
all right? Now, Debo Samuel and the younger generation, they do things differently. And you know what? Who am I to judge them?
But you can look at a painting.
I'll tell you what, I guarantee you, if you go back and look at some old photos, family photos of you and Norm and your wonderful mother, I'll bet you'd be like, what the hell was I wearing?
And there's something, no doubt.
There you go.
But it wasn't to this.
No, you don't know that.
It's out of control, Stoney. These guys
Guru, you buttoned your collars to the top, and nobody does that. See what I'm saying?
Kyle Kuzma came in a trash bag to a game about a month ago. It's like, just because you're rich, what are we doing? And I did. It used to cuff them at the bottom.
Exactly, and nobody wears pleated pants anymore. That's what I'm saying. All right.
And it's not about the young.
I think
the old make the young.
No, but I think
this world is a melting pot of everything.
I think you're jealous. I do. Of the money that he's got, the fame that he's got, and the youth that he's got.
No, it's not the youth. It's the money. There's something there. But go ahead. Other than that.
Hey, you make that kind of money, you can wear that kind of outfit.
Man, I guess you're right.
He can pull it off.
My bad, Debo. But it's not just him. These NBA players, like, what are you wearing? That makes no sense. Jordan used to come with a turtleneck, shirt, tie, three-piece suit. Stacey Adams.
Bird used to come in a T-shirt and jeans.
And the coaches now, if I ever get to talk, I asked Willard and Dibbs to do it. They got to go back to wearing the suits. We need a commander on the side. Everybody can't be 24-hour fitness zip up.
You know why
it's tacky.
You know why I wouldn't mandate a suit and tie? It's because the one guy who chose to wear a suit and tie was the worst coach I've ever seen in my life, and it's Mike Nolan.
But
he looked great. He looked great. And I get it. It was a tribute to his father, Dick Nolan.
No doubt. I was just
and
going
there's a that's a great touch.
But Landry and Lombardi wore suits.
Yes, and so did.
Well, you can't fault them for keeping up that part of your coaching.
My point is, a suit doesn't make a coach smarter.
No, but respect the game.
And I don't believe wearing a sweatsuit disrespects the game.
Oh, so teachers should be able to wear anything they want? Like a high school teacher?
They wear collared shirts.
Yeah.
It's a collared shirt. And I'll tell you what, here's the other thing. When we were growing up, the sweatsuit, that wasn't considered nice. Right. Now, a sweatsuit, if you have a nice sweatsuit, that is nice. You're dressed well.
If you're rich. If you're rich, just like you could get in the club. I used to see Sprewell come to the club as dress code. He's Sprewell. He can get in with whatever he's wearing.
What's your point?
When you're rich, the rules are different.
I don't necessarily think that.
Oh, my. I've gotten out of I'm not rich. I've gotten out of traffic tickets because of the show.
That's not because you're rich.
Well, I know.
Because you're famous.
I wish. But
let's go to Jim and Martinez.
Jimmy.
And then I got to get to this list.
All right.
Hey, Jim.
Guys. Good to hear you. Last time I talked to you, I was in Athens, and it was the last A's thing, and I was, hurting.
Oh, man.
I see both sides of the stepping in and not stepping in, and now think about this. If I'm the snapper, my guy is the kicker. My money is the kicker. So I am getting in the middle, and I don't care who, because I'm a football player, and that guy's a kicker. And I'm not letting somebody mess with my man, because he's a kicker. And Debo, and I mean this, now think about this, and I was losing my mind sitting on the couch watching those kicks go all over the place.
Yeah.
Debo is losing it, but I think he's also a little frustrated because he hasn't, he wasn't having the best game himself.
Man.
He probably got a little bit out there, and our snapper goes, hey, man, this is my guy here. This is my paycheck. We're going to get it. So I kind of see both sides of it, but absolutely, and I've been in the middle of it on both ends of some, and sometimes you got to stand up for the little guy. That's all.
Yeah, and look, after the game, thanks, Jim. After the game, what were the words that Debo Samuel used? He was frustrated. He acknowledged he was frustrated.
But you can't take it out on your teammates, though.
That's my point, though. He acknowledged he was frustrated, and he also acknowledged that he said he got out of character, a little out of character. I mean, that to me tells me he knows that he's not completely in the right.
So you don't think he would do it again? Like if he were like, you know what? Debo did say I got out of character. But what did Norm say, my dad? Son, character is defined not when things are going good, but when they're going bad. Debo wasn't having the best day. 8 or 9 dudes were tackling him. I saw it, Stoney. They were trying those end arounds and all that stuff. But that still doesn't give you a license to do what you did.
Of course not.
But we're both parents. I do have a problem with Kyle saying, my man overreacted, Pepper. Huh? That's when you're the modern,
too bad. You're a long snapper.
And that's
you're
what's
a
wrong
long
with our society.
snapper.
No doubt about it. But as long as you know it, it's not, look at you laughing.
Well, that's because I'm reading this text from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line. It says, Steiny, pleats are coming back.
Wow.
I'd ask Carter, but he's got no clue.
We got a Rolex.
I was going to say, Red Auerbach is probably rolling over in his grave looking at what some of these coaches wear now.
Dude, it's amazing. I'm looking at these, like, I can't distinguish who the coach is. Everybody dressed like stormtroopers on Star Wars.
Do your homework.
No, you know
if you're watching the Lakers, it's J.J. Redick. If you're watching the Warriors, it's going to be Steve Kerr.
Why does he got some? He's not a punk. I've always liked him.
Who are you talking about?
J.J. Now he's like a little rich brat. And he's not that.
He's just always been that.
But not like it now. He
was like that from day one at Duke.
You know what? Wow. But there was something I liked about him.
You don't like him anymore?
Now he's just bratty and ritzy. Like, he didn't deserve the job. Let me say it.
Did Steve Kerr deserve the Warriors job? He never coached before.
But he won, and he won under 3 generals that are two of the best coaches
J.J.
ever.
Redick, I'm sure, played for great coaches.
But this is different.
You know
what I mean?
got you there.
No.
Did Steve Kerr deserve to get – how can you say Steve Kerr deserved to get hired by the Warriors, but Redick did not deserve?
Because he was a general manager with Phoenix.
And they were not successful.
It's not about the result. It was about –
I'm right.
No, come on.
He's digging.
The Popovich and Phil Jackson and playing with Jordan and Pippen, to me, come on. I'll take a chance. What did Redick have? First take? I did a podcast with Bron.
Look, you don't know – J.J. Redick's knowledge
and
of the
he had
game.
5 rings, Kerr.
Oh, yeah, and you know what?
Oh, what are you about to say?
Let me ask you this.
What are you about to say?
Who's a better player, Redick or Kerr?
Oh, Redick. Who made bigger shots? Played in bigger games.
Well, that's congratulations. You got to play with Michael Jordan and Tim Duncan.
And I hit the shot.
That's great. That doesn't make you more qualified to be a coach.
So you really believe Kerr wasn't more?
No, they're the same. Both have been taken.
But the general manager job is
so what? That's not coaching. That's a totally different skill set.
But it's not a so what job.
It's just the skill set's completely different. I could argue that, you know what? Having a podcast with all kinds of different guests on, and you have to introduce them and try to make interviews flow well. That has more similarity to coaching than Steve Kerr being a general manager and going to games.
I'm looking at just the inner workings of a team, the upstairs, like
the bottom line is Joe Lacob,
I don't know why I don't like him on the sideline.
On Steve Kerr, and the Los Angeles Lakers took a chance on J.J. Redick, and I don't see much difference there. But I do see a difference in that because Steve Kerr is a Warriors coach. We knew all along he was going to be a star.
Can I just take 10 seconds to tell you, we already know it with Curry, but it's not as far along. Enjoy LeBron James, man. This is incredible. The longevity. No, seriously, man. The dude, it's like he's taking the basketball Viagra. What? How are you still doing this at your age? Steiny, he's bald. And he's still giving you the work. It's incredible. Him and Curry, but Curry ain't as old as Bron.
Yeah, I don't.
The basketball Viagra, that might be, dude, that might be a T-shirt or whatever it is. You just put the Viagra next to it.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Now that hurt, Carter.
That's too bad.
That's
Truth hurts.
That was the wrong cut, so sorry.
Oh,
no, wasn't.
Carter, no. You think he didn't hit the wrong button? Wow.
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
It was something against whatever I was saying. Something against LeBron. Right. Dude, he's incredible.
Oh, I know. I don't know. Curry, man. I don't know why I'm like this. And I've been working on it for a long time. But I just have a weird kind of reaction when you say something like, Steiny, we got to enjoy LeBron.
Oh.
No, I don't have to do anything.
But he's going to be gone.
I don't have to do that.
I hear you. But
that's all I'm saying.
You know, he's going to be. Last night he said, I ain't playing forever. The end is near.
Because here's the thing.
It's incredible.
We gotta appreciate Steph Curry while he's still around. We gotta. You know what? You can appreciate him in 10 years. Just go back and watch every game he's ever played. They have those now.
We got all these young punks that won't even play when they got a hangnail, Steiny.
Oh, boy.
LeBron and Curry.
Oh, my God.
They are incredible. Why you say that?
Because you're unaware that you're doing it, but you're setting me up perfectly like a great Stockton to Malone. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay.
What you got?
So, the NBA, their season's underway, and most teams have played 10, 11, or 12 games.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, a lot of these players in our league have already missed games. So, if you played 11 games and you've missed 3, that projects to under 60 total games.
Wow.
Okay?
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So I just made a list of guys who already this season are on a pace to not even play 60 games.
Oh, man.
All right. I hate to do this, but Steph Curry, Ja Morant, Joel Embiid, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Jamal Murray, Maxey, Jaylen Brown, Scott Barnes, RJ Barrett, Quickly, Banchero, Zion Williamson, CJ McCollum, Trey Murphy, DeJounte Murray, Ja Morant, Desmond Bane, Marcus Smart, Jaren Jackson Jr., Chris Middleton, Aaron Gordon, P.J. Washington.
You got to stop soon.
Lively, Derek Lively, Maxi Kleba, Nick Claxton, Zach LaVine, Lonzo Ball, Brandon Miller, Lauri Markkanen, Nembhard, Ness Smith, DeAndre Hunter.
Wow, man.
Bogdanovich, Kuzma, Sochan, Shaden Sharp, Robert Williams, Ben Simmons.
Where's Jamal Murray?
He's hurt. He's hurt.
Right, but he ain't on that list.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay.
I said Murray.
All right.
Murray's missed 4 of 11 games this year.
So some of those, like
that's pretty good.
DeJounte, no, that's great. But he's got a broken hand. Some are legit.
I'm not saying they're. I'm lumping them all in together.
That's bad news,
man. I'm lumping them all in together.
And Philly, and I'm watching the Sixers last night on TV, and George and Embiid are just sitting there like it's almost like they're playing. This is, I don't know how you cure it, man.
650 says we get it.
Okay, right. Dude,
how many? Is that an unbelievable
that
list?
Was about 20, 30 people.
Oh, Porzingis. Forgot him. Dude, hasn't played this year.
And I'm getting more upset.
It's an extrapolation sensation.
And you got the cup going on with Durant, all the stars nowhere near coming. And the Studebaker that is, I'm about to put a big rat on the table. I called him rerun. He lost weight. But I can make a case that the Pelicans would have beat the Lakers when he almost was about to go for 50 in a playoff game at home. And the last 2 minutes of the game, Steiny, with the lead, he walked off with a blown hammy. This dude might just be chronically hurt. Like, this is just what it is. Enjoy him while he can play. But, man, Steiny, I'm telling you, it's not even selfish. The league is infected.
530 just said, why was Steiny naming off NBA players? I just named all the players out there that are projecting to play less than 60 games. I understand it's early, but that's kind of makes it even worse.
No doubt.
Like, that makes it almost more troubling.
Who was on Sirius XM radio, and they said, this is what it was for you real quick about this.
I need you. What about
I'm about to give it to
research?
You. I'm about to. It's phenomenal.
I don't care about a guy from Sirius XM.
It's phenomenal.
What about me?
But this is about that.
Okay. Forgot Wiseman.
And I'll never forget. Well, I'll never forget. I was out and I tuned into you and Evan, me and Norm, going to the doctor's appointment, and you guys talked about the joke that was training camp. The guy, the NBA head, was saying maybe that's why these dudes are getting so hurt, because they treat training camp like it's nothing. Back in the day, you practiced before you even went to preseason like it was a season. Anything to that?
I'm not sure.
It's bad. What do you do if you're Adam Silver? Seriously, this is not cool.
No, it isn't cool
and
at
I
all.
Played Warriors World and Sheed.
What does this have to do with anything?
I'm playing fantasy basketball, and everybody, or for out, injured, out,
Serves you right.
injured.
Serves you right. You shouldn't play fantasy basketball.
I did baseball, so I can do anything. I do feel like a real manager, though, Stoney. There's just something about setting that lined up. Dude, you're in the playoffs for the fantasy football. Let's keep it real. I'm fourth, Carter first.
Here's the thing,
and you're
dude.
sixth.
Here's the thing,
Big game.
In your mind, you think it makes you feel like a coach.
I swear to
The reality is,
/ general manager.
The real feeling you have has nothing to do with what a real head coach does. So though you're feeling like a coach, you're actually feeling something that has nothing to do with what an actual head coach does.
Dude, what I'm doing, and I don't get the results, Carter, I yank guys out of the starting lineup. That feeling you get of your ass is going to the bench. Dude,
Brees Hall.
It's incredible. It's a high. You're doing it right now with fantasy. You ever see the boss walk past the window, but his head's down? I'm like, man, is he happy with the show?
Exactly. And you know what? I'd go up to him like Debo Samuel and be like, keep your head up. We're all right. We're all right.
I can't believe he said Pepper overreacted. Oh, man. Had it been Bosa and Debo, hey, they're fine. Everybody was equal. Man, get in where you fit in, too short.
I'll tell you what, let's jump into, let's go to Dawn in Sunnyvale. She wants to chime in here real quick on Debo.
Hey. Love the show.
Oh, thanks.
No, I mean, Pepper's got to know his place. It's just like any workplace, right? There's certain people you just don't touch, right? McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, they're in a different league. Yeah. Tabor's just got to know. I mean, we were just talking about, nobody knows who Tabor Pepper is. No disrespect, but nobody knows who this guy is, right?
Right.
You just got to know his place. You don't touch Debo Samuel.
Thanks, Dawn. Appreciate it.
I was just going to tell Don.
She's gone.
I don't want to get political, but isn't that what's wrong with our society? Well, it's about rank now, Don.
No, but here's what she means.
He's a human.
Here's what she means.
He's got a family.
Here's what she means. Here's what she means.
He didn't touch anybody.
Here's what she means. It would be like
say it.
Reese Beekman, who's on the Warriors, misses a shot late in the game, and Lindy Waters is trying to, he's his guy, Lindy Waters, and Curry comes out of nowhere and says, keep your head up, Reese, keep your head up. This game's not over. You think, I'll tell you right now, every single person in the Bay Area would say what Curry did was right because he's Steph Curry. She had a point there.
Right, but Steiny, I can't believe
Nobody's
you're
gonna
falling
say,
for the okie doke in regard. You really think Debo was whispering sweet nothings?
No, did I say that?
I think it was explicit. Like, he was saying some stuff to where Pepper had. He goes,
that's where I'll defer to Kyle Shanahan.
All right.
Because Kyle Shanahan said he wasn't doing that.
But he did say Pepper overreacted, sticking up for his teammate. I would have loved Carter. I would have said, hey, Steiny overreacted, but I get he was sticking up for his brother.
He did, essentially. He said everything. He said he shouldn't have punched him. Pepper overreacted. You can't do that today. You can't do that. He covered all his base.
It was a bad look for the team, though.
Yeah, and what does it mean right now?
No, exactly. Well, I'll tell you, if they lose 2 or 3, this season was bad. Remember, we put on the film of the Tampa game, they were going at each other. And Debo got to his neck, Steiny. Dude, I'm just telling you.
I'm not usually this guy, but to me, that whole thing it's football. Well, it's football. These guys are playing a physical game, and they're emotional. I mean, I'm not saying what Debo did was cool, but you know what? It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
And then we move on. Okay, we're a little.
Has there been a radio fight before in the country? Do you think 2 hosts have just got into it?
Now, that's a great question.
I don't think, not here in the Bay, but I want
to say there was one. Like
Mike and Mike did 30 for 30. One was on vacation and came back because he changed the open to the show without him.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Carter, he came back from vacation because they changed the opening to the show, but no punches were thrown. We screamed, but never. I wouldn't even. Yeah, I could never. Like the police would come get me if I were to hit you.
You did that to a caller yesterday. You started biting your lower lip like this, and you just attacked him.
Stop it! That was a month ago. Air's been thin in here. But seriously, I wonder, I don't know if you guys know, has there ever been one that was,
I'm sure
YouTube's just been up, a couple years. But
I mean, the thing that comes to mind is like the Jim Rome interview with Jim Everett.
And I wonder how staged that was. That made Jimmy.
I don't think it was. Believe it or
not. You call
me
that again? He flipped the table over. Yep. Jim was okay, though. Jim Rome.
If you Google this, the first thing that comes up.
What?
Is the Jerry Jones stuff from a month ago of him going at them at 105
Oh, gosh.
That wasn't a...
that really was a nothing burger.
Physical altercation.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It was a nothing burger, but it is an indication. That's the worst team.
Dude, you text that in minute. I know when you mean the text.
Dude.
No, I appreciated it.
The whole Eagles-Cowboys game. The whole game. And let me tell you, I'm going to tell you 2 things. The first thing is the Eagles
They tried to give it away, Steiny. They tried to give it away.
They stunk. And the Cowboys stunk so much worse.
I can't take the hug.
It's just unreal.
Cooper Rush. You need to play Trey Lance.
Especially in the red zone.
That's how bad he is. He can't even beat Cooper Rush out.
All right.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. We still got a lot to talk about. And we're
one more segment before the guys come in.
Let me see. I got a good trivia question for you, Goo. We can talk a little Thursday night football. Oh, I know what I want to talk to you about. This one, I got a strong feeling about, and it involves Michael Strahan. Michael Strahan. All right, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, one more segment here, and we'll be joined by Willard and Dibbs on the crossover
The
goo.
fellas.
And Carter doing a great job.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Now, we've had a lot of fun on this show today, but this is a piece of news that's more serious. I cannot believe this is happening right now after we just did this segment. This is from Anthony Slater of The Athletic, who covers the Golden State Warriors. DeAnthony Melton has a sprained left ACL, the Warriors announced. He is out tomorrow. Further testing and a timetable is coming. He was limping late against the Mavericks, but he finished the game. DeAnthony Melton, sprained left ACL, won't play tomorrow, and a timetable will be coming. This is not good, and the reason it's not good is because it was about 3 days ago that Steve Kerr said, I love Melton in the starting lineup, giving us a defensive presence, and it all kind of plays off that. And so now DeAnthony Melton, who we knew had some back issues, he's got a sprained ACL.
Well, I'm going to shock you and Carter and the listeners because normally I go to panic mode.
Right.
ACL sprains are minor injuries with little to long-term damage to the ligament. Sprains usually heal in 1 to 2 weeks with rest, icing, and over-the-counter pain medication is recommended by your orthopedic specialist. So, I mean, they can range from mild to severe.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I don't know how you can just say one game he'll be back, right?
Probably.
Now, they're 3-0 without Steph Curry.
This is DeAnthony Melton.
Strength in numbers.
Yeah.
So if I'm Moody, I got to be honest. If I'm Pods, this is not good news.
No.
But now you got to feel like, okay, things are resetting here. My number's going to be called, a lot more frequent. And we hadn't really touched on Pods, Steiny. Like, I don't know why. He's not out for the year. It's not his back. So, maybe he's out a little while. But if we've talked about all year long, as they're 9-2, they're deep. They should be able to handle this if it's just a week or two.
They should. But he does some things that no other player on the team can do.
He was just He was their. They identified him, and it was working. So now it's by committee again.
Or Pods, I don't know.
And like I said, Pods is not happy if he is chosen, but Steiny, his season couldn't have started off any worse.
Pods?
Yes. And now this may be, I'm being real, and maybe it was the mask, but the bottom line is 18% from three, just leaving your feet or doing what you do, trying to create, and now there's like no plan. He might be the biggest beneficiary of this. How about that?
Maybe. I think
we could see him in the starting lineup as soon as tomorrow.
Maybe that gives Lindy Waters a little more runway.
No doubt.
Because he hasn't been playing as much lately.
Man, you just identify him and
DeAnthony Melton sprained ACL.
I didn't see him limping either, did you?
No timetable. Slater said he was limping at the end of the game against the Mavs. He's going to miss tomorrow's game.
He hit the big three before the Curry flurry.
He hit the last bucket before Curry hit the last 12.
Man, it was a big one.
So we'll see how the Warriors handle this.
As you talk about injuries around the league, I know it's Melton, but
he's on the list.
Did you? Wow.
I mean, he was already on the list because he was out for back injuries. My list of players who are not projected to even play 60 games this year already.
Let's hope that's
Melton's.
wrong,
Melton's one of them. The one thing I would say is, and this is what I love, and other people, and I know you're going to take the side of, but what about
you? Don't know that.
I know this because I know you, Goo. So Podziemski played a lot last year, and we know about the Warriors saying he was untouchable with Utah. We heard Joe Lacob say he could be a future All-Star. We know they like him, okay? But Steve Kerr has come up with an idea of an 11-man rotation, and you know what? Pods isn't playing as much.
Right.
And I love it. I love it because where are the people that were saying Pods is golden boy? Oh, Pods was the golden boy. Well, he's not the golden boy.
No.
Now, he may be playing more.
Can you understand how it looked like he was the golden boy?
But he wasn't. He was never that. He was never that.
But a lot of people
Melton's
looked at Pods that he got different treatment than Kuminga and Moody in the past.
He didn't. He had more of an opportunity. But the point is he hasn't been given squat this year. Podziemski.
Wow.
Because why? Well, because Buddy Hield's been playing pretty well. And because Melton has given him a dimension. So I'm just saying, and look, not just Podziemski, everybody's gonna feel this at some point.
Can I say something to you? I know I can. Do you think the struggles, and it's early, from Pods are now that you made the whiteboard?
Not really.
You don't think it's
no?
They're paying more attention to you. They've not figured you out, but okay, Steiny, come on, man. He shocked a lot of people, and I'm one of them. I'm just wondering now. He has to make the adjustment to the adjustment, and then we'll find out if he can. But you don't think it has anything to do with they're paying more attention to him?
Well, he's playing less. I mean, he's playing less this year. I mean, to me,
it's how he's playing when he's out there.
I mean, if you're really asking me, to me, the mask is a big deal.
No, I get it.
It is.
Yeah.
And I want to watch him the next 10 games without a mask.
Well, I would tell him with this news, let's just say Melton misses the next 5 to 6 games, Donnie. And again, I know Pods, if he's listening, we know you're not throwing a party because of this. But Steiny, I'd have to tell him, man, if you want to get this back on track, this would be the most opportune time to start right now. Look like your old self.
All right, so, no DeAnthony Melton tomorrow for the Warriors, and we'll see about, how long he's going to be out. Victor Wembanyama last night, had 50.
Just, man.
8 for 16 from three-point range. So Wembanyama is something like 20 years old and, I don't know, 200 days.
100 feet tall.
Right.
Yeah.
So here you go. You want a trivia question?
Yep.
All right. Wembanyama became the 4th youngest player in NBA history to score 50 in a game. 3 other players have done it at a younger age, so about 20, but younger. Who are the 3 players who scored 50 points in a game when they were younger than Wembanyama? Dun, 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 dun. One I think you can get.
And give me
one's an obvious one to me.
Okay, give me.
Who would you just expect? All these 3 guys scored 50 at the age of 20.
Kevin Garnett.
No.
Wow. Damn, Carter. That don't count. The music wasn't cute. All right.
Come on. One guy.
Under 20.
When he did it.
Okay, yeah.
When they did it.
Kobe.
Nope.
Moses Malone.
Nope. Come on. LeBron.
Oh, damn, Steiny.
Yeah.
All right,
so
okay.
LeBron did it. One guy. Then there's 2 other guys.
All right, hold on. Before I'll give up with fast.
They're going to be tough. I mean, I guess the one is possible.
Give me the decade then.
One guy still plays and is a really good player, and the other guy probably stopped playing about 10, 12, 15
Kevin
years
Durant.
ago. Nope.
Westbrook.
Nope. Devin Booker.
Damn.
And this is the one.
Okay.
Don't give the other ones.
This is the one. And he's got local ties because he did it against the Warriors, and I was at the game.
He did it against the
Warriors? Did it against the Warriors. He was like 19 years old. Actually, I can tell you exactly the year. It was like 2008, something like that.
What's the left-handed point guard?
There you go.
And he had game. I liked him.
There you go.
But my mind
he
is
had the crap.
What's his name? The lefty.
When this
Brandon
guy comes
Jennings.
shoot. Because...
Yeah.
Yes, Brandon Jennings. Jennings.
Dude, he was...
Dude, people thought he was going to be better than Curry. Like, he might have... I need to look at the numbers, but I think he might have been Rookie of the Year.
He was
nothing.
You're missing one, too.
Oh, Devin Booker, LeBron and Brandon Jennings.
There's one more, according to what I'm looking at right here.
Oh my goodness, Steiny! Now you gotta
guru.
Guess. Yeah, this might be worse.
Oh boy, let's go with
active player.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, Steiny.
Oh, Luka. Jokic. Now Jokic was older. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this.
He was on the Houston Rockets.
James Harden? No. That's dumb. Dumb guess. That was a dumb guess, Matt. You just said the first thing that came to your head that was dumb.
He had to leave the Houston Rockets to go overseas because of off-court incident.
Eddie Griffin? Who's he?
Now he is back in the NBA.
What's his name?
Who?
He's not with Houston now, though. Oh, what's his name?
But he's still in the league.
You know what team he's on now?
That'll help us. Give it to him.
No, it won't.
He's on the Clippers now.
Yes, he is. I want to say Jalen Green, but that's not it.
No, he's still with the Rockets.
I know. This guy scored 50?
I'm mad at you. Like, we know I don't know it.
You want me to give it to you?
Yeah, give it to me.
Kevin Porter Jr.
Dude, wow.
50?
How could KP?
Kevin, I have it right here. It says LeBron did it twice. Brandon Jennings, Kevin Porter Jr., and Devin Booker.
Porter Jr.
Kevin Porter Jr.
What trouble did he get in? Oh, yeah, he had to. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Wow.
Kevin Porter Jr.
How did you come across that?
It was just in the story.
Something from Wemby.
Yeah, it was in the story. I don't know how I missed it.
So how you assessing him, how he's growing, Wemby?
He's incredible. He's unbelievable. He's always been the future of the league. He's got a chance to be the greatest defender of all time. He could be the first guy to ever combine being a lockdown perimeter defender and a rim protector. He's unbelievable. League's got a problem with Victor Wembanyama.
Man. The Spurs are 5-6.
Yeah, that's a playoff team.
What's up with your Minnesota team? They lost back-to-back to Portland. Dude, Evan tried to take. Evan couldn't. He couldn't resist.
I don't understand why you do this.
Minnie has a problem. I'm doing this for Evan.
Yeah,
they lost back to. We thought Portland was tanking.
Portland is too young to tank. They still try.
Them trash. They beat them back to back.
And you know what? He's not here, so I'll kick him. Oh, Evan. Yeah, Evan wants to come down my road about the Minnesota Timberwolves. He thinks I don't remember stuff.
Oh,
remember this one from Evan? Oh, I'll tell you what's the easiest money in the NBA. What, Evan? The Rockets, 43 wins. No chance. They stink.
It's not over.
They're 8-4. They're 8-4, the Rockets. Yeah, so how's that? Is that looking like easy money now? Mouth Giddings?
Oh, man.
Oh, 415 said I'd take Chet over Wembanyama.
That's what NBA Today was doing. They were before the fifth. They were trying to pit them together. Like, are we giving the wrong one Yeah,
I mean it's bird magic.
But your boy has to get stronger, man. That's all. And he's still.
And most 20-year-olds do when they grow into a man's body.
God, he reminds me of Ralph Sampson.
He doesn't remind me of Ralph Sampson at all.
He's better than Ralph, but I'm just just lanky and skinny. Ralph was a bad dude. So they lost to Chaminade. Remember that?
He played in NBA Finals.
The Twin Towers, which is by one of the greatest nicknames in sports. Two bigs, the Twin Towers. Almost like the Purple People Eaters.
Yeah.
I'm not mad because you didn't get Kevin Porter Jr.
It's like a oh my God.
I can't believe he had one. You usually don't leave one. One fell out the bag. Carter, how did you know what? I'm going to ask Carter.
You know what? I can't believe I'm doing this, but when did he score 50?
I'll find that out for you.
I did, please.
This was
believe he did
16 hours ago what I was looking at.
Uh-oh. Who are you waving to?
I think he's in a bad mood.
Who?
Dibs.
Well, remember, this is the part of the show that they never listen to. So if we want to oh God.
Yeah.
Is he really?
I just threw the thumbs up normally, and he just,
So Dibs.
We could tell.
Bay Area. Dibs just walked by, and Guru
didn't even look in.
Guru gave him the thumbs up.
Yeah, didn't even look in.
And Guru got crickets.
We'll be able to tell in 2 seconds.
Of course we will.
The Dibs meter.
Yeah.
What? Carter, you got it? Because I'm hoping
it was when he was on the Rockets. It was 2 years ago, and he had 50 and 10 assists.
Damn.
Wow.
At the time, he was the youngest player to ever do it.
Oh, he still is. He still is because Wemby was older, I think. But wow,
man, no, 50,
I could have been here all day and not gotten that one.
That was man.
All right, Goo. Let me throw this one at you.
I've been catching everything all day. Go ahead.
So the last Sunday on the Fox NFL show.
Oh my gosh,
they did the show from Naval Base in San Diego, military base, Navy. And
can I stop you for 2 seconds? This was going to be my what's bugging you for tomorrow. That's how in depth I've went with this. But go, because we can do it. I didn't know you knew
just
about
for 5
it.
minutes.
Go ahead.
I can save it, and then you can have it for tomorrow.
No.
Okay. You'll come up with another one?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they played the national anthem on this naval base, and
they were on a ship.
They were on a ship.
They do it yearly.
And the national anthem started, and a lot of people put their hand over their hearts.
All the hosts did.
Like the old Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
Michael Strahan did not.
No, he didn't.
He had his hands together in front of him, like clasped. And people are actually upset.
They aren't upset. They want his head.
Well, that's a joke.
So how did you read it?
Because I read it like he was standing for the national anthem in a very respectful way.
And when did we get out of grade school to where you have to, as a grown-up, I don't do it at the Warrior game. I stand up. That's the respect. When do you have to have your hand on your chest? When did that?
You know, it's like when you.
I thought you just get up and take your hat off.
Do you remember the old Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
Well, it's kind of like that, only you do it for the national anthem.
Wow.
I mean, the last time I pledged allegiance,
they are coming for him. They want him to turn in his job.
Wouldn't go anywhere.
So what did you like? He wasn't sending another message like
his dad was in the military.
Oh, that's
the other thing.
Oh man,
he comes from a military family. So
they are coming for
now.
him,
According to, I saw this code.
He spoke to.
It says that for that people should, they should put their hand over their hearts. That's the word.
But he wasn't doing anything un-American.
Please.
Now, if he came out and said, I can't, you know what I mean? But.
Yeah, don't tell Guru that.
What happened?
925.
I don't have it up to date.
Again, Johnson's wrong.
What happened?
The Twin Towers nickname was before the Samson and
but that's what
Elijah one.
I didn't say when it
was. You said they
was adopted. I said they called them the Twin Towers.
You said original.
I did not go KFC.
Yep.
I said the Twin Towers in My Life, Carter were Ralph Sampson and
hate to see it.
The Dream.
Yep, but they weren't the first, like you said.
That
was UCLA. That was Jacksonville. According to this guy.
I wasn't around.
No, you should care.
I wasn't around.
Well, you should.
No. Take that back.
Jacksonville had Twin Towers against a UCLA team that didn't have a player taller than 6'7".
Dude, I don't.
Yeah, you're right, 925.
So how does Strahan fix this?
He doesn't.
He just spoke yesterday.
The one thing he did was posted a photo of his father.
That's all you need to do.
He said it was Veterans Day, and
you cannot win in this life. You just can't. People will find.
You won. You look at the job you have.
But with who?
You won a contest, and it changed the fortunes of your career.
Didn't but with who? I said, but look who I work with. That's an 8. Carter's laughing. Dude, you were giving me love, and then I was like, you get it.
Well, if you haven't been listening to the whole show, this is going to make no sense to you. But if you have, you're going to get a chuckle out of it.
You stand by your 7 when those guys come in here,
From the 282.
What?
I've been saying put Dobbs in the Wildcat in the red zone for weeks.
Dobbs.
Oh, my God.
If they didn't use it
that's what I'm coming out with.
McCaffrey was out, they'll never use it.
That's what I'm coming out with Dibbs and Willard.
No, we're coming out with the 7.
No, I'm coming out with Kyle Shanahan.
Come out whatever you come out with. I'm going to come out with it.
That's right.
I'll beat you to it.
Well, you can't because I'm the host.
Yeah, but
I talk first.
But you take a breath when you say, hey, it's time for the crossover.
And that's
then
the only opening he needs.
there go Dibbs. He's wondering why I'm over here. Well, he's not in a bad mood.
We don't know that.
No, for him to do that, you got to read Dibbs' language. It's not
you think
sign
I don't know
language.
Dib's language?
Dibbers! Dude, what a great show. I told the boss we need to start having tip jars. Dude, I think I'd have a few dollars.
It's funny you say that, Gil.
That's how I feel. Carter, I'd have a few dollars, man.
It's funny you say that because I was talking to Christy, part of our digital.
Yeah.
And I told her.
You're making all the rounds these days.
I told her that I am going to go ask for a raise. I am.
You do that in writing.
Okay, I'll do it in writing.
Yeah.
So have you noticed this? Well, you probably did. You've never noticed it because you don't get in till about 9:30. But
people, it's not true.
So anyway, I get here about 8, and
Please.
It's a different kind of office. And when you walk into the office, you're immediately in like a lunchroom or an open area, an atrium.
Yes,
an atrium.
Right.
And
we use it as our office.
Right, but I use it as the office longer periods of time. So I'll get in at 8 o'clock, and I'll sit at the table in the atrium doing my prep, and one by one, the entire staff comes in.
Right.
And every time they come in, I say, hey, good morning. Hey, Megan, how you doing? Hey, Catherine. Hey, Randy. Morning. I'm like a greeter at Walmart.
Right.
They get paid.
Oh.
They get paid. And what I do for morale in those moments can't be categorized. It can't be. But people walk into this building in a mood. Steiny says, good morning. And you know what? Productivity ensues.
You came down my road in front of Evan because you said I should be a greeter at the mall because I say good morning to everybody.
When we're all together, and you do it to show off. And I just do it because I want to welcome people into the building.
Dude, you are man. The one and only, man.
262 says, hey, Goo, the Chiefs put Wentz in near the goal line.
Man, the undefeated Chiefs.
Yeah.
I'm just for the sake of our ears, just let the Dobbs in the red zone go. You're going to run it in the ground.
I'll tell you what.
Dude, the things that get you off, man.
I'll tell you what. Don't let Kyle put Dobbs inside the 10.
Why would you need him? You got McCaffrey.
Because your quarterback is a 7.
Dude, I can't wait for that. Tim Jordan.
Dobbsy!
Just stick by your number.
I'll tell you what, Purdy's a couple interceptions away from being a couple interceptions away.
You give Seattle a chance at all?
I'm sorry, what?
You give Seattle a chance at all this Sunday? I know we'll get into it more
Yes,
tomorrow.
I do, Goo. I give them a chance.
Yeah. At this point, there's not. Dallas had a chance.
Yeah.
Well.
All right. Fun show. It's about to change.
Is that Dibs back there?
That's Dibs.
Dibbers.
Dibbers.
Hey, baby. He's wondering what the good.
Dibs.
Technical stuff got me over here. Yeah, right. He's wondering about his seat.
We're just trying to buy time till break. Dibs. All right.
What happened? What's going on?
Little malfunction with the technical.
We'll tell you in about 6 minutes.
Right. And so we wait until 1:40 for your boy the Dibber to find out about it?
Now that's above our pay grade.
148.
Right.
Oh, no.
Hey,
that segment,
he's got that down.
We got to go to a break. And then Willard and Dibs join us. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. How you guys doing? What are you thinking? What's going down?
Hello. Well, Kavon Looney's going to be on in about a half hour or so.
Oh, nice.
So it's about to go down.
You nervous, Dibbs? Because he said your picks stink.
That's right.
And that's fine.
And they do.
Okay. And we'll lead with that.
All
and you can think that. And I'm just 2 games below 500. And I'm going to ask Kavon, Kavon, of my 28 picks this year, which one did you think stunk the most?
You should ask him who he likes tonight.
No. And I will.
You should ask him who he likes tomorrow night.
Of course he won't know, but it'll be a fun answer.
It would be fun. And we're going to do the big finish with Kavon.
Okay.
And it's Mark's bit, but I haven't taken it over, but I've prided myself in crafting topics. And
no, you've done well. It was a delegation sensation. I like it. I can tell you're sort of like, is it okay? I'm like, it's okay.
And I'm into
You're doing it great.
And you're super busy. And so I think about it and I'm like, you know what? Big finish. And we have 2 topics. And one of them is Splash Brothers.
Okay.
And one of them is Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes.
That's nice.
And, each of the subset is completely different than what you would think. And so I wonder what he'll pick when he comes on at 2.
It'll be like a couple years ago. We did the show from Chase.
Come on when he's ready.
The Warriors' road record was horrible. And Steiner's like, they don't know their road record.
No, it was their overall record.
And the only 2 that knew was Looney and Curry.
Brother, these guys are so in the weeds. I know it's a different sport. FP would tell me that, you'd get on the plane after a series, and they would all look at, the manager, or would it be like, where are we going? Like, you're in Philly.
Come on,
you
man.
play a 3-game series. Somebody gets your bag. You shower. Somebody drives you to a plane. You get on the plane. Somebody feeds you, and you look at the guy next to you and go, where are we going?
Yeah.
That's what Bird said that, too, about travel.
They don't know where the hell they're going.
He said, I always knew where we were coming from, but I never really knew where we were going.
Man, that is Who are we playing tomorrow?
Exactly.
And the other one is when you go to the hotel and you go to room 1104 and that was the last hotel.
Yes.
And then you look at your card, which has no room on it. And you're oh my God.
Well, now as a broadcaster in the minor leagues, and this was a small league, there's only 8 cities.
Yeah.
But yes, 76 games in 79 nights. It would happen a lot where you would wake up in a hotel room and you had to start going, all right, where am I?
Wow, right. Man.
Where am I? What time is it? Because
Did you get a per diem? Hell
yeah.
That's the best
coaches
in
per
people's
diem.
Pockets?
Yeah,
oh, man.
How much did you make for those games?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. They paid me, so it was almost every day. So in 30 games, and I was broadcaster 2. I wasn't broadcaster 1.
So there's a difference in that.
I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him what he made, but they offered me $1,500 a month.
Okay.
I was 22. $1,500 a month. And then, yes, you got coaches per diem, which meant that at the start of every road trip, as you got on the bus, you got an envelope. And I think coaches per diem was $30 a day. And those road trips were usually 5 days. So you'd also get $150 cash every time you got on the bus.
Cash Monet.
And that was usually gone by day 1.
Oh, yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah. That was how it worked.
It's good living.
It might be gone actually by the end of the bus trip, because I told you about bus trip roulette, right?
No.
I tell you about bus trip.
I love this story.
Bus trip roulette was my favorite game. So if you look at the spokes of a bus wheel, there are 10 little bolts. And so you had to, now obviously we had more than 10 people on the bus, so you almost had to compete to get in the game. But somebody would always kind of take control at the start of the bus trip. Who wants in on bus trip roulette? And it would be either 5 or 10, or if they were really feeling it after a win, maybe you'd throw in $20, bus trip roulette. And the rule was put all the money, whoever's going to hold it, and then the next time the bus stops, the really funny one was sometimes the bus would get started and we would just drive down the street to pick up snacks.
But it stopped.
Right away. Bus stops. And what you would do is take a Sharpie and number each of the 10 bolts.
The lug nuts.
Right? The nut. Yeah, I'm not a hardware guy. Anyway, whatever those little things are.
Shout out NASCAR.
You number them with a Sharpie 1 through 10. And then when the bus stops, you run out and you look at which one of the numbered nuts is highest.
Pay me.
Whichever's highest wins all the cash.
All the cash.
All of it.
Pay me.
And then so you would do that 2 or 3 times. It was really good to try to win the overnight one because you could just lie because half the dudes were asleep.
Oh, look at
you. You wake up and you'd be like, yeah, my number 1. We stopped in the middle of nowhere to go to the bathroom, and you lost money. Yeah.
Per diems have always fascinated me. And so
in what way, Steiny?
I'll tell you exactly in what way. So the NBA, I just looked. So about these envelopes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So let's say the Warriors, they were just on a road trip.
5 games.
5 games, seven. Let's just say 7 days.
They probably got it per day. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
An
it's
NBA,
not per game, it's per day.
An NBA, no, it's per day.
Yeah.
That's why it's per diem.
Per
diem is day in Latin. Okay.
Do you want to do like game show music on what the per day would be?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You have the answer?
I know the per diem in the NBA.
And this is the player per diem.
Correct.
Which is probably different than the coach's per diem.
Probably.
Because in the minor leagues, the coach's per diem was more than the player per diem.
And he loves this, Randy, so thank you.
I imagine it to be the other way around in the NBA, that the player per diem is more than the coach.
NBA player per diem, which is Latin for per day, and thank you for that.
Steiny.
Yes, which is not Latin. Per Steiny actually translates to per Steiny, but I'm going to say $250 per diem.
Per day.
It's a little high.
Oh, why'd you... I'm going 150.
That's unfair.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
156.
Oh,
156?
You could have let Mark guess.
But man,
I guess
we were close.
156.
Mark's the kind of guy who would have gone 151.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Still would have been too high.
I love The Price is Right.
So, like, think
Kill
about this
the
for a
music.
minute.
He blew the bit.
The team
Thank you.
comes in one by one. And back in the day, it was the athetic trainer, Tom Abdenauer, who would hand out the envelopes. And so here's an envelope to Steph Curry with $1,092 in it.
Boom.
Here's another envelope for Draymond Green with $192 cash dollars
You
in
mean
it.
$1,092.
$1,092.
It's funny because Mike
Right
Breen
at the beginning of the
is
trip.
actually outside the bus screaming, bang!
Man.
Bang!
But here's the kicker.
$1,000.
They get they go into a trip. Here's $1,000 in cash.
Yep.
Every meal is already accounted
taken care
for.
of. Right.
Yeah. Like they can have a team breakfast anytime they want. On the plane, they have meals on the plane, food on the plane. Wow. They have spreads in the locker room after the game. So the rookies, a lot of the rookies are guys who they put that in their back pocket and they just
those are wages, not wedges.
Exactly.
Wages.
Well, 2 words: pusoi dos.
Yeah, wow.
Is where that goes.
That's
if you're
amazing,
a giant,
man.
that thing goes right to the card game. And I remember my days doing arena football,
Look
San
at
Jose
this.
SaberCats. You get a 2-day trip, and I'm just out there trying to like make my way and do play-by-play. And thank God that Fitz was busy doing Warrior games. And, they give you an envelope and it's like $180. And I'm like, oh my God, this is incredible. I got $180 in cash for 2 days in Tulsa.
Yeah.
I couldn't possibly spend this in Tulsa.
We got to share with you the show, the theme of the show, because my man is special. And I wasn't letting you get out of here without this. But we need you two to give us some numbers. And Brock Purdy through 8 games or 9 games.
Can I phrase it? Can I ask the question a little? Okay.
Go ahead.
So we're talking about. You guys got Looney?
Sorry, no. Kavon Looney is going to crash our party. I just hope that's okay. So go ahead, keep chatting.
Yeah,
Kavon Looney.
know him.
Kavon Looney's going to come on right now in the middle of the crossover.
Cool.
Yeah,
Looney.
So go ahead. You guys can jump in with us.
Well,
but go ahead.
Well, I got Kavon Looney being overwhelmed. He very seldom gets double teamed.
Yep.
And now there's going to be 4 guys swarming him.
His
Looney's
friends,
got trouble brewing.
Well,
Loon dog.
We'll see if he can handle it.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can handle it. Tell him we want to still do the big finish with him, though.
No doubt.
Randy.
No doubt. He's on the phone
Stop
right now.
making
We'll leave
dinner
it too.
plans with the guy.
No, he's
doesn't
talking
know
to Raymond
you.
Ritter.
Scotty, we'll leave it too.
Lucas, the director of
No,
sports,
leave it
is
3
like at
minutes.
Starbucks
I wanna
or
talk to you
something.
stay.
We got Kavon
Every day
Looney.
you want to leave.
Is he up? Is he ready?
Hey,
Okay.
Kavon, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Loon, why don't you just take over the lead here because it's 2:00?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're not leaving.
No, I'm
You're
not.
not leaving.
I wouldn't leave Looney.
Yes, joining us on the River Islands guest line is none other than Kavon Looney. Have you ever been interviewed by 4 different media dorks at once, Kavon?
No, I haven't. It's my first time. So
Look at that.
I heard it's a new thing. Y'all be all in there at one time.
So tell us about a 12-man rotation and the sustainability of this and how the guys are handling that as a group.
I think everybody's handling it well. It's a little different. You know, everybody wants to play a lot of minutes, but I think everybody's been sacrificing and buying in. We've been winning games, and we've been, playing our style of basketball, which is playing fast and, really pushing the pace. And so everybody knows when they go out there that you got to play as hard as they can and for their time that they're getting. So it's been cool. I think it's sustainable. It's a long season. It's going to be ups and downs. Guys are going to be in and out of the lineup with injuries and different things like that. So we're deep, and we just got to stay ready and just keep buying in. Yeah,
it's a little bit like a 4-man radio rotation, and we do this every day at 1:45, Kavon. And sometimes it's my day, sometimes it's Guru, and I kind of feel like I'm the Kavon Looney of this little segment because some days I'm a monster, some days I lay back. How do you, as Kavon Looney, and the Kavon Looney of the Warriors, how do you pick your spots and realize when it's your game and maybe when it's not your game?
I think that's more on the coach if it's going to be my game or not. I try to just go out there when I get my time. I try to make the most of it, try to have an impact. I kind of can tell about how the matchups are. If I'm going to be used more, but I just try to go out there and just be me to the best of my ability, and hopefully it works out for me. And the last couple games has been I played last game a lot. The game before I didn't get in at all. So you got to stay ready and stay sharp mentally.
Hey, Loon, I got to do this for my son. We forget basketball. It's about hair. We go back to when you had waves and the low cut. But now you're long, hair long like Rapunzel. Can you give my son some tips? Because he see you at the free throw line. He like, Dad, I'm trying to get like Loon. You out there banging this. How many years have you been letting it grow?
Man, I think it's my third year. I never thought I would be here. I thought I was always going to have short hair. During the pandemic, I said, forget it. I'm just going to grow it out. So it's been working for me.
Yeah, you're looking sharp, man. You're looking sharp. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. There's one thing that I don't like, Kavon.
Boy.
It's false advertising. And I'm looking at your numbers right now. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You're having a nice little year. That's great.
Right.
You have to when are you going to take a three? You said you were going to take threes. I see 0 for 0.
I told you I wasn't going to force it. I was going to get it in the flow, and the flow hasn't been going my way for the three. So now hopefully these next couple of games I got to get one up. And if I don't get one up by December, then Steve might not let me get them up the rest of the season, so I got to show I can do it now.
I mean, in 2021, you took 17 threes. You got to get back on that pace.
Looney.
I don't remember that.
I'm not on a good pace right now, but I'm gonna get there.
Come on, actually, you know what's funny? And I don't like to that end, and I don't know how many people have done this. I don't know how many people saw you play at UCLA. You are such a different player. Like you You do have that jumper in you. That was the norm back with the Bruins, man. So, what is the evolution of your game from that time?
Just having to adapt to a different team. Back when I was in college and high school, we didn't play a lot of motion. It was kind of a lot of standstill offense. I didn't have a Steph Curry running around and Klay and Buddy Hield, different guys like that, and. So the game was easier just to make reads, and if I was open, shoot it, and that was it. Now, since I've been with the Warriors, we play a lot faster, a lot more movement, and I'm kind of playing the center, and my job is kind of connect the offense, to move the ball from side to side, get my shooters open, and they go hit me in the pocket. And I got to roll. When you playing with a guy like Steph, he don't need you to pop. He needs you to roll, and so he causes so much attention. He needs an outlet for the ball. So different things like that kind of changed the way I approach the game, and so I still work on my jump shot. I have faith in it, but a lot of times it's not called for me to shoot. A lot of times I get it, I'm open. Steve wants me to go to the next option and hand it off to Buddy, and he's usually open. So that's how our offense runs. That's how our offense flows, and it worked. I don't want 3 championships playing that way, so it's kind of hard to turn it off.
Yeah, kind of hard when you've got 3 rings because of it. And a guy that you played against on Tuesday had the 4 rings. What was that like for you to see Klay out there rocking 31 for the Mavericks?
It was extremely weird. When they announced Kyrie Irving and they said number 11, it was like you just assumed it was going to be Klay coming out to 11. But it was weird to see him in a different jersey, a different uniform. But the game was a lot of fun. That's what I expected it to be like. With those, Steph, Draymond, Klay, none of them want to lose to each other in cars. They don't want to lose in shooting competition. They don't want to lose in a race. So I know in a game like that, it was going to be a lot of fun, a lot of juices, a lot of trash talk, and I think it lived up to the hype.
Looney, let me ask you about just coming to work, because we always act like we know, but we don't know what really goes on, inside the locker rooms and the inner workings. But it's no secret the last couple of years that, it's been off just a tad bit. But you guys added 3 new players, and it seems like the connectivity is just on 1,000. Can you just speak to how fast that manifested? Was that the trip to Hawaii, or because it just looks like you guys are just having a blast?
Definitely. I think the trip to Hawaii helped. But after last season, after not making the playoffs, everybody had to look at each other in the mirror and hold each other accountable and hold themselves accountable. Last year wasn't up to our standards. We was above 500. We had a decent record, but we didn't make the playoffs. And we were talking about winning championships. To not even make the playoffs was something that none of us foresaw. So this off season, I think everybody locked in and put all their egos and stuff to the side. And when we came in, everybody was buying in. We listened to our coaching staff, and we got our identity back, and we just got out there playing with joy. And I think it shows. The new guys came in and brought a different energy, brought a new life. The young guys got better, and I think everything is starting to click at the right time. And we know it's a long season. It's only been 11 games, and we got a lot more to prove. But we like the way we're playing, and we off to a good start.
Kavon Looney joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me quick ask you about this 11-man, 12-man rotation. When Steve Kerr said, I'm gonna try to do this. Give me and now you watch, the people on TV and they say it's not sustainable. But my question to you is, what would be the reasons it works, and what would maybe be a reason that it might not work?
I think it all falls on the players. If we want it to work, it can work. If we buy in that we're going to make the most of our time and not complain about minutes, not complain about not getting enough time or not starting. That could where it could be problems when guys start complaining and bickering about things. But if we all buy into the system and buy into that, this 12-man rotation is going to make us win, and that we're all going to chip in and wait on our turn, I think it's going to work. So I think it's all based on the players and based on our belief in the system and us buying in. I think we've been buying in so far, and that's why it's been working.
Kavon, with 4 different hosts asking you questions, that gave me a moment to do a little internet research while I was waiting for my turn to come back around, which is rare. So yeah, exactly, super weird. But I wonder, do you know off the top of your head what your career 3-point percentage is? My career? Yes.
I think you might have brought it up last time I talked to you. Like 17% or something.
Now I'm that guy. Now I'm that guy. Do you know?
Yeah, it was like 18% or something crazy like that, right?
Do you? It is 16.7 at this hour.
Yeah, you said I was like 16 for 41 or something like that.
I've got you at 10 for 60. I've got you at 10 for. But do you remember the last one you hit though?
Actually, I don't. It's probably been. No, I don't. What, 2 years ago, maybe?
I've got you going back to the 2020-21 season when you hit 4 of them that year.
Yeah. Every other three out of shots since then was probably a half-court shot, so you can't hold that percentage.
Yeah, no, and we don't, Kavon. I wondered, some guys know more about their stats than others, and I didn't figure you to be a box score guy, actually.
Nah, I know I didn't shoot a lot of them. I don't count none of my threes. The last 3 years, I don't remember shooting any, so I don't count them.
For me,
I'm paying attention. I'm still 0-0. So
yeah, I love it. We're all dying to see the next one, and I can't help but think about you with the 2, not the 2 at the rim, but the mid-range 2. Are you more comfortable now this year shooting that 12 to 18 footer?
Definitely. I've been comfortable, but this summer I worked on my shooting a lot. So I feel a lot comfortable shooting those shots. Just trying to pick the right spot to shoot them. In this new NBA, the long twos in the mid range is not something you want to get every time. We want to shoot a lot of threes. We want to play fast. We want to play at the rim. So I try to pick and choose my spots when I get those shots up. But I'm definitely comfortable shooting there.
Looney, I know it's early, but I got a question. I got to be real. I've been complaining about, every time the Warriors play another team, a star or a couple guys are out. I'm just curious, the inner workings, how soon of the team that you're playing do you find out who's not available? How does that work? And do you think the NBA's got a problem? Because every other night, Looney, everybody you play, every time you play somebody, somebody's out. Have you noticed that?
Right. Definitely. No, we usually, we plan for one thing during our walkthrough, and then we won't know until about 30 minutes before the game when we do into our last little film session that who's actually starting and who's playing or not. So it definitely changes things, and it's definitely something that has been a problem for the league. They've been trying to fix, and but sometimes it's just guys been hurt. This year, I don't think guys did rest, and I think guys have really been hurt, and that's sucks to see that sometimes it's just like freak injuries happen in the game of basketball. So you hope to get everybody out there and playing at full strength. We've been having some injury luck, bad luck. Steph missed a couple games, and Mel missed some time. So it's been it's tough, but hopefully everybody can be healthy and we can see the matches that everybody wants to see. That's what makes the NBA great. Everybody wants to see the stars versus stars, and I think we need to figure a way to fix that.
We have a little mystery right now in the Bay Area. Perhaps you could help us solve it, Kavon.
Oh, sure.
What was Steph Curry screaming into the camera? What did he say?
Great question.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what he said. I know a little bit what he said, but I don't know if I can cuss on the radio. He did say some cuss words. Yeah. This is my house. I know he said that. But before that, I don't really know what he said. He was doing a lot of screaming, a lot of celebrating, and Draymond probably let you know in his podcast coming up. So.
Come on. He said you better stay here, didn't he? He did, didn't he?
I don't know. You got to tune in. I'm gonna let him let Steph tell the story, man.
What a good teammate.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Well, come on. Since you seem to remember recent conversations you've had with us, you also know that before we let you go, you got to have fun on the way out the door with the big finish. So you ready to do that with us today?
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
Let's fire away, Grandy. Here we go. Big finish time. All right, my friend, you have two categories. You pick one. Do you want to play Splash Brothers or Looney Tunes?
I'm going to go with Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes, okay. What is your favorite genre of music?
Oh, hip-hop, rap. Without a question.
Okay, give us a little more on to that end. Give us a few artists, a few tracks, whatever.
My favorite artists are, I'm going to go with Future, Jay-Z, then I got some local rappers I like called Flight Gang. And then I got, who else I like? I like Young Thug, and I like Kodak Black. They're my guys right now.
Nice. Are you excited about Kendrick Lamar in the Super Bowl this year?
I am actually super excited about that. I'm excited to see what he do. I've been on the West Coast a long time. That's my favorite West Coast artist. So I'm excited, and I know he's going to do something crazy. I'm waiting for the new album. I've been waiting a long time, so he got to feed the streets.
Yeah.
Oh, Looney, I love that. No Tupac, Lou, no judgment here. But listen, I got one for you. If you were a baseball player, what would be your walk-up song?
A walk-up song if I was a baseball player? I would probably pick Future Superhero.
Okay.
All right. I like to get, feel like I'm something special when I'm walking up. And even in the layup line. So you hear me before the game, I'm listening to all hype music to get me going and get me hyped up. I got to feel like a beast when I'm going out there to rebound and stuff.
All right, I'm going to go next. I'm going to go off the board a little bit here.
Off the board?
No, this is so exciting.
No. Listen, Loon, the next question was supposed to be what song or mix gets you hyped to play in an NBA game?
And he just answered it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go this way.
Do it, Steiny.
Looney Tunes, that's the category. What's your favorite cartoon character?
My favorite cartoon character? I got a lot. I'm a big cartoon guy, actually. I like anime. I like a lot of anime. I like to see a lot of fight scenes. I'm a Dragon Ball Z guy. So I'm going to go with my man Goku. And if I'm talking about just growing up, Bugs Bunny was my guy. Because it was Looney Tunes, so I had to watch that growing up. And then another one, I'm going to go with Scooby-Doo. That's my guy as well.
That was my after-school jam every day.
Come on, why do you think that Shaggy was so confused all the time?
I mean, I think he was, indulging in stuff that, that people in the Bay Area seem to love.
Dude, he was cutting edge because at the time that was frowned upon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dude.
All right,
Scooby Snack.
Before you go, are you and Moody still doing yoga together?
We are. Every game day, if y'all want to come join in and be a part of it, y'all can hit me up. Y'all can come get it in the class.
Big Lou,
well, for those of us who aren't professional athletes, what does that mean? Like, if we wanted to come join you, what do we need to do?
Just Just stay on the side and don't interrupt. You can try to mimic me and just try to keep up.
Just don't get in the way.
Hey, look, real quick. You didn't ask me, but my favorite Future song is March Madness. I don't think you can make a better record than that. It's a classic.
Nah, it's a classic, yeah.
March Madness, yeah.
Hey, Loon, thanks so much. Thanks so much for jumping in on our party, man.
I appreciate you guys.
All right,
what a good dude,
Kavon Looney.
Yep.
Wow. And as fun as that was, you still found a way to put the bag on the shoulder in the middle of it.
A lot of downtime with 4 guys in here.
That was fun. That
was great.
That was fun.
First time ever.
And you did it. That was a good ad lib. That was a good ad lib.
Off the board, he said.
Best interview ever. And I'm wondering where that interview actually happened, Steiny.
Well, before I tell you that,
I know. You got to do the grading.
You know what's one of the,
can't let you out of here.
You know what's one of the, I know now they want us out for the first time.
No doubt.
You know what's one of the coolest things in sports is watching a guy come in as a rookie and put 10 years in the league, and you get to know him. He was quiet.
He's a man.
Early in his career, probably because, he didn't play a lot, but man.
He's comfortable in his skin now, right?
Totally.
Yeah, he's
cool.
No doubt.
Like he is very comfortable in his own skin. And he was on 95.7.
Oh, you cheated me. You were supposed to ask them about Brock Purdy and the number.
You hate to see it.
We'll get to it.
Okay.
We'll get to it.
Okay. All right. Give me a number while I'm driving in about 15 minutes on Purdy through the season. If you 1 through 10, 10 being
1 through 10. Got it. Okay. Right. As you were.
All right.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. How fun was that? That was
super fun.
That was one to remember. Did y'all have as much fun doing that as we did?
I hope so.
No.
And I was telling the guys behind the glass, I said, this might be my favorite interview ever.
That was pretty great.
4 guys, 12 questions, a big finish, and one guest who everybody loves.
I mean,
I dare you to find somebody out there who's like, you know what? I'm down on Kavon Looney.
Yeah, bleep that guy.
Totally.
No, like there are certain people, it's not even just like, there are certain people, and man, I wish I was one of them. I know that I'm not. I love it when there's certain people who they just make you smile. And you don't even know, like, it's not that they said something funny or even that they said anything that sets out the world apart. Just listening to Kavon Looney talk, even watching him play basketball. You look at the way the crowd reacts to him. There were a number of Loon chants the other night when he makes a play. He's just one of those people that makes other people kind of feel good when you listen to him or when you watch a play.
And it's hard to even like equate him with somebody else from another team that we've had. And I think about like Tom Rathman or even
That's a
like
fun question.
Juszczyk might be the closest one currently where Juszczyk does something and the Juice chants come up and he might have 2 catches a game or 1 carry or 0.
So like a dirty work guy.
Right.
Yeah.
A dirty work guy, though, who's been here a while and who we absolutely love no matter what. And I think Kyle Juszczyk is maybe the closest one to it because what he does, you don't always notice. And then he gets the 1 carry and he got a touchdown a couple of weeks ago and he gets a catch here and there. And it's, the juice, home or road, it doesn't matter, but the crowd goes wild.
Well, for a while, Kavon Looney was just sort of like, we were comfortable with him. He was homegrown. He kept improving every year. And it was something that I think was comfortable to Warrior fans. But then all of a sudden, 2022 happens. And what happened in those playoffs, you started to see people were just buying Loon jerseys, by the bucket full. And they were showing up at Chase Center all the time. And it really turned into a fan favorite because it's one thing to be on a championship team. It's completely a different thing to make the fans feel like you are a key contributor to a championship team. And so he's got multiple rings, but that one a couple of years ago, really, to me, that stands out as the moment where he went from warrior to like fan favorite warrior.
No doubt. And you look at what he did in those playoffs, and I'm thinking about the Dallas series, and I'm looking at the box right now. Well, against Memphis in Game 6, the closeout game, he had a double-double. Not in points and rebounds, but in offensive and defensive rebounds.
Man.
He had 11 and 11. He had 11 offensive rebounds, 11 defensive rebounds. He had 22 boards, and they won by 14. And then against Dallas, 12, and 18 rebounds. And then against Boston in the finals, he had 11 rebounds in a game, and he averaged about 8 rebounds per game. He became the dude, and he played more than he ever played before because he was that guy. He was meat and potatoes. He was roll up the sleeves. He was go to the glass, and he was the guy they needed at that time to help them lift the trophy the 4th time.
Yeah, that was just a ton of fun. So thanks to Kavon, thanks to the Warriors. Hope you all enjoyed that. If you're just hopping in your car right now or turning on your smart speaker and you're like, what are y'all talking about? We're going to have that, obviously, Odyssey app, YouTube. Make sure you check it out. Party crasher Kavon Looney jumps in on the crossover and handles it like an absolute champ.
It's pretty great.
Yeah.
And, for the 4 of us, it was, different because when you and I do an interview, it's me and you, and we normally will, take turns, and occasionally you'll throw up the inch sign, which means I have a follow-up or I'll do the same, and it's like, go ahead, and it's 2 people and 1 guest, and this was a lot of pointing, and you and, Grandy and Lucas and, Big Finish and how are we going to do it and a text message.
I
and the
felt
whole
like
thing.
I was one of them dudes on the floor at the airport with the with the lightsabers in his hands, right? Like you, okay, you. Now we're wheeling it back, you. So Anyway, that was something different.
And I told Steiny off air, his 3rd question pivot in the Big Finish was
good.
Elite. Yeah. And I told him, he's like, because the question had already been answered. My 3rd question that I scripted, he already answered. And
Steiny is kind of the Kavon Looney of this radio station. He showed up kind of wide-eyed, didn't know what the hell was going on, and he is kind of developed into a host.
Yes, sort of. Eventually. He's getting close. Today was a big step forward, no doubt.
Yeah, anyway. Hi, everybody. 888-957-9570 is the number. Greg Cosell, Suns Dibs in a little bit less than an hour. We still have that coming around the corner.
He better bring his A game because I'm ready.
Oh, you think?
I got notes, dog.
You always think you're ready. You always think you're ready.
I got notes.
You got chicken scratches.
I got notes.
Yeah, so anyway, but the Warriors are where we wanted to start because it's interesting. You have a dirty work guy on. That's somebody who is going to handle things down low on the defensive end, offensive rebound putback guy, kind of not the kind of guy we're talking about here when I look at the Warriors. I got this question. You watch again what took place 2 nights ago. And in fact, I'm walking down the street to work today. And you end up at one of the stoplights where you got to kind of hang out there on the corner for a second. And there's 3 dudes standing next to me. And so I catch wind of the conversation. The first thing one of them says to the others, he goes, it ended up being a perfect night because Klay played well and he made some shots, but then the Warriors still won. And then the green light comes up, and so it's time to walk. So I kind of head off minding my own business. And all I hear him say, you wonder if Draymond, then that's kind of that's all I got.
Oh, wow.
All I got. He had something to say about Draymond, but I was off to go do my thing. They were off to go do theirs. But he said, it was a perfect night. And obviously we all loved that evening for so many different reasons, and we were basking in the glow of it yesterday. But there was something sort of hidden in that basketball game, a heavyweight fight where the Warriors were able to come out on top. But was there a hidden problem? And I don't know how many of you noticed this, but that game felt like it had shades of last season to me, which was Steph Curry had to keep coming into the game and saving the Warriors offensively. What we've loved so much about this start is that the Warriors, in fact, played 3 full games without Steph Curry and won them. And at times, the non-Steph minutes still look productive. Buddy Hield had an early season heater, stuff like that. But the other night, it looked like the old Warriors for a second, which was the non-Steph minutes. Oof. You stop scoring, and the other team starts running away from you. So the question is with all the talk about someday later in the season there'll be a trade, hold on, maybe they're already good enough. Look, if this team really wants to compete, Dibs, is the necessary second scoring option. This is how we ended last year.
Yep.
Is he on the team?
I think he is.
Who is he?
He is like 4 different people.
Okay.
And that becomes a little bit complicated when you need a one-game guy. But he is a former number 1 overall pick who looks better this year than he did the last 2 years. Andrew Wiggins. He is a hired gun with a big toothy grin and I'll shoot from anywhere ethos, Buddy Hield. He is a drafted player, 22 years old, in a contract year, who is hungry, not like the Wolf, Duran, but he's hungry for that contract, Jonathan Kuminga. And the 4th guy in that mix, I don't know who it is, so maybe it's 3 people, but those 3 for me are that number 2 guy.
Okay.
And if one of them was really the number 2 guy, like Wiggins kind of was 2 years ago, 3 years ago when they won the chip, well, then you're on to something. And if it's a rotating cast of characters, well, you need 1 or 2 of them to be on. And Tuesday night, Buddy Hield was not his usual Warriors buddy self. Kuminga was good, not dominant. He was really good and solid. And Wiggins was better on defense than he was on offense, which is why Steph had to put on the cape and come to the rescue.
Those 3 combined for 38 points in that game.
Yep.
DeAnthony Melton is somebody who I don't think is a second scorer, but my gosh, I'm really impressed by him as far as like a spot scorer and a smart player and a two-way player. And for those of you who have not heard, there is not the best news with regard to DeAnthony Melton, who has a sprained ACL. We don't often hear that. Sprained ACL. He will not play tomorrow against Memphis. And then they're going to do some tests and sort of figure out how to go from there. We texted Doc Pandia right away what the Warriors reported with regard to Melton. And here is Doc Pandia's response. It's a bit worrisome. The key is the degree of tearing that might be on the MRI, assuming that that is what the further testing will be. And he says it could be that, or if he's feeling unstable in that area. Here's the important part. A typical grade 1 sprain of the ACL, he's not saying that's what it is, but if that's what it is, a typical grade 1 sprain, 10 to 14 days.
Yep.
So you like, if this, I think is what he's saying is, if this is minor, if this is okay, we should prepare ourselves maybe for 2 weeks of no DeAnthony Melton.
And just so you know, a sprain by nature of a ligament is a tearing.
Yes,
so
correct.
If it is a sprain, it is a minor tear, and depending on how severe, will determine how long he's out.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. You need to hear what Tim Kawakami said to us yesterday when we asked him, hey, they're 9-2. Are they playing too well to make this trade that everyone's predicting is going to happen later this year? His answer is very, very interesting, and we'd love your calls. That number 2 scorer that we talked about all last year, is he on this team right now? 888-957-9570, or do they still need to search that out elsewhere at some point this year? We'll take your calls next. Greg Cosell in 45 minutes. Willard and Dibs.
Make it a holiday with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on Honeysuckle White Whole.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
You can watch the show as well. It's an option. Twitch and YouTube, okay? That's where you do that. A lot of fun over there. See behind the scenes, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live and check out what a beautiful, beautiful, handsome person Dan Dibley is, okay? It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. A whole lot of fun to have Kavon Looney jump in on the crossover earlier today. Also, Greg Cosell coming up now in less than 45 minutes. For those of you who don't know who Greg Cosell is, senior producer, NFL Films, breaks down the NFL tape like none other. We'll ask him about Christian McCaffrey's usage. Is there Jordan Mason fall off? The development of Diamador Lenoir. We'll go into the opponents, the Seahawks, even take a look at the Cardinals a little bit, and then somehow, some way, in what is a very fact-based conversation, this man will sun Dan Dibley.
Oh, no.
He will diminish Dan Dibley down to the size of a small child.
Yeah, not today. I've done my homework. And
maybe not, but it has happened.
It has happened.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think that I've made the adjustment and I've gone to the film like Greg would want me to go to the film. And I actually earmarked 4 or 5 plays, and I look forward to giving him my thoughts on those plays. And I'm hopeful that he sees it the same way that I do, because if he doesn't, I won't be able to even get through my breakdown. No, that wasn't a jet sweep.
Yeah.
And what was it then?
Look closely for when Dan Dibley is asking a question and Greg won't let him finish it. Those are usually the sort of penultimate moments of the conversation.
It's a bad sign is what it is.
It is. But it doesn't always go bad, but usually it does. It's kind of like a Brock Purdy interception. Usually it means the Niners are going to lose. If he doesn't throw one, usually it means the Niners are going to win. Not always. Anyway, 888-957-9570. I think that we're projecting a little bit based on the idea that the Warriors are off to an unbelievable start. Nobody in this moment, emotionally at least, I don't think, wants to make a trade. Why would we want to do that? They're 9-2. They're pummeling people. They've got 3 wins over high-level competition. So they already look like they can hang on the highest level. And the team is littered with homegrown players and new additions who seem like they're fitting right in. This is a touchy-feely, very positive type of an environment so far. So nobody wants to change anything. But I do think that it is going to be fair to ask the question going forward. And that is like, okay, how does that project to when we really get down to brass tacks? How does this project in the end? And do the Warriors, we spent all year asking about a number 2 scorer. Do they have that guy? You answered that there are 3 people who rotate and play the role on a nightly basis. That's dangerous. That's dangerous because sometimes none of them will do it. And in fact, I'd argue that the other night was one of those nights. They were all fine.
Yep.
Right?
Wiggins was good, but more of a defender.
Defensive side, really good. Kuminga was solid.
Buddy was pretty quiet by his standards.
Okay.
Yep.
But they all combined for 38 points. You're like, oh, that's great. Well, not when it's 3 people. Not when it's 3 people. So we asked Tim Kawakami of SF Standard and the Odyssey Network with both of his podcasts. He's dialed in, very, very dialed in. And we asked him yesterday, hey, this 9-2 start, are they playing so well that maybe there won't be a trade at some point?
I think what it does, it takes them out of the market for like a Jimmy Butler, who I never was high on as a trade candidate for them this time around. I think he's a little too old. I think he's going to want a contract. I think they want to get a younger player if they're going to do that. Giannis is right in the middle of his prime. That's just about as old as you want to get. Obviously, he's an incredible player. If not, then you want to get a younger player, just a real quality 1B scorer. I think they might need that. We saw the second unit kind of get bounced around by Dallas in the second half last night. Just didn't have that one guy. Now, listen, that's hard to get. Not many people have that guy. But I think they still can do that, or they cannot do it. It's optionality. You can look for a trade that is the best thing for your team at this moment, and maybe Kuminga's contract is something you don't want to worry about at the end of the year. Or if you don't do it, okay, you keep Kuminga and Moody and Wiggins or whoever else you'd have to trade in order to get that, and you ride with what you got. It's looking pretty good right now. Steve Kerr figure it out. Go with a long rotation, work out different combinations. I think what this start is doing is giving them the ability to do either thing instead of feeling incredibly pressured. Just, we got to make a trade. And what if the trade's not there? And the trade may not be there.
Okay, and he's absolutely right.
That last part for me is the absolute truth, which is this start has made it so you don't feel that desperation, that urgency. You're 9-2. And right now, you're 9-2 based on still not really having a second scorer for the most part.
The question is whether or not, and he's right, and you're right, which is, okay, is this something that can work long term? Well, you're not in a pressured spot. You've got good leverage here. You can either make a deal, you could not make a deal, but we also know where Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr are going to come from on this. The urgency is now. Forget development, need to try to win a title. And I think this also it challenges our sensibilities, because I look at this team and on one hand, I go, man, this is fun. I love seeing everybody play. They're a really fun watch. They're a feel-good story. They're succeeding, but teams like this historically don't win championships. That's not how it works in the NBA usually.
Right. And if you look at the Western Conference, and I'm just going down the standings right now, OKC is number 1, and they've got Shea, Gilgeous-Alexander, and they got Jalen Williams, who's averaging 20 a game. Phoenix has the big 3. We know that. Denver's got Jokic and Murray. Houston's got Şengün, who's averaging 17 and change to go alongside Jalen Green. The Lakers, we know, have LeBron and Anthony Davis. So as you go 1 through 6, every team has a 1 and a 1A, except the Warriors. The Warriors have a 1 and a bunch of 2Bs.
And actually, some of those teams you threw out there have a 1, a 1A, and a 1B.
In many ways.
And again, I'm not saying necessarily that I know that's going to work. Like Phoenix has had that for a little while right now, and it's been a total disaster. Maybe they've got it figured out this time around. I don't know. But I do think that this is a question that's coming, and I do think that the other night we saw our first clip of like, and it's great that they won anyway.
Yeah.
But you're not going to rely on that kind of Steph heroics every night. They're not like, even the best in the world, when they try to do stuff like that, it usually is not going to work. Like that was an unbelievable final 90 seconds for one of the all-time greats.
It was, but defensively you still played mostly well against a team that does have, 3 legitimate scorers in Klay and Kyrie and Luka Doncic, and you held everyone else, the others, as much as you could. And Kuminga gave you 16, and Buddy 14, and Draymond 11, and so you did get other contributions. I don't think that this team needs 35 from Steph and 25 from fill in the blank. If you don't get 25 from your number 2 guy, you do need 18, 16, and 14 for the most part. And the other night they kind of got that because Kuminga gave you 16. Buddy gave you 14, and then, Melton gave you 14, which was unexpected.
Right, and he's
Draymond chipping in with 11, and it looks like he's looking to score more than ever. And Wiggins had a quiet offensive night, but I think Wiggins is good for 14 or 15 most nights.
I think what you're saying is accurate in that there's a good aspect of this where you're like, look, there's like 4 or 5 different people who can do this role. Good chance that a couple of them do it each night.
Right.
And that's all you need. That's true, but that also puts Steve Kerr in the position that I, at least personally, and many others.
And you said this last year.
I tried to use tools to get him out of this spot all year long, which is that he's supposed to, on a night-in and night-out basis, be able to predict who's got the hot hand, who doesn't, who gets the minutes, who doesn't, who's going to make the 3 in the fourth quarter, who's not. Andrew Wiggins, by the way, he had a bring the house down corner 3 also in the middle of that Steph Curry 12-point run at the end of the game.
How'd that go?
He bricked it.
Yeah.
He bricked it. And the defense was so amazing that it saved him. But that's kind of the point. The point is you're going to need somebody else to be a shot maker at some point down the stretch of these basketball games. And Wiggins is such a question mark. And Kuminga is kind of he's a slasher and somebody who needs to ISO sometimes. Buddy Hield, I think, is someone who needs someone else to sometimes help create the shot for him. Same for DeAnthony Melton. Draymond Green, my goodness. You're hoping for him to be hitting threes on a given night? Maybe. Good luck. So that's all I'm saying. I love this. And you don't have to answer this question today. But I saw shades of it the other night, and it is interesting because if you really have big goals for this season, I think that this is going to be a subject matter that comes up.
For sure. And we can talk about regular season sustainability, and then we can talk about a postseason sustainability, because I do think in the regular year, when you have 13 guys who are playable and you want to play 12 or maybe 11 and you're going to play 10 due to injury, you have a lot of rotating pieces. You can rest guys. You can play. You can win. You've got pieces. You could win 50, 51, 52, whatever that number is in the regular year. You can do that with this roster. But then you get to April and you face, Kevin Durant and Beal and Booker, and you face the Joker and Murray and everything that Denver has, or you face OKC with Gilgeous-Alexander and Holmgren's back and Jalen Williams. And when you face these teams that have top-line elite players and you've got 1A, and then you've got 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, 3F, 3G, I mean, it works over 82, but does it work to get 16 wins? That, to me, is the question.
Well, just again, and then we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec, but watch the way that game ended the other night and think about not the fact that it went so well, but what you're asking a team to do in these inevitable close games at the end. That was a Herculean defensive effort.
Yep.
And it's great that it worked. It's not always going to work. You see what that team offers you coming down and how difficult it is to look at one-on-one shot makers like Luka and Kyrie and be able to defensively make the shot hard enough and then still lucky enough that they miss the shot and then you rebound the shot or you get a steal or whatever, or they don't kick it out to some like a Klay Thompson or whatever who's going to knock down a three, and he had a shot to do that and he missed it, right? So all of those things need to happen, and then you need to go down to the other end and have your star absolutely lose his mind and go off.
You mentioned the Herculean effort, and I'm going through the play-by-play, and it started with Draymond drawing a charge, which probably wasn't a charge because he was in the restricted area.
Might have been, yeah.
They had no challenges, whatever. Curry goes down and hits a jumper, cut it to 4. The next trip down, Gafford goes up for a layup, and Draymond blocks it. And then Curry goes down and hits a 29-footer. Now we get a 1-point game. So Herculean defensive effort. It's a Draymondian defensive effort.
And he's Hercules on defense.
He is Hercules.
He's a Hercules.
Yeah, and the back-to-back plays where he draws the charge and then blocks the shot. And, I mean, that really is his ultimate value. But, yeah, to expect that or to count on that, it's not necessarily that dependable.
Let's go to Jonathan in Foster City. What up, FC? Hey, Jonathan, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, man.
Look, this team is probably the most fun we've had in a while to watch, but I agree. I'm not sure it's sustainable to win a title. And if you look at the on-off with Steph, it's the highest since 2022, and he's playing the least amount of minutes. I'm just not sure that this team currently composed can win for the exact point that you just made, Willard. If Steph's not hitting, who are you going to make a shot? We have the pieces to make a move, but this front office, I don't think does it except for those big names. And it's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be really interesting to see if we can keep squeaking out these regular season wins and put us in a position to make a big move to try to win a title.
I mean, I'll say it this way, Jonathan, thank you very much. It almost sometimes feels like the frustrating moments of Kyle Shanahan's offense because that is so motion dependent. And you've got so many people that are going in different directions, and they're all trying to execute a plan, right? And there's 11 of them. There's 11 different football players. And if all of them do their job, boy, I trust Kyle Shanahan's offense more than anyone. But if somebody screws up, If one offensive lineman.
We saw it last year, right?
Or if Garendo misses a block, if Burford goes the wrong way, the whole thing falls apart. And early on, sometimes I feel that way about watching the Warriors offense, which is this is a thing of beauty when the ball is moving the way it is and you've got multiple people who are hitting their shot on that night. And so that's why you see spurts, first quarter, third quarter, with Steph on the floor, where things I thought were really humming the other night. But they are prone to that period of time where it just all gets stopped up in the quicksand because either Steph's off the floor or they're a little discombobulated, someone goes the wrong way, someone's not hitting their shots, and so they're prone. They're prone to periods where they can fall behind, and that you saw Dallas go on big runs the other night to do that.
Big-time runs, and if you don't have a second scorer and a team is able to take away Steph, then you're in a spot where you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And I'm just looking at the game log down the stretch, and you got Steph, you're down 6, Steph, pull-up shot from 2, Steph, three-pointer, Steph, layup, Steph, the three-pointer, the night-night, Steph, 2 free throws. That was the ball game.
There you go.
It was all Steph from after Melton hits the 3.
Melton's 3, which kept him in it. But
cut to 4, and then they answered, though, and it got back to 6. And after that, it was all Steph for the final 3 minutes. And so, is that sustainable? No, but it's pretty freaking awesome.
Oh, my gosh. It was,
right?
I mean, it was delicious to watch.
Awesome.
It was delicious to watch, but I'm not going to, he's going to run out of gas. David in San Mateo. What's up, David? Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys, I think the deep bench scoring replaces the need for a number 2 for now. But I think to Willard's point, what we did learn the other night is that if no slow-mo and Pods is kind of off his game, that bench scoring gets slowed down quite a bit. There's no real distributor and facilitator for Kuminga and Heel. And so that's the concern, I think. But I think this bench, if you get Pods and slow-mo back on it, will carry a lot of games for you.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's kind of the way I see it is the Warriors are still, and again, they look great. They're 9-2, but I do see a potential that they're prone to the periods of time where, and it's not just, Steph's not on the floor. It's not that simple, but they're prone to offensive sets where they don't end up getting a high-level shot because they don't have that many people who can really create a shot. Steph can create his own shot. Draymond creates shots for a lot of people. Their ball movement creates shots for a lot of people. They're all very good at that. But you know what I've always had as my dream? I want to hear you take it, guy, which is the shot clock's got 6 left. Our ball movement didn't open anything up. Hey, Durant, you take it. And he can just shoot over somebody or create a shot. And the Warriors, at times, certain lineups, they struggle to have that because right now, Kuminga and Wiggins are those guys, and they're just not, they're not A-level players at that. They're B-level players at that.
Really quick, guys, the last caller mentioned Kyle Anderson, who did not play against Klay and the Mavericks. Yes. He is officially probable for the game tomorrow against the Grizzlies. Of course, we already know D'Anthony Melton is out.
So Melton out and slow-mo back in. And so it will, in theory, I guess, be an 11-man rotation unless Lindy Waters moves back into the rotation because there's no Melton.
Could be.
Which is possible.
It's possible, but, it feels like Steve started with 12, and he did a little bit of 13, but the 12, I think, has always been with an eye toward the 10. And Lindy's great, and what you found in Lindy is, as Guru would call it, Geico. That's Geico. That's insurance. And so if you get down to where you've only got 10 and Lindy's number 11, then you can play Lindy. Or if you've got 9 and he's 10, then you feel good about him being 10.
Yeah, but Steve's got to be bummed because he just sort of like 2 nights ago was like, hey, this Melton thing, I think this works. This is our starting lineup.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Not anymore.
Not for a while now. So now we're back to, is it Moody? Is it GP2? Is it Waters?
Yep.
What are you going to do there?
Depends on the matchup.
At that 2-guard position, which I think, by the way, that 2-guard position could be the spot where you are looking for that number 2 scorer. I think that's kind of an opening with this particular Golden State Warriors roster. So I know that some people want the conversation to go here. It's like, okay, if you do want that new number 2 scorer, who is it? and who's available. And I would say there's at least the potential for two different trades that could develop out there on the market, depending on how things go over the next couple of months. They're both very different trades. And so we'll play with those a little bit here at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Want to stick with you guys here. Chris in San Jose is next up. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's up?
Excellent. Love it. I was telling the screener that I'm always trying to be optimistic about the Warriors. I try to be glass half full in most aspects of my life, but, simultaneously I try to be a realist. And, thinking back on that Dallas Mavericks game, while it was very glaringly obvious that Draymond Green was inspired, brought his A game defensively, this is also, realistically a guy who has taken a few steps backwards defensively over the last couple of years. And that defensive effort that he put out there against the Mavericks, to me, is not sustainable. I do love how Wiggins, he challenged Luka. He made him work hard. That was all good and well. But a lot of these guys, you think about a Luka, you think about a Jaylen Brown, you think about a Giannis, some of those truly elite guys that can get to the rim. It's not enough to just have a wing defender give him trouble and then a 6'5" Draymond meeting them under the hoop. You need a little bit of size, because just a deterrent on the wing for a lot of these guys, they're going to muscle through you. They're going to get to the hoop and they're going to score the ball. It's somewhat, everyone has off shooting nights, but it's a little bit of an anomaly that Doncic only went 2 for 10. Kyrie had a little bit of an off night. I love the team. I try to be optimistic about the Warriors, but simultaneously, if Steph's not going off, I do think we need to, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's somebody out there on the market, there needs to be a solidified, defined second scorer on this team, while also, hey, we swing the ball around. You got a great shot. Hey, if it's your night, it's your night. But I do think we need a clear, defined two. And unfortunately that, we run that small lineup, we dominate teams, but I still think we need a little bit of size underneath the hoop, gentlemen. Yeah. So I'll let you run with that. Go Warriors. We're rolling.
Okay.
Let's keep it going tomorrow.
Okay, Chris, good call. Yeah, appreciate that. All right, so so you want some names?
Yep.
You want to play with some names?
Let's do it.
I need a couple names that we can play with coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll have that around the corner, and then in about 20 minutes, Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films, comes in here, and we're going to break down the tape. We're going to get to the Niners. All of that is ahead on Willard and Dibs.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season, and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
into the camera. What did he say?
Great question.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what he said. I know a little bit what he said, but I don't know if I can cuss on the radio. He did say some cuss words.
Yeah.
This is my house. I know he said that. But before that, I don't really know what he said. He was doing a lot of screaming, a lot of celebrating. And Draymond probably let you know in his podcast coming up.
Dub Nation, it's Kavon Looney. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's Thursday night, so your picks stink.
Well, and I would have asked him, but it was all four of us. It didn't feel like the right time.
There's a lot going on
to make it about me. It was about us.
And I do think that Kavon Looney, he has jumper cables.
Yep.
I think that Steve Kerr thinks that he is like the best dude ever, the best dude on the team. I think all these things are true. I also think he was fibbing a little bit there. I think he knows exactly what Steph Curry said.
Of course. But he's a good teammate. He's not going to say it.
Well, Steph said he would share it with us. We're waiting.
He won't.
Why not?
Because he won't be asked. And if asked.
Why not?
Because.
Steph, come on the show. We'll ask you.
Yeah. We should.
You won't.
He won't. And we would. And he'd be like, well, guys, what happens between the lines? Sometimes, the emotion takes over and stuff. And
I know what he said.
We all know what he said.
You better stay here.
But he didn't stay here.
Yeah. Now back to Willard. Yeah. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said. And he didn't stay here. And that's why he lost. I think that's what Steph was saying.
Right.
Yeah.
You should have stayed here.
You want to win that game? You better stay here.
Yeah.
So, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs in the free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out the Morning Roast and Steiny and Goo with Klay reaction and also getting ready for 49ers and Seahawks this weekend. And then you have Kavon Looney on the crossover. All right, so who do you want? If the Warriors do get to themselves to a spot where they're going to make a trade, who do you want?
I guess the only one I would want would be Giannis.
Giannis, okay.
And not Jimmy Butler. And I'm with Tim Kawakami, who joined us yesterday and said the same thing. And beyond that, Brandon Ingram is a no. And, whoever else might be available, it's a no for me.
Here's the difficulty of the spot the Warriors are in. And it's not just two things. It's sort of almost like a triangle. You could stand pat. And you could say, we're gonna go with what we got, and we're gonna throw a lot of different things at you, and we'll be a really good defensive team. But a lot of people in their NBA sensibilities go, okay, I like that. I don't know if that's really gonna put you in the favorites chair. You might go somewhere, probably not terribly far. How does that idea sit with Steph Curry? Probably not great. Then there's the next obvious answer. Everyone goes, well, Giannis. Okay, but do you understand, even just in terms of salary, you're talking about gutting the team.
Oh, yeah.
Gutting the team. So there is...
It's Wiggins and probably at least three more guys. Yeah. Maybe four more.
It's Kuminga, and it's Looney, and it's GP2. It might be Pods also.
Maybe Melton.
You cannot take any more money back in your direction than what you're giving up. It's not just your trade machine salary swap. The Warriors are up against the apron, less than $1 million to go.
And they're hard capped.
They're hard capped. They're not allowed to go over it. So you would have to cover Giannis's, I think, 48 this year? You'd have to cover that with what's going out and probably give up draft picks as well. So you could do that, and then you're very, very top-heavy and fancy. Oh, you'd be fancy at the top. But now you lose your strength in numbers and your depth and your defense and all of those things. Is there someone else? Not Butler, not Giannis. Just that simple, like 2 or 3 for 1 where you get a piece that makes you go from really good to great. Is that out there?
Maybe.
We
don't know who's out there, but you're talking about a guy who's making between 25 and 30 million.
Probably. It depends on how the deal is structured. Just for conversation's sake, let me throw out a name at you and see how this grabs you. And I would imagine most of our listeners are going to go, wait, who? Because he's still a young player. Turns out, though, he's with the Brooklyn Nets, And he is in the exact same position that Jonathan Kuminga is, which is that he's a fourth-year player, and they wanted to talk extension. They decided not to do it, so he has gone into this season in sort of prove-it mode, could be a restricted free agent at the end of the year. Is he in the Brooklyn Nets' plans going forward? I don't know. His name is Cam Thomas, and he is a guard. He is a two-guard, and he is a scorer. He's scoring 23 a night right now. This is somebody who can create his own shot. Now, a couple of problems, and they're not small problems. Number one, he only makes $4 million this year. So what on earth could you offer them that would make them say, yeah, we'd like to give up on Cam Thomas, and all that needs to be returned is $4 million. Now, could you add in another contract that maybe they want to send toward you, and that way they could get a Kuminga and a Wiggins off of your roster or something like that? That's number one. But number two is Cam Thomas is, shall we say, not known for his defense.
Sure. Yeah.
Work in progress is the latest phrase that I was given. And last year, he was objectively awful on the defensive end of the ball. And he's still a very young player. And it makes me think of the commentary that we had from the Warriors just recently with regard to Jonathan Kuminga, where, was it Ron Adams? Was that who it was? Was it Ron Adams who came on and was like, Jonathan is a young player and wants a contract, and so he forgot about the defensive side of the ball for a little while. But now he's moving it back to center. Could they do that with Cam Thomas? The only reason I bring his name up is if you scan the league for the second scorer, somebody who can legitimately give you 20 a night, there's just not that many people who are going to be available at all this year.
Agreed. And right now, Cam is averaging, I think you mentioned it, 24 a night.
Yeah, almost
23.8 right now. And he's a guy who can absolutely fill it up. Not a really efficient scorer, 36% from three, not great from two. He can shoot free throws, though, which is something to keep in mind.
Nice.
But if you're Brooklyn and you want to make a deal like this, you're going to want to attach something to it. And I'm looking at Brooklyn, and I look at Ben Simmons making $40 million. And if I'm Brooklyn,
I thought of that.
I'm saying, okay, you want Cam Thomas, guess what you get to have with it? Or you could take Bogdanovich, who's making $19 million, also expiring. Dennis Schroeder's making $13, expiring. If you're Brooklyn, you're looking to get rid of something else with your young player. And if you're not going to sign Cam Thomas long-term, and I don't know if they are, but they're clearly rebuilding. They want picks and they want controllable assets, and they also want to get rid of some of this crap that they have.
Yeah, now here's the thing.
They got some crap.
They got some crap. Everybody got some crap now. They're looking to get rid of them. And now Ben Simmons is expiring, though.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that actually helps Brooklyn. They want those expiring large contracts because it gives them flexibility. So when you see someone dump a contract, it's usually something that they feel is going to kind of be around their neck for a few more years.
Yeah.
So I was looking at their salaries also, and there are some names and Claxton and but I really don't know. I don't know who Brooklyn wants. I don't know if they know yet who they want. They may want Cam Thomas.
Well, they should. I mean,
maybe
if they want to.
I don't know yet if he's a winning basketball player.
Right, but
just
you don't know if he's going to be a winning basketball player until you have a winning team around him. Is Jordan Poole a winning basketball player?
I would argue no.
Well, he's won, and now you look at Jordan Poole this year, and he's taking steps forward toward being a better player than he was last year. So can Jordan Poole be a winning basketball player? Yeah, he'll never be a winning basketball player if he's your one, but if he's your three, you can win with Jordan Poole.
But that's the point. He's not the three in Washington. He is, in theory, kind of the one.
Well, the point would be to keep him to a point where he is the three.
Yeah, but
that's what you want to do.
I don't know. I don't know if that's what Jordan wants. I don't know if Washington has the people to sort of push him down the board. That's the whole thing in the NBA structure that's always difficult. I think it's why Andrew Wiggins ended up being largely, I know he frustrates people, but he's largely been a wonderful addition for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, champion.
He won a championship. And it's because no one asked him to be a one. And quite frankly, no one's really asking him to be a two. He could tuck into a spot where he could play hard on defense. There wasn't an overwhelming amount that was asked of him on the offensive end. And when he does have a big scoring night, it feels like this massive bonus for your team. but you're really only counting on him for like 15 points. You're never asking him for 25 or 30.
Right.
If he does it, yay. But if not, it's okay. You can still play. Everybody needs to find that number with their organization. Are you a 1? Are you a 2? Are you a 3? What's the good fit? And of course, the problem often is nobody sees themselves as a 2 or a 3. They all see themselves as a 1 because they want to be paid like 1s.
Right.
But not everybody can handle that. Most can't.
Yes, and if you're Cam Thomas and you're looking at what you're doing right now and you basically are Brooklyn's 1 and you want to be paid like Brooklyn's 1, I'm sure he'd rather stay there and get paid and let them build around him as opposed to get traded to, for example, Golden State. And if he becomes a Warrior and it's Steph and Draymond and Wiggins are still here, well, now he's not going to be able to make $40 million a year.
Correct. Text line is loving the idea. A bunch of different texters. Thank you for listening. Just sent in the name Robert Williams, the big guy from Portland.
Yeah.
Who was in Boston before that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Often hurt.
Exactly.
Often hurt.
But the Warriors, if I'm out there looking for a player, and if we're not going to go big game hunting, if we're going medium game hunting, find me a big. Find me somebody who can do what Kavon does, what TJD does, but maybe at a little bit more productive rate, productive level. And if I'm going to go out and get a player, I don't need another wing. We got wings coming out of our wings. We need a big.
But do any of them offer the ability to say, I can give you 20 a night whenever you need it? Whenever you need it.
Probably not.
Snap my fingers, I'll give you 20.
But I don't think any player who's out there is a guy that you want to go out there and acquire.
You might be right.
And Cam Thomas is great. It's a great name, and those are great numbers, but he doesn't come in here and immediately you don't want him to give you 20 a night.
Probably not.
Right.
I mean, part of this exercise is to get to the point of like, this is great. I'm so glad they're 9-2. I don't think there's a great trade out there, even though they might need one at some point.
Right.
That's kind of the point. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. You ready?
Oh, I'm been ready.
Are you sure?
Born ready.
You positive?
I hope he's ready because I'm coming for him now.
This is a big one now. This is sort of like coming out of the bye week type of a feel here. Executive producer of NFL Films, Greg Cosell. Mano a mano with Dan Dibley. Who's got better notes? Who's got better tape? We find out coming up next, only on Willard and Dibs.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right at SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking and tasty food.
go! Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I believe that it was on this show that well before Ricky Pearsall was scoring touchdowns and getting a lot of targets in games, I believe it was on this show that someone once called him Juicy.
Yeah, one man, and it wasn't me.
No.
And I'm a fan, but I'd never use the word juicy like he's some sort of a succulent fruit or something. Who would do that?
It was a memorable moment courtesy of our next guest who joins us on the River Islands guest line. He is the senior producer of NFL Films. He breaks it down like no one else. He is Greg Cosell. Hey, Greg, good afternoon.
Gentlemen, what's happening?
We're hanging out, man. And in fact, I think we should start off by letting you kind of go a little bit deeper into those early comments that you made about Ricky Pearsall and what we're now seeing. What do you think?
Well, I mean, all that came from watching his tape at Florida. So, I liked him a lot when I watched his tape and evaluated him coming out of college. He's big, he can run, and what we talk about a lot in our matchup room is when a guy has some quickness to him, some burst. We say he's got a lot of juice. So that's kind of where that expression came from. My guess is I'm not the only one who uses it, but you see that right away. You can tell that when you watch guys on tape, the guys that have sort of that little extra quickness to them. It's not a pure speed thing. I mean, Pearsall's not a 4.3 guy, but you can just see the way he moves. And in fact, on that touchdown, there was a spot after he caught the ball where you could see that there was a little more giddy-up. He just kind of put it into another gear. So he's a little juicy.
And that was a juicy play, and I want to go through that a little bit more technically, Greg, because 21 personnel, but Saubert's in and not Kittle, and they run that little route down the middle. What did you see on tape that made that scheme so successful?
Well, they were in 21. It was a 3-by-1. They were in the pistol formation, and it was not McCaffrey on that play. It was actually Mason. It was a 4-man route concept that expanded the 3-under-3 deep coverage because they technically blitzed Whitehead. He ended up peeling because of Mason, but he was technically a blitzer, so it was 3-under-3 deep coverage, and they ran a double dig. So Saubert ran a dig and Pearsall ran a dig. And the nature of the coverage was that both those routes isolated linebackers. So obviously, who do you prefer to throw it to? You prefer to throw it to the wide receiver matched against the linebacker, and it was a backup linebacker, J.J. Russell. So basically, you never know if a coach like Kyle has a feel for what the defensive call will be. Very often coaches have a feel for that. But it was a great call against the defense that they got because ultimately what happened was Pearsall was isolated on his dig route against Russell, a linebacker. So Purdy, with really good anticipation, hit Pearsall. He was on the outside dig, and there was run after catch.
Greg, what we were all waiting for when we were heading into this game is to see Christian McCaffrey back on the field. So what did you see in terms of how they used him and how it may have changed the 49ers attack?
Well, they used him the way they always used him. Nothing was different. He looked good, I thought, despite the yardage totals. I thought that he looked crisp. He moved well. I thought he had some burst. And again, you saw the motions, you saw the shifting, this is what they do with him. And you saw that with he and Samuel, things are different. And, we talked about this, that it expands their shifting and motion offense. It expands their options in the pass game. I mean, you're not going to run the route when McCaffrey caught the 30-yard reception in the fourth quarter, which was an unbelievable play in all respects. But, you're not going to see that with Garendo or Mason. So, right there, you're seeing something that is different because McCaffrey's on the field.
And let's go to that route because they're down 4 at that point, and it's, again, 21 personnel, and it's a little bit of a wheel route. The throw from Brock and the route itself, what did you see on tape that made that such a win?
Well, that was just one of those special plays, which, you don't know that when the play starts because he's running kind of a wheel route, as you said. And normally on a wheel, the way he ran it, you're giving the quarterback a vertical indicator so he knows when you're going to take it vertical. But Purdy, because of pressure, inside pressure, couldn't wait for the indicator, and he just had to throw it up. And it obviously turned out to be a perfect throw that McCaffrey caught. And I know McCaffrey was pissed that, when he cut inside, he didn't score. But it was just one of those special plays because, all Purdy could do in response to the pressure was throw it up. And it turned out to be placed beautifully.
NFL Films, Greg Cosell with us as he is every single week here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, speaking to what you just brought up, the pressure, because I'm not, I'm not like you, Greg. I'm not one of these tape people. I need to know what's going on here because I'm hearing from fans a lot. It looks like the offensive line or the running backs, whatever the responsibilities are, Brock Purdy too often is dealing with very quick pressure or missed blocks or missed assignments. Is that accurate, or what do you see right now with their line in general?
Yeah, I would say it's been a combination of the fact that there's been a little more pressure this year. You'd have to know all their protection calls to know exactly who makes mistakes. But there's been a little more pressure, and I think that Purdy has also responded to what is, by NFL standards, not necessarily pressure by leaving the pocket at times too early. And I thought in this game he didn't really do that as much. I thought he settled in this game pretty well. That could also be a function of just feeling better about everything because McCaffrey's back. So I don't know. I don't know what's in Purdy's head. But, yeah, there's probably been at times this year a little more pressure that Purdy has responded to. Ideally, that goes away. Look, even when they're playing at their best, the fact is that the right tackle, McKivitz, is not great in one-on-one pass protection, and there are going to be plays where he does get beat, or he does allow the pass rusher to squeeze Purdy in the pocket. I think the right guard, the rookie Pooney's played very, very well for the most part, so that's not been a major issue. But yeah, that's probably fair. But like I said, without knowing all the specific protection calls and how they block particular fronts and how they block particular pressures, you can't pinpoint one player or what the overall issue is.
It looks like Jake Brendel's had some problems as a center in pass protection. Is there anything you can do from an offensive standpoint to mitigate that when your center gets beat?
Yeah, then again, that depends on the front and the pressure. A lot of teams, line up in five-man fronts where they want to dictate one-on-one, and your center, everybody all across the line has to block one-on-one. Teams, it depends on what they want to do with their blitz concepts. So all these things become specific to opponents, specific to particular schemes. And then, like I said, it's how you choose to protect it. And, Chris Foster has been doing this a long time. He's one of the best in the business. He's been doing it over 30 years. So, and sometimes guys get beat. I mean, that happens in the NFL. Sometimes guys get beat.
Yeah,
absolutely. Hey, Greg, 4 years ago, Diamond Lenoir was a young player who was behind Ambry Thomas on the depth chart, and look at him now. They signed him to a big fancy extension. What have you seen on tape of his development from year over year the last few?
He's up to you guys' pay grade, huh?
Finally.
Yeah, getting closer.
Yeah. He's become a really key player on their defense because of what he does. He plays outside in their base defense, and he plays slot in their nickel. And they're almost an exclusive nickel sub defense. They really don't play any dime. So he's a critical piece. And it's hard to find players who can do both those things, and you feel good about that. And they're not a heavy blitz team. In fact, they rush 5 or more, the lowest percentage of any team in the league. But there are times when they do use him as a blitzer from the slot, and he's very good at it. So he's just a really, really important player. A great example of a player that if you just look at the player, you're not going to sit here and say he's one of the 3 or 4 best corners in the league, but he's critical to what they do. And that's ultimately how teams think. It's how teams think when they go into a draft. They think, can we draft a player who's better than the player we have at that particular position? And he's a really good player in the context of their defense. So without him, they couldn't do a lot of the things that they do.
And would you add Renardo Green to that same conversation as far as the fit that he has been in his rookie year to a team that had to play without Mooney Ward this weekend?
Yeah, well, again, he hasn't played enough to say that he's a critical piece in that, but as I've told you guys, I really liked his college tape. He played at Florida State, which in the 2 years he was there, they were a very heavy press man team. So that was his experience, and I loved him doing that. But he's shown the ability to play off coverage, and it'll be interesting to see what's Ward's contract status.
Yeah, he's a free agent after this year, and obviously going through an awful personal situation.
Yeah, I know. And again, you hate to talk about a guy when he's going through a personal situation, but they could very well let him walk, and Green and Lenoir could become the outside corners in their base, and then we'll see what they would do in their nickel, because Lenoir would still move inside, I assume, because he's so good at it. But Green, to me, is for sure going to be a starting corner for them next year. And he is right now for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. Ward, I think, is still tracking toward not coming back this weekend as he deals with his family situation.
I know, that's horrible.
Yeah, it's brutal. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us. Greg, let's talk about Nick Bosa for a second. He had a huge sack, and then there was the play that everybody talked about where Baker took him for a ride. But outside of that, I thought they largely locked him up more than normal, and I know he was playing hurt. What did you see in terms of Nick in this game versus what you normally see?
Well, first of all, you got to be careful, and I'm being honest with you guys, you got to be careful about doing this, because the Bucs gained 215 yards of offense. They averaged 3.7 yards per play. This was a dominant defensive performance overall. Mayfield completed 18 passes for 116 yards. You have to try to be that bad. So, you have to be careful about pointing out one guy. Bosa's not going to get 5 sacks every week. That doesn't happen. And and I'm being honest with you guys, so I hope you appreciate what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Nick Bosa is not a different player today than he was 2 weeks ago. So, he's not going to have, he had a big sack in the fourth quarter against the backup left tackle when he just basically played off contact and beat him to the inside, and that turned out to be, obviously a big sack. They went empty on that play on 3rd and 13, which kind of surprised me. I don't rip coaches, but I was surprised because that left Bosa one-on-one on the backup left tackle. So, Bosa's just a really, really good player. If you were to, if we had an offensive lineman, an offensive tackle who played against Bosa regularly on this call right now, they would rave about how difficult he is to block.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
Yeah, Greg.
I'm telling you right now.
I challenge none of that. Here's what I'd say. To me, he did not look like himself in this game.
Who do you look like?
A lesser pass rusher. So somebody who just in school could largely stop on most plays.
Well, you also have to remember that there was a lot of quick game throws. When the ball comes out quick, pass rushers are not going to get there, and it just looks like there's no pass rush. I mean, they didn't throw the ball down the field hardly at all. In fact, the one time they really wanted to was the time that Green actually got beat on the out and up by Miller, and Collins was able to apply pressure on Mayfield, and he had to spin away, and he threw it late. You probably remember this play, and Green was able to recover. But for the most part, everything was quick. They didn't throw the ball, and you know what that tells you? They were very worried about the pass rush, because if everything's going to be quick, they know that takes care of the pass rush.
Yeah, and I had that as a 1st and 10, Greg, at the end of the third quarter with a great pass breakup. And also, according to my notes, they had no explosive plays, nothing that Tampa Bay netted 20 or more yards.
Right. So again, let's be careful, because you have to look at when you feel like there's not a great pass rush, okay? The first thing you want to think about is does the pass game look like by the opponent? Because if everything is going to be quick and the ball's going to come out, you're not really going to get meaningful pressure. And that doesn't mean that the pass rushers are doing a lousy job.
Greg, how much of that also has to do with the fact that the Bucs' downfield threats are largely hurt?
Yeah, well, that's you have to play to your talent. I mean, they're playing with Miller, who's a free agent out of Furman. They're playing with Raheem Jarrett, who I believe was a free agent, but he's out of Maryland. I'm trying to remember who the third wideout was. But Otten in many ways is their number one target right now, and he's a tight end who's not really a 3-level dimension. He's kind of a short to intermediate receiver.
Looking ahead now, as we always pivot with you, Greg, and we start to think about the next game, and it's now week 11 with Seattle up next on the schedule at Santa Clara. What do you see from Seattle on film that might pose a threat to the Niner defense?
Well, Seattle's got good players. That's the thing. The big issue for them has been O-line. And that's that. This is a game where you would expect to see the 49ers D-line be a factor. Now, Seattle is aware that their O-line is bad, so obviously they're going to try to mitigate against that. We'll see what they do. But their O-line has been a problem all season long. They've struggled at right guard. They drafted a kid from Connecticut named Christian Haynes, who has obviously not won the job because they're playing Bradford at right guard, and he's struggled for much of the season. The right tackle, I don't know if Abe Lucas is back this week coming off the bye. He's missed basically the whole season, and they've really struggled at right tackle. And even Charles Cross, a top 10 pick, he has not been as good as they hoped at left tackle. He's a good player. He's not a stiff. But when you draft a guy in the top 10 at left tackle, you're expecting him in his third year to start being in that conversation of the top 3, 4, 5 left tackles in the league, particularly in pass protection. That's why you draft tackles in the top 10, pass protection. And he hasn't quite been at that level. So their O-line is their biggest concern, but they do have a lot of weapons. So can they beat you? I assume Metcalf will be back coming off the bye week.
Yep.
They can beat you because those, Metcalf, Lockhart, and Smith-Njigba are really good players.
I look at this, too, and I wonder what a deeper dive would do with regard to the play of Geno Smith. Like, Geno Smith and Brock Purdy are both in the top 6 in passing yards this year, yet they've both had their bye already. So their yardage per game, pretty high-level stuff. But when you look deeper than just those simple numbers, what do you see from Geno Smith with regard to his effectiveness this year?
Well, Geno Smith, I think, if memory serves me correctly, has thrown more passes than any quarterback in the league, or he's right there. They have thrown the ball a ton.
Yeah.
Right
now he's 4th, Greg, but again, he's at a bye, and the 3
right. So he's and the 3 guys ahead of him. Yes. Yeah, the 3 per game he's thrown the most.
Game,
he's had the most dropbacks.
Yeah.
He's had the most dropbacks per game because the guys ahead of him, my guess would be Burrow, probably Baker, probably Stroud, guys like that.
It's Burrow. They've played. Yeah, Burrow, Rodgers, and Baker.
Okay, so they've played 10 games.
Yep.
They've thrown the ball way too much. Now, they obviously feel they have to. They're old. There have been games, including the first 49er game, if you guys recall it, where they clearly made an early commitment to run the ball, and they could not run it at all against the 49ers. And they've tried that in a couple of games, and they've been unable to generate any sustainability with their run game. And, offensive coaches, the way they think, if you're getting 2 yards running the ball, they can only take that for so long. They start to think, well, I'm not going to bang my head against the wall and gain 2 yards. Let's start throwing it. So he's thrown the ball an awful lot. And because of their O-line, there's been some tough going at times. Because even though Geno's not a statue, he's basically a pocket quarterback at his core. That's what he is. So you don't want him having to run around and try to be improvisational. So they've struggled at times, and he's struggled at times. I mean, the numbers are still pretty good, although he's thrown probably a few more interceptions than they would like.
Leads the league. He's tied for the league lead in interceptions.
Yeah, so I mean, and he hasn't thrown as many touchdowns, I'm sure, as we've seen in the last couple of years. I think that's been their big problem. When you have to throw that much your O-line, no offensive lineman wants to be in that reactive pass protection mode for an entire game, and that's hard.
Yeah, it's much better for an offensive lineman to go forward than to go backward. Yep. And I'm thinking about this Niner offense now, Greg, when you've got CMC back and you've got Ricky Pearsall getting comfortable. How much more of a threat are they against Seattle in this matchup?
Well, I think, look, Kyle Shanahan obviously is going to tweak certain things depending on the opponent. He knows Mike McDonald well, I'm sure, because they played, Baltimore last year, and coaches tend to coach against coaches more than they coach against personnel, unless there's a great player that you've got to deal with, and they don't really have that guy. So he's going to coach more against what he believes Mike McDonald's schemes will be. But I think the Niners, for the most part, kind of do what they do. Like I said, there's always going to be tweaks depending on who the opponent is, but they kind of do what they, we talked about the Pearsall play. That's what the foundation of their offense is. If I'm not mistaken, Tom Brady did that game this past week.
That's correct.
And he talked a lot during the game. And, he obviously knows a little bit about the pass game. And he was just talking about the foundation of their pass game numerous times during the telecast is between the numbers. And I've said that to you guys. That's their pass game. That's the way they play. That's not going to dramatically change. That doesn't mean every single throw is between the numbers, but that's what they're going to do. That's the way they work their pass game. And by the way, they've got major issues at linebacker. It's funny because they just cut Terrell Dotson. He was their leading tackler, but I had a great conversation with Hugh Millen last week, and you guys probably know Hugh Millen.
Yeah,
of course.
And he, we were talking about the fact that Dotson, despite that, the tape is not very good at all. And then 3 days later or 4 days later, they cut him. So, the tape doesn't lie. You can see stuff on tape. So they've got major issues at linebacker.
Hey, Greg, real quick, just thinking about the weather this weekend, there's a little bit of a chance of rain. And I know it's hard, maybe it's hard for you to look at tape and tell this, but there's this idea from 49er fans that Brock Purdy struggles with a wet football. I'm thinking of Cleveland last year. I'm thinking of the playoff game against Green Bay.
Yeah.
In your film study, is that something that you've noticed that he struggles when there's weather?
That's a hard thing for me to answer. I mean, that's a personal thing for a quarterback. It's probably more mental than anything for a quarterback. It becomes physical, obviously, but maybe he does. I don't know. I don't know if the sample size is large enough. Like, I don't know if he struggled in those two games. Although I remember the Cleveland game very well, which they should have won with the missed field goal at the end, and he had the great drive, to get to that situation. He's made some really good throws in that game. So I can't answer that because you don't want to get caught up in the idea that when he makes a bad, the weather bothers him. But then what happens when he makes a great throw? Did the weather just not bother him on that throw?
Then it doesn't bother him. Exactly.
Right. You can't get caught up. So I don't know. Only he can answer that. I know Troy Aikman always talked for years about how he hated rain, and, some quarterbacks I'm sure are like that. I don't know if that's true with Brock.
Greg, can't wait to break this one down with you next week. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, there it is. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, joins us every single week. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Coming up next, you unearthed this, and we can't wait to get to it. Fred Warner and Draymond Green have a conversation with one another about how to win a championship.
I love it.
It's pretty great stuff.
Yep.
You're going to want to hear this. That's next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Check it out on YouTube or on the Odyssey app, or you can hang out later in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll circle back to Dubs a little bit. Kavon Looney crashed the crossover earlier today and was an absolute blast. And so you'll enjoy it if you missed it. You're definitely going to want to hear it. So we got that for you. And then we don't get a chance to do this very often. You know, like today's the kind of day where you're like, I'm in a little bit of a mood to talk about some things that are going on with both teams.
Yep.
That we're talking about right now. I mean, I guess we could weave the Giants in. They have announced that Randy Wynn is now a part of the staff.
Big.
It's huge.
Good get. Go Dodgers.
I like Randy Wynn. Randy,
I do too.
Yeah,
good guy.
Randy has been named the vice president of player development. Anyway, so
that's exciting,
yeah.
And I hope that he's able to develop the players, because one thing under Farhan that many people have criticized, including my father-in-law, is that players didn't seem to develop.
Yeah, I mean, some
Marco
did.
Luciano did not learn how to field.
Luciano did not.
Right.
Like, don't forget, there's some other players who've come up.
Right. Luis
anyway.
Matos had a great 8 days.
Yeah.
Elliot Ramos developed.
Tyler Fitzgerald was interesting last year.
Kyle Harrison had,
he came through the system. We'll see where he goes next.
Yep.
Hayden Birdsong was that was an interesting ride last year.
Patrick Bailey has developed, but in general, it doesn't feel like the development of the players has been as good as you would want.
I will say this. I heard this from Buster Posey earlier today, and this is, I do think, interesting. Some people will care about this. Buster very firmly stated Bob Melvin will make the lineup.
Okay.
Bob Melvin.
Good. Imagine that.
John Sally.
Right.
A manager managing his team.
Well, yeah.
That's crazy.
Like, for those of you who don't know, he wasn't the final call on the lineup before.
Right.
He was not. Now he is.
Yes.
So,
no, that's good.
Do with that what you will.
For me, that's good news.
Yeah.
Because if you're the manager, it would be like Steve Kerr putting out his starting 5 and then Mike Dunleavy going, no, we're not going to start. We're not going to start DeAnthony Melton tonight.
That's enough for me, Doug.
Exactly. We're going to go with pods, Steve. I'm Mike Dunleavy, and I make the lineup here.
Just pods. No 4 other players.
Just pods.
We're going with just pods.
That's it.
That's what the computer says.
That's right.
Anyway.
Whatever.
So how about this? Draymond went on Fred Warner's podcast. Fred Warner and Draymond together.
Stand on it.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the whole thing.
Stand on what you do.
Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Stand on what you say.
It's got to go down, and then it goes back
Stand
up.
on what you do. I love it. And he was telling Fred, basically, to stand on it.
Well, pretty much.
Yep.
I mean, I find this fascinating in multiple ways. Because, first of all, it's 2 huge personalities here in Bay Area sports, both very successful, but one has 4 rings and one maddeningly does not have a couple of rings. But at the same time, these are different sports and different personalities, so peep this. Check where this goes, okay? This is on, and Fred's podcast is called The Warner House, okay? And he often does it with his wife. I think that's where they got the idea of calling it The Warner House. But on Fred Warner's podcast, Draymond is a guest, and they start talking about how to win a championship.
Once you do it, you know how. And once you know how to do it, like we won a championship in 2022, not because we were the best team. We won a championship in 2022 because we knew how. Like Steph, Klay, and I knew how to win. And so we knew how to win a championship. Boston didn't know how to win a championship. And so when it came down to it, one of the things that the Chiefs have over y'all and something that y'all will have to get, a hump that y'all will have to get over, is they know how to do it. So in every single moment, they have something to draw from to say, oh, this is like this, and we did this. Or the mindset now has to be that. Or if we can attack this guy, he'd be like attacking that guy when we did this, right? And so you start to make those correlations.
Okay, how's that grab you? That's what the Chiefs have over y'all.
Yes, it's muscle memory. It's championship memory. And when you get to that moment and you go out for the overtime coin toss and Patrick Mahomes runs off the field screaming, "They want the ball! They want the ball! They want it!" You know you're in trouble. And even not this past week, but the week before, when they go to overtime and Cincinnati, it wasn't Cincinnati. Who did Kansas City? It was Tampa. It was Tampa. And Baker Mayfield immediately is crestfallen, and he drops his head knowing what's about to happen because Mahomes in overtime is an automatic victory. And so you get to these games, the championship games, and the Niners go up against Patrick Mahomes, and he's been there, and he's done it. And I do think that Draymond is right about the championship pedigree. This is where the championship pedigree actually matters. When you are in the championship round, when you're down in a series and you've been down and you've won, and then you've won the title and then you've had a parade, when you get in those moments, you can look at each other and go, we know what this is. We know how to do this. Let's go out there and do it.
Okay, I'll buy all that. Listen to who's saying it. But one of the first thoughts that goes into my head is, is it the same sort of a plane to have an NBA player say this to an NFL player? Simply because of math. You're talking about so many more people who have an effect on an NFL game.
And more games, too, right?
More games. And one of the things that I think Draymond, and we'll play some more of this, one of the things he's referencing and that you referenced when we were talking about this earlier is when you're down in a series, here's how we sort of handle that. Well, in football, you don't get a series. You get the second half. You better get your butt together or you out.
You get the one piece.
Right. And so in the NBA championships are largely controlled, not 100%. I'm a believer in strength in numbers, but they're controlled by 2 or 3 stars. They are the straw that stirs the drink. And that's why we tend to feel like we sort of know throughout an NBA season, we can pick 5 teams and we're like, it's one of those. Right? Are Tatum and Brown going to do it this year? Is it going to be Jokic again? Does Giannis want to have a turn? Last year, it was almost Luka and Kyrie. We don't think about it in terms of the whole roster through 12, but in football, I think we do. Sure, there's the quarterback, and so we definitely focus on that person getting over the top and winning a ring. But can Draymond Green look at a linebacker and be like, you don't know how to do it yet? I mean, Fred Warner's played wonderfully in these games.
Yeah, he has, but he hasn't won. So he could look at Fred and say, you haven't done it, and until you do it, you don't really know what it feels like to do it. So I think that is a fair way to look at it. And Fred's been great, and, they've played well, but they haven't gotten it done. And I do think if they go up against Kansas City again in the Super Bowl, there's going to be that feeling of, how do we do this? They've done it. Kansas City has no doubt how to do it. They've won 2 in a row.
Sure.
Patrick's won 3. Kelsey's won 3. Andy's won 3. When you go into that game, that moment, even if it's the wild card game or the divisional round game, you've been there and you know it and you felt it and you've done it. So there isn't that feeling of how. It's the feeling of if. Can we do it? We know how to do it. Are we going to be able to do it today in this moment? And for the Warriors, I do know that when they get into a series, and 2 years ago was the one where it kind of struck me today because I think that Sacramento in that moment was probably better than the Warriors. And Sacramento probably should have won that series against the Warriors. They had game 7 at home, and the Warriors were not in shambles, but they had just blown it in game 6 here at home.
They were vulnerable at least.
They were getting on a bus with question marks.
Yes.
And then they got on the bus, and Steph said, if you're getting on the bus, get on the bus and be ready to win. And Steph went there, and he put everybody on their shoulders, and he had already won 3 of those things, or he'd already won 4 of them. I apologize. And he went out there, and he did the damn thing. They did it, and they had done it. Sacramento hadn't. And I do think that is a big reason why they won that series. And then you go to LA and you're going up against a team, and LeBron's like, yeah, I've done it. I did it here. I did it there. I did it everywhere. I'm Dr. Seuss. I did it on a boat. I did it with a goat. I did it here. I did it there.
Cut that, please. And none of the show doesn't matter anymore. Just cut that.
Green eggs and ham.
No, cut that. It doesn't matter. Take everything else he just said out and just get that one sentence.
And it's,
thanks, Grandy. Appreciate it.
Being in a
brother.
fraternity in the 80s, it's oddly accurate. But anyway,
good Lord.
They didn't have They didn't have that edge against LA. The edge that they had against Sacramento was no longer there.
Right, I mean, sometimes, okay, like...
oh, no.
I mean, maybe a little devil's advocate, but hold on a second.
Go ahead. The GOAT.
Thank you, Grady. Sometimes I get a little...
Yeah.
I'm not annoyed. That's not the right word. But this does feel a little pat on the back. Draymond, patting himself on the back. In other words, like, you don't know how to do it until you do it. Well, there was a first time for everybody. So did you just slip and accidentally fall into that? And this is like telling somebody, I used to hate this when you're coming out of college and every job that you apply for, they're like, well, we're looking for someone with experience. Well, at some point, every single human being who has a job, somebody took a chance on them to come in and learn something that they weren't already doing, or else there would be no such thing as people working. You have to do something for the first time every time.
Yeah.
So when Draymond says this, like, I don't know, man, can you really look at the San Francisco 49ers, who have been in the last 5 years in almost every scenario imaginable? They've been in the playoffs. They've been injured. They did it with that quarterback. They did it with this quarterback. They've been down. They've been down big. They've been
up big.
Right? They've been up big.
Yeah.
They've coughed that up. They've faced every scenario. And then you end up in overtime of the Super Bowl with the ball inside the 5-yard line. And do we honestly believe that that's what it came down to? You didn't know how to do it? Like, score a touchdown.
Yep.
An offensive lineman goes the wrong way. Did he go the wrong way because he doesn't know how to win a championship?
No, but games are not always won or lost in the final moments. And I think about Christian McCaffrey in the opening drive in the first quarter, and he fumbles. And McCaffrey's not known for fumbling, and he fumbled. And George Kittle is standing near the ball that's loose, and he's talking to another guy named George, saying, oh, my God, you're George, and I'm George, and we're two Georges.
That's amazing.
And the one George is like, excuse me, George, while I dive on this fumble that's loose.
But the Chiefs turned the ball over also in that game.
Fine, but what I'm saying is...
Like, is that he fumbled because he doesn't know how to win a championship?
It's not because he doesn't know how to win, but until you go out and you win, I do think that there's a certain amount of muscle memory that goes with being a championship winning team. And when you do win that, and you get to that moment again... You've got that muscle memory of having been a champion.
Here's how I would say it, because I think there's something to what you're saying. First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Go back to the Warriors' first championship. They beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're in Cleveland when they win this thing. Do you remember what the end of that final game, the closeout game, looked like? Or even go to the one that they lost to Cleveland, where Kyrie hits the three-pointer. Maybe that's not the best example because by then the Warriors had won and the Cavaliers had not. So that almost flies in the face of this idea. But you go back to that first one, and it was not pretty down the stretch. You get very, for lack of a better word, nervous. You get heavy, I would think. You watching people in those moments, it looks like sometimes they're overwhelmed. I don't know if it's just the Chiefs know how to do it and the Niners don't. As much as it is, well, the Chiefs just have and the 49ers have not, which means that when you get to the end, the Chiefs are very relaxed. They're very relaxed. It's not that they're functionally going, well, now I know what the chess move is because I've won a championship before. 49ers are a good football team. They know how to call a play. They know how to execute a play. That's all you have to do. But I do think there's more angst. I think there's more on their shoulders. There's more butterflies going on because it's kind of like, oh, my God, right? Like, we're here. It's the end. Can we do it? Meantime, when you see Mahomes get the ball in overtime, especially when it's fourth down.
Yeah.
Super relaxed. Just relaxed. And I think that's what comes with having been there before. Not some sort of a playbook where you know how to do things that others don't. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And I think it is different from the NBA to the NFL because by the time the Warriors got to that spot in Cleveland that you're describing, they were coming off a regular year where they were 67-15, and they made it through the playoffs with a pretty comfortable run. They beat Houston in 5 in the Western Conference Finals, and they, other than the Memphis thing that Draymond referenced in his other cut that I think you're going to play when they're down 2-1, and he and Steph huddled up, and they went and got barbecue, and they had a couple of bevies, and they kind of set their mind right, and then they turned that thing around. When you go through all of that and you get to Cleveland and you're up 3-2 in a best of 7, there's a lot more meat that's already been on the bone based on that series. So it is a little different than the NFL where, like you're saying, it's just 4 quarters.
Here's the one you're referencing. Again, this is on the Warner House. Fred Warner talking to Draymond Green.
In 2022, after game 3, we were down 2-1. And I walked in the locker room, and I'm walking off the court, and I'm just thinking to myself, this feels so familiar. And I literally walk in the locker room, and Boston locker room, the way it was set up at this time, was like the first 2 lockers are Steph. I walk in the locker room, he the first person I see. And I just see he got this look on his face. And so I stop, and I'm standing there looking at him, and I'm like, and he say, you thinking what I'm thinking? I said, this is Memphis all over again. Because in 2015, we were down to Memphis 2-1. And it felt like the world was collapsing. And we had never done it, though. And so I hit Steph, and I'm like, yo, let's get out. Let's go to Blue City Cafe. I know at Blue City Cafe is a little barbecue joint right on Beale Street. We go in there. We get some drinks. We have some food. This when diet ain't a thing for us. We young. We go to Blue City Cafe, and we go in there. We have some drinks. I just know I got to get him out the room. Like, he in his head. He in there thinking about the game like I'm in the room thinking, let's get out. We go to Blue City Cafe. We settle in. Next 3 games, we win. So I say, this feels like, and he like, yes, this is exactly what it feels like. I'm telling you, he like, all right, cool, we got it. It's over. I'm like, yes, it's over. For sure, it's over.
All right, we're going straight to Blue City Cafe. Right from here, we're going.
It's over. Uh-huh. So then I walk around, and I always, when I come in the locker room, I go around, I dap everybody. I get to Klay, and Klay like, Dre, man, this feel real 2015-ish. I'm like, absolutely.
Yeah.
I knew right away, it's over. They done. We won.
Okay, and obviously that is the way that it played out, but I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's not that you know how to win these games and somebody else doesn't. It's that when you're faced with adversity, you have the ability to approach it in a much more calm way.
Yeah.
Maybe because you can reference something in the past, or maybe just because you're like, I don't have to worry about that. Like, I'm already a made guy. So in other words, we know the Niners keep getting these 10-point leads in the Super Bowl. Who are you more confident in if they're down by 10? Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes? Well, obviously it's Patrick Mahomes.
Because he's done it. Yeah.
He's done it.
A few times.
And in fact, the 49ers sort of have a thing about like when they're in known passing situations, Kyle Shanahan's offense is not as effective. So like, it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting concept. But to me, it's more just about the calm that you're able to achieve in the really, really stressful moments that come with this when they're not going well.
And 2022 is a good example because they can harken back to other moments they've had where they felt similarly in terms of what they were facing as a deficit, but also you can harken back to the muscle memory of what that was like. And I love that story Draymond told about going to Beale Street in Memphis when they're down 2-1 and they get a little barbecue and a couple of beverages and they realize, let's just, settle down. Let's relax. We're better. We go out there and we do what we do. And they won the last 3 games of that series and the rest is ongoing history. And so I do think that that's a big part of it. And for the Niners, they don't have that because you want to go back to the Super Bowl and the memories will be, like for Fred, your memories of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, my teammate was just running on the field and he collapsed and I ran over there and tried to help him. And then
they're bad. It's all bad.
The coin toss. We blew it and then we couldn't stop Mahomes even though we scored first in overtime. And all the rest of the things, the memories are not things that you can lean on as a springboard toward this year.
Think about George Kittle. He shows up last year with that famous moment from 4 years earlier where he's like, I will be back here. I will be back here. And then you get back there and you're like, all right, oof, we made it back. It's going to be different this time. Oof. You could argue it was even worse.
Even worse.
You could argue it's even worse. And so now this is what's interesting to me in this conversation is now, and it's a huge if, But if this group is to ever get back to a Super Bowl, now you have 2 battles to win. You have to beat the team that you're playing, and you've got to beat your own demons, because now it's happened twice.
Right.
And how are you feeling in that next Super Bowl when you go up by 10?
Well, especially if it's against that same guy, you know?
Yeah.
If you go up against Mahomes again, no matter how that goes, like if you face him again in the Super Bowl and them again, and Andy and Mahomes and whoever, you're going to have that same sort of PTSD feeling. Doesn't mean you can't go out there and win it. You don't have to be the Buffalo Bills. And if you look at Buffalo, and everyone wants to talk about how Buffalo lost 4 in a row, well, they really only, quote unquote, blew one. The Norwood miss kick was the one that they should have won. They were better in the rest of it. The next 3 years, they were heavy underdogs. Underdogs.
And got pummeled. And got pummeled. Yeah, right. Absolutely. We want to go to the phones, but there's one more, and this is Draymond talking about the window that is still there or not for the 49ers.
There's a know-how once you do it, and Steve Kerr knows how. And so he know when to press the button. He know when to make the adjustment. He knows when to do the thing because he know how to do it. And once you do it, it's just a feeling that you get of like, oh, that's that. Boom, no problem. We got this. We know to do that now. Once y'all do it, because I think y'all will, but I'll tell you this, y'all got to do it fast, man, because you can't keep missing the window. When you miss it, you get this window, and you got to kick that mother in. If you don't kick the window in, it's slammed shut.
Got you.
And I think y'all can do it, and y'all will do it, but y'all got to kick the window in. And once you do it once, it's way more likely for you to do it twice than for you to do it once. It's way more likely.
Pretty good.
No, and I love it. I like it.
It hits pretty hard.
It does.
It hits pretty. You can tell it's hitting Fred hard. This went from a podcast to. I mean, it sounded like a kid getting a lesson from a dad or
get
a teacher.
Him on the couch. Yeah. Therapy is what that was.
I got you. It's like, whoa, this got weird. It got different.
It got weird, but it also got inspirational. Yeah. And I think that Fred was hearing the message, which is get back there, get one, and then. You know, I don't give a bleep about that bleeping window. The window's open. And you mentioned it before. If you're going to sign a quarterback to a $50, $55, $60 million deal, that tells me that your window is open.
That's not the end of the window. That's the beginning.
And when you draft, I don't even know, 7 players who are now regular contributors to your team in 1 year, that tells me that the window's open. So you have a franchise QB. You have a monster draft class. You have a core of veterans who are still going to be here, and you have an amazing coach. Don't tell me that the window's closing.
The window's not closing. I'm with you. Lot more to say on this. Murph in the East Bay on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Murph, thanks for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Great conversation. Great show.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I just wanted to throw in, I think one of the things that hasn't been said yet is that if the Niners are in a situation where they want to win, whereas in Kansas City, you're talking about a team that expects to win. They've like you guys have kind of skated around it a little bit, but for the guys that are new in Kansas City, guys like Xavier Worthy and so on, they're there in a team that's already won without them. Now they're there and they know they've seen the history of it, and it's that trust in Mahomes that there's an expectation. I'm 55 years old. Back in the day, we had that same situation with the dynasty in San Francisco. As a fan, I expected once we got past the NFC Championship game, we're going to win that game because we had the guy. So just want to throw that out there. I think the expectation carries a lot of weight.
Murph, I think you're spot on. Thanks for the call. I mean, think about it. Right now, when the Niners get a lead, they start looking at each other, or at least us fans do. They're looking at each other like, oh, boy, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. How are we going to blow this one? Meantime, the Chiefs are over here. All of us think they've been outplayed in half their games, and what's happened? They've won them all.
All of them.
They're lining up to lose to a 35-yard field goal last week, and they block it.
Right.
And they're 9-0. There's something to be said for you go do what you mentally expect yourself to go do.
And I mentioned this to you earlier in the break. Last time against Seattle, you come out of the locker room, you score, you go up 23-3. Next thing you know, Lockett scores, it's 29-24. And now you need to scramble to hold on and win that game.
Yep, it's been almost all of them, except for the Patriots and the Jets, who are terrible teams. We're sponsored by Lucky California. All right, much more room for this conversation coming up next, 888-957-9570, but also playoff scenarios, which are somewhat on the line tonight, I think are more in the 49ers' favor than we've been giving them credit for. We'll get into that next. I think there's a fade the Dibber situation that looms.
Oh, boy.
Huh?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm down.
Don't lose 3 in a row.
I won't.
You will.
Probably.
Willard and Dibs.
Make it a holiday with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on Honeysuckle White Whole Frozen Turkey, 12 to 22.
I did it with a goat.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Doesn't bother me. I mean,
it should. It should.
Well, I did it with a goat.
Yeah. You then referenced something about your fraternity in college?
It's clear that the cadence of that line I'm delivering is Seussian, and it's clear that it was preceded by something that rhymes with goat. I did it with a goat. That makes it a little bit more uncomfortable, I'll be honest. That's okay.
All right.
Was that me or the goat?
All right. We don't need to.
That's a great question.
Seriously.
We don't need to go there.
What's wrong?
Crying out loud. I'm not going to let you distract the world from Fade the Dibbers in a 3-game losing streak.
I haven't lost 3 in a row.
You about to.
No, I got
about to.
The pick is in.
I don't even know what your pick is.
Oh, the pick is in, and the pick is obvious. This one is the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind.
Oh, when he says
Wesley
that, people,
Hoagland.
I want everybody to get out a paper and pen. Because when he says that, I could not be more excited to go the other direction.
You won't.
Oh, I will.
This one's easy. Well, all
right.
I don't want to give it away.
No.
Shout out Red Hot Chili Peppers. Give it away. Give it away.
Why don't you want to give it away? If we're going to go this deep into it, then let's just do it.
Then play that.
If the pick is in, then put the damn pick in.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it. You make money. Cash me out one time. It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick's stink.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
Well, the NFC East is getting together tonight on a Thursday night at the top of the division with 7-2 versus 7-3. A big showdown that absolutely affects the 49ers and their playoff positioning. We'll talk more about that in a second, but here we go. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders will be getting together, and the number is 3.5 in favor of those Eagles.
Yeah.
Dan?
Well, to me, it comes down to just one question, and it has to do with Washington, and it just is how you perceive the Commanders. Overvalued, overrated, or are they the real deal? And when I think about Washington this year, I would lean toward overvalued and a little bit of overrated. I think that they're a good team, but I also think that many people, you at the foremost part of this as a hater, are undervaluing Philadelphia. The biggest problem with Philadelphia is their head coach. And I know that that's a concern in any game because he's found a way to muck it up with an M.
Yep.
Although you could use the F instead of the M if you wanted to. I won't. I like my job. This is one of those tough ones because if Philadelphia is going to lose this game, it's probably because of that Nick with an N. You could use a D if you wanted. I won't because I like my job. For me, when push comes to shove, Washington is overrated. Steiny voice. I'm taking the Eagles and laying the 3.5 cuckoosh. And I knew you'd like it because you are in your essence, you're a Philadelphia Eagles hater.
Yes.
Take the Eagles, lay the 3.5. Cuckoosh.
I was so excited to hear.
Excuse me.
And I already knew.
Hold on.
No, you're going to do it 87 times. Why is it not okay for me to interrupt one of them? You're going to do it for the rest of the show.
Cuckoosh.
There you go.
Thank you. I just needed to have a clean cuckoosh. It's the Eagles 27, Washington 23. Cuckoosh.
Okay, now, I do want to throw out one qualification sensation.
You can't.
I can. Because
you're trying to split the baby.
I'm not trying to split the baby. I'm telling you where
the pick is in.
I'm fine, and I'm fading. I'm fading.
Of course you are, because you hate Philadelphia.
I'm telling you this right now. Every other book I've looked at tonight, other than the one that you guys use,
we all use it,
has the number at 4.
Okay.
I bet it at 4. I did it about 10 hours ago.
Right.
So what I don't want is tomorrow, if you come in here and it is 27-23, I ain't taking your L. I'm betting it at 4.
Whatever.
So for the,
I'm not worried about you.
I know you're not, but listen.
Fade the Dibber is fade the Dibber. It's not ride the Willard.
No,
which would be awkward. We'd be back to that goat
it's
thing
the same
again.
Damn thing if I'm fading. So I'm fading, and I want y'all to fade with me, but I'd like you to go find a book that can get you 4, because I think that's an important number here.
It is, but
That's
sports gambling is illegal in California, so I want to make sure that we're clear about that.
Well, then call your buddy who lives in Jersey.
Okay.
Whatever.
Just want to make sure that we're not out here violating rules and laws, because you know me, I'm a law abiter.
Oh, God.
Through and through.
Commanders +4. That's the pick.
Eagles -3.5 Kukush.
And that's fine. That's fine.
The pick is in.
That's your pick. I'm just telling you, I'm fading with a qualifier. I want the extra half point, and I think that all of you wonderful people out there can find it.
The fact that you need the extra half point is both sad and pathetic.
No, it's not. It's betting. It's gambling.
Well,
I want my half point. That's a big half point. That's a huge half point.
Well, I'm happy to not have to give that half point in case my prediction is true. 27-23.
Which is rare.
Which is a win.
It's rare.
It's rare that I get the score absolutely right.
It's
of
rare
course.
that you win.
I'm only 2 below 500. It's not that rare. Rare would be if I was 7-24. No, that would be rare.
It's unlikely.
Understand the definition of rare.
Listen, I'm going to state it the way.
Let's be fair about rare.
Listen, you have gotten lucky on many of the picks that you've gotten.
And
right.
I've also gotten unlucky on a few picks as well.
Disagree. But anyway, I love the Commanders tonight in this situation. Especially with the points, and especially seeing that a lot of the money today is coming in on Philadelphia. I love it. Absolutely love it. We're going to get a good look at these teams tonight. Now, here's the other thing that's interesting about it. If I'm a Niner fan, and I am, and I'm looking at this simply through that prism, I probably want the Eagles to win.
Yeah, because then Washington would be 7-4.
Washington would
Eagles
get
would
their
be
fourth loss.
8-2.
Yes. Now,
I get that.
Now, neither of them are on your schedule this year, so you're not going to get a chance to do the head-to-head thing. But I want to challenge something that I feel like, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like you've been saying for the better part of 3 to 4 weeks
or longer
that the wild card is kind of off the table for the 49ers.
Yes.
I reject that.
Yeah, okay.
Why do you think that the wild card is off the table?
Because I look at the teams right now who are in the wild card lead, and it's Washington with 7, Minnesota with 7, and Green Bay with 6 wins. So you're already a full game behind Green Bay. You get to play them. You are 2 behind Minnesota. They beat you.
Sure.
And you don't play Washington or Philly, who has 7. So for me, it looks like 11 wins is where the wild card line will be drawn. And I haven't gone through all the schedule permutations of every team, but based on where these teams are, it feels like 11-6 will be the line, and maybe it's 10-7. And if the Niners get to 10-7, then they're in a conversation. But unless you beat Green Bay, you would lose that conversation. You lose the Minnesota conversation, and conference record, you're 3-3. And right now, that is the number 1 tiebreaker for wildcard teams outside of head-to-head. And Washington and Philly are better than you. Minnesota's better than you. And those are, to me, things that make me think about a 10-7 Niner team not being a wild card.
You may be right, but I'm here to tell you it's not off the table. First of all, the Commanders, like looking only at the win column, is a little bit misleading because Washington has not had their bye yet. That's a week 14 bye. So to say that they have 7 and the Niners only have 5 is accurate, but the Niners haven't really had a chance to match that. In theory, they have the opportunity to only be a game back of Washington. And in fact, if the Eagles win tonight and the Niners win on Sunday, the Niners are only a half game back and they would have 1 more game to play. So in theory, they could tie Washington up just like that. Like that is within their power if Washington were to lose tonight. The way I look at the wild card structure, and you just mentioned it, they play Green Bay next week. They're allowed to win. I looked it up.
Of course.
They're allowed to win that game. So
they're allowed to run the table. They're also allowed to lose all the games.
Yes, if they run the table, they're going to win the division. But
the Commanders' schedule is pretty weak after the Eagles. They've got the Cowboys twice. They've got the Saints on the road and the Titans.
They got the Eagles again also.
They do, but you've got the Saints who have fired their coach and have largely waved the white flag. The Titans are terrible, and you've got the Cowboys twice with Trey Lance by the time you get to the end of the season.
Sure. No,
So, I mean,
listen, this is part of what I've been telling you all year long is that I think Washington is definitely a playoff team. I think that they're in a good spot tonight. However, Philadelphia is good. I just never think they're what they're cracked up to be.
Yeah.
But they're not awful. I mean, they're 7-2. They've won 5 games in a row. But here's kind of the way I look at it. Yes, Minnesota is 7-2, and they've got a game in hand on the 49ers because of tiebreaker. Even though I look at them right now and I don't see a team that's playing very well. That's Minnesota. That's them in this moment. I think they've already peaked. I think that 5-0 start was a little bit misleading, but yes, it's a playoff team. I also think Green Bay is definitely a playoff team. However, the Niners can match them and have the tiebreaker on them by simply winning next week at Lambeau Field. Not saying that's easy. It's super hard, but it's allowed and it's doable.
Yep.
I wonder, by the way, quick aside, in this moment, I know we got games to play this weekend, but if that game were tomorrow, who's favored?
Green Bay hosting the Niners?
Yeah.
The Niners.
You think?
Be probably 1 point either way.
Yeah.
Well, I look at a lot of the metrics, and, I'm a big fan of DVOA, defense adjusted value over average, and that stat, which is every play adjusted for defense and situation, that stat loves the Niners. Niners, I think, are still
a top
number 5 in football in DVOA. Green Bay's good, and I also think that if you want to go straight up matchups, their quarterback, he's getting healthy, and I still think that Brock is better. And I look at Green Bay and their defense. I don't think that their defense is that terrific.
Nothing special. Yeah,
it's a pretty even matchup, I think. And the Niners have, in my eyes, the coaching advantage in that matchup.
Hang on, let me look at. Are we close enough to get a weather report? It's about 10 days out, right?
Should be, yeah.
About 10 days out?
Yeah, no doubt.
Let me see if I can do, hold on. This is Green Bay, Wisconsin, and then we got to do the whole, the look ahead here.
So what, Sunday the 24th?
Yeah.
Correct.
He's doing his Natalie Merchant here about the weather.
Partly cloudy.
Partly cloudy, and no like a 12% chance of precipitation. So, no problem. Win the game.
Well,
no snow.
And that if it is wet, then
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, exactly. You might as well go to the backup because Brock Purdy.
I'm sorry, did Brock Purdy and Jordan Love not play one another in the rain earlier this year?
And
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy.
You got sunned by Greg Cosell on your bad weather question.
Oh, there was by the way, the upset of all upsets.
Yeah.
In today's matchup between Greg and Dan.
Did I get the win?
I lost. So. I don't know. I don't know who won between you and Greg, but I know that I lost.
That's tough.
He didn't like my Nick Bosa.
No.
And he didn't like my weather question. I'd ask him again, though. I still think Nick Bosa looked awful last week. You can tell me he's the same guy. You can tell me that Baker Mayfield got rid of the ball real quick. I can tell you that I saw somebody that wasn't getting by his man, and he's Nick Bosa. I don't think he looked like himself last week.
I think that he was.
I'm allowed to have that opinion.
You sure can. Yeah. And, I like to go to the PFF numbers on these things, and I look at the PFF numbers from Nick Bosa, and he was a 65.4. Which is not great by Nick's standards.
For him. Yes.
He was the 6th highest rated Niner on defense. He was one click above Grandy's hater target, Devondre Campbell, who's been playing much better. And I'm still waiting.
I haven't hated on him for a while.
Well, he's been playing much better.
But you haven't praised him. And that is...
You get to praise him like you should.
Thank you. And that to me is a little bit of a disappointing part of Mark Grandy's game.
If I don't mention him during grades, it's because he didn't do anything terrible.
Right.
That sounds like a compliment in and of itself.
It's not only in grades because, I listen to Overtime and I listen to the Football Hour. I'm a huge Grandy acolyte, and I'm still waiting for those times when you say, you know what, Devondre Campbell's actually playing some good football.
I think if you were actually a huge Grandy acolyte, you would just take his content in and not tell him what to say.
I'm not telling him what to say. I'm expressing my disappointment in what I hear him not say.
All right.
I'm not telling him what to say. He doesn't have to point out that for the last 3 games, he has gotten gradually better, and he's been not only not a negative, but quietly a bit of a positive on this defense. You don't have to mention that. I can be disappointed, though, that you don't.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to be disappointed,
Randy,
am I not?
I'm not disappointed at all. I don't think that when someone is, quote, a bit of a positive, that's something that we should go on and on about on the radio.
Just stand on it.
Stand on what you say.
Stand on what you do.
There you go.
You should, when you go out of your way to bury him And week 4 against New England, PFF grade 40.5, variable. Then 51.5, 57, 60.7, 62.5, 64.4. You wouldn't hear that, though, from him.
Shut the hell up.
Yeah, thank you, Getty.
I have the look-ahead line, by the way, for the Packer game. That's coming up.
We're getting off topic. I was right. Nick Bosa wasn't very good last week.
Well, you should have said that to Greg Cosell.
I did.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
I stood on what I said.
You did not.
I stood on what
you do.
I told him. I circled back and I said, but look, Greg, you can say they got rid of the ball. My eyes told me Nick didn't look like himself. Greg kind of took it as if I was saying Nick's like not a good player now because he was 2 weeks ago. No, Nick is Nick. He's one of the best pass rushers in the game.
Yep.
I don't believe he looked like himself last weekend against Tampa Bay.
And that's fair. And according to PFF, and again, all you PFF haters,
yes,
you can take this for however you want to take it, but it is a metric, as we always say. He's played 9 games this year, and his 65.4 rating is his 9th highest. 9th highest.
So never mind.
He was a 69.9 against the Rams.
Never mind. I'm not taking the L. Greg gets the L. I was right. Nick Bosa looked like crap last week compared to his normal self.
The real takeaway is I get the W because he
he
continually agreed with my incredibly astute analysis. And you don't like to acknowledge it because I eat tape like he eats tape.
That's gross.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I have the look-ahead line if you want before we close the door on this.
We're not closing any doors. I'd love to hear the look-ahead line.
What do you think it is? It's this is from Covers.com, Week 12, Niners at Packers.
And you're sure this wasn't the preseason look-ahead line?
No, I'm looking at it from Covers.com, posted yesterday by Jason Logan, senior betting analyst. It's time to play my favorite game. Guess that. Look ahead line.
I'll go Niners by 1.5. Maybe 2.
Oh, man.
Niners by 2.
I hate to see that. Sorry to hear it.
What
Thank you for playing. You'll get a box of rice-a-roni and a copy of our home game. Packers by 1.5.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
Packers are favored.
Packers favored by 1.5. As of now, with an over-under of 48.
People are mad at the Niners. I don't like it.
Well,
they're disappointing. They are.
A little bit.
They are. Even when they win, they don't do what you think that they should be doing.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of gambling lines is just our perceptions. And you can say that we're a snooty fan base, and you're probably right. But the bottom line is almost every week you walk away from a Niner game, whether they won or not, and you're like, good Lord, what were you doing?
Right.
Right. And I actually think that's fair. It's not to say that you're a bad football team or, remember that whole conversation about an embarrassing win? It's not that either. It's simply a matter of you let other teams hang around longer than they should. You almost cough things up. Sometimes you do. And even when you don't, you almost do. And it's uncomfortable. Their last 2 football games with a bye week squeezed in between, both had fourth quarters get very uncomfortable when there had no business being like that.
Yeah.
None.
And same thing with the Seattle game.
Yeah.
And we were talking off the air about how that game went, and you get the kickoff to start the second half, and you get a 10-yard pass to Kittle to go up 23-3. 23-3 over Seattle, and you were dominant throughout the half, and you're thinking, okay, Ottoman game. What are we doing for the rest of this? And then Laviska Shenault goes 97 yards to his house, and all of a sudden it's a ball game, and then you punt, and you punt again, and they score, and oh my God, here we go again.
So, back to the issue at hand.
Let's do it.
The wild card is still totally on the table because let's just play a couple scenarios. Let's say the Eagles win tonight, the Commanders fall to 7-4, 49ers win this weekend, they're 6-4. And the Commanders will still have a bye week coming up 4 weeks from now. I'm actually bummed about it because it's the last week of the fantasy regular season, and Jaden Daniels is one of my quarterbacks on one of my fantasy teams. So anyway, that's coming. It's looming. That's why I know this. But if I say the Lions, let's say they win the NFC North, and let's say that Minnesota at 7-2 is also going to be the owner of a playoff team. And actually, let me go ahead and give one to Green Bay too. All 3 of them, they're in. Okay? That leaves one wild card spot. And I would argue whoever loses between the Eagles and Commanders and whoever loses between the Cardinals and the 49ers that's one spot for two teams, and one of them's going to get it. And the 49ers absolutely could get it. And by the way, I shouldn't even be giving a spot to Green Bay yet, because the 49ers could be ahead of them in as soon as 10 days in the standings. So I look at it as, because I think Detroit is definitely in, and then again, I don't know who wins tonight. I actually very well think it might be Washington, but whoever wins the East, they're going to do their thing, and let's pretend Detroit does their thing. Then I think there's 3 wild card spots for 4 teams. And just as an example, Washington, Minnesota, Green Bay, and then the loser of the San Francisco-Arizona race. 3 spots, 4 teams. The Niners are in that bucket still, very much so.
And I'm looking at NFL.com, and they ran simulations courtesy of Next Gen Stats.
You know what those are?
It's a simulation sensation is what it is, Mark, with a K. And thank you, Mark, with a C, for cashing that out. Right now, the Lions have a greater than 99% chance. Eagles are at 92. This is just to make the playoffs.
Okay.
The Vikings are at 92.
Okay.
Falcons 81. And then you get to the Commanders at 77, the Packers at 72, the Cardinals 59, the Niners also at 59.
59.
And then you get to the Rams, Seahawks, and the Bucks are actually 39%, division only. Rams and Seahawks are about 10, so it really is, Niners in Arizona. But you're right about, them maybe being able to pick off the other team in the North.
It's possible. And and we're also sitting here today with what we don't know. One of these teams could have a quarterback break a leg.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? Like, there is so much football left. We're barely past the halfway point. And so anything could happen to one of these teams. But I do think this 4-game win streak from the Arizona Cardinals was unexpected. And it has changed those analytics that you just read, those percentages. Because it's 2 weeks ago, it was like the Cardinals, Rams, and Seahawks are all like 25%, and the Niners are at like 70%. Because everyone's like, well, the Niners will win that division. And the Niners haven't lost a game since that happened. But what's different? Why did the percentages change? Well, the Cardinals rolled through 4 games. Let's be real. No real good teams in there. But except for the Chargers, they beat the Chargers. And that was like one eyebrow up, but that only got them to 3-4. Then they go to Miami and win on a last-second field goal. Chicago and the Jets, bad football teams, but they beat them handily. Like, you want to have an interesting, dive off into stats? Go look at Kyler Murray's season. Remember at the beginning of the year when we're like, is he good? He's good. He looks to me like a player who has grown, for sure. Now, their schedule gets more interesting real soon. They're off this week. Then they got to go to Seattle and go to Minnesota, back-to-back weeks. And then Seattle comes to them. Now, if they lose those 2 in a row, those are tough road trips. If they lose both of those and they're 6-6 in 3 weeks, different conversation. But if they even win one of them, they're going to pop out of all that with back-to-back games against the Patriots and the Panthers. And I'll tell you right now, the Cardinals winning double-digit games is very much on the table.
Yeah.
It is on the table.
And that's the beauty of being a last-place team and then going in and having that last-place schedule. You get a great advantage.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We are about 25 minutes away from letting you hear our conversation earlier today when Kavon Looney crashed the crossover. It was a ton of fun. So you're going to want to hear that. But exactly. 4 dudes interviewing one guy. It was fun. But also coming up next, that number 2 scorer that the Warriors have been wanting for a couple years. I get it. They're 9-2. Everybody's happy. But is this roster enough for something in June? Is the number 2 scorer currently on the Warriors roster? We'll take your calls on that. Talk it out a little bit. 888-957-9570, the number, Willard and Dibs. Put the damn pick in.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for...
and I want y'all to fade with me.
How high are you right now?
I'm high, bro.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Did Buddy Hield spill the beans? They're good beans, though, I think, based on the DeAnthony Melton injury news. A sprained ACL. Nobody likes to see the letters ACL together when there's news about one of their players who matters. And I really like DeAnthony Melton, the way that this has started. I really like him. But he is out tomorrow, sprained ACL. They're going to do some tests and get some more information here soon. Doc Pandia told us earlier today that normally if this is your garden variety grade 1 sprain, that's 10 to 14 days. I guess Buddy Hield told Monty Poole and others assembled, quote, for him to be out a couple of weeks. We just got to stay the course with him and keep his faith. And when he comes back, he'll be better than ever.
Yeah, should be.
Yeah.
And it's early in the year, and you've got strength in numbers, so you don't really have to worry too much about it. And if you lose Steph Curry for that period of time, well, now it's a different calculus, although this year 3-0 when Steph was unable to play.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's not good news that he's hurt, but when you hear that he's hurt, if it is going to be just that kind of garden variety thing and they hope he'll be back in a couple of weeks, then that doesn't hurt you too bad. And there are some softer spots on the schedule in the next couple of weeks that the Warriors might be able to do some things. They've got Memphis tomorrow night. We'll be taking you all the way up to that basketball game right here on Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game. And glad you're with us. And hey, Warrior fans, while we got you, what about this? And this is something we've been thinking about ever since Tim Kawakami came on with us yesterday. And we said, hey, at the beginning of the year, everyone's like, 12-man rotation, this team is built for a trade. They're built for it. They got so many playable players. They did not extend Kuminga. They are all set up to give Steph whatever he needs and be prepared and flexible and all of that if they feel like that's going to put them over the top. And then the Warriors have come out, and I don't care how big of a stan or a fan you are, you're surprised by 9-2. You're surprised by road wins in Boston and Oklahoma City and all of that stuff.
No doubt. No doubt. Both of those probably. And, you might have thought, they could win one of the two. And we talked about the road trip and then the Dallas game on the back end and 6 games. And 3-3 would be great. If you could go 3-3 and that's 6, that would be found money. And then they went 5-1. And the win at Boston for me is the most remarkable, just the way they went about it.
Totally.
And I know that Jaylen Brown was out and Porzingis is always out, and so they didn't play, but you can only handle who's on your schedule at that time, and to go in there in that spot, a team that went 37-4 last year at home and win that game, impressive no matter what.
And have them make the run at you and take the lead, and then, right, find it deep down in you to pull back up on top and win that game in the end. I'm with you completely. So what that led to was this question, which I think is going to be relevant for months. There's this tiny little spot, this slot that the Warriors need to be in order for their fan base to want to make a big trade. If the Warriors are sitting at around 500, you're like, well, why would you gut everything to go for it? You're not good enough. But what about this? Are they too good? Are they so good that you're like, why would you break this up? So that's the question we asked Tim Kawakami yesterday. With regard to, hey, is 9-2 potentially too good for the Warriors to end up wanting to improve themselves?
I think what it does, it takes them out of the market for like a Jimmy Butler, who I never was high on as a trade candidate for them this time around. I think he's a little too old. I think he's going to want a contract. I think they want to get a younger player if they're going to do that. Giannis is right in the middle of his prime. That's just about as old as you want to get. Obviously, he's an incredible player. If not, then you want to get a younger player, just a real quality 1B scorer. I think they might need that. We saw the second unit kind of get bounced around by Dallas in the second half last night. Just didn't have that one guy. Now, listen, that's hard to get. Not many people have that guy. But I think they still can do that, or they cannot do it. It's optionality. You can look for a trade that is the best thing for your team at this moment, and maybe Kuminga's contract is something you don't want to worry about at the end of the year. Or if you don't do it, okay, you keep Kuminga and Moody and Wiggins or whoever else you'd have to trade in order to get that, and you ride with what you got. It's looking pretty good right now. Steve Kerr, figure it out. go with a long rotation, work out different combinations. I think what this start is doing is giving them the ability to do either thing instead of feeling incredibly pressured. Just, we got to make a trade. And what if the trade's not there? And the trade may not be there.
Okay, so I think that's all agreeable there at the end. Like, the trade may not be there. You're good enough so that you don't have to force it. But what if we asked our listeners right now, 888-957-9570, what you've seen so far with the Warriors? Do you believe it is just going to be stay the course the whole time? Or do you believe at some point, if they really want to contend, they're going to have to improve themselves? I sort of, at this moment, I lean that way, even though emotionally, my God, I love this team. I love the way they play. I love who they are. I love all the guys on it, the homegrown feel of the whole thing. I really dig it, and I wish they didn't have to break it up. But, Dibs, what I saw the other night, which was a wonderful night and a great watch for everyone, I saw tucked into there, I saw last year's Warriors. I saw them flash themselves in front of me a few times, which was that when Steph was not on the basketball court, they stalled. They stalled, and they couldn't score, and Dallas started to run away from them.
It got a little scary there in the second quarter, and you and I were both there. And, early on, the first unit looked good. The second unit came in, and it was shaky, and that's where normally it's Buddy time and Kuminga time, and Jonathan Kuminga was much better in the second half than he was in the second quarter, but it just didn't really materialize in that way on that night. And I'm just looking at the second quarter numbers. Trace Jackson-Davis was a minus 14 in 3 minutes. He played 3:15.
Wait a minute. You're talking about just in the second quarter?
Second quarter.
Good Lord.
3 minutes and 15 seconds of TJD, minus 14. Buddy was a minus 14 in 5 minutes. Pods was a minus 13 in 5.5 minutes. So I'm going to chalk that up to just a bad night for the second group. DeAnthony Melton was a minus 6 in 9 minutes. I know he started, but he came in and played a lot of that quarter. And for the most part, everyone was bad. Steph and Draymond were both a plus 3 in about half the quarter. So it was really the first half of that quarter that they couldn't get a bucket.
Well, Steph and Dre came in late and sort of
about
pushed
halfway
it
through,
right.
yeah,
they
exactly.
pushed it back. I think they were down by 4 at halftime. They pushed it back a little bit and kept it close, which was helpful. But that's kind of my point. Like, again.
Yeah, and you're not wrong.
The alarms are not going off. I just saw, in a small sample, I saw flashes of last year's Warriors.
I totally get that.
Where you're like, hold on a second, this is it. This is in the mud, and that's not going to contend.
It's not. If that's the way you play in second quarters, then no, you're not going to contend. I do think that their second unit has been better than that. I also want to look at this from a macro standpoint and look at what it would mean to not make a move or make a move. If you make a move and you take 3 or 4 players and a pick or 2 and you shovel them out and bring in a big boy, okay, you're kind of putting your eggs in the basket for this year. And if it doesn't work out, and let's just use Giannis as an example.
Sure.
You bring in a $48 million Giannis and it doesn't work out. Well, now his salary goes up next year and you probably are going to be hamstrung unless you want to go up into that second apron and you lose the flexibility that you have right now. Or you stand pat with what you have and you hope that between your 12 or 13 guys, you can find 9 or 10 by April who are really rock solid, reliable. And then if it doesn't work out, you go into the offseason and you've got so much flexibility because Melton comes off the books and Kuminga potentially would come off and Moody's in a great controllable number. Pods is still making peanuts. GP2 is gone. Looney's gone. And you go into the offseason with a boatload of flexibility.
Yeah, Giannis is alluring and terrifying at the same time. I mean, y'all saw him last night, right? He got 59 points.
That's all?
59. You know how many threes he hit to achieve 59 points? You ready? 1.
Yep.
1. 59 points without hitting any threes.
That's crazy.
16 to 17 from the free throw stripe, Dibs. It's going to take the Warriors a month and a half to hit 16 free throws.
Yeah.
21 to 34 from the field. He had a teammate go for 29 and he outscored him by 30.
It's crazy.
So he's totally alluring, but my concern is you got the roster to get him. And now you've lost depth and your future and all of that. And so I get it. This is going to be a huge push-pull, I think, for the Warriors all year long. And by the way, we don't even know how available Giannis is yet.
And that's fair.
The Bucks are 4-8. They're 4-8. You know, they had to grind out an overtime win over Detroit last night with Giannis scoring 59. Does that sound like something he wants to stick around for?
It's a lot.
I got to do that so that we can grind out overtime at home against the Pistons? Not an ideal scenario for Giannis.
Not at all.
Let's hear from the people. Josh 580. Hey, Josh, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
What's going on, guys? I think it's an interesting conversation and an interesting point where they're at in the season with how they're playing, because the Warriors' motto has always been strength in numbers. That's how they always have won. Even when they had KD, they still kind of had strength in numbers to a certain extent. But I think the only person that makes sense for if they do trade is Giannis, right? There's no other star that's really impactful enough to make them better than what they are that's out available. I was trying to go through my mind of the different names of different star players. There's not really anybody I can think of. Anybody who's a young star is already the focal point of their team. That's the older star is almost too old. So it's only Giannis they could get. And if you do get Giannis, you do get better because you got to have Steph or Giannis in the game at any time. So you always got firepower, and they have enough depth that they give away 3 or 4 pieces. They still have pieces to work with, and it's Giannis. You know what I'm saying? So he's the only person that it makes sense to trade for. Anybody else, don't do it because you're good. Giannis makes sense because he's a star. He's the plan after Steph. When Steph leaves 3 or 4 years from now, you have your succession plan already built in, and you can continue to work with that. But any other star doesn't really give you that. So Giannis is the only one that makes sense. Otherwise, keep it how it is.
Josh, thanks. I get it. Let's react to that here in a sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Sure, Giannis makes you better. Who's playing the wings? I got Steph, I got Draymond, I got Giannis.
Yep.
Who are my other two?
Well, Wiggins, he'd probably be part of the trade. Kuminga,
gone.
He's probably part of the trade. Moody, he might be part of the trade. And I just am on the trade machine trying to play and tinker, and I just tried a Wiggins, Kavon, Kuminga, Moody trade.
How'd it go? For
Giannis coming back, and the Warriors can't acquire that much more salary. That would be 48.7 in, 47.7 out.
Yep, no, they need one more player.
And also Milwaukee, though, can't take on a certain amount more than what they give out. So it's very
super complex.
Very precarious. But for me, the centerpiece of this is Wiggins. It's probably Wiggins, Kuminga, and whatever else makes it work.
At least two more.
Probably a pick or two.
Yep.
So, yeah, you get Giannis, and that's great. And he's super fun and awesome. And so now you got Steph, Dre, and Giannis for the next few years, and not much else because you're probably going to be back in that second apron, which limits what you can do in future trades and future drafts and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I've also always said, I really am a big believer that continuity wins in the NBA. And so my real concern also is even if you're that's okay, you can, you know what I mean, Pods and Kyle Anderson and DeAnthony Melton, and you can get him in there. And can you? Because no matter what you do, if you make a move like that, you've got to get everybody to sort of relearn what they're doing and work together. And that defensive rotation needs to work and everything. And maybe the star factor of someone like Giannis is big enough so that it works, but maybe not. It's a real roll of the dice. I don't even know if it's available, and I don't know how long this is going to go. We're having this conversation when they're 9-2.
Right.
What if they're 25-5?
Sure.
What if they're crushing it?
Yeah.
As we approach the halfway point. Well, then, you do get to a point where you're don't mess with this. It's too good.
I think we're already nearing that. To me, we're nearing it because of the way that they've gone about being 9-2. They wanted to play fast, and they're playing fast, and they will play faster. They wanted to defend better, and they're the second best team defensively in points allowed in the association. So the defense has been better, and the vibe, you mentioned it. The vibes right now,
impeccable.
Super good.
Yeah.
I tried one more while we were there with the caller. Wiggins, Melton, Kuminga, and Gee for Giannis, and that works.
That works.
So now you're going to have to shovel a couple of picks.
Does Milwaukee want to do that?
Maybe Kuminga.
Yeah, Kuminga.
Kuminga and Wiggins.
Wiggins.
Well,
I would like Melton on an expiring mid-level. Guy Santos, if I'm Milwaukee, that's just filler.
Right. Honestly, it would be and probably 2 picks or more.
Like if I'm Milwaukee, I'm like, no, let's talk about Pods and Moody, not Guy and Melton.
Depends on what you're thinking about in terms of a rebuild.
For sure.
And according to John Hollinger, because the Hollinger trade machine analysis already popped up, the Warriors are 6 wins worse by making this trade.
Oof.
The Bucks are 6 wins better. According to Hollinger's analysis.
I mean, I do think that the Warriors, like, if for it to go this way, this is odd. Like, they're going to have to play a little worse than they are now.
Right.
You keep doing this, then people are going to want to ride it out, themselves included. Dre in Oakland is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dre, what's good?
What's going on? What's going on?
How are you?
I just wanted to weigh in real quick. I think pretty good. I think you guys touched on a lot of the points. I say just make the decision and say no trade. I'm not going to say no trade at all, but no blockbuster trade. If, you want to make a little things here and there, fine. But, I mean, I'm even going to stick to that even if we go through a bad stretch and people aren't scoring. I still say stand pat just because the market dictates. And the market's saying that guy is not out there. He's not out there. And if you think about it, the guy you would be looking for, he's already on your roster. And it's going to be a 50-50 take. But Jonathan Kuminga, is there another guy out there that can score like Jonathan Kuminga, that can play D like Jonathan Kuminga? He's already on your roster. Andrew Wiggins is that guy. He's already on your roster. The market dictates he's not out there. Giannis doesn't work. I love Giannis's game. He doesn't work. He doesn't work from a money standpoint. I don't even think he works from a Warriors system standpoint. Love him. Would love to have him. He doesn't work. So that's a pie in the sky.
Yeah, Dre, thanks for the call. You might be right, but here's my response to the idea of Kuminga and Wiggins and the guy that you're looking for is already on the roster. We did this all last year. Do the Warriors have their number 2? Well, gosh, you want it to be Wiggins. Well, he's going through something. Okay, you want it to be Kuminga. Well, God, he's not playing defense, and he's mad at the coach or whatever. I like the start that I've seen from both this year. That's good. But what you're looking for in the playoffs as far as number 1 and number 2 scorers in the NBA is consistency. That's what sets those guys apart. You don't need, when you buy a ticket, you're not worried about whether or not Steph is going to get 25. You already know. It is turnkey. And that's what is missing with Kuminga and Wiggins, is the consistency to know that they're going to be able to do that every night. Can Kuminga knock down the three-point shot with consistency? Can he make good decisions around the rim with consistency? Andrew Wiggins and the word consistency, my God. Like, it's literally been the bane of his existence. So that's the concern there. You'd love it if one or both of them can show that they can do it every night.
And I think you're getting closer to that with Andrew Wiggins. And part of it with Wiggins has not been a lack of consistency. He's been consistently underwhelming, I think, the last couple of years. And Kuminga, I find him really starting to get comfortable. And maybe it is a bench role that allows him to just come in and play ball and not feel the pressure of, I'm out here as a starter with Steph and Draymond. How do I fit in? I saw him the other night come off the bench and be assertive and be forceful and play with that freedom that you need a young athletic player to play with.
All right, we're going to keep going with your phone calls on this throughout the hour. 888-957-9570. But especially if you are a Warrior fan, you will love this. We want to have this for you, our conversation from earlier today with Kavon Looney. And it wasn't just like any other conversation that we might have on the show, because this one happened right in the middle of the crossover, which, if you're not familiar with it, happens at about 1:45 every weekday, where all 4 of us, me, Dibs, Steiny, and Goo, get in the room and let it rip. That's our little party every day. And Kavon Looney, crashed the party. We started it off by saying, hey, Kavon, have you ever been interviewed by 4 radio dorks at the same time before?
No, I haven't. It's my first time. So
look at that.
I heard it's a new thing. Y'all be all in there at one time.
So tell us about a 12-man rotation. and the sustainability of this and how the guys are handling that as a group?
I think everybody's handling it well. It's a little different. Everybody wants to play a lot of minutes, but I think everybody's been sacrificing and buying in. We've been winning games, and we've been playing our style of basketball, which is playing fast and really pushing the pace. And so everybody knows when they go out there that you got to play as hard as they can and for their time that they're getting. So it's been cool. I think it's sustainable. It's a long season. It's going to be ups and downs. Guys are going to be in and out of the lineup with injuries and different things like that. So we're deep, and you got to stay ready and just keep buying in.
Yeah, it's a little bit like a 4-man radio rotation, and we do this every day at 1:45, Kavon. And sometimes it's my day, sometimes it's Guru, and I kind of feel like I'm the Kavon Looney of this little segment because some days I'm a monster, some days I lay back. How do you, as Kavon Looney, and the Kavon Looney of the Warriors, how do you pick your spots and realize when it's your game and maybe when it's not your game?
I think that's more on the coach. If it's going to be my game or not. I try to just go out there when I get my time. I try to make the most of it, try to have an impact. I kind of can tell by how the matchups are if I'm going to be used more, but I just try to go out there and just be me to the best of my ability, and hopefully it works out for me. And the last couple games has been I played last game a lot. The game before I didn't get in at all, so you got to stay ready and stay sharp mentally.
Hey, Loon, I got to do this for my son. We forget basketball. It's about hair. We go back to when you had waves and the low cut. But now you're long, hair long like Rapunzel. Can you give my son some tips? Because he see you at the free throw line. He like, Dad, I'm trying to get like Loon. You out there banging. How many years have you been letting it grow?
Man, I think it's my third year.
You out there
I never thought I would be here. I thought I was always going to have short hair. During the pandemic, I said, forget it. I'm just going to grow it out. So it's been working for me.
Yeah, you're looking sharp, man. You're looking sharp.
There's one thing that I don't like, Kavon.
Oh
boy. It's false advertising. And I'm looking at your numbers right now. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You're having a nice little year. That's great.
Right.
When are you going to take a three? You said you were going to take threes. I see 0 for 0.
I told you I wasn't going to force it. I was going to get it in the flow, and the flow hasn't been going my way for the three. So now hopefully these next couple of games I got to get one up. And if I don't get one up by December, then Steve might not let me get them up the rest of the season. So I got to show I can do it now.
I mean, in 2021, you took 17 threes. You got to get back on that pace.
Looney.
I don't remember that.
I'm not on a good pace right now, but I'm gonna get there.
Kavon, actually, you know what's funny? And I don't to that end, and I don't know how many people have done this. I don't know how many people saw you play at UCLA. You are such a different player. Like you do have that jumper in you. That was the norm back with the Bruins, man. So what is the evolution of your game from that time?
Just having to adapt to a different team. Back when I was in college and high school, we didn't play a lot of motion. It was kind of a lot of standstill offense. I didn't have a Steph Curry running around and Klay and Buddy Hill, different guys like that. And so the game was easier just to make reads. And if I was open, shoot it, and that was it. Now, since I've been with the Warriors, we play a lot faster, a lot more movement. And I'm kind of playing the center, and my job is kind of connect the offense, to move the ball from side to side, get my shooters open, and they go hit me in the pocket. And I got to roll. We playing with a guy like Steph, he don't need you to pop. He needs you to roll, and so he calls so much attention. He needs an outlet for the ball. So different things like that kind of changed the way I approach the game. And so I still work on my jump shot. I have faith in it, but a lot of times it's not called for me to shoot. A lot of times I get it, I'm open. Steve wants me to go to the next option and hand it off to Buddy, and he's usually open. So that's how our offense runs. That's how our offense flows, and it worked. I don't want 3 championships playing that way, so it's kind of hard to turn it off.
Yeah, kind of hard when you've got 3 rings because of it. And a guy that you played against on Tuesday had the 4 rings. What was that like for you to see Klay out there rocking 31 for the Mavericks?
It was extremely weird. When they announced Kyrie Irving and he said number 11, it was like you just assumed it was going to be Klay coming out to 11. But it was weird to see him in a different jersey, a different uniform. But the game was a lot of fun. That's what I expected it to be like. With those, Steph, Draymond, Klay, none of them want to lose to each other in cars. They don't want to lose in shooting competition. They don't want to lose in a race. So I know in a game like that, it was going to be a lot of fun, a lot of juices, a lot of trash talk, and I think it lived up to the hype.
Looney, let me ask you about just coming to work, because we always act like we know, but we don't know what really goes on, inside the locker rooms and the inner workings. But it's no secret the last couple of years that, it's been off just a tad bit. But you guys added 3 new players, and it seems like the connectivity is just on 1,000. Can you just speak to how fast that manifested? Was that the trip to Hawaii, or because it just looks like you guys are just having a blast?
Definitely. I think the trip to Hawaii helped. But after last season, after not making the playoffs, everybody had to look at each other in the mirror and hold each other accountable and hold themselves accountable. Last year wasn't up to our standards. We was above 500. We had a decent record, but we didn't make the playoffs. And we were talking about winning championships. To not even make the playoffs was something that none of us foresaw. So this off season, I think everybody locked in and put all their egos and stuff to the side. And when we came in, everybody was buying in. We listened to our coaching staff, and we got our identity back, and we just got out there playing with joy, and I think it shows. The new guys came in and brought a different energy, brought a new life. The young guys got better, and I think everything is starting to click at the right time. And we know it's a long season. It's only been 11 games, and we got a lot more to prove, but we like the way we're playing, and we're off to a good start.
Kavon Looney joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me quick ask you about this 11-man, 12-man rotation. When Steve Kerr said, I'm gonna try to do this, give me, and now, you watch, the people on TV and they say it's not sustainable. But my question to you is, what would be the reasons it works, and what would maybe be a reason that it might not work?
I think it all falls on the players. If we want it to work, it can work. If we buy in that we're going to make the most of our time and not complain about minutes, not complain about not getting enough time or not starting, that could where it could be problems when guys start complaining and bickering about things. But if we all buy into the system and buy into that, this 12-man rotation is going to make us win, and that we're all going to chip in and wait on our turn, I think it's going to work. So I think it's all based on the players and based on our belief in the system and us buying in. I think we've been buying in so far, and that's why it's been working.
Kavon, with 4 different hosts asking you questions, that gave me a moment to do a little internet research while I was waiting for my turn to come back around over here. Which is rare. So yeah, exactly. Super weird. But I wonder, do you know off the top of your head what your career 3-point percentage is?
My career?
Yes.
I think you might have brought it up last time I talked to you. Like 17% or something.
Now I'm that guy. Now I'm that guy. Do you know?
Yeah, it was like 18% or something crazy like that, right?
Do you? It is 16.7 at this hour.
Yeah, you said I was like 16 for 41 or something like that.
I've got you at 10 for 60. I've got you at 10 for. But do you remember the last one you hit though?
Actually, I don't. It's probably been. No, I don't. 2 years ago, maybe?
I've got you going back to the 2020-21 season when you hit 4 of them that year.
Yeah. Every other three out of shots since then was probably a half-court shot, so you can't hold that percentage.
Yeah, no, and we don't, Kavon. I wondered, some guys know more about their stats than others, and I didn't figure you to be a box score guy, actually.
Nah, I know I didn't shoot a lot of them. I don't count none of my threes. The last 3 years, I don't remember shooting any, so I don't count them.
For me,
now, I'm paying attention. I'm still 0-0. So
yeah, I love it. We're all dying to see the next one, and I can't help but think about you with the 2, not the 2 at the rim, but the mid-range 2. Are you more comfortable now this year shooting that 12 to 18 footer?
Definitely. I've been comfortable, but this summer I worked on my shooting a lot. I feel a lot comfortable shooting those shots. Just trying to pick the right spot to shoot them. In this new NBA, the long twos in the mid range is not something you want to get every time. You want to, we want to shoot a lot of threes. We want to play fast. We want to play at the rim. So I try to pick and choose my spots when I get those shots up. But I'm definitely comfortable shooting there.
Looney, I know it's early, but I got a question. I got to be real. I've been complaining about, every time the Warriors play another team, a star or a couple guys are out. I'm just curious, the inner workings, how soon of the team that you're playing do you find out who's not available? How does that work? And do you think the NBA's got a problem? Because every other night, Looney, everybody you play, every time you play somebody, somebody's out. Have you noticed that?
Right. Definitely. No, we usually, we plan for one thing during our walkthrough, and then we won't know until about 30 minutes before the game when we do into our last little film session that who's actually starting and who's playing or not. So it definitely changes things, and it's definitely something that has been a problem for the league. They've been trying to fix, but sometimes it's just guys been hurt. This year, I don't think guys did rest, and I think guys have really been hurt, and that's sucks to see that sometimes it's just like freak injuries happen in the game of basketball. So you hope to get everybody out there and playing at full strength. We've been having some injury luck, bad luck. Steph missed a couple games, and Mel missed some time. So it's been it's tough, but hopefully everybody can be healthy and we can see the matches that everybody wants to see. That's what makes the NBA great. Everybody wants to see the stars versus stars, and I think we need to figure a way to fix that.
We have a little mystery right now in the Bay Area. Perhaps you could help us solve it, Kavon.
Oh, sure.
What was Steph Curry screaming into the camera? What did he say?
Great question.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what he said. I know a little bit what he said, but I don't know if I can cuss on the radio. He did say some cuss words.
Yeah.
This is my house. I know he said that. But before that, I don't really know what he said. He was doing a lot of screaming, a lot of celebrating, and Draymond probably let you know in his podcast coming up. So.
Come on. He said you better stay here, didn't he? He did, didn't he?
I don't know. You got to tune in. I'm gonna let him let Steph tell the story, man.
What a good teammate.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Well, come on. Since you seem to remember recent conversations you've had with us, you also know that before we let you go, you got to have fun on the way out the door with the big finish. So you ready to do that with us today?
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
Let's fire away, Grandy. Here we go. Big finish time. All right, my friend, you have two categories. You pick one. Do you want to play Splash Brothers or Looney Tunes?
I'm going to go with Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes, okay. What is your favorite genre of music?
Oh, hip-hop, rap. Without a question.
Okay, give us a little more on to that end. Give us a few artists, a few tracks, whatever.
My favorite artists are, I'm going to go with Future, Jay-Z, then I got some local rappers I like called Flight Gang. And then I got, who else I like? I like Young Thug, and I like Kodak Black. They're my guys right now.
Nice. Are you excited about Kendrick Lamar in the Super Bowl this year?
I am actually super excited about that. I'm excited to see what he do. I've been on the West Coast a long time. That's my favorite West Coast artist. So I'm excited, and I know he's going to do something crazy. I'm waiting for the new album. I've been waiting a long time, so he got to feed the streets.
Yeah.
Oh, Looney, I love that. No Tupac, Lou, no judgment here. But listen, I got one for you. If you were a baseball player, what would be your walk-up song?
Walk-up song if I was a baseball player? I would probably pick Future Superhero.
Okay.
All right. I like to get, feel like I'm something special when I'm walking up, even in the layup line. So you hear me before the game, I'm listening to all hype music to get me going and get me hyped up. I got to feel like a beast when I'm going out there to rebound and stuff.
All right, I'm going to go next. I'm going to go off the board a little bit here.
Off the board?
This is so exciting.
No. Listen, Loon, the next question was supposed to be what song or mix gets you hyped to play in an NBA game?
And he just answered it.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to go this way.
Do it, Steiny.
Looney Tunes, that's the category. What's your favorite cartoon character?
My favorite cartoon character? I got a lot. I'm a big cartoon guy, actually. I like anime. I like a lot of anime. I like to see a lot of fight scenes. I'm a Dragon Ball Z guy. So I'm going to go with my man Goku. And if I'm talking about just growing up, Bugs Bunny was my guy. Because it was Looney Tunes, so I had to watch that growing up. And then another one, I'm going to go with Scooby-Doo. That's my guy as well.
That was my after-school jam every day.
Come on, why do you think that Shaggy was so confused all the time?
I mean, I think he was, indulging in stuff that, that people in the Bay Area seem to love.
Dude, he was cutting edge because at the time that was frowned upon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dude.
All right,
Scooby Snacks.
Before you go, are you and Moody still doing yoga together?
We are. Every game day, if y'all want to come join in and be a part of it, y'all can hit me up. Y'all can come get it in the class.
Big Lou,
well, for those of us who aren't professional athletes, what does that mean? Like, if we wanted to come join you, what do we need to do?
Just Just stay on the side and don't interrupt. You can try to mimic me and just try to keep up.
Just don't get in the way.
Hey, look, real quick. You didn't ask me, but my favorite Future song is March Madness. I don't think you can make a better record than that. It's a classic.
Nah, it's a classic, yeah.
March Madness, yeah.
Hey, Loon, thanks so much. Man. Thanks so much for jumping in on our party, man.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Kavon.
Dude, he's the best.
He's the best.
He is really the best. And I always joked when it was Steiny, Guru, and Dibs for those glorious 51 weeks, I told them that, like, Kavon Looney is the most likely to have jumper cables in his car. Where if
I love that one.
If your car breaks down and you had to call any pro athlete in the Bay Area, he's on the short list.
Kavon Looney, sure.
Yeah, like
now that we have his number, I'm really excited to have my car break down sometime in the city.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And I do think that George Kittle is the kind of guy who would like, oh, dude, I'll be right there. And, just kind of rally up and respond.
But George would just show up and be positive about the problem. Right. I don't know if he would fix it. He would just be like, dude, it's all good. Isn't this amazing that we're having life right now? Here are some sunglasses.
I don't have cables, but my energy's enough to start this car. Hold my hand,
Come on.
Seriously. George Kittle would be like, I can start it myself.
We should do a segment on what different Bay Area athletes would do if they did come upon you with a broken down car.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Right.
Brock would just look at you and smile and be like, wow.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah, I got a Toyota too. I got a car just like this. Man, I feel you.
On that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, gosh. All right.
Nick Bosa would walk up and just give you that patented shrug. He'd pull up.
Ecstatic about
hey, Nick, my car broke down.
Well, before I fix this, who'd you vote for? Anyway, 888-957-9570
Shanahan would hit you with a, you probably should have had AAA and stuff. And, you should have had a road service plan and stuff. And,
He's like, hang on, let me see if I can look at my sheet here and see what we're supposed to do in this situation.
Totally.
Possibly.
Okay, let's go back to the phones.
I had more, but the callers.
Yeah, let's do it. No, because what we were talking about is obviously look, nothing's bad. They're 9-2. This is amazing.
Right.
But it's like the pickle that is coming that the Warriors will need to figure out is this so good that you just want to ride it out? Or do you feel like in the vein of, hey, Steph Curry is getting to the late 30s and how many more chances are you going to have? Do you want to go for broke? And that is if the opportunity even presents itself, which we don't know. But if it does, everyone has said, all of the reporters have said, the Warriors are tailor-made and built for a trade with all kinds of flexibility. And A, I don't know if that trade is out there. And B, I know that right now, looking at this team, if they keep playing this well, nobody's going to want them to move. And then, C, I don't even know if some of the stuff that we've been talking about makes sense, because Giannis is wonderful, but that's a roster gut.
Yep.
That's a total roster gut. And then is there anybody else that even is interesting to you? So let's go back to you, Tom in Sonoma. Thank you for calling, Tom. You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. Happy Thursday, buddy.
Yeah.
You as well.
Best day of the week. Am I right?
Yeah. Yep. You're on the cusp of Friday, man. It's always a good day.
Yeah.
So hey, man, I'm so against the trade because I don't want to give up 4 or 5 players. That's going to decimate our team. And let's look at a trade that happened at the beginning of the year. The Timberwolves and Knicks. Both of those teams are still struggling to get their identity, to get that team adjusted to those new players.
Yep.
Especially the Timberwolves. So there's nothing guaranteed in a trade, but are we going to give up 4 or 5 players and then and not be able to build on top of that? We need to rebuild. I want to stay with this team, no matter what.
Tom, I think what you're saying is the majority opinion. Here's the problem, and the only problem. If you get to 2025, and it's January and it's February, and you're like the 3 or the 4 seed, and you're like, this is a really good basketball team, and Steph Curry is sitting there going, I need something. I need something because I'm not interested in 3 seed, 4 seed, and the Warriors' future. I'm interested in a ring. And he said that to you, Tom. What would you say?
I'd say, well, if we do that, the next year you come back, we're going to have 2 players or 3 players because we can't build on that because of the the second tier issue. So you might have a good player, but you can't bring anybody behind them. You're going to have to pay so cheap. You're going to get cheap players, man. I want balanced players. I want different age players. And I think 4 or 5 players is a little bit too much, man, to give up for one guy.
I hear you. And then, Tom, thanks so much. There's the other side to this, which I know is hard for our brains to turn off the idea of Giannis. It doesn't have to be that large.
Right.
Like there might be other deals that develop out there for smaller names and smaller numbers of players.
Yes, but if you're going to smaller names and smaller numbers of players, you need to get somebody who is still going to be really, really impactful. And that's where I think you get into a spot where are you really adding or just subtracting? Because right now you've got, as we mentioned, you've got an A1 player. You've got one of the best players in the history of the game. He's your 1. And then your 2 is like 3 or 4 different guys. So can you bring in somebody who's a real bona fide, not a 2, but a 1A? Because you have your 1, and then you've got a bunch of 2s. You've got Draymond and Wiggins and Kuminga and Buddy, and then you've got a series of 3s and a couple of 4s in terms of like tiers. Can you really go out and take a couple of your 3s, one of your 2s, and picks and bring in a real live 1B? And who would that be? And what's that contract,
No, it's tough. And I think everybody, the Warriors themselves included, everyone would love for either Kuminga or Wiggins to be that guy. Or maybe even Buddy Hield. Or is it what you sort of suggested earlier, where it's a baton that they pass around?
Yep.
Like, this is your night to be number 2. This is your night to be number 2. That's all wonderful, and it sounds great, but my NBA memory bank tells me that doesn't usually work. Because think about it. If you're a supposed role player, what happens in the playoffs? You usually get worse.
Yep.
Your numbers go down, and the moment becomes a little bit bigger. I know Wiggins had 2022, where he got bigger in the playoffs, and maybe that guy will show up again. I like what I've seen from him so far,
right?
Although I'm not seeing shades of 2022 either.
True, but when he did get bigger, you still had Klay, and that was second peak Klay, and you had Jordan Poole, who gave you, at times, Jordan Poole gave you a lot of scoring. So Wiggins was your second best player, but he was scorer number 4 a lot of those nights, and what you need right now is scorer number 2. And if it's not Buddy Buckets, and Tuesday night was a good example where Buddy just wasn't feeling it. He wasn't open. They were shutting him down. He was missing whatever it was. He was 2 of 8 from 3. If he's not that guy, well, then it's Kuminga. And Kuminga, when he is on, he gets you 16, 17.
Sure.
Not 24, 26.
No.
And then, Wiggins is going to get you 15 or 16. And then, okay, we need 2 other guys to give you that. And Tuesday you had Melton, who contributed, and Draymond had double digits. So can you really piecemeal it like that all the way from April through June? It gets tough.
It's tough.
Yep.
This is a pickle. This is a pickle. And I think there are going to be nights where it feels like, don't touch anything. This is incredible. Buddy Hield scored 25. And then there are going to be nights where it burns you. And then what happened 2 nights ago, I think, was kind of in between. I felt this the other night. I really did. I felt like, the non-Steph minutes, they're having trouble scoring. This is what I expected them to look like. And on this particular night, great defense down the stretch and a Curry flurry saved them. But here's what I'll say about the other night. Simulation. Run that 10 times. Warriors lose it 8 times. I'm talking about the last 3 minutes of the game. When you're down 7.
I think 8's a little strong, but your point's well taken.
You're down 7 with 2.5 to go, and all the same scenarios are in place. You're going to lose that 7 or 8 times. I'm not asking and expecting Steph Curry to do that.
Yeah.
As far as heroics on a night in and night out basis.
And that's
it's
fair.
Not realistic.
That's fair. And to be totally accurate, it was 6 with 3.5 to go, but your point is well taken about And I'm surprised that you didn't admit what that would be if you did run it 10 times.
It's a simulation sensation.
Thank you. And I can't
It actually would be if we did it 10 times.
And I can't believe I had to beg you for it, but that's exactly what it would be. And when you have Steph, the odds definitely shape more toward your favor, but you're right. That's not where you want to be ideally. And when you face a good defensive team that knows that you have Steph Curry, it becomes even more difficult.
Jonathan in the city is next. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, you guys discussed it already, and I just want to add on to it. And this is just my opinion. You go after a guy, a legitimate number 2. Your depth is out the window, and also your future. Hey, guys, I'd rather win with strength in numbers and playing with joy. You go after a number 2, you know what happens? You're playing with expectations.
Yeah, I get that. And so, Jonathan, this is the other thing that I think is coming. Jonathan, thanks. High likelihood that we get to February and Steph's desires and the fans' desires don't match. High likelihood.
Right, especially
because the fans love this team.
Right.
Nobody wants them to touch it.
Well, if the team is 36-18 and they're the 2 seed or the 3 seed and Steph behind closed doors is going, geez, have you seen what I've had to do to get us to 36-18? I need help.
Like my back is hurting right now.
My neck and my back.
Exactly.
Spinal.
Bud in Oakland. Hi, Bud. Thanks for calling.
What's good, fellas? Hey, listen, I know you guys have to look down the road at them. And, you know, when you were younger, if you were bothering something, the older people told you.
Oh, Bud, give us a call back. This cell phone is really, really rough, and I want to hear what you're having to say. So give us a call back. Let's go to D in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, thank you for calling.
Hey, how's you guys doing? I missed you guys out at the center the other day, but I was busy. Hey, look, anytime the Warriors are linked to a superstar like Giannis, it brings back memories of Kevin, when he was brought in, and that move shook the league. The Warriors could find Giannis a missing piece of the postseason puzzle, especially in terms of size, consistency, and ability to impact the game. He can elevate the Warriors' chances. The thing is I got 3 points, is size and physicality. When the Warriors, Klay's getting so much gravity and they're focusing on him, he brings reliable, intense drive to the basket, great shooting. And in tight games when the shooting percentages fall off, he gets to the foul line. So how many times have we seen him just get to the foul line time and time again? And, that guy can put the Golden State in terms of looking for a championship, not a rebuilding, but what do they want, championship, or they want to rebuild?
Well, D, I think almost the question that you're sort of putting out there, and D, thank you, do you want strength in numbers or do you just want strength? That's what we're asking. If everyone wants to have this conversation go the Giannis route, that's what we're talking about. A 3-man team of Steph Curry, Giannis, and Draymond is absurd. Unstoppable.
Right. Are we playing 3-on-3?
No.
We need 5, right?
Yeah, and you can find 2 other people to put in there, but can you find 9? Can you find 9? Can you find 6 other players to contribute on both ends of the floor?
And it puts you in a spot where one mishap to one of those 3 puts you in a very precarious position. If one of those guys misses a month or 2 or 3 weeks or something happens where, one of them is unavailable, now you are completely hampered where, yes, now if you lose Steph Curry over the long haul, it's not good. You're 3-0 without him this year, but at least you feel a little bit more built to survive in the short term because you have so many bodies.
Bud has called back. Let's go back to Bud in Oakland and see if we found a better spot. Hey, Bud, thanks for doing it.
Hey, I'm glad y'all took my call again. So listen, man, I know your job is to look at the big picture. You know what I mean? You got to look at the whole calendar, look down the road, and see if there's a construction side. But we're talking about just for right now. Remember when you were younger, you start messing with things, and what do the old folks tell you? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So as of right now, it's not broke. So we don't need to fix it. Now, I understand you guys have to look down the road and say, oh, well, what if these things happen? That's what we have to do. We have variables. But like I said, right now it's not broke. Don't fix it. And real quick, to Kavon Looney, just a message if he's listening. He was talking about his favorite artist, and I heard him go down the line, and I see he did not mention not one Bay Area artist, but he did say that before he goes on the court, he's listening to hyphy music before he gets on the court. I just need him to understand, if you're not listening to any Bay Area artist or any Bay Area artist affiliate, that's not hyphy music, my man. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, bud, thank you. He did say that there were some local hip-hop artists that he liked. Yeah. I don't think he named them all.
Right.
But he said there were some locals that he was listening to.
For sure, and then we followed up with what exactly gets you going before the game, and he had another list for there.
Yeah, exactly right. And actually, inspired by that conversation with Kavon Looney, fun at 5:45. Why don't we do this? Because you were just bringing up the idea of Kavon Looney has jumper cables.
Oh, no doubt.
All right, let's play with this, okay? You can pick any Bay Area athlete you want. Line it up right now. 888-957-9570. Let's have some fun and get stupid on the way out the door, okay? If you're in trouble, which Bay Area athlete are you calling?
Who are you going to call?
Who are you going to call?
Yep.
You can call any one of them or have them come up on you, show up, drive by, and you're in distress on the side of the road, and you could have any Bay Area athlete show up to help you out. Who you gonna pick? Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Let's play with it.
I like it.
Give us a call. Who would you pick? 888-957-9570. That is the number. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now,
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to go to the phones with this. This is hilarious. The fun question fun at 5:45, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my name's Mark. His name's Dan.
Yep.
And what we threw out is in honor of Kavon Looney, who we always joke has jumper cables. If you needed help and you could call any Bay Area athlete, who would it be? Our Comcast business text line's hysterical.
Yeah.
Latrell Sprewell, Mad Bum is the only answer. Pedro Feliz or Jesse Foppert.
Jesse, San Rafael High School.
Foppert is a coach at MC now, isn't he?
That sounds right.
I think he's a baseball coach at Marin Catholic.
He was at San Rafael High when I was coaching there. I knew Jesse when he was just a young little G eating value packs.
These last two cracked me up.
Yeah.
650, it's got to be Kittle. Big old country boy, looks like he can fix stuff. And if not, still going to be a good time.
Yeah.
And then this one might be my favorite from the 925. Well, I'm definitely not calling John Fisher. He'd probably just charge me for the ride home.
Oh, my God, right? Yeah, that's about right. I was thinking beyond the Kavon answer, just trying to rack my brain for another one.
Who would you pick?
The one that just struck me is Ricky Pearsall.
Oh.
And, based on what Ricky's gone through and the fact that he had a police officer here in the city show him not only a kindness, but she may have saved his life. And so I do think that Ricky, having gone through that, would be quick to help you.
I had two answers. My first thought was Juwan Jennings. Because
good one.
He's a very, very large man who seems to always be smiling and has stated he is only about the team. Like, that man went for almost 200 yards and 3 touchdowns and was livid after the game against the Rams.
And he's good in the clutch, too.
Yes, exactly. When the chips are down, we go to Juwan. So I thought of Juwan Jennings. I also thought of Chappie. I'm like, he's got good hands.
Good call.
Right? He's about defense, not offense.
Plays every day.
He's a leader. He's always there.
Always there.
So those were the two that I
Those
thought
are good.
of. Yeah.
I'd love to hear from the people.
All right, Rudy in Pittsburgh. Hi, Rudy. Thanks for calling. What you got?
Thanks for taking my phone call. If I have to put my life in anyone's hands, I'm going with the best hands that I've ever seen, and that's going to be JT Snow. And I would hope Dusty Baker would agree with me after JT saved his son from that collision at the plate in the World Series.
True. Darren Baker, thank you, Rudy. Darren Baker now in the bigs. And he would have been dead if not for JT Snow.
He's in the bigs, or he's just in professional baseball?
He was in the bigs. Last year he made his major league debut.
Oh, he did.
Darren Baker. Yeah.
That little guy?
That little guy.
That little wandering bat boy?
That little dude made his big league debut
my God,
last
dude.
year.
How old are we?
Isn't that Yep.
That one hits.
Yep.
Because that was 2002.
Correct.
And so now it's 22 years ago, and he was about 4. So, yeah. Good on you, Darren.
Big league debut.
Congrats.
That little guy is flying through the air in JT Snow's arms.
Yep.
Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. What you got?
Hey, well, I got nothing to base this on, but I would just pick Fred Warner because he seems like he's very capable. Help anybody.
My daughter agrees. I know that. Fred Warner is her favorite player by far. Every time she wants tickets to a game, she's like, it's not even about the game. She just wants to go down to the field and meet Fred. That's it. That's all she wants. So Bob and my daughter have the same answer. You need help from a Bay Area athlete? We're calling Fred.
Yeah, and he would be